Master, the sect leader is merely a mortal, possessing only a faint personal understanding of various spells, spoke the eldest disciple as he instructed the newly initiated students atop the ethereal peak. At that moment, sect leader Feng gently waved a blade of grass, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaved the sky in two, revealing an irreparable black rift in space that terrified the celestial beings above. The astonished new disciples pointed to the heavens, exclaiming, "You dare claim the sect leader is but a mortal?" Chapter 1. The Supreme Sect Leader System. On the Xinzhou continent, a realm rich in talent and spirit, lies a city named by Fu Cheng within the southern domain of the Ling Miao Kingdom, nestled amidst the mountains 15 miles outside the city. Numerous cultivation sects thrive, among them the ethereal peak. In a dilapidated courtyard, Feng, the newly appointed leader of the ethereal sect, stood before a water tank, gazing at his handsome reflection, perplexed by one thought. Why, despite my striking appearance, do I find myself so unfortunate? 1 month had passed since his arrival in the Xinzhou continent, during which Feng had experienced an abundance of bewildering events. He had been inexplicably rescued from the roadside by the former sect leader, who claimed Feng was his long-lost junior disciple. Shortly thereafter, the old leader, having exhausted his lifespan, passed away, leaving behind 5 disciples for Feng, as the senior disciple, to manage in his stead. However, a sect cannot survive without a leader. Reluctantly, Feng assumed the mantle of sect leader, becoming the sect's elder. Without an awakened system, lacking cultivation, and currently devoid of any immediate crisis, Feng found himself with nothing but his good looks. "I suppose I shall just get by," he sighed, withdrawing his gaze from the water to observe the 4 disciples seated on the grass mat. Originally, the sect had 5 disciples. Half a month prior to the old leader's demise, the youngest disciple, Shu Hongyu, had left the sect, claiming to seek experience, and had yet to return. Now, only the eldest disciple, Shirlei, the second disciple, Huiyunjia, the third disciple, Li Jiaojiao, and the 4th disciple, Xiao Fenggu, remained, eagerly awaiting within the sect. The old leader once remarked that the first, second, and third disciples possess mediocre talents, while the 4th disciple, Xiao Fenggu, exhibits the highest potential, having reached the 5th level of qi refinement at the tender age of 15. Feng mused. Ever since the old leader's passing, the sect's resources were dwindling, and they soon would face a harsh and grim reality: survival. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the rickety door of the ethereal sect was forcefully kicked in, compounding the sect's already dire situation. "Where are the people of the ethereal sect?" A young man in a red robe with a crooked mouth swaggered over the threshold, surveying the scene with arrogance, ultimately casting a disdainful glance at Feng and tossing a metal plate to the ground, where it embedded itself into the tiles. "Feng, the sect leader, this is a challenge from our Qi sect. In 3 days, prepare to hand over the deed to your sect." "Ha!" The crooked-mouthed youth laughed boisterously. "A challenge?" Feng was taken aback. "Why must we accept? Can we not refuse?" The young man scoffed. "Refuse? Each sect must accept a challenge at least once a year. Our sect leader has confirmed that your ethereal sect has yet to be challenged this year. Should you refuse, prepare for the dissolution by the city lord's office." "Is this truly the case?" Feng was alarmed, glancing at his disciples. "Master, it is true," they affirmed. "We have not been challenged yet this year, so we must accept the Qi sect's challenge. However, they boast over a dozen disciples, completely overpowering us. It seems our sect cannot be saved this time." The eldest disciple, Shirlei, and the 3rd disciple, Li Jiaojiao, wore expressions of despair. Prepare to move out in 3 days." The crooked-mouthed youth laughed maniacally as he departed, striding away without regard for kin. Once he left, Feng turned to his remaining disciples and inquired, "Is the Qi sect truly formidable?" "Quite formidable." Shirlei nodded gravely. The second disciple, Huiyunjia, furrowed his brows and added, "The one who delivered the challenge is the Qi sect's prodigy, Si Tai Jian, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, on par with our 4th disciple. It is said they have 3 other disciples at the 4th level, not inferior to me." The 3rd disciple, Li Jiaojiao, panicked and exclaimed, "Both the eldest brother and I are merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. We stand no chance in a fight." Realizing the inevitable defeat of the ethereal sect, Feng pondered and asked, "Since we cannot refuse the challenge, what is the customary method of competition amongst sects?" Shirlei replied, "Typically, it is a best-of match, and the disciples must fight. With our junior sister absent, we are only 4 without even competing. We have already lost 1 match." How dismal. Feng felt speechless. "Fortunately, our 4th disciple is a genius at the 5th level of Qi refinement and can secure 1 victory. The remaining 3 of us must win 2 more matches to prevail, Huiyunjia asserted confidently. I am at least a seasoned practitioner at the 4th level. I will strive to secure a win. Turning to the silent 4th disciple, Xiao Fengyu, Huiyunjia proposed, if we each secure 1 victory, the burden on the eldest brother and junior sister will be significantly lighter. Yi Feng, Shirlei, and Li Jiaojiao regarded the quiet Xiao Fengyu, hoping to see in him the glimmer of victory. At that moment, Xiao Fengyu lifted his head, revealing a handsome yet indifferent visage. He looked at Yi Feng and declared, I have already caught the attention of an elder from the 1-star sect Qinjianmen. I shall withdraw from the ethereal sect today. Farewell. With that, he casually discarded his disciple token as if it were refuse and departed the dilapidated courtyard of the ethereal sect. Yi Feng and the remaining 3 disciples were left in a state of shock. Just when I glimpsed a flicker of hope, you choose to become a traitor. Yi Feng glared at the indifferent back of Xiao Fengyu, his lips twitching in disbelief. 4th disciple, do not go. Xiao Fengyu, return. The remaining 3 disciples hastily stood and shouted, rushing after him, but they could no longer see Xiao Fengyu's figure. He had already taken flight on the sect's soul-flying sword, disappearing into the distance. This only deepened the impoverishment of the ethereal sect. As the sect leader, Yi Feng stood amidst the desolate wind, devoid of any glimmer of hope. With the best-of format, they were now 2 disciples short, having already lost 2 matches without even competing. Now, the ethereal sect was left with only Shirlei, Huiyunjia, and Li Jiaojiao, all of mediocre talent. If they lost even 1 match, the deed to the sect would have to be surrendered, rendering the ethereal sect virtually extinct. Master, what shall we do? Li Jiaojiao was on the verge of tears. How could the 3 of them possibly win all matches? Without a turn of fortune, the ethereal sect faced annihilation. Master, do you have a strategy? Huiyunjia and Shirlei inquired, their faces filled with despair. I wish to contemplate in solitude. Yi Feng shook his head, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, lost in thought for a long while, but still found himself at a loss. The expressions of his 3 disciples grew increasingly grim. Ding. Suitable host detected, initiating preliminary binding complete. The Supreme Sect Leader System is at your service. When needed, please communicate with this system through your thoughts. Just then, Yi Feng heard a peculiar voice. He glanced at the other 3 disciples, realizing they seemed not to have heard it. Of course, it was the system. Yi Feng suddenly grasped the significance, his heart racing with excitement. System, is that truly you? Esteemed host, greetings. I am the Supreme Sect Leader System, designed to forge the most powerful sect leader in history. The existing sect ethereal sect has been detected and successfully bound. This cannot be altered. The system's voice resonated in Yi Feng's mind once more. In the next instant, Yi Feng's vision was filled with lines of pale blue text. Leader, Yi Feng's 7th level of Qi Refinement Sect. Ethereal Sect Low-Grade Sect Reputation, 5. Sect Disciples, Shirlei 3rd level of Qi Refinement. 1st grade spell Iron Shield Technique. Uninitiated. Huiyunjia 4th level of Qi Refinement. 1st grade spell Fire Cloud Palm. About to initiate. Li Jiaojiao 3rd level of Qi Refinement. 1st grade. Spell Wind Spirit Step. Uninitiated assessment task. Recruit 10 disciples within 7 days. Upon completion, the system will be permanently bound, and a novice gift pack will be awarded. Failure will result in system disconnection. Progress. Outer Disciples 33, Registered Disciples 07. Completion rate 50. Gazing at the words before him, Yi Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. It was here, the system had truly arrived. As he glanced at the cultivation description next to his name, he fell into deep contemplation. System, am I not a mere mortal? When did I ascend to the 7th level of Qi Refinement? Yi Feng pondered. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering a wondrous point. As the sect leader, you will acquire a cultivation level equivalent to the total cultivation of your disciples. Currently, there are 2 disciples at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement and 1 at the 4th level, summing up to the 7th level of Qi Refinement. The system provided an explanation. In the Divine Continent, the known cultivation realms are Qi Observation, Qi Refinement, Essence Gathering, Spirit Sea, Divine Origin, Void Breaking, and Ancient Saint. The Ancient Saint stands high above. A rare occurrence over millennia, with few aware of the subdivisions within that realm. Qi Observation is merely a foundational stage, strictly speaking. Only upon entering the Qi Refinement realm can one be deemed a cultivator. The 5 realms of Qi Refinement, Essence Gathering, Spirit Sea, Divine Origin, and Void Breaking are each further divided into 9 levels. In these 5 realms, each elevation and level increases the total amount of spiritual energy within the body by 1/3. Therefore, The peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement corresponds roughly to the spiritual energy of 10 individuals at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Feng had familiarized himself with the classifications of cultivation, and with the system's clarification, he understood that he indeed possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, the issue remained. No matter how he sought to comprehend his own abilities, he could not manifest his cultivation, nor did his physical attributes show any change. He remained an ordinary mortal. System, what has become of my cultivation? Feng asked, bewildered. The system offered no response. Section 2. It seems I can only explore this on my own. Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The other 3 disciples happened to notice his frown, and a chill ran through their hearts, fearing that some unforeseen calamity had arisen. The master seems troubled. Does that imply even he lacks a solution? Li Jiao expressed her concern. If even the master is at a loss, then we are certainly powerless, sighed the eldest disciple, Shirley, his face clouded with worry. Hua Yunjie remained silent, but his expression grew even more grim. Hearing their voices, Feng lifted his head and said, I will continue to ponder strategies. You all should contemplate as well or prepare in other ways, such as enhancing your own strength. Through the system, Feng was aware that each of these 3 disciples had cultivated a specific spell, yet after all this time, they had barely grasped the fundamentals. It was truly pathetic. Reflecting on this, Feng instinctively added, ultimately, this confrontation is a contest of strength. If your skills are lacking, how can you hope to win the competition? Have you all mastered your spells yet? Shouldn't you hurry and cultivate? Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples suddenly realized that strength was indeed paramount and hastened to practice their spells in the courtyard. The second disciple, Hua Yunjie, possessed the highest cultivation and was the most diligent. He hailed from a prestigious family but had run away due to certain circumstances. After encountering a fierce attack from demonic beasts in the wild, he was saved by the old master and decided to remain at the Piaomiao sect to train. Even when the Piaomiao sect faced a crisis, Hua Yunjie stayed loyal and steadfast. Due to his diligence, despite having average talent, he had managed to reach the 4th level of Qi refining by the age of 15. His hard work had allowed him to make swift progress with the 1st grade spell, Fire Cloud Palm, which was on the verge of being mastered. I owe my life to the old master. Now that the Piaomiao sect he left behind is facing a crisis, even if my strength is lacking, I must strive to contribute, Hua Yunjie resolved. Within 3 days, I must master Fire Cloud Palm. Even if I face defeat, I will not bring shame to the old master. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, and each move he executed became more practiced, sensing the energy in his palms surging and growing warm. It's coming soon. Hua Yunjie seized the opportunity to continue his arduous training. Eldest disciple Shirley and 3rd disciple Li Jiao were also diligently honing their skills. Shirley, who had no parents and was raised by the old master, was earnest and loyal. He was practicing iron shield technique, though somewhat clumsy. He was fervently adhering to the old master's initial guidance, leaving no detail overlooked. The only female disciple, Li Jiao, was running laps around the courtyard, practicing the 1st grade spell Wind Spirit Step. Though her clothes were drenched with sweat, she pressed on, gritting her teeth, hoping to master the spell swiftly. Li Jiao came from a small mountain village where her parents were still alive, and her family was harmonious, with a younger sister yet to shed her childishness. As the only person in the village with discernible cultivation talent, she bore the hopes of her entire village. Unwilling to fail or to witness the disappointed faces of her parents and neighbors, Feng lifted his head, gazing at the 3 disciples who were training with such fervor. Feeling a stirring within him, his fists clenched tightly. If my disciples toil so hard, how can I lag behind? However, it seemed the system offered no substantial assistance. As an ordinary person, how could he be of help? Suddenly, Hua Yunjie's hands became scorching hot, akin to red-hot iron, raising the temperature of the air around him. With a crack, Hua Yunjie struck a nearby wooden post with his palm, incinerating it to charcoal before it shattered. I have mastered Fire Cloud Palm. Hua Yunjie exclaimed with joy, looking at his crimson palms, overwhelmed with excitement. His palms, hot as iron, could break the wooden post. This was the hallmark of having grasped the spell. I actually mastered it. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting on the power of a cultivator's spell, effortlessly shattering a post as thick as a water barrel. He envied it greatly and yearned to learn. Suddenly, Feng felt a surge of peculiar memories flooding his mind. Information about the 1st grade spell Fire Cloud Palm. He sensed an extraordinary comprehension of this spell. If he could harness his cultivation, he could undoubtedly wield Fire Cloud Palm at its perfected stage with ease. System, what is happening? Feng pondered. believing this matter was undoubtedly linked to the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering a remarkable point. As the sect leader, whenever any disciple under your tutelage cultivates a spell to the entry level or beyond, you can instantly master it, achieving maximum proficiency, coupled with an understanding far beyond the ordinary. The system finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. This passive ability seemed incredibly powerful. If he could navigate through this crisis, with more disciples in the future and a variety of spells to learn, wouldn't he be able to master countless perfected spells? Yet, the disheartening thought of having cultivation, yet being unable to cast spells like an ordinary person clouded his mind. In the Shinjo continent, spells were categorized into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each spell was divided into 4 stages based on proficiency: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power. Typically, cultivators at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refining could only manage to reach the entry level. Only those at the 5th or 6th levels could achieve minor success, and it required seasoned cultivators at the 7th level to attain major success. As for perfection, that was no easy feat. Upon hearing that Hui Yunjia's Fire Cloud Palm had been mastered, Shirlei and Li Jiao were elated. With your cultivation, second brother, you should be able to win a match using the entry-level Fire Cloud Palm. Li Jiao exclaimed, breathless from exertion. I must work twice as hard. Shirlei, motivated by Hui Yunjia's success, prepared to continue his training. However, it's merely the entry level. Hui Yunjia shook his head, his expression still grave. Most can cultivate a 1st-grade spell to the entry level at the 3rd or 4th levels of Qi refining to ensure victory in a match. I need to elevate Fire Cloud Palm to minor success. Indeed, it is only the entry level, Feng interjected. Hui Yunjia felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. All of his fellow disciples were diligently training, while the sect leader, Feng, merely sat idle, doing nothing. Yes, but at present, entry level is the pinnacle for our Piao sect, Hui Yunjia replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Who told you that entry level is the highest stage for our Piao sect? Feng rose, approaching with a small twig in hand. He pointed to several spots on Hui Yunjia's arms and said, here, and here. Do you feel any obstruction when circulating your energy? Hui Yunjia was filled with confusion. How could the sect leader, merely an ordinary person, perceive these issues? Reverse your energy circulation at these points, and increase your energy raising speed by 20%. Then see what effect that brings, Feng said leisurely, ignoring Hui Yunjia's puzzled expression. After a moment's hesitation, Hui Yunjia chose to give it a try, encouraged by the calmness in Feng's eyes. With a whoosh, Hui Yunjia discovered that his hands instantly became scorching hot, and a flicker of flame erupted from his palms. With a gentle strike, an entire wooden post was reduced to ashes. Could it be that I've reached minor success? Hui Yunjia gazed at his hands in disbelief, then widened his eyes in astonishment at Feng. The sect leader had merely offered a suggestion, and he had directly achieved minor success with Fire Cloud Palm. Shirlei and Li Jiao were both astonished. Their mouths agape as they turned to gaze at Feng, as if they had encountered a ghost. Chapter 3. The Challenge from the Red Snake Sect Master. How did you accomplish that? Hui Yunjia quickly withdrew the flames from his hands and respectfully inquired of Feng, the remnants of his previous dissatisfaction dissipating like mist. Shirlei and Li Jiao stared blankly at Feng, eager to comprehend the unfolding mystery. Feng himself was bewildered, for he was unable to sense his own cultivation level. His only strength lay in his profound understanding of the Fire Cloud Palm. Although he was aware that pointing out Hui Yunjia's several mistakes would yield results, he had never anticipated such a remarkable outcome. After just one attempt, he had progressed from the introductory level to minor success. Now, Feng was certain that if Hui Yunjia followed his instructions, he would perfect the Fire Cloud Palm within 3 days, easily defeating disciples of the same tier. Confronted with the bewilderment of his 3 disciples, Feng's gaze flickered as he spun a tale. My comprehension of spells is exceedingly high, encompassing various techniques. Thus, I can certainly identify your errors. However, you must first reach the introductory level in your practice before I shall impart my teachings. This prerequisite signifies your affinity with the spell. This was the best explanation Feng could muster at the moment. Only when his disciples reached the introductory stage could he elevate himself to the pinnacle of mastery, enabling him to guide them in return. This approach would not only ignite their enthusiasm for practicing spells, but also uphold his fabrication. Is that truly the case? The 3 disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. No wonder Master had previously urged them to practice their spells. It dawned on them that Feng had been awaiting their attainment of the introductory level before offering guidance. Indeed it is. not only the fire cloud palm, but I can also assist you with the wind spirit step and the iron shield technique, provided you first reach the introductory level, Yi Feng calmly fibbed. He looked at Shirley and Li Jiao, saying, you two, hasten to practice the iron shield technique and the wind spirit step until you reach the introductory level. Yes, Shirley and Li Jiao nodded enthusiastically, their spirits revitalized as they began to train with renewed vigor. Thank you, Master. Huiyun Jia solemnly knelt before Yi Feng, prostrating himself 3 times, which startled Yi Feng. Your presence during the sect's peril is greatly valued. I shall not treat you poorly. Continue practicing the fire cloud palm, striving for perfection within 3 days. Yi Feng patted Huiyun Jia's shoulder, placing high hopes on him. Were it not for this young man achieving the introductory level in the fire cloud palm, he would not have discovered such an impressive function within the system. 3 days to perfection? Huiyun Jia was taken aback. To master a first-tier spell to perfection required countless hours of arduous training, typically achievable only by seasoned practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Simply follow my instructions, Yi Feng replied. Understood, I shall strive diligently. Though still somewhat astonished, Huiyun Jia promptly set to work. He voiced the challenges he encountered during his training, and Yi Feng elucidated the issues based on his own understanding, meticulously highlighting the areas needing correction. Through this repetitive process, Huiyun Jia made rapid progress, while Shirley and Li Jiao continued their intense training. Ever since witnessing Yi Feng's astonishing abilities, the two were invigorated, their motivation to practice heightened. As dusk fell, after a day of rigorous training, Huiyun Jia extended his flame-covered palm, effortlessly shattering a wooden stake. I've achieved minor success. Huiyun Jia felt a surge of excitement within him. Within a single day, he had progressed from the introductory level to minor success, an accomplishment he attributed not to his own merit, but to the guidance of Master Yi Feng. Master, I have succeeded. Huiyun Jia exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Achieving minor success in a day is commendable, Yi Feng acknowledged with a nod. However, he quickly adopted a serious expression, determined not to let Huiyun Jia become overly proud. Yet, you can become even stronger. If you can reach perfection before the battle, it will ensure your victory. The talented disciple of the Red Snake sect, Sitai Jian, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, possessed formidable strength. Originally, he was to face the 4th disciple, Xiao Fangu, but Xiao Fangu had betrayed the mysterious sect. Thus, Yi Feng had no choice but to arrange for Huiyun Jia to contend with Sitai Jian. Yet, Huiyun Jia was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while Sitai Jian had already attained the 5th level. Only by perfecting his spell could Huiyun Jia stand a chance. Mastering to perfection was the only way to guarantee victory. The pressure of winning all 3 matches was immense. Yi Feng mused. Though Huiyun Jia had achieved minor success in the fire cloud palm, even if he attained perfection within 3 days, he could only secure 1 victory. Meanwhile, Shirley and Li Jiao had yet to even reach the introductory level. What was to be done? Should they also practice the fire cloud palm? That idea seemed promising. Just as Yi Feng prepared to speak, he discovered in his mind the complete version of another first-tier spell, Wind Spirit Step, with proficiency already at perfection. Has Li Jiao reached the introductory level as well? Yi Feng marveled as he observed the courtyard, witnessing Li Jiao surrounded by a gentle glow, her feet seemingly dancing with the wind, allowing her to traverse walls with the grace of a swallow, as agile as a monkey, evading capture effortlessly. This was the hallmark of having reached the introductory level in the Wind Spirit Step. In the next moment, Yi Feng noticed yet another spell memory surfacing in his mind. It was the iron shield technique that Shirley was diligently practicing. Shirley extended his hands, grasping a semi-transparent, dark shield measuring 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter high, its thickness akin to that of a fist. At first glance, it resembled an iron shield. Shirley had also reached the introductory level in the iron shield technique. Yi Feng felt a surge of elation at this double joy. Both have reached the introductory level. Excellent. Now, let me personally guide you. Yi Feng was in high spirits. 3 spells were far superior to 1. He decided to first lead his 3 disciples to train their primary spell to minor success or even perfection, before proceeding to cultivate the other 2 spells as contingency measures, ensuring absolute certainty. His 3 disciples, though of average aptitude, demonstrated neither foolishness nor ignorance. They possessed normal intelligence and understanding, and under Yi Feng's guidance, their progress was rapid. In the days that followed, Yi Feng tirelessly instructed them, his eyes growing weary and dark circles forming beneath them. Yet, his 3 disciples appeared increasingly energized with each training session. Before long, the appointed day arrived. On this day, Yi Feng, utterly exhausted from consecutive all-nighters, collapsed onto the steps and fell into a deep slumber. Outside, the sound of shuffling footsteps accompanied by a cacophony of voices broke the silence. "You younglings of the mysterious sect, why aren't you coming out?" Si Tai Jian, the crooked-mouthed messenger of the Red Snake sect, barged into the courtyard with a dozen young men in crimson robes, casting a scornful gaze upon the slumbering Yi Feng. "Truly, a dead pig fears not the boiling water." Si Tai Jian scoffed. "The time has not yet come. Why the rush?" Shirley obstructed Si Tai Jian's advance. "Regardless, you are destined to lose. What difference does it make whether it is sooner or later?" Si Tai Jian replied with disdain. The aura of a fifth-level Qi refinement practitioner emanated from him, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What is happening?" Yi Feng, blissfully asleep, was abruptly roused by the dust. Upon recognizing the disciples from the Red Snake sect led by Si Tai Jian, he grasped that the confrontation between the two sects was imminent. Startled, he sprang to his feet. Chapter 4: The First Battle. A turnaround, master. Please rest a little longer. We will take care of the rest. Shirley said as he positioned himself in front of Yi Feng, shielding him from the swirling dust. Shirley was stocky and solidly built, resembling a wall that provided an inexplicable sense of security. "Do not show disrespect to our esteemed master." Li Jiao and Hui Yunjie joined him, the three disciples standing resolutely in front, shielding Yi Feng from the intimidating presence of the disciples from the Qi sect. Observing the slightly immature silhouettes of his disciples, Yi Feng felt a surge of emotion. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship, he thought. Their willingness to remain alongside him attested to their genuine affection for the Piaomiao sect, far surpassing the disloyalty of the fourth disciple, Xiao Fangu. Yi Feng silently resolved that once the Piaomiao sect weathered this crisis, future disciples must be unwavering in their loyalty. "You all are so loyal to a master who lacks even the most basic cultivation. It is a pity you will soon be packing your bags," Si Tai Jian mocked. Arms crossed, Shirley and his fellow disciples yearned to rush at Si Tai Jian and deliver a sound thrashing, but Yi Feng held up a hand to restrain them. "It is not the right time. We shall strike fiercely once we are on the arena," Yi Feng said. "Oh, strike fiercely? Did I hear that correctly?" Si Tai Jian and several disciples from the Qi sect burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Where are the leaders of the Qi and Piaomiao sects?" A deep voice resonated from outside, causing everyone to turn in that direction. Three men clad in distinctive silver robes approached. The leader appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a shiny bald head and a slightly corpulent figure. "Greetings, Elder Zhou." The disciples of the Qi sect quickly suppressed their mockery, transforming into sycophants. Elder Zhou was no ordinary figure. He was the steward of the Lord's Mansion in Baifu City, a peak cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refining, responsible for overseeing sect battles and possessing the authority to reclaim sect land deeds. To the surrounding sects, Elder Zhou represented an insurmountable obstacle. "Elder Zhou, it has been a while. You seem to have lost weight." A hoarse voice emerged from behind the disciples of the Qi sect, revealing an elderly man with red hair seated in a wheelchair. This man was Zhao Dajiang, the leader of the Qi sect. Upon hearing he had lost weight, Elder Zhou's face broke into a smile. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Masters, the battle between our sects is about to commence. How are your preparations? Do we need to prepare to face the Piaomiao sect?" Zhao Dajiang replied with a dark smile. Elder Zhou gave him a sidelong glance, but refrained from speaking. Although he did not voice it, he also believed the Piaomiao sect had no chance of victory. From the moment he entered, he discerned that Shirley, Hui Yunjie, and Li Jiao possessed mediocre cultivation levels, and Yi Feng, the master, was merely an ordinary person without even the slightest cultivation. Most critically, there were only 3 disciples. Losing any single match would mean defeat. The rumored prospect of a comeback from 2 to 3 victories seemed utterly unrealistic to Elder Zhou. To him, presiding over this sect battle was merely a waste of time. The arena is prepared. Both sides should take a moment to get ready. And then it is time to spar, Elder Zhou declared, stepping out of the dilapidated courtyard of the Piaomiao sect. "Just wait and see." Si Tai Jian taunted as he glanced at Yi Feng and his companions, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture before exiting the courtyard. "Master Hui Yunjie said, gazing at Si Tai Jian's departing figure. Before he could finish, Yi Feng interrupted with a wave of his hand. "We will proceed as planned." "Understood." The 3 disciples nodded in agreement. Yi Feng then led them out of the Piaomiao sect's courtyard to an open area in front of the sect. Here, a square arena had been constructed from wooden materials, surrounded by dozens of onlookers dressed in various styles, all disciples from nearby sects eager to witness the spectacle. "Look, the Piaomiao sect only has 3 disciples. According to the rule of 5 battles and 3 victories, They must win all to succeed. Achieving victory will be more challenging than climbing to the heavens, one disciple remarked. See that unrefined one. That is the master of the Piao sect, rumored to be the junior of the former master. How pathetic for the Piao sect to allow an ordinary person to lead them, another chimed in. As the disciples of various sects observed Feng and his 3 disciples, none held any hope for their success. Ahem. At this moment, Elder Zhou ascended the arena. The Qi sect challenges the Piao sect to a battle today. Following the 5 matches, 3 victories rule. The losing sect will forfeit its land deed. Now, may the participating disciples from both sects step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Si Taijian and 4 disciples from the Qi sect leaped onto the arena, showcasing their cultivation levels. 1 at the 5th level of Qi refining, 3 at the 4th level, and 1 at the 3rd level. Si Taijian, the top talent of the Qi sect, had indeed reached the 5th level. The others were not far behind. The disciples from various sects whispered amongst themselves. Go ahead. Feng ignored the chatter and instructed. The 3 disciples nodded, steadily making their way onto the arena, emanating their cultivation aura, 1 at the 4th level of Qi refining and 2 at the 3rd level. The esteemed first disciple of the Piao sect looks robust. Yet he is trained in a technique suitable only for fleeing. The disciples from various sects jeered. Since the Piao sect has only 3 disciples, if they lose 2 matches, the Qi sect may choose 2 victors to withdraw, Elder Zhou stated, observing the 5 disciples from the Qi sect. Si Taijian turned to a 3rd level and a 4th level disciple from his sect. You 2 step down. The 2 immediately exited the arena, leaving Si Taijian and the 2 4th level disciples behind. As the challenge party, the Piao sect would determine the order of combatants and opponents. Let the first battle commence. Elder Zhou announced the rules before leaping down from the arena. I am the eldest disciple. I shall take the first battle. Shirley stepped forward and bowed to a slender 4th level disciple from the Qi sect. I choose you. As his words fell, the remaining 4 swiftly exited the arena, leaving only Shirley and his opponent. Kid, you dare challenge me, Bu Feilong? You have some audacity. Bu Feilong sneered, suddenly swinging his hands to conjure 2 fiery orbs. The temperature around them soared rapidly, and the air began to warp. Even from a distance, the dry grass near the arena showed signs of igniting. This is the Qi sect's first-grade technique, Flame Serpent, judging by the quality of the flames. It is evident he has mastered it to a near minor proficiency, a disciple from another sect exclaimed. Die! Bu Feilong alternated his hand movements, unleashing scorching serpentine flames that darted toward Shirley like arrows. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shirley radiated a soft glow, and a gust of wind surged at his feet as he executed the entry-level technique, Wind Spirit Steps, narrowly evading the deadly onslaught. The esteemed first disciple of the Piao sect, despite his robust appearance, has resorted to a technique meant for escape. Wait, what is he doing? The onlookers were about to mock him again when they noticed Shirley abruptly change direction, charging straight at Bu Feilong. You seek death. Bu Feilong quickened his movements, continuously flinging fiery serpents. Yet the next moment, Shirley's speed surged by 2/3, and a thick, dark shield of light rapidly coalesced before him. Bang! Bu Feilong of the Red Snake sect felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall, his ribs shattered. His form resembling a kite severed from its string, flung mercilessly beyond the ring. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Chapter 5. A series of victories, astonishing all sides. How could such mastery of magic be possible? Si Taijian was the first to exclaim. Zhou, the steward, who had been on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake, his eyes wide in disbelief. Both the Wind Spirit Step and the Iron Shield technique have reached perfection? Zhao Dajiang, the master of the Red Snake sect, was so overwhelmed he stood up from his wheelchair. Attaining mastery in a first-tier technique? Typically, only practitioners at the 7th level of Qi refinement could achieve such a feat. Even a genius would require a 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement to accomplish it. Yet now, a mere 3rd-level practitioner had perfected 2 first-tier techniques. Was this person a prodigy? The various factions were left in shock. They gazed at the seemingly honest and simple Shirley, and the phrase playing the pig to eat the tiger suddenly sprang to mind. Alas, at that moment, Bu Feilong, grievously injured by the Iron Shield technique, let out a pained wail. He felt as though he had been dismantled, trembling as he extended a finger to point at Shirley in the ring. His face contorted with indignation. I was careless just now. I failed to dodge. He silently cursed Shirley for appearing so unassuming, yet being so cunning. Initially, he had merely displayed the rudiments of the Wind Spirit Step to feign weakness, only to later reveal his true strength, accelerating and launching a surprise attack with the Iron Shield technique. How could the Misty Sect, lacking in martial ethics, stoop to employing tactics? Bufilan grew increasingly agitated, spitting out a mouthful of blood before his head drooped and he fainted. What a disgrace! Zhao Dajiang, enraged, waved his sleeve and barked at his disciples to hasten and carry him away. Yes, yes. 2 disciples rushed to pull Bufilan off, manually stimulating his acupressure points, kneeling and pleading for him not to perish. Zhou, the steward in charge, cleared his throat, arms outstretched, and announced loudly, "Congratulations to the Misty Sect for winning the first match." Though he too was astonished, the truth remained undeniable, witnessed by all. Master Brother is formidable. Hui Yunjie and Li Jiaojiao cheered. Yi Feng, upon witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shirley, such an earnest and simple man, could never have conceived of the strategy of feigning weakness to secure victory. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by Yi Feng in advance. Initially, Yi Feng had been quite anxious, but seeing the plan unfold with such success, he felt more confident about the subsequent 2 matches. Shirley, hearing of his victory, felt as though he were dreaming. Truly, the strategy arranged by Master Uncle was extraordinarily effective. Ecstatic, Shirley leaped down from the ring and clasped his hands towards Yi Feng, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, I have won." "Quite well, but this is merely the first match. It is far too early to rejoice." Yi Feng patted Shirley's shoulder and said. The masters of other sects regarded Shirley as though he were a precious gem, exclaiming, "Young friend, we observe your exceptional bone structure. You are a prodigy in cultivation. Should you wish to leave the Misty Sect, our doors are always open. Join our sect, and we shall offer you a bride. We shall provide too, not only brides, but also children. We are different. We offer Sunshine Pig Farms." The masters of various sects argued fervently, their faces flushed. The other disciples, hearing this, exchanged strange glances, secretly lamenting that when they had joined their respective sects, they had not received brides, let alone had to pay an entry fee. "Thank you all for your kind offers. But I am a child of the Misty Sect in life and a ghost of the Misty Sect in death. I shall not seek another sect." Shirley bowed respectfully to all. What a pity. The masters of each sect expressed their regret. In their view, Shirley remaining with the Misty Sect was akin to a pearl covered in dust. Such a waste. What arrogance. It's a 5-match, 3-victory system. And you believe you have won simply by taking 1 match? The genius Si Taijian could no longer contain himself, speaking out in dissatisfaction. Zhou, the steward, recognized this and announced, "We shall now proceed to the 2nd match. The disciple of the Misty Sect will take the stage and select an opponent." "Jiaojiao, it's your turn. Remember my words." Yi Feng whispered. "Yes, Master Uncle." Li Jiaojiao nodded. Though she was merely a young girl from a mountain village, barely in her teens, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, exuding poise. And her pure countenance captivated the gazes of male disciples from various sects as soon as she stepped onto the stage. "Jiaojiao, we're rooting for you. Forget the Misty Sect. I'll steal spirit stones to support you." The disciples of various sects shouted. Li Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed, enhancing her beauty. And with a hint of shyness, she pointed to a sallow-faced disciple beside Si Taijian, declaring, "I choose him as my opponent for this battle." Upon hearing this, the sallow-faced disciple unleashed an aura of 4th-level chi refinement, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. What use is beauty? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Be cautious, don't be careless. Si Taijian warned in a hushed tone. The sallow-faced disciple nodded and leaped onto the stage, locking eyes with Li Jiaojiao from a distance of 10 meters. "Begin." Zhou, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, declared. This time, he was no longer drowsy but alert, eager to see if the Misty Sect could create another miracle. "Meet your end." Flames erupted around the sallow-faced disciple. It was yet another first-tier technique, the flame serpent, which had long been mastered. A disciple from a certain sect remarked. Before he could finish speaking, 5 fiery serpents formed a surrounding attack, lunging toward Li Jiaojiao without a shred of mercy. Should Li Jiaojiao be struck, she would either die or sustain grievous injuries. Whoosh! A gust of wind enveloped Li Jiaojiao, her form encased in a layer of soft light as she lightly tapped the stage, executing a beautiful backflip to evade the onslaught of the flame serpents. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, she swiftly landed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in her wake. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiaojiao had circled behind the sallow-faced disciple. Attempting a sneak attack? Not a chance. The sallow-faced disciple had already been on guard, swiftly turning around. His hands glimmered with a dark golden light as he executed the entry-level first-tier technique, the diamond palm, aiming a swift strike at Li Jiaojiao. Yet, the sound of clashing echoed as the diamond palm, capable of shattering metal and stone, was thwarted by a dark shield of light. This was Li Jiaojiao's iron shield technique. You can also wield this technique. The sallow-faced disciple exclaimed in shock. He had anticipated reaching the second tier, only to discover that his opponent was also at the second tier and even more formidable than he had imagined. My capabilities extend beyond this. Li Jiaojiao suddenly extended her blazing right hand, striking the sallow-faced disciple in the chest, ripping his robes as he was sent crashing out of the ring, charred and defeated. She had even mastered the fire cloud palm. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Zhou's eyes widened, astonished. Mastery of the wind spirit step, mastery of the iron shield technique, and even a nascent understanding of the fire cloud palm. Could this young girl also be a genius? Infuriating. Zhao Dajiang, the master of the Red Snake sect, was so enraged that his lips twitched uncontrollably, rising once more from his wheelchair. When had the disciples of the Misty sect become so extraordinary? Si Taijian also found it hard to believe. He gazed at the composed Hua Yunjie standing beside Yi Feng and suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 6. From 2 to 3, a miracle is born. In this match, the mysterious sect emerged victorious. Elder Zhou glanced at the disciple with a coal-smeared face, who appeared stiff as a board and likely needed to lie down for a good 2 weeks before directly announcing the outcome. Master, I have won. Li Jiaojiao exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Yi Feng, inciting envy and jealousy among the male disciples from various sections. They longed to utter 3 words. Why him? What merit did an unremarkable sect leader possess beyond being slightly more handsome than themselves? Mysterious sect, do not rejoice too soon. According to the best of 5 system, you have only won 2 matches. In this final battle, I shall demonstrate your folly. Si Taijian leapt onto the stage, causing it to crack ominously beneath his feet. Master, I am going. Hua Yunjie removed his robe and ascended the platform. He was indeed a striking figure, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters. The tallest among the mysterious sect. Wow. It turns out Hua Yunjie from the mysterious sect is quite handsome. We sisters are fortunate. A voice echoed from a sect comprised entirely of young women, casting flirtatious glances towards the stage. Handsome looks are of little consequence. Soon, I shall see the mysterious sect pack up and leave. Si Taijian sneered. Hua Yunjie remained silent, extending one hand forward in a steady manner, already exhibiting the initial mastery of the iron shield technique. This was the final battle, and there was no need to conceal his power. Moreover, after the surprise attacks in the previous 2 matches, the talented Si Taijian would certainly be on high alert. Employing previous tactics would undoubtedly be futile. Thus, Hua Yunjie resolved to heed Yi Feng's newly devised strategy. One word, recklessness. Seeing this, Si Taijian chuckled. I do not believe your iron shield technique is merely at the initial stage. Allow me to guess, your iron shield technique has actually reached full mastery. Yet, he remained unperturbed, instead grasping a spear forged from flames. It was a first-grade spell, the flame spear, which he had actually perfected. Hua Yunjie from the mysterious sect seemed likely to falter. This battle would determine who would remain and who would depart, and Si Taijian would not hold back. Even though Hua Yunjie's spell was formidable, his cultivation was still somewhat lacking. The disciples from various sects murmured among themselves. They did not hold high hopes for Hua Yunjie, despite him being the only disciple of the mysterious sect at the 4th level of Qi refinement. You've guessed correctly. Upon hearing Si Taijian's words, Hua Yunjie's hand trembled slightly, and the dark shield before him solidified further. This was a sign of the iron shield technique reaching full mastery. How did the disciples of the mysterious sect cultivate? Each of them seemed to possess at least one perfected spell. They were truly extraordinary. Observing their prowess was astonishing. Today, I learned that the obscure mysterious sect was so formidable. The news of Hua Yunjie's mastery of the iron shield technique stirred renewed discussions among the sections. Indeed, he has perfected it. However, you must possess more than just this. Your wind spirit step and fire cloud palm must at least be at the initial stage, correct? Si Taijian spoke with a grim tone. Holding the flaming spear, he did not advance but lowered his stance, resembling a leopard poised to pounce, with flames flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, the crowd's chatter gradually hushed. They could hardly believe that a disciple from the mysterious sect could be so extraordinary. Perfecting a first-grade spell, setting aside cultivation levels, in this regard, they could indeed rival the leaders of inferior sections. Hua Yunjie, upon hearing Si Taijian's speculation, did not deny it. With the light shield in his left hand and flames igniting in his right, he was enveloped in a layer of soft radiance, with whirlwinds swirling around his legs. He had truly mastered 3 spells, all at full mastery. He was simply monstrous. Was this truly a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement? I believe he could serve as a transmission elder in our sect, exclusively teaching disciples how to cultivate spells. The disciples from various sects erupted into fervent discussions. Elder Zhou's eyes widened. This disciple is indeed a talent. Even if he does not remain in the mysterious sect, he could easily join another sect and become a core member. Seeing this scene, Si Taijian's gaze sharpened. All 3 spells have reached full mastery. What are you waiting for? Go and finish him. Below the stage, an impatient voice urged from the leader of the Red Snake sect, Zhao Dajiang. Si Taijian shouted, wielding the perfected flame spear, thrusting it forth. With his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, even if Hui Yunjie had mastered the iron shield technique, he could not withstand it. However, Hui Yunjie was not foolish. He did not withstand the attack head-on, but instead utilized the perfected wind spirit step to evade. Then deflected the flame spear with the iron shield technique, finally delivering a scorching palm strike towards Si Taijian's chest. The entire sequence was executed smoothly, leaving Si Taijian no chance to react. Yet, Si Taijian was not easily defeated. He spun in place with the flame spear, creating a shield that forcefully deflected Hui Yunjie's palm. Both parties were thrown back, yet they continued to engage in combat. Hui Yunjie skillfully employed his 3 perfected spells, successfully holding his ground against Si Taijian. It was truly incredible that Hui Yunjie could restrain Si Taijian. The disciples from various sects gasped in astonishment. In this mountainous region, there were more than a dozen sects. Although the Red Snake sect was not the most renowned, many knew of Si Taijian. He had long reached the 5th level of qi refinement and was known for his rebellious nature, regarded as the foremost among the younger generation in the vicinity. Across the entire Baifu city, he was considered a genius. Yet now, this genius could only match Hui Yunjie, who was 1 level lower in cultivation, in a standstill. This left everyone utterly astonished. The mysterious sect was on the verge of losing. A leader from one of the sects sighed. However, Zhao Dajiang, the leader of the Red Snake sect, laughed triumphantly. Elder Zhou, who was overseeing the match, shook his head slightly. Clearly, none of them held high hopes for Hui Yunjie. Why was this so? A brave disciple ventured to ask. Hui Yunjie was only at the 4th level of qi refinement, inherently at a disadvantage, now simultaneously employing 3 spells. While it seemed he could restrain Si Taijian, it was an enormous drain on his energy and could not last long. The previous leader explained. So that is how it is. The disciples of various sects realized. They observed that Si Taijian's breathing remained steady, while Hui Yunjie's complexion had grown pale. Clearly, Hui Yunjie was on the verge of collapse. Second senior brother does not seem to be a match. What shall we do? Li Jiaojiao was nearly in tears. Second junior brother, you cannot concede defeat. Shirlei clenched his fists, wishing to rush onto the stage to assist. Yi Feng watched the battle on the platform and sensed the dire situation, but now everything relied on Hui Yunjie's own performance. No one else could lend a hand. He scanned the surroundings and noticed that many disciples from various sects were cheering for Hui Yunjie. It seemed the mysterious sect was not entirely isolated. Suddenly, Yi Feng noticed the sect's reputation began to rise, starting from 5, increasing to 7, and continually climbing, finally surpassing 10. At that moment, Hui Yunjie's aura surged, amplifying by 1/3. He had broken through. He ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. Although the amount of spiritual energy in his sea of qi had not increased, his strength had risen by 1/3. Hui Yunjie no longer concealed his power. He dismissed the iron shield technique and the wind spirit step, channeling the remaining spiritual energy to perform the perfected fire cloud palm. Before him appeared a colossal palm imprint made of flames, towering to half a person's height. Perfected spell? Si Taijian was taken aback, hastily employing the flame spear for defense, only to feel as though he had collided with a searing wall, suffering excruciating pain as he fell outside the arena. Surrounding him were scattered embers, remnants of the exploded flame spear. Did the Misty Sect emerge victorious? Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 7. The Marvel of Sect Prestige. Even Yi Feng was astonished. Section 6. He could not fathom why Hui Yunjie had broken through. Sect Prestige. 15. At that moment, as Yi Feng gazed at the words materializing before him, he fell into contemplation. The moment Hui Yunjie restrained Si Taijian and received cheers from various sects, the prestige of their sect began to gradually rise. When the prestige surpassed 10, Hui Yunjie's cultivation level also followed suit. This revelation birthed numerous audacious conjectures within Yi Feng's mind. Could prestige enable disciples to break through? Or perhaps it could enhance the sect's renown and fortune, or something else entirely. His mind brimmed with inquiries. Ding. Sect prestige signifies the renown of the sect and embodies its fortune. When an individual acknowledges the sect to which the host belongs, the sect prestige increases by 1. The higher the prestige, the stronger the sect's fortune and fame, and the more fortune the disciples receive. The system unexpectedly chimed in, startling Yi Feng. However, upon hearing the explanation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Prestige represents fortune. Thus, when it exceeds 10, it likely signifies a threshold breach, resulting in Hui Yunjia's cultivation bottleneck loosening, allowing him to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement on the spot. It seems I must strive to garner greater recognition for the Misty Sect, continuously elevating its prestige, as each disciple effectively gains fortune, rendering their cultivation significantly easier. Yi Feng mentally organized the information regarding sect prestige. At this juncture, after a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Hui Yunjia had unexpectedly broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement in the heat of the moment, manifesting the perfected fire cloud palm, an astonishing feat. Such remarkable fortune. Had he not broken through at that moment, defeat would have been inevitable. Clearly, the Misty Sect's destiny was not yet exhausted. The leaders of the major sects murmured in hurried tones. Were all 3 disciples of the Misty Sect prodigies? Elder Zhou stood frozen in place. He had also practiced numerous spells, several of which had reached perfection. Yet, he was a seasoned practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, mere steps away from the gathering essence realm. In contrast, Hui Yunjia had only just broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. This sect harbors secrets. Elder Zhou gazed meaningfully at Yi Feng. However, based on the current circumstances, the disciples of the Misty Sect were merely skilled in spells, their cultivation levels unremarkable. As an elder of Baifu City, he had seen much, even hearing tales of prodigies breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement by their teenage years, and now was merely astonished for a moment. On the other side, Zhao Dajiang, the leader of the Red Snake sect, was fuming. A breakthrough in the heat of the moment was one thing, but achieving perfection in spellcraft? I seriously suspect foul play. Enraged, Zhao Dajiang smashed his wheelchair, rising in a fit of rage. Are you questioning this elder? Elder Zhou's gaze swept over, his heavy aura from the pinnacle of qi refinement pressing down on the 7th level Zhao Dajiang, causing him to tremble. I dare not. Zhao Dajiang realized his blunder, fearing Elder Zhou's resentment, and quickly apologized. Elder Zhou snorted, glancing at Si Tai Jian, who lay motionless on the ground, confirming his defeat before announcing, in the 3rd match, Hui Yunjia of the Misty Sect emerges victorious. In this battle between the 2 sects, the final tally is Misty Sect 2 wins, 3 losses, achieving overall victory. Having said this, Elder Zhou extended his hand toward Zhao Dajiang. Leader Zhao, please hand over your sect's deed. Zhao Dajiang's face turned ashen. He dared not refuse, otherwise, he would be opposing Baifu City and would face dire consequences. Here, with a grim expression, Zhao Dajiang handed over a document to Elder Zhou, abandoning his wheelchair and fleeing on his sword. So, the leader of the Red Snake sect is not actually disabled. Yi Feng realized. Of course, Zhao Dajiang was not disabled. He was merely feigning it for show. Elder Zhou approached and handed the deed of the Red Snake sect to Yi Feng. Leader Yi, this belongs to you now. Yi Feng accepted the deed, but felt somewhat troubled. The location of the Red Snake sect was several miles away, and possessing the deed was inconvenient. If Leader Yi does not require the deed of the Red Snake sect, it may be reclaimed by the city lord's mansion as compensation, providing you with 100 low-grade spiritual stones and 10 vials of spiritual eye liquid, Elder Zhou added, noticing Yi Feng's hesitation. Master, I won. At this moment, Hui Yunjia finally descended from the arena, his face slightly pale from previous exertion. Yi Feng looked at the trio of disciples, Shirlei, Hui Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao, then at Elder Zhou, saying, I choose to entrust the disposition of this deed to the 3 disciples, as it is they who have earned it through their arduous efforts. Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples were deeply moved, while disciples from other sects looked on with envy. The sect deed is one of the most crucial possessions of a sect. Yi Feng's willingness to delegate its management to his disciples spoke volumes of his trust and regard for them, inciting immense admiration from all. Elder Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but did not object. Master, we are not qualified to decide such an important matter. The 3 disciples shook their heads in unison. Yi Feng, with dark circles under his eyes, glared at them. I am the sect leader. I allow you to decide, so make your decision promptly. Hearing this, the 3 disciples felt even more touched. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to utilize the sect deed to exchange for the cultivation resources promised by Elder Zhou. These items now belong to you. Elder Zhou reclaimed the deed of the Red Snake sect and left a wooden box behind, before ascending on his flying sword and departing. Leader Yi, your sect is brimming with talent. I hope you flourish. The distant voice of Elder Zhou echoed through the mountains. Leader Yi, congratulations. Leader Yi, in the future, let us arrange for our disciples to exchange ideas. Leader Yi, are you searching for a wife? A friend of mine has a daughter about your age. Though she is a bit overweight, only around 300 pounds. Leaders from other sects came forward to offer their congratulations, all sporting amiable smiles. Although they were unsure how the disciples of the Misty Sect managed to achieve perfection in their spells, they acknowledged that the Misty Sect had made a name for itself, and many leaders deemed it necessary to maintain good relations with Yi Feng. You are all too kind. My sect has matters to attend to, so I must bid you farewell. Yi Feng clasped his hands, eager to digest the spiritual stones and spiritual liquid he had just acquired. Leader Yi, until we meet again. The various leaders understood that Yi Feng was signaling the end of the gathering, bowing their hands as they departed with their disciples. During this time, Yi Feng noticed that the sect prestige continued to rise, having already surpassed 20. This signifies that 20 individuals have acknowledged the mysterious sect, indicating that among the various sects that have just departed, a considerable number genuinely resonate with the mysterious sect, while others merely exhibit superficial politeness. Initially, our sect comprised only 4 members, with a reputation score of 5, then, whose reputation accounts for the additional point. Yi Feng recalled the 5th disciple, Shu Hongyu, whom he had met only once. She claimed to be out on a training expedition and has yet to return. If Shu Hongyu still recognizes the mysterious sect, she may return in the future, Yi Feng pondered. Suddenly, Yi Feng was startled by the exclamations of 3 disciples. Following the sound, he noticed that a wooden box on the ground had been opened. Inside lay a meticulously stacked array of square jade stones, radiating an alluring spiritual light. Chapter 8. The renown of the mysterious sect. These luminous jade stones are inferior spirit stones, which contain ample natural spiritual energy, sufficient to replenish the energy reservoir of a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement. Additionally, there were 10 small ceramic vials, each 2 inches tall and 1 inch in diameter. Is this the spirit stone and spiritual liquid? Yi Feng murmured to himself. Master, with the spiritual liquid, you can commence your cultivation. Li Jiao Jiao exclaimed, holding up a vial of the liquid, her face aglow with joy. Oh, Yi Feng's eyes brightened. The spiritual liquid could indeed set me on the path of cultivation, but how is it used? To enter the foundational stage of qi observation, one must continuously apply the spiritual liquid to the eyes, allowing them to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. This is essential for drawing in qi and progressing to the qi refinement stage, Li Jiao Jiao elucidated. Now I understand, Yi Feng realized. No wonder he felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar to what he had seen in his past life, albeit with greener mountains and clearer waters. He had been unable to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. It was because he had yet to cleanse his eyes. How many vials of spiritual liquid are needed to enter the qi observation stage? Yi Feng inquired hastily, brimming with excitement at the prospect of embarking on his cultivation journey. Generally, a little less than half a vial suffices, but those with poorer aptitude might require an entire vial, Li Jiao Jiao patiently explained, resembling a thoughtful assistant. Hui Yunjie and Shi Lei stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with exhilaration as they gazed at the 100 inferior spirit stones in the box. It was their first time witnessing such a quantity of spirit stones. For a moment, they were taken aback. Ahem. Wealth should not be displayed ostentatiously. Let us first transport the wooden box back to the sect, Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Shi Lei replied, carefully cradling the box as if it were a delicate treasure, placing it in the dilapidated hall of the sect leader. Today, my esteemed disciples, you have all worked hard. Take some spirit stones to cultivate properly, especially you. Yunjie, solidify your cultivation first. Yi Feng patted Hui Yunjie's shoulder. Hui Yunjie was the only one among the 3 disciples who had perfected the fire cloud palm, having exerted the most effort and thus deserving of recognition. Thank you, Master. Hui Yunjie cautiously took 3 spirit stones. As for Li Jiao Jiao and Shi Lei, after exchanging glances, they tacitly chose only 2 stones each. Although they had successfully thwarted the challenges from the Red Snake sect, Yi Feng still faced a pressing issue, the task assigned by the system. He must recruit 10 disciples within 7 days, and with 3 days already elapsed, time was of the essence. According to the system, individuals like Shi Lei, who were at the qi refinement stage, were considered outer disciples. But what of registered disciples? Were they merely ordinary people? Or did they also need to cleanse their eyes and attain qi observation to qualify? Or was it that all must adhere to the system's standards regardless of their cultivation level? Yi Feng contemplated as he gazed at the 10 vials of spiritual liquid in the box. After a moment's reflection, Yi Feng asked, where can we recruit disciples most swiftly? The three disciples exchanged glances before pointing towards the main urban area of Baifu City, a few miles distant. The main city has the most people, so recruiting disciples there would be the quickest. However, our mysterious sect is merely a low-tier sect and has been impoverished. So no one in the main city would consider joining us. Is it truly that dire? Yi Feng responded, at a loss for words. How did we manage to recruit disciples before? Shirley replied. Previously, it was the old sect leader who would visit nearby villages, one household at a time. And only then would he manage to recruit 1 or 2 disciples. However, they often fled, believing they could not even afford to eat here. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was momentarily speechless. A sect in such dire straits indeed left one astounded. He gestured towards the spirit stones and spiritual liquid in the box. We were once impoverished, but now we have wealth. Nevertheless, Yi Feng was also aware of the principle of not flaunting wealth and expressed his concern. But with our newfound riches, will we not attract the attention of other sects? Rest assured, Master. The old sect leader purchased the land deed from the city lord's office, and they will ensure our protection, Li Jiao reassured him. So having a sect land deed is akin to paying for protection, Yi Feng realized. In the time that followed, the three disciples elaborated on many matters to Yi Feng. He learned that any sect within the jurisdiction of Baifu City that purchased a sect land deed would enjoy the protection of the city lord's office. The resources for cultivation within the sect would not be dared to be plundered, otherwise it would be tantamount to opposing the city lord's office. Of course, thefts did occasionally occur, and minor disputes among disciples were not uncommon. However, no one dared to brazenly rob a sect with a land deed. Hence, when sect leaders ventured out, they preferred to carry their treasures with them to avoid theft while in their sections. Upon absorbing this information, Yi Feng nodded and, sitting atop the wooden box, declared, "You all have worked hard today. Use the spirit stones to cultivate and recover well. Tomorrow, we shall head to Baifu City to recruit disciples and procure some provisions." Understood, the three disciples affirmed. They were merely at the qi refinement stage. And even Master Yi Feng was only a mortal. None had entered the realm of fasting, and all needed sustenance. In Baifu City's main urban area, whispers circulated. Have you heard? The mysterious sect, located over 10 miles to the east, has actually triumphed over the Red Snake sect. Moreover, their disciples have perfected their spells to a remarkable level. What? Perfected? You must be mistaken. It is said that those disciples were only at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement. And one of them even broke through to the 5th level during the match, defeating Situ Jian in front of everyone. Impossible. In the streets and alleys, discussions surrounding this topic began to gain traction. As disciples from various sects who had witnessed the events returned to Baifu City, the news spread even more swiftly. By the end of the day, half the city had heard of this event and displayed expressions of disbelief. Qi refinement at the 4th level and a 1st-tier perfected spell? Is that even plausible? 99% of the populace expressed skepticism. Mother, I want to join the mysterious sect. A boy of about 10 declared to his mother. Join what? The mysterious sect is nearly out of provisions. Are you going to become a beggar? A woman replied disdainfully. I heard they exchanged their sect land deed for 100 inferior spirit stones and 10 vials of spiritual liquid. They are no longer impoverished. An old man from across the street interjected. The woman's eyes widened, and she immediately shooed her child out of the house. Go join the mysterious sect. Similar scenes occasionally unfolded in Baifu City. Before long, dusk descended upon the land. In a narrow alley, a silhouette clad in a flowing black gown, adorned with a veil-draped hat, stood quietly, listening to the murmurs of conversation. With a soft whisper, she remarked, "Finally, the Piao sect has been located." She executed a graceful turn, her garment billowing in the wind, and swiftly departed from Baifu City, soaring towards Piao Peak, situated several miles east of the city, her feet gliding over the shimmering sword light. Within the Piao sect, 3 disciples had already regained their spiritual energy, making notable progress in their cultivation. With the aid of spirit stones, my advancement is swift. In just a few days, I shall break through to the 4th level of qi refinement, Li Jiao proclaimed. I feel the same, Shirley nodded in agreement. I have consolidated my cultivation, perhaps in half a month. I will reach the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement, added Huiyunjia, opening his eyes to share his progress. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Throughout the day, he had not been idle either. He opened a vial of spiritual liquid, dampened a clean cloth, and diligently wiped his eyes, though, for the time being, he observed no significant results. Suddenly, a flash of sword light descended from outside. Is this the Piao sect? A cool, clear voice resonated from beyond the door, capturing the attention of everyone within. Who is out there? Yi Feng, cradling a wooden box, peered outside. In the open space before the door stood a graceful figure clad in black, her identity obscured by the veil of her hat. Feng discerned that she was a young woman, likely around 16 years of age. From her presence, he sensed a formidable aura, akin to a whirlwind, suggesting her cultivation level was significantly higher than Huiyunjia's. This individual bears an enigmatic origin. We must proceed with caution. Above all, we must protect the spirit stones. The disciples advised, Master, you should remain behind. We shall handle this matter. The three disciples swiftly positioned themselves in front of Feng, a sense of foreboding hinting that the woman might pose a threat to their master. I wish to join the Piaomiao sect, the young woman declared, leaving Feng and his companions momentarily stunned. Join the Piaomiao sect? This seems rather peculiar, they thought. Was she not here to see something? They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, but instead, a new disciple stood before them. Feng scrutinized the woman in black and inquired, Are you truly intent on joining the Piaomiao sect? Are you the sect leader? She replied, assessing Feng and realizing he possessed no cultivation. Coupled with the rumors she had heard in Baifu City, she deduced his identity. Indeed, I am, Feng affirmed. With a clang, the woman set down an iron box, stating, Inside are 100 low-grade spirit stones, which I offer as my entrance fee to join the Piaomiao sect. The three disciples gasped in astonishment. Feng, skeptical, pried open the iron box with a twig, revealing it neatly filled with glowing spirit stones, precisely 100. I cannot permit your admission, Feng declared, shaking his head. Is it insufficient? She asked, bewildered. Feng waved his hand dismissively. Your origins are unclear. You could bring danger to the Piaomiao sect. We cannot accept you. Despite lacking cultivation, he was still a person from another realm. Typically, those willing to pay an entrance fee to join a sect of such poor repute carried deep grudges. Seeking refuge, the woman, upon hearing this, removed her veil-draped hat. As her face came into view, it took Feng and the others aback. What a visage it was! In dim light, one might perceive it as an oval face with well-defined features, rather pleasing to the eye. Yet, its skin told a different tale, marred, as if ravaged by venom or scorched by flames. In essence, it evoked a sense of unease. Is it truly hideous? The woman said expressionlessly, donning her hat once more. I sense Master Ye's concern, but my background is clear. I harbor no vendettas and shall not bring calamity upon the sect. Feng contemplated, wishing to express. How can I be certain you will not endanger the Piaomiao sect? However, recalling her bravery in revealing her disfigured face, he sensed her sincerity. Very well. Let us admit her into the sect and observe her performance during the assessment period. If she shows progress, it will indicate her suitability as a disciple of our sect. Feng reasoned. Master, perhaps you should accept this sister. She seems rather pitiable, Li Jiaojiao suggested, tugging at Feng's sleeve. Indeed. Shirley concurred. Huiyunjie remained silent. Yet his gaze towards the woman showed no disdain or aversion, indicating his agreement. All right, we shall welcome her, Feng nodded, instructing Shirley to fetch a thick ancient tome, which he laid open upon the table. This is the roster of the Piaomiao sect. Each page records the name, birth date, root bone quality, and background of each disciple, all stamped with the sect leader's seal. Feng turned to the 99th page. The preceding pages were filled with names, but most disciples had absconded, leaving only 3. Please state your name, birth date, root bone quality, cultivation level, and background. Feng inquired, pen poised. My name is Moing. I am 18 years old, with a superior root bone, currently at the 5th level of qi refinement. And I have no family ties, she answered, her voice somewhat cool yet melodious upon closer listening. She possesses a superior root bone. Li Jiaojiao, Huiyunjie, and Shirley were astonished. I have heard that within Baifu City, there are only a few with superior root bones, and they have all been sent to prestigious sections. Sister Moing, why have you not pursued that path? Li Jiaojiao questioned. Even a sect with mediocre root bones can join the Qingyan sect, if you ventured outside. You could at least be a core disciple of a first-tier sect, Huiyunjie added. Moing shook her head. The prestigious sects place great emphasis on appearance, and I am deemed too unappealing to be accepted. Thus, I have no desire to go. As Feng continued to write, he was taken aback upon learning of her superior root bone, nearly miswriting due to the tremor in his hand. Root bone quality determines one's cultivation aptitude, classified as inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, divine, and sacred, each level allowing for an increase in training speed. In Baifu City, the strongest root bone one could encounter was superior, while the latter classifications were only found within elite sections. With a swift motion, Feng completed Mo Ying's profile, retrieved the sect leader's seal, took a deep breath. and firmly stamped the bright red seal onto the page. Our sect ranks disciples based on their admission order, not age or strength. Henceforth, you shall be the fourth disciple of the Piao Miao sect, Yi Feng declared, putting away the roster and seal. Thank you, Master. Mo-ing responded with a slight bow and clasped hands. Ding. Acknowledged as a named disciple, Mo-ing, possessing a superior root bone. Currently at the 7th level of Qi refinement, mastering the first-grade spells Backstab and Flowing Sword Qi, both fully realized, the system chimed unexpectedly. Yi Feng was startled. Realizing that Mo-ing had misrepresented her cultivation level, her true prowess was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, capable of rivaling the leaders of lower-tier sections. With the recent addition of new named disciples, the progress of the assessment task finally moved from 50 to 57. At this rate, with just 6 more named disciples, the task would be complete. Yi Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Soon, he discovered new memories of the first-grade spells, Backstab and Flowing Sword Qi, which had reached perfection. Although he couldn't cast the spells yet, he was a true master of verbal instruction. Even a fool could learn by following his guidance. The arrival of new disciples was indeed a boon. Yi Feng gazed at the 4 disciples standing at the gate, wearing a benevolent smile akin to that of a loving father. As he observed the setting sun, he remarked, "It's getting late. We should have our meal. I'll prepare it." Li Jiao hurried to the backyard. However, she soon emerged with an empty wooden basin, exclaiming, "Master, there's a problem. We've run out of rice. And the previous vegetables have spoiled." "What?" Yi Feng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the box containing spirit stones. The sound of growling stomachs echoed in unison. "I'll head down the mountain to buy some food." Shirley was about to set off. Yi Feng quickly stopped him, expressing concern. "It's almost evening. It's dangerous for you to go down alone. The mountains around Baifu City are treacherous, with occasional beast sightings. I will accompany you to Baifu City." Mo-ing unsheathed a sharp sword, pointed a finger, and made it expand to a width of 1 foot and a length of 10 feet. Hovering half a foot above the ground. "It's a low-grade spirit tool, the wind-flying sword," exclaimed Hui Yunjia. Chapter 10, The Conflict at the Night Market. Reflecting on the past, our Piao Miao sect once possessed a low-grade spirit tool, the Xian Yi flying sword. But it was unfortunately taken by Xiao Fan Gu when he left. Such an act is truly detestable. Hui Yunjia lamented. That was a significant investment made by the former sect leader. It was the only spirit tool our sect possessed. And now it is lost. Shirley added, feeling equally disheartened. After that brat betrayed us, he joined the Qingyun sect, which is a 1-star sect, holding a status even higher than that of the Baifu City Lord's mansion. It seems unlikely we will retrieve it. There will be opportunities to reclaim it in the future, Yi Feng reassured, pointing at Mo-ing's wind-flying sword. Let us proceed into the city. The 4 disciples eagerly mounted the flying sword. Mo-ing and Li Jiao took their positions at the front. Yi Feng stood in the middle, with Hui Yunjia and Shirley at the rear. With a hum, the flying sword vibrated, bearing an unexpected weight for its age. As it soared towards Baifu City, located a dozen miles away. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, just as they departed from Piao Miao Peak, a fluffy white figure darted into the dilapidated hall. It sniffed around for a moment, as if returning to its mother's embrace, sprawled out beneath the table, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. High above, the wind-flying sword carried the 5 travelers through the skies. This was not Yi Feng's first flight. He had first arrived at the Piao Miao sect riding the Xian Yi flying sword, brought back by the old sect leader. Once he stood upon the sword, he felt it firmly grasp his feet, providing stability and eliminating any fears of falling. Whoosh! The sword moved swiftly, and in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they had arrived at the eastern city gate and stepped inside. Yi Feng exchanged a low-grade spirit stone for 10 copper coins, totaling 10,000 coins. In the Shenzhou continent, spirit stones could be exchanged for gold, silver, and copper at any time, but the reverse was not always guaranteed, depending on the willingness of the spirit stone holder. Now, feeling faint from hunger, Yi Feng had no choice but to expend a spirit stone. Normally, one would struggle to exchange 10 taels of gold for even a single spirit stone. They quickly found a restaurant to address their hunger before visiting several rice shops and markets to purchase enough provisions for the Piao Miao sect for half a month. It's nearly time to return. We must come back tomorrow to recruit more disciples, Yi Feng stated. Master, it's a rare occasion for us to descend the mountain. Let us explore the night market before heading back, Li Jiao suggested, her eyes sparkling at the lanterns adorning the streets, embodying the innate nature of a girl who loves to shop. By now, night had fallen, and the bustling Baifu City, with a population exceeding 800,000, was indeed vibrant and suitable for a night market stroll. Hearing this, Yi Feng furrowed his brow. sensing that lingering in by Fu City at this moment could lead to trouble. Perhaps to validate Yi Feng's intuition, a group of over a dozen individuals clad in black disciple robes approached from the front. The leader, with a crooked smile and a darkened expression, recognized them. "It's you," Sitai Jian exclaimed upon spotting Yi Feng and Hui Yunjie, his anger palpable. "Did you not suffer severe injuries from the fire cloud palm? How have you recovered so quickly?" Shirlei instinctively remarked. "How dare you say that?" Sitai Jian trembled with rage. The news of his defeat had spread throughout the city, leaving him humiliated, and Shirlei's ill-timed comment only fueled his fury. "Oh, your attire signifies that you are disciples of the mid-tier sect. Hey Xianmen," Hui Yunjie observed keenly, being the first to identify it. Over countless years, the hierarchy of sects had solidified. They were categorized from low to high into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. Above the sects were the clans, which were further divided into 5-star levels. The pinnacle of power on the continent consisted of those immortal sanctuaries that surpassed 5-star sections. In Baifu City, there were hundreds of sects, yet none reached the star level. The highest were merely 3 upper-tier sections. Below that were many mid-tier sects like Heixianmen, comprising over a dozen, with their leaders at the 9th level of Qi refining, collectively powerful. Recognizing this attire should clarify the situation, Sitai Jian boasted, patting his chest with pride. The Qi sect lost its sect deed and had to relocate. However, at this moment, sect leader Zhao Dajiang received an invitation, leading the entire Qi sect to join the mid-tier Heixianmen, assisting it in its quest to ascend to an upper-tier sect. As a mid-tier sect, Heixianmen boasted considerable financial power. Its leader provided Sitai Jian with a low-grade healing pill, enabling him to recover most of his injuries within half a day. That very night, Sitai Jian intended to stroll the streets to relieve his mind. Yet, he never anticipated encountering Yi Feng here. His anger surged violently. "Surround them," Sitai Jian commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand, as a dozen Qi refining disciples swiftly encircled the Piao Miao sect group. "This is unfortunate," Yi Feng lamented silently. Baifu City had strict regulations against flying with swords within the city. Otherwise, he would have considered fleeing on his flying sword. "Are you intending to break the rules?" Hui Yunjie stepped forward, pointing at Sitai Jian. "This is the main city. Do you dare to act here? As long as we do not cause serious harm or steal anything, a mere scuffle between disciples might go unnoticed by the city lord's mansion," Sitai Jian sneered. Clearly an adept in such matters, unafraid. With a wave of his hand, his disciples simultaneously unleashed their spells, preparing to attack. "Protect Master." Shirlei immediately cast the fully developed Iron Shield technique, positioning himself as the first line of defense. Li Jiao and Hui Yunjie took their places on either side, while Moing stood at the back, carrying the flying sword. She refrained from taking action, instead gazing at the 4 individuals united before her, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Is it truly possible to have such a harmonious relationship in this world? Moing could not comprehend it. However, upon recalling the person who had brought her to the Piao sect, she hesitated for a moment before preparing to strike. "If you lie down quietly now, we can give you a beating, and your injuries might be less severe," Sitai Jian said with a smug smile. Unable to win in a one-on-one confrontation, surely a group assault would suffice? Suddenly, he lowered his voice and added, "Just be careful not to harm the Piao sect's leader. Otherwise, things will become quite troublesome. Target the others instead." With a swoosh, Li Jiao, Hui Yunjie, and Shirlei immediately formed a protective circle back-to-back, leaving Yi Feng isolated. "What happened to the promise of protecting me?" Yi Feng's lips twitched in frustration. "Rest assured, Master Yi, they wouldn't dare touch you, or they would face severe punishment from the city lord's mansion," Shirlei said earnestly. Witnessing this scene, Moing rolled her eyes but felt that such a sect was far more intriguing, more grounded, just as that person had said, perfectly suited for her. Altogether, with a command from Sitai Jian, a dozen individuals surged forth, some wielding the flame spear and others the flame serpent, exuding a fierce aura. "It seems we cannot withstand this." Shirlei felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Hui Yunjie and Li Jiao wore solemn expressions, contemplating whether to fight desperately. How annoying. Just as Hui Yunjie and his companions thought they were about to be overwhelmed, a cold voice echoed from behind, tinged with impatience. Clang! A flying sword, radiating brilliant spiritual light, traced a graceful arc through the air. Everywhere it passed, Sitai Jian and his group were flung back by the sword's aura, their garments torn to shreds, collapsing in disarray. "My clothes." Sitai Jian realized his attire had been shredded by the sword's energy, hanging in tatters on his body. A gust of wind sent a chill through him. He widened his eyes, staring at Moing, who stood behind Yi Feng, sword technique poised, with a flying sword slowly hovering nearby. A sword cultivator? Si Tai Jian gasped, neglecting to reprimand Hui Yunjie, hastily shielding vital areas and fleeing in a panic. Run! The others hurriedly followed suit. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, a rapid clattering of hooves approached from afar, capturing the attention of everyone present. Si Tai Jian's expression changed as he spotted a group of middle-aged men in black armor on horseback, halting abruptly. They were the black armored guards affiliated with the city lord's mansion. It was said that each black armored guard was a warrior trained from a young age by the city lord's mansion, of average talent but unwavering loyalty. They practiced for decades, achieving at least the 5th level of Qi refinement before being inducted into the black armored guards, all having undergone trials of blood and fire. Boasting considerable strength, the black armored guards primarily maintained order in the main city. Did they come charging in due to the private conflict between Si Tai Jian and the Piamiao sect? Look, the leader appears to be Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai of the Black Armored Guards. It is said that he possesses an iron-fisted approach, commanding respect even from leaders of many mid-tier sections. Onlookers along the street hastily stepped aside, lowering their voices to discuss among themselves. The entire street suddenly appeared much more spacious. Si Tai Jian and the disciples of the original Qi sect were coincidentally spotted by the Black Armored Guards. Deputy Commander Zhou tightened the reins of his steed, the horse's whinny echoing through the air. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, emanating an aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement. He surveyed the scene with a cold gaze, causing the street to fall silent. Deputy Commander Zhou, we are wronged. Si Tai Jian quickly turned his eyes, feigning victimhood as he addressed the Deputy Commander. Who are you? And what has transpired? Deputy Commander Zhou inquired in a low voice. Under his scrutiny, Si Tai Jian felt an overwhelming pressure and quickly explained. We are disciples of the Haitian sect, innocently strolling through the night market, only to be blocked by individuals from the Piamiao sect, who publicly humiliated us. We implored Deputy Commander Zhou to seek justice. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng and Hui Yunjie felt a surge of anger. It was clear that Si Tai Jian had instigated the confrontation, yet he had the audacity to play the victim, displaying a rather sinister cunning. Oh, the Piamiao sect? Deputy Commander Zhou observed Yi Feng and his companions with curiosity. Then, he turned to Si Tai Jian and scoffed. Are you saying that you, a dozen of you, cannot handle 5 members of the Piamiao sect? These words struck Si Tai Jian as rather jarring, provoking an unsettling sensation within him. Just as he was about to clarify, he noticed another figure approaching on horseback in the distance. The rider was bald and somewhat portly, unmistakably Zhou Zhishi, who presided over the combat between the two sections. He looked at Deputy Commander Zhou and asked, Why are you still here? We've been intercepted by a group claiming to be disciples of the Haitian sect. Deputy Commander Zhou pointed at the trembling Si Tai Jian in the wind. Ah, it's them. Zhou Zhishi glanced at Si Tai Jian, then at Yi Feng and his companions, deducing the situation with ease. It was simply a case of Si Tai Jian's defiance leading to a public vendetta. However, it was indeed peculiar that Si Tai Jian's group had been so thoroughly defeated. Considering this, Zhou Zhishi noticed the sharp aura emanating from Mo Ying. Realizing she was a 7th level Qi refinement sword cultivator, purposefully concealing her presence. Truly, the Piamiao sect harbored hidden talent. His interest in the Piamiao sect grew. He addressed Deputy Commander Zhou. You may proceed. I will handle the situation here. Understood. Deputy Commander Zhou, eager to avoid wasting time, immediately mounted and departed. Yi Feng observed that Deputy Commander Zhou's contingent was heading eastward. What mission could they possibly have at night outside the city? Yi Feng was filled with confusion, but knew better than to inquire, merely grumbling internally. After watching Deputy Commander Zhou's contingent depart, Zhou Zhishi's smile gradually faded, his authoritative gaze settling upon Si Tai Jian as he said disapprovingly, You instigated a conflict only to be swept aside by a single individual. And now you dare to feign victimhood? You have truly brought disgrace upon the Haitian sect. Why don't you hurry and leave? Yes. Si Tai Jian feigned compliance while inwardly cursing, hastily leading his fellow disciples away. Master Yi, were you frightened just now? Zhou Zhishi then turned to Yi Feng, adding, I was nearby at a tea house and witnessed the entire event. Your sect is indeed filled with talent, even possessing a sword cultivator. Zhou Zhishi's praise made Yi Feng realize the reason for his presence. He cupped his hands in gratitude, stating, with Si Tai Jian driven off, I feel I owe you a favor. However, it was Mo Ying who truly deserved the credit for tonight's events. Without her, Hui Yunjie and the others would undoubtedly have emerged with bruises and injuries. By the way, that was my second brother, Zhou Jiakai. serving as deputy commander of the Black Armored Guards. I am Zhou Jiaqian. If you have any uncertainties regarding the operations of your sect in the future, feel free to consult me, Zhou Jiaqian said, leaving behind a contact token before riding away. Before Feng could express his gratitude, Zhou Jiaqian had vanished at the end of the street, headed eastward. Why was everyone going east? Was there some danger lurking there? Feng pondered anxiously. How strange. How is it that I feel I can foresee potential dangers that may arise? Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Ding. As the sect leader, you possess a crisis awareness that enables you to predict potential threats to the sect and determine how to respond. The system sprang forth to explain. Feng curled his lip. It seemed the system boasted numerous functionalities, yet he had to trigger them one by one. Master, shall we return? Li Jiao timidly inquired. After the commotion at the market, she had lost her desire to stroll. It was a rare outing. How could they not explore before heading back? Moreover, with so many beautiful women at the night market, to not take a few glances would be a grave loss. Feng seriously jested. Were it not for the looming danger, he certainly would have preferred to return and sleep soundly. Yet he could not disclose the matters of the system outright, and thus employed this excuse. Upon hearing about the beautiful women, Hui Yunjie and Shirlei nearly leaped with joy. Pa, how indecorous! Emoing sheathed her flying sword, crossed her arms, yet offered no objections. The admiration of beauty was not solely a male pursuit. Women too relished the sight, and with great enthusiasm. The entire sect of the Miao Miao school swiftly reached a consensus, forming a formation of 3 in front and 2 behind as they wandered through the night market. 10 miles east of Baifu City lay a marshy expanse. With a thunderous crash, Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai was sent flying by a shadow, his black armor cracking at the chest. Beside him, numerous black-armored guards lay strewn about, having suffered grievous injuries. A low, menacing growl emanated from the darkness, sending chills through Zhou Jiakai and his companions. Calm down, brother. At that moment, Steward Zhou Jiaqian rode in on horseback, forming hand seals as spirit light erupted from behind him, coalescing into a bowl-shaped barrier that surged toward the depths of the marsh, eliciting a cry of pain from within. Soon after, an enraged roar followed. My spirit light barrier can only last for 10 breaths. We must evacuate now. Steward Zhou Jiaqian shouted. Retreat. Understanding the peril of recklessness, Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai promptly led the injured black-armored guards in a withdrawal. Chapter 12. The legendary mountain guardian spirit Beast Boom. As Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiakai escaped the marsh, the creature from the darkness tore through the spirit light barrier and leapt onto an exposed rock, basking in the moonlight, revealing its form. The creature was not large, merely over a meter in length, with a coat of white above and black beneath. Its muscular frame robust. Had Feng been present, he would have gasped in astonishment at the creature's appearance, for it was a honey badger, nicknamed Flathead Brother. It confronted the heavens, the earth, and the air, unafraid of anything. Day in and day out, it was either fighting or on its way to a fight. This particular Flathead Brother had grown in the realm of cultivation. Although not large, its claws and fangs were exceptionally strong, capable of shattering even massive boulders with a single swipe. It gazed upward, emitting a roar that encapsulated its indomitable spirit. In Baifu City, at the night market, Feng was enjoying skewers at the roadside with his disciples. I am utterly stuffed, Shirlei remarked, patting his belly while eyeing the various ancient-clad beauties passing by with great satisfaction. Hui Yunjie, seated beside him, shared the same sentiment. Li Jiao, however, remained silent, her head lowered as she busily sliced meat for Feng. Mo-ing, though partaking in food, discreetly maneuvered the skewers from beneath her black veil to her lips, revealing little of her true visage and consuming very little. At that moment, Feng noticed a significant reduction in his sense of crisis, prompting him to propose their return to the Miao Miao sect. He clapped his hands, settling the bill with a handful of copper coins, and addressed his companions. Having eaten our fill, it is time to head back. We shall return at dawn. Excellent. The disciples wiped their hands clean and followed Feng outside the city before taking flight on their swords. Moments later, the group arrived at the Miao Miao sect. Observing the wide-open gates, Feng felt exasperated. Ever since the door had been kicked in by the Tai Jian, they no longer needed to close it upon entering or exiting, which was quite convenient. However, this left the sect vulnerable to the intrusion of various oddities. There is a presence of demonic energy. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, the sharp-eyed Mo-ing scanned the area and pointed beneath the table in the main hall, exclaiming, there lies a low-grade demon soldier-level fox demon, equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Where's the demon? The timid Li Jiao jumped in fright, hastily employing the fire cloud palm. igniting a small flame in her palm to illuminate the surroundings. Oh, what an adorable little white fox. Upon discovering the small white fox sleeping beneath the table, Li Jiao felt an urge to scoop it up and stroke its seemingly soft snow-white fur. A low-grade demon soldier, now that is not insignificant, Yi Feng remarked in surprise. In the Xinzhou continent, demons possess their own cultivation ranks: demon soldiers, demon generals, and demon kings. Demon soldiers correspond to the qi refinement stage. Such creatures typically exhibit rudimentary intelligence, especially white foxes, which are notably clever. Oh, it just dawned on me. Could this be the offspring of that old white fox? Shirley recalled an old tale, his eyes widening. The others turned to look. Shirley hastily elaborated, several years ago, the former sect leader and I descended the mountain to capture demons, during which we saved a heavily pregnant old white fox. This little white fox may very well be its offspring, following the scent here. Li Jiao added, when I was young, my mother told me that demons possess spiritual awareness. If saved, they would return to express their gratitude after maturing into their true forms. I believe there is such a saying. In Baifu City, I heard storytellers recount the tale of the fire fox's gratitude. Hui Yunjie seemed lost in thought, recounting a tale of a scholar who saved a fox, which later transformed into a red-haired beauty, marrying him and giving birth to several lovely daughters. Mo Ying remained silent, standing gracefully in place, her face obscured by a black veil, leaving her expression a mystery. As the disciples excitedly discussed the tale, Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Myths and legends? Do you think I have not heard of them? Su Xian, Dong Yong, Ning Kai-chen. Are any of these figures without their share of complications? The first two had the white snake and a celestial maiden, which is acceptable. As for the third, he is notoriously known as the Undead Knight. I fear that mentioning him would frighten you all. However, Yi Feng merely critiqued in his mind. Clearing his throat, he stated, we shall set aside these discussions for later. Our immediate concern is to ascertain whether the little white fox harbors any ill intent. If not, it may remain with us. A low-grade demon soldier, equivalent to the third level of qi refinement, could potentially be cultivated into a guardian spirit beast for the sect. He wondered if the system possessed such a function. Yi Feng mused inwardly. Ding. As the sect leader, you can establish a spirit beast pavilion for the sect, but due to being in the assessment period, the pavilion is temporarily inaccessible. The system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Yi Feng's lips twitched. He thought to himself that this troublesome system always appeared unexpectedly, perhaps seeking to frighten him into submission, making it easier to find the next host and continue its frightful antics. The Spirit Beast Pavilion was not yet open, so he resolved to complete the assessment tasks first. At that moment, Li Jiao had already picked up the little white fox, which opened its large, watery eyes to survey its surroundings. After a brief moment, it fell back asleep. Oh, it seems quite unperturbed, Yi Feng remarked in astonishment. If the little white fox is indeed the offspring of the old white fox saved by the former leader, it surely possesses the memories of its ancestors, hence feeling a kinship with this place. After a prolonged silence, Mo Ying finally spoke, suggesting that perhaps the old white fox had passed away, leaving only this little creature behind, which followed the familiar scent to this location. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng found it quite reasonable. The inheritance of memories among is notably strong. When he first traversed to the Xinzhou continent, he had already come across relevant introductions. Therefore, it is well known that hold grudges. One should avoid offending them at all costs, especially those foolish yet adorable beasts like the flat-headed brother. Since the little white fox is not shy, we shall keep it and see if we can cultivate it into a guardian spirit beast in the future, Yi Feng declared his decision. Wonderful, Li Jiao exclaimed, joyfully stroking the fur of the little white fox. From now on, we shall call it Xiaobai. What a mundane name, Yi Feng thought to himself, refraining from voicing his opinion, lest he hurt his disciples' feelings. Let us rest for now. We shall head to Baifu City early tomorrow to recruit new disciples. With that, Yi Feng sat upon a box filled with spiritual stones, retrieving a nearly depleted vial of spiritual eye liquid, rubbing it over his eyes in an attempt to open his spiritual eye and ascend to the realm of foresight. However, after nearly exhausting the vial, he noticed no effect whatsoever. Could it be of inferior quality? Yi Feng gazed at the small bottle, his expression peculiar. The poorer one's innate talent, the more spiritual eye liquid is required to open the spiritual eye. Mo Ying, who was meditating nearby, suddenly spoke up. It is unlikely that the leader possesses such poor innate talent. It may not be a matter of talent. Perhaps your eyes have encountered too many unclean things, thus requiring more spiritual eye liquid for cleansing, Mo Ying elaborated. Yi Feng was left even more puzzled. Unclean things? That cannot be. I've only viewed a few hundred works. Is that excessive? Furthermore, viewing such things should not render one's eyes unclean, should it? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. Mo-ing observed his confused expression, her lips subtly curving beneath the black veil, thinking, this leader is rather amusing. She ceased speaking, forming seals with her hands as she silently channeled her energy to break through to a higher realm. Feng, undeterred by the mystery, consumed the entire vial of spiritual eye liquid, only conceding to sleep when he found himself too fatigued to keep his eyes open. The next morning, Feng awoke to a world transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, startling him immensely. My goodness, I must be seeing ghosts, he shouted, alarming the entire Piao sect. Master, what is wrong? His eldest disciple, Shirley, hurriedly inquired, with Huiyunjia and Li Jiao also casting concerned glances his way. I think I am blind, Feng exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Shirley, who was radiating a dazzling array of colorful lights. Blind? Shirley waved his hand in front of Feng's face. If you weren't blind, why would you see me surrounded by light, like a rainbow warrior? Feng's expression darkened with despair. To fail at cultivation and end up with blind eyes is truly lamentable. Congratulations, Master. You have opened your spiritual eye. The disciples, instead of panicking, were filled with joy. Mo-ing, concluding her meditation, gazed at Feng in astonishment. To open the spiritual eye in a single night, such innate talent must be at least of medium quality. She herself possessed superior innate talent and had taken 3 hours to succeed after using the spiritual eye liquid. Feng's achievement was remarkably swift. What? I have opened my spiritual eye. Feng's worries dissipated, replaced by sheer delight. Master, allow me to teach you how to utilize your spiritual eye. First, you must learn to control your eyes with your mind, mastering the transition between spiritual and normal vision. There are many intricacies. Let me explain them to you. Shirley earnestly instructed. With his guidance, Feng quickly learned to toggle between his spiritual eye and regular vision. With a mere thought, he could perceive the vibrant energies flowing through the world, a dance of spiritual essence in constant motion. Anything imbued with spiritual energy was laid bare before his sight. For instance, when he focused on the little white fox, he observed the currents of spiritual energy within it. Without employing his spiritual eye, the scenery appeared as it normally would. Albeit with significantly improved clarity, he could discern the number of legs on an ant from 10 meters away with precision. So this is what it means to be a cultivator. Feng's expression grew increasingly comical as he gazed at himself through his spiritual eye, only to lapse into contemplation. To his astonishment, he found himself devoid of spiritual energy. Am I not a cultivator? How can I lack spiritual energy? Feng was left bewildered. He hastily opened the system panel, reading the first line. Leader, Feng, Peak of Qi Refinement 9th Layer. This cultivation level reflected the combined prowess of his disciples Shirley, Huiyunjia, Li Jiao, and Mo-ing, accompanied by an annotation. This indicated that his cultivation was slightly above the average peak of Qi Refinement 9th Layer. Yet, even with his spiritual eye opened, he could not sense his own cultivation. Nor could he see it. What is going on, system? Feng's frustration mounted. To lack cultivation is one thing, but to have a note stating peak of Qi Refinement 9th Layer next to my name feels like a cruel joke. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have opened his spiritual eye. Advancing his cultivation in the future should not pose a problem. Shaking off his thoughts, Feng waved his hand decisively. Let us proceed to Baifu City to recruit new disciples. What about Xiaobai? Li Jiao pointed to the little white fox nestled in her arms. Still fast asleep, oblivious to their conversation, and even shifting into a more comfortable position. Bring it along. With a swift motion, the flying sword bore the added weight and slowly ascended towards Baifu City. In midair, Feng glanced back at Piao Peak through his spiritual eye, noticing a swirling vortex of colorful spiritual energy atop the peak, its concentration significantly higher than elsewhere. This was indeed a fabled land of fortune, albeit merely at the lowest tier, primarily chosen by lesser sects for their locations. Half an hour later, in Baifu City, the Grand Square was designed by the city lord specifically for various sects, featuring numerous empty tables and chairs. When sects sought to recruit new members, they typically gathered here. Though the dawn had barely broken, several sects had already sent representatives to guard the area. Feng erected 2 bamboo poles, tying a white cloth banner emblazoned with the words Guaranteed Teaching of Spells, which promptly attracted the attention of disciples from various sections. Isn't this the Piao sect that defeated the Qixi sect yesterday? Guaranteed Teaching of Spells? Teach me. A plump young disciple swaggered forward, pointing at the banner. You do not meet our sect's entry requirements. Feng responded curtly, casting a glance at the hefty figure. Using his spiritual eye, He gauged the spiritual energy surrounding the individual, deducing that he was a Qi refinement third-layer practitioner. If accepted, he could potentially become a registered disciple. However, when he entertained this notion, he was met with a prompt from the system indicating that the existing sects did not meet the requirements. Thus, Feng articulated his sentiments. I am a disciple of a mid-tier sect. Why would I deign to join your insignificant low-tier sect? This so-called spell package must be a scam. The hefty individual squinted, speaking with malicious intent. Feng regarded him and inquired, do you comprehend the distinction between yourself and others? The hefty man was taken aback. What distinction? Feng replied, the distinction lies in your presence before us. You obstruct more views than others. Therefore, I kindly ask you to step aside and refrain from interfering with our recruitment of new disciples. With a resounding clap, Feng placed the sect leader's seal upon the table. The hefty man, upon witnessing this, promptly silenced himself and departed. Although Feng was merely the leader of a low-tier sect, he was under the protection of the city lord's mansion, and the hefty man, being only at the third level of Qi refinement, could not afford to offend him. Shirley, make the announcement, Feng commanded. Shirley stood beside the table, cupping his hands around his mouth in a trumpet shape, and bellowed, do not miss this chance as you pass by. Join the Misty Sect and receive a bottle of Spirit Eye liquid upon entry. Instruction on spells included. Limited spots available, first come, first served, while supplies last. As his voice rang out, many turned to glance in their direction. Free Spirit Eye liquid? Let us go see. Numerous passers-by were lured in. Can joining the Misty Sect really grant Spirit Eye liquid? Surely it can't be a ruse. A low-tier sect, where could they possibly acquire so much Spirit Eye liquid? Most were merely curious spectators. The Misty Sect triumphed over the Red Snake Sect, trading their sect's deed for 100 spirit stones and 10 bottles of Spirit Eye liquid. They are currently quite affluent. A passing middle-aged man remarked, having witnessed the duel between the Misty Sect and the Red Snake Sect, privy to many truths. Is that true? Many mortals who had yet to enter the realm of Qi observation brightened and hurriedly formed a long queue. The Misty Sect? What a splendid name. I find myself quite intrigued. A youthful voice, tinged with flamboyance, echoed, drawing the attention of all. A young gentleman approached, flanked by 2 young women, one on each arm. Behind him trailed 2 middle-aged bodyguards at the 5th level of Qi refinement, exuding a fierce demeanor. It was the young master of the Long family, Long Qitian. Rumor has it that he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement by the age of 16, a prodigy, yet he had never affiliated with any sect. The ancestor of the Long family was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Their family was akin to a mid-tier sect, rendering them unnecessary to join others. However, he claimed he wished to join the Misty Sect, obviously enamored with its 2 female disciples. What a lack of discernment. The queue dispersed, and no one dared to remain within 10 meters of him. Nevertheless, whispers began to circulate. Feng observed Long Qitian's gaze fixated on Li Jiao and Mo Ying, his eyes glimmering with interest. Li Jiao, with her radiant beauty, outshone the 2 women beside Long Qitian by several measures. As for Mo Ying, though veiled in a black gauze hat, her figure was elegant and graceful, exuding an air of aloofness. Not to mention Long Qitian, even Feng, disregarding appearances, found her form exquisite. With a sharp clap, Long Qitian slammed 5 low-grade spirit stones onto the table, declaring haughtily, from this day forth, I shall be the senior brother of the Misty Sect. All must pay their respects upon seeing me, especially these 2 lovely junior sisters, who shall attend to my every need. Feng regarded Long Qitian as one would a fool. Such a man, with impure intentions, would never be admitted to the sect. His malevolent heart and base character did not meet the requirements. At this moment, the system chimed in, echoing Feng's sentiments, as both simultaneously rejected Long Qitian. Feng pointed at the 5 spirit stones on the table, his expression earnest. I care not if you are Long Qitian or Long Outyan or Zhao Ritian. The Misty Sect does not accept you. You may find your comfort elsewhere. You dare reject me? Long Qitian's eyes widened with fury. Observing this, Feng mused that the cultivation world was indeed not devoid of such foolish antagonists. Yet, he felt no trepidation regarding Long Qitian's retribution. After all, he was the legitimate sect leader under the protection of the city lord's mansion. If he were to be intimidated by a mere scion of a family, how could he ever establish himself? Have you never faced rejection? Feng raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward a nearby stinking ditch. Indeed, it is rather cooler over there. In Beifuqing, no one has ever dared to reject me. You are the first. Long Qitian pushed the 2 young women in his arms to the ground as he stepped forward, his fist raised. However, it halted mere inches from Feng's head, for he was intercepted by his 2 bodyguards. Young master, This is the leader of the Misty Sect. You cannot strike him. Causing a ruckus could lead to dire consequences with the city lord's mansion, one guard spoke sternly. Indeed, the other guard concurred. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Realizing that these bodyguards were not there to protect Long Qitian, but rather to prevent him from provoking someone beyond his means. Nonsense. A mere low-tier sect leader. How could I possibly fear him? Long Qitian shrugged off the guard's grasp, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Feng's nose. Do you truly believe I would shy away from striking you? Then go ahead and try. Yi Feng spread his hands, feigning indifference. If a blow were thrown, he would collapse instantly, for he could not rise without 100 spirit stones. As the sect's leader in its nascent stage, he must strive diligently for the sect's welfare. Yi Feng secretly plotted, eagerly anticipating Long Qitian's assault. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Long Qitian's hand rose in indignation, but then he hesitated. Contemplating the ramifications of striking Yi Feng and the potential repercussions on his family's dividends. Thus, he withdrew his hand. The disciples of the Misty Sect, including Shirley, who had been prepared to intervene, collectively sighed in relief. Yet, in a bid to salvage his pride, Long Qitian devised a cunning ploy. Pointing at his own nose and sneering at Yi Feng, I want to strike you, but you dare strike me? I stand right here. Please, do go ahead. In his mind, Long Qitian believed that Yi Feng would surely refrain from retaliating, thus allowing both parties to save face. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, such an absurd request exists? With a resounding thud, a solid punch landed squarely on Long Qitian's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Long Qitian staggered back, bewildered. The onlookers were equally stunned. Yi Feng had actually dared to strike? Everyone heard it. It was Long Qitian who requested that I strike him. In my 20 years of life, I have never encountered such a bizarre demand, Yi Feng proclaimed, arms outstretched. Long Qitian wiped away the blood from his nose, trembling with rage, and pointed an accusing finger at Yi Feng. You dare strike me? Very well. Yi Feng paid no heed to whether this was a question or a plea, bellowing as he lunged forward. A barrage of punches ensued, straight punches, hooks. The white crane spreads its wings, and a series of swift kicks, leaving Long Qitian battered and sprawled on the ground. Although he merely suffered superficial wounds, he was utterly dazed. Long Qitian could not fathom that Yi Feng would actually strike him with such fervor, having already unleashed 15 consecutive blows. Others were equally astonished. Master Yi, please cease. Two guards from the Long family immediately stepped in front of Yi Feng. It was our young master who collided with you, and you have already retaliated. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? Yi Feng felt slightly dissatisfied. How about this? Let your young master strike me once, and I shall be content with a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. No, wait. 5 will suffice. Farewell. The two guards' eyelids twitched as they swiftly dragged Long Qitian away from the 100 Clans Plaza. Yi Feng, I shall remember this day. Long Qitian's words were abruptly cut off by a strange sound, akin to having a foul sock stuffed in his mouth. Why do the guards of the Long family seem a bit intimidated by me? Yi Feng pondered as he watched the retreating figures of Long Qitian and his entourage. A peculiar sensation stirring within him. Master, you truly dared to strike. Li Jiaojiao and the other disciples finally regained their composure. Standing nearby, Mo Ying regarded Yi Feng with astonished eyes from behind her black veil. Isn't he merely immortal? When he was fighting just now, his physique appeared remarkably strong, giving me the impression he might be at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Could this be an illusion? Mo Ying felt a wave of confusion. Once a practitioner enters the qi refining realm, spiritual energy circulates through their meridians day and night, nourishing the physical body. The higher the cultivation level and the older the individual, the more robust their physique becomes. Even frail-looking elderly practitioners can possess astonishing strength. This is the advantage of being nourished by spiritual energy. Ahem. There is no need for alarm regarding what just transpired. Our Piao sect values reason and treats all fairly. We welcome those with ambition to join us. Yi Feng returned to his seat, inviting those around him to register. Following the recent events, many began to regard Yi Feng with sidelong glances, yet considering that the Long family might hold a grudge against the Piao sect, they merely observed, hesitant to join. This scene left Yi Feng feeling somewhat troubled. In the Long family's main hall, Father, look at the state of our young master. He was beaten to such a degree by that Piao sect's Master Yi. Long Qitian knelt on the ground, lamenting to a composed and mature middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. This man was Long Qitian's father, Long Zhengchuan, the master of the Long family in Baifu City, with a cultivation level of the 8th stage of qi refining. Long Zhengchuan cast a glance at Long Qitian and remarked, indeed, it is quite a dire situation. If you had returned a bit later, your injuries would have healed. Long Qitian wished to question where his father had obtained such a perspective. Would a father truly utter such words? The Piaomiao sect has been mentioned by the steward Zhou as a faction of the Zhou family. It would be unwise for us to provoke them at this time. Now, be gone. With a sweep of his hand, Long Zhengchuan sent a gust of wind that blew Long Qitian out of the hall. You too, come forth. Long Zhengchuan set down his teacup and called out, his tone commanding and tinged with gravity. The two guards promptly entered, kneeling before him, fearful to breathe. Is my son truly beaten to such a state by Master Yi? Long Zhengchuan inquired, eyeing the guards. Yes, they replied, not daring to conceal the truth. Detail the events. Master Yi displayed no fluctuations of spiritual energy nor employed any underhanded tactics. He simply utilized a peculiar set of martial arts that left our young master utterly defenseless. What kind of martial arts? Long Zhengchuan asked with curiosity. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions odd, and replied. We only heard Master Yi call out names of strange techniques. White crane spreads its wings, virtual step bright palm, bow step kick, and others. Long Zhengchuan furrowed his brow. Virtual step bright palm. He waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. As the guards departed, Long Zhengchuan narrowed his eyes. To defeat my son, who is at the 5th stage of qi refining, merely with physical prowess suggests that Yi Feng possesses an exceptionally strong physique, at least comparable to my own, indicating that his cultivation is not simple. The disciples of the Piaomiao sect have evidently mastered their techniques thoroughly, surely under the guidance of a skilled mentor. That mentor must certainly be Yi Feng. The Piaomiao sect conceals its depths well. Long Zhengchuan surmised that Yi Feng had likely consumed certain elixirs, allowing him to perfectly mask his spiritual energy fluctuations. The motive behind such an act eluded him. However, Long Zhengchuan was aware of one thing. Individuals like Yi Feng are exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, with the season of malevolent creatures approaching, it would be unwise for the Long family to provoke the Piaomiao sect, whose strength remains uncertain, lest they incur unnecessary losses. Thus, Long Zhengchuan issued a directive within the Long family. Inform everyone that upon encountering members of the Piaomiao sect, they should take every effort to avoid conflict and refrain from enmity. The decree swiftly spread throughout the Long family. In a secluded courtyard of the Long family, a silver-haired boy with blue eyes heard the news and rushed to a beautifully arranged chamber, addressing a woman in her 30s who was engaged in paper cutting. Mother, I have heard that a sect called Piaomiao is formidable, and even the Long family holds it in high regard. Therefore, I wish to join that sect. The woman looked up, revealing a slightly pale, yet exceptionally beautiful face. She smiled wryly and replied, Is it not better to remain well within the Long family? The silver-haired boy clenched his fists. But my uncle does not allow me to cultivate. How then can I uncover my true heritage? Your uncle's prohibition on your cultivation is for your protection, and it is best that you remain unaware of your origins, she said, lowering her gaze to continue her craft. The silver-haired boy bit his lip and quietly exited the room. His name is Long Tianqing, taking his mother as surname. As for his father, no one in the Long family knows, save for his mother. Long Tianqing yearned to cultivate and venture beyond Baifu City to witness the splendor of the outside world and, in the process, uncover his origins. However, his uncle Long Zhengchuan forbade him from practicing, although remaining in the Long family posed no danger. Long Tianqing did not wish to live a dull life akin to a caged bird, devoid of freedom. The world is so vast. I long to explore it. Donning a cloak, Long Tianqing employed his skill at climbing, effortlessly scaling the walls and escaping the not-so-strictly guarded Long family. At the 100 Clans Plaza, Yi Feng sat beneath the sun. An hour passed, yet no one approached to join the Piaomiao sect, leaving him visibly distressed. It was already the 4th day. With only 3 days remaining until the assessment period concluded, he needed to recruit 6 more named disciples, or he would fail to meet the requirements of the assessment. I wish to join the Piaomiao sect. At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice rang out. Yi Feng looked up, filled with delight, along with the others, towards the cloaked figure who had spoken. This child seemed to be less than 1.50 meters tall. Yi Feng, seated, had to look down to meet the gaze of the speaker, indicating their diminutive stature. However, height is not a consideration for joining a sect. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Feng activated his spiritual eye, scrutinizing the cloaked individual. He discovered that the person exuded a pulse of spiritual energy from their heart, had a commendable physique, and likely possessed good potential. Furthermore, the system provided no alerts indicating incompatibility, confirming that this individual could indeed be accepted as a named disciple. Please state your name, birth date, root bone quality, cultivation level, and background, Yi Feng requested, pulling out a registration book and scrutinizing the cloaked figure. who seemed to deliberately keep their head lowered, unwilling to reveal their face. However, it was still possible to discern that this was a handsome young boy with smooth, youthful skin. "Ah, you seem rather shy," Feng mused inwardly. "I am Long Tianxing, 13 years of age. As for my aptitude, I am uncertain. I possess no cultivation yet, and hail from the Long family," weakly proclaimed the disguised Long Tianxing. Indeed, a member of the Long family. The eyes of those around widened in surprise. Had the Long family dispatched an undercover agent immediately following Long Qitian's recent thrashing by Feng? Yet, this undercover skills were rather poor, revealing their identity upon arrival. "You are of the Long family? What is your relation to Long Qitian?" Feng inquired, equally perplexed, while several disciples regarded Long Tianxing with peculiar expressions. "Long Qitian is my cousin," Long Tianxing responded, anxiety creeping into his voice, barely audible even to himself. Before long, a resounding thud echoed as Feng stamped the roster. "I am the sect leader, Feng. From this day forth, you shall be the 6th disciple of our Piaomiao sect. These individuals are your senior brothers and sisters, Shirlei, Huiyunjia, Li Jiaojiao, and Moing." Feng gestured toward Shirlei and the others, providing a brief introduction. The 5th disciple, Shu Hongyu, was out on a mission, despite not knowing the circumstances. Feng decided to reserve a spot for her. "Is the sect leader truly willing to accept me?" Long Tianxing gazed up in excitement. However, in his haste, the wind swept his hood away, revealing his silver hair and blue eyes. "Ah, so he is the nephew of the Long family," exclaimed one onlooker. "I heard he is not of the human race, but rather the offspring of Long Jinchuan's sister and an otherworldly man. It is said that Long Jinchuan forbids Long Tianxing from cultivating due to concerns about potential trouble. Who would have thought he desires to join the Piaomiao sect? Is he not afraid of being punished by his own uncle? What is there to fear if Long Jinchuan dares to strike? I am certain Long Tianxing would have his hair cut in the first month of the lunar year." Murmurs of astonishment filled the crowd. An otherworldly being. Moing scrutinized Long Tianxing, her brow slightly furrowed. On her journey to Beifuqing, she had encountered an otherworldly woman, and their encounter had ended in a stalemate. Shirlei, Huiyunjia, and Li Jiaojiao widened their eyes, not with disdain, but with a pure curiosity. Long Tianxing was undeniably adorable, with his silver hair casually tied with a red ribbon and azure eyes as clear as a tranquil lake. Yet at that moment, with his appearance exposed, his beautiful eyes were filled with panic. "Don't look." He hastily donned his hood, covering his eyes with his hands and peeking through his fingers to gauge the reactions of those around him. Chapter 16. A forceful approach to truth is often surprising. Long Tianxing noticed that Feng regarded him not with disdain, but rather with admiration. "You, young lad, with your rosy lips and white teeth. Your skin is finer than a maiden's. What have you been consuming?" Feng pinched Long Tianxing's cheek, discovering it to be more delicate than a boiled egg. Can a young boy truly possess such features? They say boys must protect themselves when alone, and now I see the wisdom in that. Why do you stand idly? Go and introduce yourself to your seniors," Feng urged. Long Tianxing looked at Feng, overjoyed. "The sect leader does not despise me. Why would I?" Feng retorted. Long Tianxing's facial features, aside from his silver hair and blue eyes, bore no significant difference from an ordinary person. More importantly, having finally acquired a disciple, how could he afford to be choosy? "Sixth junior brother, come here." Shirlei beckoned to Long Tianxing, understanding the need to look after the newly inducted disciple. "All right," Long Tianxing replied, apprehensively approaching and introducing himself to Shirlei and the others, thus forming their initial acquaintance. Not far away, an individual witnessed this scene and hurried back to the Long family to relay the news. Meanwhile, in a nearby tea house at the Baizong Plaza, over a dozen young men and women were enjoying tea. "Ah, the otherworldly being from the Long family," exclaimed a black-clad man seated by the window, his voice rising significantly, capturing the attention of everyone in the tea house. It is indeed that otherworldly being from the Long family, known as Long Tianxing, merely in his teenage years. The offspring of his mother and an otherworldly man. In recent years, the city of Beifuqing has been plagued by monstrous incursions. "Who knows if this individual is a spy for the demon clan?" remarked a male disciple clad in the black robes of the Black Xian sect, his eyes narrowing with ill intent. A youth in a white robe beside him chuckled. "Li, I know your Black Xian sect holds a grudge against the Piaomiao sect due to the events with the Red Snake sect. Today, why not use Long Tianxing's entry as an excuse to create some trouble?" "Excellent." The lead disciple's eyes lit up. "Let us go and take a look." The disciples from various sects in the tea house began to mobilize. Back at the Baizong Plaza, Feng awaited the system's calculations. Ding. Registered disciple, Long Tianxing, possesses medium-grade aptitude. A commoner, endowed with the growth-type talent, blue spirit eye. As the system's voice echoed, Yifeng noticed the progress bar for the assessment had risen to 64. With 5 more registered disciples, the task would be completed within 3.5 days. He hoped time would suffice. Moreover, Long Tianqing possessed the growth-type talent. Blue spirit eye. Though he was uncertain of its implications, it was undoubtedly impressive. Furthermore, his medium-grade aptitude indicated considerable potential. Indeed, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Yifeng felt elated at this thought. He resolved to remain there to recruit more disciples. Intending to return to the Piaomiao sect that evening to assist Long Tianqing in using the spirit eye liquid to cleanse his eyes. Hastening his journey into the realm of cultivation. Is the Piaomiao sect truly accepting otherworldly beings as disciples? Is it not courting enmity with the entire city of Beifuqing? A discordant voice interjected. Yifeng looked up to see a group of over a dozen young men and women, adorned in various sect garments, approaching. The leader, a black-clad young man, exuded a robust aura, having reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Good heavens! Both the Black Xian sect and the Xianyun sect are here. Generally, one should not provoke such mid-tier sects, as they possess dozens of disciples. The crowd was well informed. You are the sect leader, Yifeng, I presume? Long Tianqing is an otherworldly being. Are you certain you wish to accept him? Li Huanxiao proclaimed loudly. Yifeng scrutinized Li Huanxiao and inquired, have you eaten today? Li Huanxiao was taken aback. Not yet. But what does my meal have to do with you, sect leader Yi? Whom I accept as a disciple is of no concern to you, Yifeng retorted. Li Huanxiao was momentarily speechless. A young man in a white robe stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Yifeng and spoke with feigned solemnity. The recruitment of disciples should not concern us. But sect leader, you should not accept an otherworldly being as a disciple. Who knows if this person is a spy for the demon clan? This was Wu De, the second disciple of the Xianyun sect. Despite Yifeng being the leader of a lower-tier sect, most would treat him with caution. However, Wu De felt no fear. He too was at the 5th level of qi refinement, and, with a few more advancements, would rival the leaders of ordinary lower-tier sects, rendering him unconcerned about Yifeng. A mere commoner sect leader, Long Tianqing, a suspected agent of the demonic entities, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Baifu City is encircled by an unending range of mountains, harboring numerous monsters that annually infiltrate the city to wreak havoc, leaving the residents in a state of unease. Thus, the townsfolk harbor a deep disdain for these creatures. Upon hearing the alarming possibility that Long Tianqing might be a spy for these beings, the onlookers regarded him with growing suspicion. Under the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes, Long Tianqing hastily lowered his head, anxiety gnawing at him. What if Yifeng expelled him from the Piaomiao sect? He would be left without a sect to call home. This thought struck him painfully. Yifeng observed Long Tianqing's bowed head, then glanced at the disciples from the 3 major sects pressing in on them. Feeling a surge of irritation. Is it truly so easy to take on a disciple? Day in and day out, they bring nothing but trouble. Oh, and you even have a fox spirit. That is undeniably a genuine monster, which poses a significant threat. Li Hanxiao, the second disciple of the Heishuan sect, pointed at the little white fox cradled in Li Jiaojiao's arms, feigning fear as he stepped back. How could such an adorable creature be dangerous? Li Jiaojiao felt somewhat wronged, pouting her lips. Nonsense. This is our Piaomiao sect's guardian spirit beast, exceptionally well-behaved. Xiaobai, be obedient and show them your fierce side. Yifeng lifted the little white fox above his head. The fox blinked its innocent big eyes, seemingly understanding, and symbolically bared its tiny, sharp teeth at the disciples of the Heishuan sect and Xianyun sect. Wow, how cute! Someone exclaimed. The disciples of Heishuan and Xianyun sect could no longer maintain their composure. Such an endearing white fox certainly did not appear threatening. They shifted their focus back to Long Tianqing, declaring, "This is an outsider, not one of our kind. Their intentions are bound to differ. I advise you, Master Yi, to tread carefully and ensure he is expelled." Enough. Yifeng, having reached his limit with these troublemakers, initiated a stance, followed by a powerful push. Humph, a mere mortal. I want to even bother to glance at you. Li Hanxiao stepped forward, intentionally bumping his chest against Yifeng's palm, attempting to shove him backward. Yet before he could finish his sentence, it felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging bull, and with a pained cry, he was sent flying several meters away. Gasp. The crowd was left in stunned silence. A mortal, without a trace of spiritual energy, had managed to send the physically formidable Li Hanxiao flying. Yifeng suddenly realized his own strength, but was puzzled as to why it had surged. System. Why have I become stronger? He questioned inwardly. The host is at the peak of the qi refinement's 9th level, thus naturally strong. The system coldly explained before falling silent again. Yifeng was left speechless. He felt no change in cultivation, Yet the system insisted on such statements. Could it be that his cultivation had translated into sheer physical strength? Otherwise, how could he have sent someone flying several meters with a single slap? Was Li Hanxiao's action intentional, aimed at extorting spirit stones from him? The thought widened Yi Feng's eyes in realization. Chapter 17. Still not leaving? Yi Feng took his stance. Ouch! Li Hanxiao crashed to the ground, spitting blood, his chest ablaze with pain, nearly meeting an untimely end. Supported by several disciples, he rose unsteadily, trembling as he pointed at Yi Feng. You dare to strike me? Beware, I shall report you to the city lord's mansion. You were the one who charged at me. My palm was never meant for you. But since you intend to visit the city lord's mansion, then be off. Upon hearing that Li Hanxiao wasn't attempting to extort spirit stones, Yi Feng felt a wave of relief, eager for the man to vanish. Even if the city lord's men arrived, he was unafraid. After all, he was merely recruiting disciples in the city, but was obstructed by Li Hanxiao and his group, giving him grounds for a justified counteraction. Little did Yi Feng expect that his single strike would result in Li Hanxiao spitting blood. You wait. Li Hanxiao seethed, his entire body trembling. Still not leaving. Yi Feng repeated his stance. Li Hanxiao, filled with trepidation, turned and fled, accompanied by a throng of disciples as they marched toward the city lord's mansion. Master, they're calling for help. What should we do? Li Jiaojiao, clutching the little white fox, looked worried. If they are obstructing the recruitment of disciples, is that something to endure? Strike one if they come, and two if they send a pair. Yi Feng resolved that as the sect leader, he must sometimes act decisively and assertively. When tolerance reaches its limit, there is no need for further patience. With such formidable strength, a mere slap could likely shatter a stone wall. Mo Ying observed Yi Feng's somewhat imposing figure. Sensing that he was no ordinary mortal, Long Tianxing gazed at Yi Feng, who had repelled the enemy, his eyes wide with admiration. This strength, this technique, how he yearned to learn. His desire for cultivation intensified, and he felt that joining the Piaomiao sect was indeed a wise decision. The onlookers stood dumbfounded. Master Yi Feng is truly formidable. First, he struck down Long Qitian, then defeated Li Hanxiao of Heishuan sect, creating numerous foes. It seems wise to maintain a distance. Yes, let us enjoy the spectacle and merely observe. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Yi Feng's lips twitched. It appeared that, inadvertently, he had heightened the challenge of recruiting disciples once more. Sigh. Recruiting disciples is indeed a daunting task. At that moment, in a refined private chamber on the third floor of a nearby tea house, a young lady spoke. Miss, I have discovered that since Yi Feng became the sect leader, several disciples in the sect have experienced explosive breakthroughs in their spells. Then it seems that Master Yi possesses a profound understanding of spells. Perhaps he could assist me. Would you like to meet him? Indeed. Yi Feng returned to his seat, with 5 disciples standing behind him, having grown somewhat familiar after the recent events. Yet, despite his eager anticipation, he found himself waiting for the next disciple to arrive. Look, a beauty. Hush. Lower your voice. That is the second young lady of the Jia family, a prodigy of the 6th level of qi refinement, not to be recklessly discussed. The Jia family, known for their deep roots, even more profound than the Long family? Yes, that Jia family, rumored to have 3 seasoned practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement, ranking among the top 5 families in Baifu City. A stir rippled through the crowd. Yi Feng looked up to see 3 figures approaching. Leading the way was a tall young woman in a pink dress, her hair styled in a soaring bun, her eyes like autumn waters. Beautiful, undeniably beautiful. Each smile and frown captivated the heart and mind. Master Yi, I am Jia Yulan. I have heard of your unique insights into spells and have come to seek your guidance. The second young lady of the Jia family wafted in a gentle fragrance. Her voice soft, instantly endearing her to those present. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Unique insights into spells? Could it be that the battle between the Piaomiao sect and the Qixi sect has spread so widely? Moreover, how could someone discern that he held a high understanding of spellcraft? Although surprised, Yi Feng did not refute it. Instead, he humbly replied, "It is merely my personal understanding of spells, not worthy of much esteem. You are too modest, Master Yi. I wonder if you could assist me in mastering a spell. Regardless of success or failure, I would offer you a reward." Jia Yulan did not mince words, directly articulating her intentions. Upon hearing her request, Yi Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. If it were a spell he was familiar with, he could certainly teach it to her and help the sect earn some living expenses. However, judging by Jia Yulan's tone, the spell in question was likely unfamiliar to him, and he would probably be unable to assist. Thus, Yi Feng cleared his throat and said, "The matter of money is inconsequential. Primarily, I only instruct disciples of my sect." Jia Yulan appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not retreat. She continued, There is no need for you to hastily decline, Sect Leader Yi. The spell I wish to practice is a second-tier technique, albeit a fragmented scroll. Despite my diligent training for several months, I remain stuck at the threshold of mastery. Her words astonished the audience. A second-tier spell? Such spells are exceedingly rare, typically mastered only by cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement or those in the Gathering Essence realm. It was indeed surprising that the second miss possessed one. However, as she had mentioned, it was merely a fragment, and her prowess likely equated to that of a minor first-tier spell at best. The onlookers erupted in excitement. Even Yi Feng inhaled sharply. He too yearned for a second-tier spell, especially upon learning that Jia Yulan had already reached the initial stage of mastery. This sparked thoughts of recruiting her into the Miaoyao sect. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Should you be willing to guide me, I can offer this amount. If I can achieve minor mastery, I will provide another 20, Jia Yulan proposed, extending a delicate hand and forming a gesture akin to a peace sign. In truth, I am not averse to providing guidance, but the second miss must join our Miaoyao sect. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before speaking meaningfully. Without waiting for Jia Yulan's response, he continued, should you join the Miaoyao sect, I can ensure your spell reaches minor mastery today. Yi Feng began to boast. Yet he tempered his words with caution. After all, it was merely a fragment, and he could not guarantee that, upon admitting Jia Yulan into the sect, she would instantly master it. Should he fail, the repercussions would be dire. Is that truly the case? Jia Yulan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed. Yi Feng affirmed earnestly. The observers were keenly engaged, with Long Tianqing and Mo-ing displaying some skepticism, while only Shi Lei, Hui Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao watched with palpable excitement. The sect leader was poised to showcase his abilities. Noticing Jia Yulan's expression of doubt, Yi Feng added, Miss Jia may initially join our Miaoyao sect, and if I am unable to teach you, you may simply leave. What do you think? At this crucial moment, Yi Feng decided to take a gamble. If he could publicly teach the second miss of the Jia family, it would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Miaoyao sect and serve as an inadvertent advertisement. Would there be any worry about attracting disciples afterward? Very well. I shall give it a try, Jia Yulan agreed without hesitation. Humph, what arrogance. Just then, an incongruous voice rang out from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 18, Master of Spells, Sect Leader Yi. With Jia Yulan's arrival, disciples from other sects had already gathered in the Baizong Square. Upon hearing that resounding voice, all turned to look. Li Hanxiao from the Heishuan sect strode forward energetically, flanked by a dozen disciples. Behind them was an elderly man clad in a silver robe, a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. The cuffs of his robe bore the embroidered characters by Fu, denoting his status as an officer of the city lord's manor. The earlier comments had not originated from him, but from Li Hanxiao, the second disciple of the Heishuan sect, who had indeed summoned him. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he recognized the 7th-level officer. In the city lord's manor, a 7th-level cultivator could hold the position of an officer. This individual, newly appointed, would likely be eager to prove himself and might pose a threat to them. Hui Yunjia whispered a warning. Yi Feng, this man is surely a fraud. You must not be swayed by his grandiose claims. As they approached, Li Hanxiao addressed Jia Yulan, donning a sycophantic smile. Jia Yulan remained impassive but felt a twinge of disdain. She often enjoyed sipping tea at tea houses, where many admirers gathered, attempting to capture her attention. However, Jia Yulan was focused on her cultivation and sought breakthroughs, wishing to distance herself from such distractions. I have heard that Sect Leader Yi has resorted to violence. Is this true? I, Xiao Daming, officer of the city lord's manor, will handle this matter impartially, the elderly man interjected. I did not strike him. He collided with me of his own volition, Yi Feng immediately denied. Indeed, we all witnessed it. The sect leader did not strike Li Hanxiao. He merely collided and was sent flying. Shi Lei and the other disciples quickly corroborated. I also witnessed the incident from the 3rd floor of the tea house. It is indeed as they say. Although Sect Leader Yi did make a move, it was unlikely he could have struck Li Hanxiao. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Even Jia Yulan stepped forward to advocate for Yi Feng, a revelation that left the onlookers astonished. Miss Jiayu, Li Hanxiao glared in fury, unable to believe that the person he had long sought to impress was defending his adversary. Officer Qiu Daming stroked his beard thoughtfully, casting a glance at Jia Yulan. It seems this is indeed the case. The Jia family's strength far surpasses that of Li Hanxiao's Heishuan sect. Furthermore, Jia Yulan is the cherished jewel of the Jia family. The matter of allegiance is clear to me. Yet, he questioned, even so, can a mere mortal like Yi Feng truly assist Miss Jia in mastering a spell? Li Hanxiao devised a plan and shouted, I shall see how this fraud aids Miss Jia in her spellcasting. Should he fail, the Miaoyao sect's reputation in Baifu City will be utterly tarnished. Yi Feng dismissed Li Hanxiao's antics, focusing instead on Jia Yulan. Miss Jia, to ensure all is in order, please demonstrate that flawed second-tier spell for my observation, allowing me to ascertain whether I can indeed teach you. This would help mask the existence of his system. Even if he succeeded in teaching her later, he could attribute it to his keen observational skills. It was, after all, a ruse. Very well, Jia Yulan agreed without hesitation. Her delicate foot gently touched the ground, resembling a pink begonia alighting upon the square's expanse, as she formed hand seals. Everyone, please observe closely. Buzz. Countless petals materialized from thin air, hovering above Jia Yulan, swirling gracefully. Each petal appeared exquisite, yet harbored lethal intent. The spectators gasped in awe. A multi-target spell, each petal resembling a sharp blade of energy, wielded formidable power. Even Officer Chiu Daming displayed a glimmer of envy. Despite his status, he lacked the qualifications to cultivate such second-tier spells from the manor. Transform. Jia Yulan altered her hand seal, and countless petals cascaded from above, forming a hemispherical shield around her, capable of fending off various attacks. This spell, known as Falling Blossoms, when perfected, embodies both offense and defense. Yet regrettably remains only a fragment. What do you think, Master Yi? Jia Yulan inquired, dispersing her hand seal as the surrounding pink petals swiftly descended to the ground, dissolving into the intangible. It can be taught, Yi Feng replied, but as I have said before, you must first gain entry, and then I shall instruct you. This statement elicited an uproar among the crowd. You can teach after just one glance? That is utterly unbelievable. Li Huanxiao laughed heartily. Keep pretending. Chiu Daming remained silent, observing the spectacle with an amused expression. Very well, I shall join the Piaomiao sect, but if Master Yi cannot teach me, I will withdraw today. If I can learn, then in this life, the Piaomiao sect shall be my sole affiliation, Jia Yulan declared, retracting her spell. Please provide your name, birth date, bone quality, cultivation level, and background. Yi Feng skillfully opened the roster. Jia Yulan, 17 years old, medium bone quality, peak level 6 of Qi refinement, hailing from the Jia family on South Street in Beifuqing. Jia Yulan quickly relayed her personal information. Yi Feng swiftly recorded it, sealing it with the sect's emblem. Ding. Registered disciple Jia Yulan, medium bone quality. Level 6 of Qi refinement, proficient in first-tier spell Spirit Blade and Binding Spirit Rope, both at mastery. Also has grasped the second-tier spell Falling Blossoms, having entered the initial stages. Moments later, Yi Feng received a prompt from the system, the knowledge of these 3 spells flooding his mind and achieving completion. To reach perfection even with a fragment was utterly astonishing. Yi Feng was taken aback. I shall observe how you teach, Li Huanxiao smirked, his expression one of confidence. Yi Feng remained silent. He took a plain sheet of rice paper, sketched an illustration, annotated it, and then handed it to Jia Yulan. Still pretending, Li Huanxiao scoffed. At that moment, upon examining the content of the paper, Jia Yulan's almond eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation rendered Li Huanxiao's expression rigid, realizing something was amiss. So this is how it's cultivated. It seems all my previous arduous practice was erroneous. Jia Yulan trembled with excitement. In the next instant, she carefully folded the still wet ink paper and moved to an open space in the plaza. With her right index finger, she traced a peculiar formation in the air, then proceeded to cast the spell in a manner similar to before. With a hum, countless pink petals surrounded her, each adorned with the formation she had just drawn. Shimmering with brilliant light. Congeal, transform, Jia Yulan commanded, and the surrounding petals morphed according to her will, sometimes becoming birds, other times turning into a spirit snake or a sharp sword, a spectacle of wonder. Even the most oblivious observer could discern that her falling blossoms had undergone a remarkable enhancement. This is impossible. Li Huanxiao staggered backward in fright, ultimately landing unceremoniously on the ground. Chapter 19. Long Zhenchuan's Favor Whoosh. The sound of fierce winds erupted. Countless petals beside Jia Yulan swiftly converged in front of Li Huanxiao, forming a pink hand the size of a table. Your repeated provocations against the master of the Piaomiao sect are intolerable, Jia Yulan exclaimed in a delicate voice. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the hand of petals seized Li Huanxiao by the collar, akin to an eagle clutching a chick, and hurled him away. Li Huanxiao let out a pitiful scream as he landed in a foul-smelling ditch beside the plaza. Senior Brotherly. Disciples from the Heishuan sect and the Xianyun sect rushed over to retrieve the stinking Li Huanxiao. However, due to the overwhelming stench, they could not hold on, and he fell back in, gulping down several mouthfuls of dirty water. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yi Feng struggled to contain his mirth. but ultimately succumbed to hearty laughter. Meanwhile, he noticed the assessment task progress bar had risen to 71, prompting him to laugh even louder. "Yi Feng, you rascal." Upon hearing the laughter, Li Huanxiao sprang from the ditch, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to choke on more dirty water, feeling nauseated. "Second brother, let us go." Disciples from the Heishuan sect swiftly removed their belts, fashioning one around Li Huanxiao's neck to pull him out, then left the Baizong Plaza in a flustered state. "Disciple Jia Yulan, I have met the master." At this moment, the elegant young lady approached Yi Feng and respectfully bowed. The crowd suddenly awakened to the realization that Yi Feng had indeed taught Jia Yulan, rather than rendering her incapable, which was simply astounding. To teach after just one glance. Master Yi is truly a master of spells. I suddenly wish to join the Piaomiao sect. Master Yi, accept my devotion. The onlookers clamored. Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. A revelation for this humble servant, truly deserving of the attention from Elder Zhou. Steward Qiu Daming paid his respects to Yi Feng, glanced at Jia Yulan, and then turned to depart. This news was significant. He must report it to the deputy city lord promptly for due attention. Meanwhile, Yi Feng discovered another piece of good fortune. As more cultivators acknowledged the Piaomiao sect, its prestige had risen to 50. At this rate, it would soon reach 100. "From today onward, you shall be our 7th disciple in the Piaomiao sect," Yi Feng declared, looking at Jia Yulan. "Yes, master," Jia Yulan nodded. "Miss, with your joining the Piaomiao sect, what shall we do?" Her two handmaidens expressed concern. If their master were to learn they failed to look after her, they would surely face severe repercussions. "Given that you both possess cultivation abilities, why not also register as disciples of the Piaomiao sect?" Yi Feng suggested, his gaze flickering. He had just used his spiritual eye to assess the two maidens, discovering they both had attained level 2 of Qi refinement. Registering them as disciples seemed fitting. "You should thank the master," Jia Yulan reproached. The two maidens promptly knelt and reported their backgrounds. Yi Feng eagerly recorded their information in the roster. Ding. Registered disciple Xia He, low bone quality, level 2 of Qi refinement, possesses the first tier spellbinding spirit rope, nearing mastery. Ding. Registered disciple Qiu Ju, low bone quality, level 2 of Qi refinement, also possesses the first tier spellbinding spirit rope, nearing mastery. Upon receiving the system notifications, Yi Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that Xia He and Qiu Ju would possess commendable cultivation and decent bone quality. They were indeed the handmaidens of a prominent family, likely carefully selected, not inferior to disciples from ordinary sections. Yi Feng mused. At that moment, he noticed the assessment task progress bar had risen to 85, with just 2 more registered disciples. The task would undoubtedly be completed. Clap, clap, clap. A round of resounding applause echoed from a distance. More people have arrived? The onlookers turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A dignified middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a somewhat haggard yet beautiful woman, followed by a dozen practitioners. Treading with assured steps. It was my uncle and my mother. Long Tianxing pointed at the newcomers, his face etched with anxiety, fearing he might be taken back by his uncle. No wonder my nephew had scaled the wall to join the Piaomiao sect. It was because of the presence of Master Yi, a master of spells. Long Zhenchuan advanced, exuding an air of authority that made Long Tianxing uneasy. "Miss Jiao, I did not expect to see you here. How has your father been lately?" Long Zhenchuan inquired, directing his attention towards Jia Yulan, displaying his adeptness in social interactions. "My father is well. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Long," Jia Yulan replied with a slight nod. Her father had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, earning him much respect, which in turn made her well known as his daughter. "Xing'er, return with me." Long Tianxing's mother, Long Yusin, beckoned. "I have joined the Piaomiao sect. I wish to cultivate under the master." Long Tianxing bit his lip and declared, "Let him go." In truth, joining the Piaomiao sect is a fortunate opportunity, as he will receive guidance from Master Yi, Long Zhenchuan unexpectedly stated, surprising everyone. Even Yi Feng was taken aback. Having previously dealt with Long Qitian, yet Long Zhenchuan did not seek retribution and instead agreed to Long Tianxing's request. This turn of events was indeed peculiar. Upon hearing his uncle's approval, Long Tianxing was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle. Master Yi, my son previously offended you. I hope you can overlook it." Long Zhenchuan added, uttering another surprising remark. "It is all in the past," Yi Feng replied, maintaining a bold demeanor, aware that he had bested Long Qitian. Yet Long Zhenchuan was extending an olive branch, leaving him unable to counter. "Is it possible for my unworthy son to join your esteemed sect?" Long Zhenchuan persisted, determined to make his case. Yi Feng surmised the underlying reasons, It seemed Long Zhenchuan had arrived earlier and witnessed him personally instructing Jia Yulan, leading to this shift in attitude. However, he held his principles firmly. Individuals like Long Qitian, who were troublesome, could not be admitted into the sect. As Yifeng pondered, his disciples, including Shirlei, Li Jiaojiao, and Mo Ying, looked to him, awaiting his decision. They had encountered Long Qitian before and held a strong aversion to him, subconsciously wishing Yifeng would decline the request. Yifeng raised his hand and said, "Your young master is not suited for our Piao Miao sect. We shall not accept him." As these words left his lips, silence enveloped the crowd. Master Yi had actually rejected Long Zhenchuan. The onlookers were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Not accepted? Long Zhenchuan frowned slightly, his voice lowering, creating a tense atmosphere that pressed heavily upon those present. Uncle Long, the decision of who to accept or reject is indeed at the discretion of our master. Jia Yulan stepped forward, her aura of the 6th level of qi refinement slowly radiating. Shirlei, Mo Ying, Huiyunjia, and Li Jiaojiao positioned themselves protectively in front, signaling their intent to safeguard the internal decisions of the Piao Miao sect. Indeed, Miss Jia speaks the truth. This is Master Yi's prerogative, Long Zhenchuan chuckled, moving towards the table where he placed a small wooden box the size of a palm, smiling amiably. Master Yi, this 50 low-grade spirit stones shall serve as my nephew's entrance fee. At this point, Long Zhenchuan leaned closer to Yifeng and whispered, Tianqing's background is quite extraordinary. Do not allow him to stray beyond 300 miles from Baifu City before he breaks through the 7th level of qi refinement. After saying this, he patted Yifeng on the shoulder and departed with Long Yusin, not even looking back. Was that it? I had expected a confrontation. How could there be a fight? With the second lady of the Jia family joining the sect, Long Zhenchuan would not dare to offend. The onlookers murmured among themselves. In the distance, disciples from other sects hastily departed, eager to relay the events of the day back to their factions. The admission of Jia Yulan into the Piao Miao sect was already significant news, and with Long Zhenchuan making concessions, the situation was even more remarkable. However, the true shock lay in the fact that Yifeng, after only a brief observation, was able to guide Jia Yulan in advancing her practice of falling petals to an elevated stage. This development could not be overlooked. Within moments, Yifeng noted that the sect's prestige had surpassed 70 and was still on the rise. Master, I must return home to discuss my admission with my father. I shall return to the sect tomorrow. Jia Yulan bowed to Yifeng. Are you familiar with the way? Of course. I know the path to Piao Miao Peak in the east of the city. Very well. I look forward to your return. Yifeng bid farewell to Jia Yulan. Xia He and Xiu Ju, finally relaxing as he resumed his seat. With 2 more named disciples, the assessment period would be complete, and Yifeng eagerly anticipated the novice gift package from the system. Master Yi, are you still accepting disciples? I can clean the toilets and fetch water. Master Yi, I can cook. I can serve tea. I'm a professional at washing underwear. The crowd erupted with excitement, many forming a long queue at the table. Yifeng's eyes brightened. It seemed fortune had favored him. Selecting a couple of suitable named disciples from this eager throng should not prove difficult. Thus, Yifeng spread open the enrollment roster, his gaze fixed expectantly on the first youth in line. However, before he could speak, he was met with a notification from the system stating that the applicant's motivations were impure and did not meet the criteria, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. Disciples not recognized by the system would be of no use, even if he accepted 100. Realizing this, Yifeng reflected on the implications. Those who had previously hesitated to join, witnessing Long Zhenchuan's reaction and then altering their attitudes after Jia Yulan's admission, exhibited a fickle nature. In a negative light, they might betray the sect like Xiao Fenggu in the future, posing a risk if accepted. Yifeng understood that the system was acting in the interest of the sect's foundation. Turning to the first youth in line, he said, I'm sorry. You do not meet the entrance requirements of our Piao Miao sect. Why? The youth's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by calamity. He had hoped to join the Piao Miao sect to see Jia Yulan daily, nurturing aspirations of becoming a son-in-law of the Jia family. Yet, Yifeng had deprived him of that opportunity, leaving him utterly astonished. There's no reason. Next, Yifeng waved his hand, signaling for the next applicant. Hey, you can step aside. The second applicant eagerly pushed the first one aside, gazing at Yifeng with anticipation, ready to speak. You do not qualify either. Next. In less than half a TS time, Yifeng had rejected over 100 applicants. Most were turned away due to impure motivations, while a few were for other reasons. Finally, Yifeng surveyed the empty plaza, feeling at a loss, silently lamenting. It seems that none of those individuals met the criteria. Recruiting disciples is indeed quite challenging. Master, why aren't you accepting those people? At this moment, Li Jiao inquired. Yi Feng coughed softly, silently contemplating that he could hardly disclose that those individuals had been eliminated by the system. After a brief reflection, he solemnly articulated, those individuals possess impure motivations for joining. Their presence would only bring calamity to our misty sect. Oh, Li Jiao exhibited a look of understanding. Moing gazed at Yi Feng, secretly nodding in approval. The sect leader's discernment is indeed remarkable, as he can readily identify those with ulterior motives. It appears he aims to forge a unique and united sect. The group waited in the square for an extended period. Ultimately, their hunger grew, yet they still failed to recruit the final 2 registered disciples. In the Jia family residence, within the council hall, a middle-aged man, adorned with a long black beard and slightly portly, occupied the main seat, conferring with several elderly gentlemen regarding various matters. This man was Jia Lian, the father of Jia Yulan. Father, I have returned. Jia Yulan's voice resonated loudly. Ah, my precious daughter has returned. Jia Lian took a sip from his teacup. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him and the surrounding elders. Jia Yulan was seen standing upon a pink bird with a wingspan of 2 meters, gracefully soaring through the towering gates and into the council hall. Upon closer inspection, Jia Lian discovered that the bird was intricately formed from countless overlapping pink petals, a sight that was strikingly familiar. Uft! Jia Lian, taken aback, sputtered his tea, stammering, why you have mastered falling petals? I am nearly at full mastery. It should be soon, Jia Yulan replied with a hint of pride. With a mere thought, the bird beneath her transformed into a cascade of petals that swiftly dissipated as she landed gracefully on the ground. How did you achieve this? Jia Lian immediately discarded his teacup, his excitement evident as he inquired, while the elderly gentlemen around him gaped in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if a fist could fit inside. They were all esteemed elders of the Jia family, fully aware of the family's treasured second-tier spell, Falling Petals. Yet regrettably, it was a fragmented scroll. Even they could only reach the initial stage. However, now a 17-year-old girl had nearly achieved full mastery. How could they not be astounded? It was taught to me by Sect Leader Yi of the Misty Sect, and he only observed my demonstration once before teaching me. Jia Yulan revealed. To learn to such an extent after merely one demonstration, could Sect Leader Yi be a divine being? Jia Lian and the elder gentleman were in utter disbelief. I am uncertain if Sect Leader Yi is a divine being, but he is undoubtedly exceptional in his instruction of spells, Jia Yulan stated, as she formed hand seals, conjuring a myriad of pink petals around her, which she skillfully manipulated into various shapes. Indeed, she was approaching full mastery. Jia Lian was once again taken aback. By the way, is the Misty Sect that lowly sect located 10 miles east on Misty Peak? Indeed, Jia Yulan nodded affirmatively. Jia Lian exchanged incredulous glances with the elder gentleman. It was rumored that Sect Leader Yi was the junior disciple of the long-vanished former sect leader. The external narrative claimed he possessed no cultivation. Yet it seemed he was remarkable in the art of spell instruction. Daughter, lead the way. I must pay a personal visit. With that, Jia Lian prepared to take action. Father, there is no rush today. I will report to Misty Peak tomorrow. If you are free, you may accompany me. Jia Yulan suggested. Report? Report what? Jia Lian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if his prized cabbage were being devoured by a pig. I have already joined the Misty Sect, and starting tomorrow, I shall commence my training at Misty Peak, Jia Yulan disclosed, aware that she could not conceal this information, especially since she had returned to discuss it. How could you possibly join a lowly sect? Jia Lian's mouth twitched. As the patriarch of the Jia family and a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was well versed in the dynamics of the surrounding powers in Baifu City, and he was fully aware of the plight of the Misty Sect. To his knowledge, the Misty Sect was on the verge of dissolution. A lowly sect that had developed for so many years was not only impoverished to the point of being unable to repair its gates, but also had many disciples who had fled due to starvation. Allowing his beloved daughter to train in such a sect was akin to subjecting her to suffering. Sect Leader Yi is no ordinary person. He is a master in spellcraft. How could joining the Misty Sect be a bad idea? Jia Yulan pouted. This is infuriating. Jia Lian scoffed. However, he considered that if Yi Feng could teach falling petals, he could not be a fraud. Thus, he amended his statement. In that case, tomorrow we shall pay a visit in person. If the Misty Sect does not meet my expectations, you must withdraw from it. I shall not withdraw. Jia Yulan huffed, stepping onto the overlapping petals of the bird and gracefully flying away from the council hall. Daughter, come back. Jia Lian hastily pursued her, leaving the elder gentleman exchanging bewildered glances. At the 100 Sect Square, Yi Feng and his companions, holding their stomachs in hunger, contemplated returning home as they observed the scorching midday sun, their desire to depart becoming increasingly pronounced. It's time to pack up. Yi Feng could no longer endure it. Leading Shirley and the others to a restaurant where they feasted, and after satisfying their appetites, they exited the city, swiftly flying back to Misty Peak on their swords. The distance from the East City Gate to Misty Peak spanned over 10 miles, traversing through a marshland. At this moment, under the blazing sun, the 6 individuals along with a small white fox were excessively heavy upon the flying sword, causing it to move sluggishly, casting a slowly shifting shadow upon the earth. In the marshland, upon a sunlit rock, the flat-headed brother, basking in the sun, sensed something obscurely blocking the sunlight. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, he noticed it. And in a fit of rage, he opened his eyes. Upon raising his head, he chanced upon Yi Feng and his company passing overhead. Roar! The flat-headed brother was enraged, pursuing them through the dense forest. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng and his companions, the flat-headed brother was hot on their heels as they continued their leisurely flight. Before long, they landed atop the peak. Look, this is the entrance to our Misty Sect. Does it not appear grand? Yi Feng proclaimed with enthusiasm, standing at the forefront. Long Tianxing scrutinized the dilapidated high walls and courtyard, noting that even the door had been kicked down, lying in the grass, his expression turning peculiar. Indeed, quite impressive. Long Tianxing praised insincerely. Ahem. We now possess spirit stones. In due time, we shall undertake a comprehensive renovation of the sect. Soon, everyone will have a splendid bedroom. Yi Feng assured, patting his chest. Currently, the Misty Sect boasted over 200 low-grade spirit stones, surpassing its initial establishment. Just by offering 10 stones, they could exchange them for 10 taels of gold, sufficient for the entire Misty Sect's renovation. Very well. Long Tianxing held no disdain. Though he felt the entrance of the Misty Sect was rather shabby, a far cry from his imaginings. Let us enter and settle in, Yi Feng suggested. However, before he could finish his sentence, the small white fox nestled in Li Jiaojiao's arms suddenly awoke, baring its teeth towards the descending path, its fur bristling. Exuding a fierce demeanor, a strong demonic aura approaches. Mo Ying, the most adept among them, quickly sensed the anomaly, pointing towards the mountain path. The group advanced, only to see a creature over a meter long, with white fur above and black below, rapidly ascending the mountain. Roar! The flat-headed brother bellowed at the crowd atop the peak, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared to rend them apart. Damn, it's the flat-headed brother. Yi Feng was startled. According to legend, such creatures were fearless and held no grudges overnight. If provoked, they would seek vengeance on the same day. Yet, we did not provoke it. Yi Feng scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Be cautious, everyone. That is a high-level demon beast of mysterious origin, likely capable of clashing head-on with those at the 9th level of Qi refining. In the 18th chapter, Mo Ying formed a sword technique with her hands, preparing for battle. Even with her low-tier spiritual weapon, the wind-soaring flying sword, she would not dare to contend with a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refining. However, against a mere beast, she felt confident to engage. Low-level demon beasts seldom employed spells, relying instead on brute strength and physical advantages, making them rather straightforward in combat. Has a demon beast breached the mountain gate? Long Tianxing was at a loss for words. On the very first day of entering the sect, they faced such a crisis. Truly, words failed him. Roar! Roar! The flat-headed beast continued to roar, its face filled with hatred, as if it held a deep-seated grudge against Yi Feng and his companions. Master, what should we do? Li Jiaojiao exclaimed, constantly soothing the small white fox in her arms, hoping it would remain calm. The approaching demon beast was fierce, and everyone readied themselves for battle. Yi Feng picked up the broken door panel that had fallen to the ground, preparing to wield it as a weapon. Shirley, Hui Yunjia, Li Jiaojiao, and Mo Ying positioned themselves at the forefront, all beginning to cast their spells. Before long, the flat-headed beast charged forward. Without hesitation, it lunged at the nearest target, Shirley, and with a sharp crack, the iron shield technique he had cast was shredded by its claws. The force sent Shirley flying, stars dancing before his eyes. Senior brother, Li Jiaojiao and Hui Yunjia cried out in alarm, quickly using the iron shield technique to intercept. Yet they too were swatted away like flies. How fierce! Yi Feng was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that the flat-headed beast truly lived up to its reputation, relentless and powerful. In Chapter 22, a sliding tackle, at a critical moment, Mo Ying took action. She formed a sword technique with her hands, and the wind-soaring flying sword trailed a brilliant sword aura as it descended. With a clang, the flat-headed beast surprisingly stood upright, catching the flying sword with its forepaws. Sparks flew as, despite being struck back several meters, it remained upright. What formidable claws! Feng thought, astonished. The beast's strength was immense. Its claws as tough as a spiritual weapon, rendering her attack ineffective. Roar! Enraged by Feng's actions, the flat-headed beast flung the wind-soaring flying sword away. And under the force of its breath, Feng was yanked to the ground as if tethered by a rope. The beast charged towards the still-standing Feng and Long Tianqing, its fierce demeanor seemingly declaring, "I will take you both down." "Be careful, master," the others shouted urgently. "Run, master." Long Tianqing trembled in fright, preparing to pull Feng away in a hasty retreat. "Anyone who dares harm my disciples shall face my door panel." Feng, seeing his disciples in disarray, felt a surge of anger and chose to confront the threat rather than flee. Grasping the dilapidated door panel, he swung it like a tennis racket, causing the flat-headed beast to be sent flying dozens of meters away, rolling down the mountain slope. The disciples were all taken aback by this scene. "Wait, am I really that strong?" Feng was equally astonished. Ever since he had defeated Long Qi Tian and struck Li Hanxiao earlier that day, he had realized his strength was considerable. Thus, he dared to take action. However, he had not anticipated that he could exert such power, sending the flat-headed beast flying so far. He wondered if it had perished from the fall. "Master, how could you be so powerful? Aren't you a mere mortal? How could you send that beast flying so far?" Shirlei, Li Jiaojiao, and Hui Yunjie surrounded him, their eyes wide with astonishment, scrutinizing Feng. Cough, cough, I just have a bit of strength, Feng stammered, unsure how to explain. He couldn't very well divulge that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refining, yet was unable to harness that power. Could he? Perhaps the system had indeed enhanced his physical strength instead. "Master is impressive." Long Tianqing rushed over, his beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Feng retracted the wind-soaring flying sword, her face hidden behind a black veil, reflecting her shock. It seemed the master had concealed his true strength while pretending to be immortal, revealing glimpses of his power only to save them. "Do not worry, everyone. If that demon beast approaches again, I shall handle it." Feng, buoyed by the admiration of his disciples, felt no pride, but rather a greater sense of responsibility. At present, he remained at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refining, and if he could utilize his full power, he could easily sweep through the leaders of mid-tier sections. Yet, for now, he was merely stronger than average and still unable to cast spells. Thankfully, he had opened his spiritual eyes and planned to practice the foundational techniques that night. Roar! Before long, the flat-headed beast, having recovered from its fall, charged back up the mountain, roaring angrily at Feng. It hasn't been defeated yet. Feng approached with a swift kick. Bang! The flat-headed beast was sent flying once more, tumbling dozens of meters away, landing who knows where. This, Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. "Master, that demon beast is incredibly tough. Are you all right after kicking it? Even if you are strong, you are still flesh and blood. That beast's hide is as hard as iron. Won't you break your bones?" Not only Li Jiaojiao, but Shirlei and Hui Yunjie also looked at him with concern. Feng suddenly realized the potential issue. However, as he wiggled his toes, he felt no pain at all, as if he had sustained no injury. Had his physical strength even increased? Feng was quite surprised. It seemed the system had indeed shifted the strength that should have enhanced his cultivation to his physical form. Roar! Moments later, the flat-headed beast's frustrated roar echoed from the base of the mountain. It scrambled up swiftly, its gaze fixated on Feng, perplexed as to how this seemingly weak human youth could send it flying. Back for more. Feng chuckled at the beast's persistence and executed a sliding tackle once again, sending the flat-headed beast tumbling down the mountain once more. "Settle in at the sect. I will handle this." Feng gestured to his disciples, then stood confidently at the mountain's entrance, hands on his hips. As the beast charged, Feng delivered another swift kick. This back and forth continued for several rounds until the flat-headed beast finally lay subdued, hesitant to ascend again. Feng breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the mysterious Cloud Sect. At this point, Long Tianqing had been settled in, temporarily sharing a room with Shirlei and Hui Yunjie, while Feng and Li Jiaojiao shared another. As the master, Feng dutifully remained in his grand hall, using several small treasure chests filled with spirit stones as pillows, ever vigilant against theft. With the flat-headed beast no longer a disturbance, Li Jiaojiao ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal using the provisions she had procured the previous day. As a girl from a small mountain village, she had done household chores daily in her youth, and her culinary skills were undoubtedly among the finest in the mysterious Cloud Sect. After finishing his meal, Feng placed a bottle of spirit eye liquid before Long Tianqing and said, "Tianqing, This is the Spirit Eye liquid, intended for the eyes to hasten the awakening of the Spirit Eye. Once the Spirit Eye is opened, one enters the foundational realm of cultivation known as the Qi observation realm. Practitioners in this realm lack any spells but can perceive the spiritual energy of the world, hence the name Qi observation. Currently, Feng himself occupies this realm. Strictly speaking, those in the Qi observation realm are still considered ordinary mortals. Some true prodigies are born with spirit eyes, enabling them to see the spiritual energy of the universe. Once they acquire techniques, they can begin their cultivation. Thank you, Master. But I have been able to perceive the spiritual energy since childhood, so the Spirit Eye liquid is unnecessary for me, Long Tianqing replied, shaking his head. Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon remembered that Long Tianqing possessed the blue Spirit Eye, which indeed qualifies as a Spirit Eye. A natural Spirit Eye? That is the mark of a legendary genius. I have also heard that possessing a natural Spirit Eye can enhance one's cultivation speed. The other disciples looked at Long Tianqing with astonished expressions. Being a shy boy, he lowered his head in embarrassment under the gaze of his seniors. Since you have already awakened your Spirit Eye, let us commence your cultivation. Feng awkwardly put away the Spirit Eye liquid and rummaged through the master hall, retrieving an ancient book, which he laid out on the table. Chapter 23, Foundational Technique, 5 Elements Returning to Origin. This is the signature technique of our Piaomiao sect. Feng spoke solemnly as he gazed at the ancient text, then noticed that some of the characters were peculiar. Master, you are holding it upside down. Li Jiaojiao quietly reminded him. Ahem. Feng discreetly adjusted the book's orientation and finally discerned the ancient characters on the cover. Foundational Technique, 5 Elements Returning to Origin. Long Tianqing blinked, a strange expression crossing his face as he remarked, Master, I recall that 5 Elements Returning to Origin is a universally accepted foundational technique across the entire Shenzhou continent. How can it be the signature technique of our sect? Feng's expression stiffened. He was indeed unaware that 5 Elements Returning to Origin was a commonplace foundational technique. After all, the old master had once stated before his passing that it was the signature technique of the Piaomiao sect and instructed him to safeguard it diligently. Little did he know that the old master had deceived him in his final moments. It is quite normal for you not to know this, Master. As no one has mentioned it before, Li Jiaojiao interjected kindly. Hearing this, Feng promptly inquired, by the way, what classifications exist for techniques? Long Tianqing's face stiffened at this question. How could the esteemed master be unaware of the classifications of techniques? How would he teach himself? However, considering that Feng was a master in the art of spells, it was inconceivable that he would lack knowledge of technique classifications. I see now. Master is intentionally feigning ignorance to assess the seriousness of his disciples' cultivation, Long Tianqing surmised. Just then, Li Jiaojiao began to explain earnestly. 5 Elements Returning to Origin is a technique developed collectively by countless ancient sages of Shenzhou, encompassing cultivation methods from the Qi refinement realm to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. This technique allows for the cultivation of the 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, culminating in the 5 elements returning to origin at the peak of the void-breaking realm, enabling one to achieve sanctity. Thus, it is a technique that can lead to the attainment of ancient sagehood. However, the methods of cultivation post-sanctity remain unknown to us. Due to the widespread dissemination of 5 elements returning to origin, its ease of cultivation, and its suitability for our physiques, it has been classified as a foundational technique. Currently, every practitioner engages with this technique. However, while cultivating the foundational technique 5 elements returning to origin, one may also practice auxiliary techniques to enhance their strength. It is said that the Luyun sect, located 1,000 miles from Beifuqing, possesses their auxiliary technique Luyunju, which not only facilitates smoother circulation of spiritual energy within the practitioner, but also provides other enhancement effects. Of course, auxiliary techniques are typically exclusive to large sects. While our humble sect has only the foundational technique 5 elements returning to origin. Li Jiaojiao, being a girl, spoke with considerable detail, enlightening Feng profoundly. So there are so many intricacies to techniques, he thought. Nodding in realization, Feng mused. Thus, 5 elements returning to origin is akin to a primary textbook for students, essential for every student to learn, while auxiliary techniques serve as supplementary materials that can bolster one's strength. Upon hearing this, Long Tianqing felt as if he had unlocked another mysterious door, deepening his desire for cultivation. Auxiliary techniques are something only star-rated sects can possess. Perhaps only the city lord of Beifuqing has such a thing. Emoing crossed her arms, still appearing somewhat aloof. The old master once mentioned that our city lord indeed possesses an auxiliary technique that can significantly enhance his combat prowess, easily overpowering practitioners of the same level. Among all practitioners in the gathering Yuan realm of Beifuqing, he is the strongest, Shirlei chimed in. It would be wonderful if we could obtain an auxiliary technique. Hui Yunjia expressed with longing. With our current strength in the Piaomiao sect, if we were to acquire an auxiliary technique, it might lead to our annihilation. Moing doused the group's enthusiasm with cold water. Upon hearing this, the others felt a chill run down their spines. This illustrates the adage, a man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing a treasure. Yi Feng sighed. All right, enough of this talk. Let us begin our cultivation. He opened the book 5 Elements Returning to Origin, exclaiming in surprise, this technique is divided into 5 major volumes. Qi Refinement, Gathering Yuan, Spiritual Sea, Divine Origin, and Void Breaking, and currently, we only possess the first volume. Techniques require spirit stones for purchase, and our Piaomiao sect is too impoverished. The old master could only afford the first volume, Li Jiaojiao explained. Yi Feng inquired, where can we purchase the subsequent volumes? After pondering, Li Jiaojiao replied, the merchant guild in Beifuqing sells them. It is said that one needs over 1,000 spirit stones to acquire the second volume of 5 Elements Returning to Origin. How exorbitant! Yi Feng gasped. He had thought that having 200 or 300 spirit stones would render the Piaomiao sect relatively affluent. Yet they could not even afford the second volume of the technique. We must cultivate diligently and seek opportunities to earn spirit stones in the future, lest we remain so impoverished that we cannot even purchase techniques, Yi Feng murmured. Subsequently, Mo Ying and the other disciples returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yi Feng and Long Tianxing remained in the master hall, poring over 5 Elements Returning to Origin, comprehending the operational routes of the techniques and the essentials of cultivation documented within. This ancient book contained insights from the old master's cultivation experiences, providing a guide for their practice. Sometimes, following the path of predecessors is the more convenient route. Master, I shall begin my cultivation now, Long Tianxing declared. Within the span of a single incense stick, he had read and memorized all the content of the first volume, sitting cross-legged on the ground, directing his heart and mind towards the heavens, using his spirit eye to gaze at the sky. Yi Feng activated his spirit eye, intending to observe Long Tianxing's cultivation. As Long Tianxing commenced his practice, a whirlpool of spiritual energy at the peak began to draw in multicolored spiritual energy, gradually flowing into his body. Under Yi Feng's watchful gaze, this energy traversed through Long Tianxing's meridians several times before finally converging in the Qi Sea, forming a modest vortex. Master, I have reached the first level of Qi refinement. Long Tianxing exclaimed in delight, opening his eyes. Oh, splendid! Yi Feng rejoiced. Soon after, he attempted to practice earnestly. However, after half an hour, Yi Feng found himself feeling somewhat disheartened. He attempted numerous times, yet found the surrounding spiritual energy immovable, as if it belonged to a different realm. In despair, Yi Feng could only inwardly inquire, System, why am I unable to cultivate? The system replied, the host has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 9th layer. As long as the disciples under your tutelage advance in their cultivation, your own cultivation will also improve without the need for retraining. Hearing this, Yi Feng was left speechless. He finally understood that his inability to cultivate was solely the fault of the system, which insisted he had achieved a level of cultivation. The issue was that he felt nothing of the sort. Was he destined to live fewer than 100 years? Yi Feng sighed deeply within. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from outside. While Yi Feng was mired in gloom, he heard the sound and rushed out, just in time to see the bald man standing upright. Glaring at him with fury, Yi Feng smiled and swiftly executed a sliding tackle. Chapter 24. The brother who descended from the sky. The bald man was taken aback. He never expected the person before him would initiate a sliding tackle, sending him soaring into the air. Subsequently, Yi Feng bent his knees and, with all his might, leaped up, delivering a punch that sent the bald man flying vertically several dozen meters high. As he fell, Yi Feng repeated the action, launching the bald man skyward again and again. Eventually, the bald man lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and disoriented, but his life force remained steady. He had merely fainted. Not close to death. Not dead. Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder they say the bald man is not to be trifled with. First, this creature feared nothing. And second, their vitality was remarkably resilient, making them difficult to eradicate. In resignation, Yi Feng seized the bald man's tail and hurled him over 100 meters, where he landed in a river at the foot of the mountain, drifting downstream. Much better now. Yi Feng washed his hands clean and returned to the main hall. Collapsing into a deep slumber, He was entirely unaware that a figure was seated cross-legged on the roof, their face hidden behind a veil, reflecting shock. Moing could not sleep. Thus, she ventured to the roof to cool off, coincidentally witnessing the entire ordeal of Yi Feng overpowering the bald man. What incredible physical prowess! Could it be that he is an exceptional body cultivator? To be able to subdue a high-level demon beast equivalent to the Qi refinement 9th layer. His physique must have reached the level of the gathering essence realm. If the sect leader possessed such strength, it would be sufficient to establish a prestigious sect. As Moing pondered, her heart remained restless. She realized that the Piao sect was far from ordinary. No wonder that young girl had urged her to seek refuge here. It seemed she was aware of some secrets. Moing furrowed her brow slightly and quietly returned to her chamber. The following morning, Yi Feng stretched and opened his eyes. Since he had pummeled the bald man the previous night, the latter had not dared to attack, allowing Yi Feng a restful night's sleep. After rising, Yi Feng made his way to the courtyard. Shirlei and Hui Yunjia were diligently practicing their spells, aiming to perfect the fire cloud palm, wind spirit step, and iron shield technique. Li Jiaojiao was bustling about in the kitchen. Moing sat cross-legged on the roof, forming sword seals with her hands, controlling a flying sword with her energy to practice the first-tier spell, flowing light, sword chi. The little white fox lay on the table, sleeping soundly. Master, good morning. Long Tianxing came from the backyard, carrying a bucket of water and displaying a bright, sunny smile upon seeing Yi Feng. You're all up quite early. Yi Feng nodded and walked towards the backyard. Piao Peak stood about 700 meters high, with a summit roughly several dozen meters in diameter, featuring a relatively flat terrain. In the backyard, there was a protruding rock several meters high, beneath which a spring provided the Piao sect with daily water. After freshening up, Yi Feng noticed breakfast was not yet ready. He stepped outside and gazed below. 10 or so miles to the west lay the bustling Baifu city, where a winding cobblestone path began at the eastern city gate, meandering past the foot of Piao Peak, leading to other towns. Living high up afforded a broad view. Yi Feng engaged in some light exercises, intending to return for breakfast, but he noticed a commotion occurring on the cobblestone path at the foot of the mountain. Seemingly a battle. Activating his spiritual eyes, Yi Feng's vision sharpened. With a glance, he discerned wolf-like monsters besieging a team. It appeared to be a merchant convoy hurrying to Baifu City. Come and take a look. Yi Feng called out. Master, what is going on? The others, startled by Yi Feng's voice, rushed out to follow his pointing finger. It's monsters. Moing infused her eyes with spiritual energy, greatly enhancing her vision to see the battle below. 5 monsters, all of the nether wolf variety, 4 of which were mid-level demon soldiers equivalent to the Qi refinement 6th layer, while 1 was a high-level demon soldier of uncertain power. The merchant convoy numbered about 15, 5 of whom lay gravely injured on the ground, while the rest fought back. The strongest among them was at the Qi refinement 8th layer, but was wounded. Moing immediately reported the situation. Master, should we save them? Li Jiaojiao urgently inquired. The other disciples turned their anxious gazes towards Yi Feng, their eyes seemingly pleading. Master, please help. Yi Feng found himself in a dilemma. He was uncertain whether the merchant convoy was worth saving. After all, human hearts are inscrutable. And who knew if they were good or evil? He could not forget the tale of the farmer and the snake. However, before Yi Feng could deliberate further, he heard the bald man's defiant roar echoing up the mountain path. In the next moment, the bald man leapt onto Piao Peak, standing upright and charging angrily toward the group. The disciples were momentarily startled. What incredible vitality! Moing was the most astonished. She had witnessed Yi Feng thrash the bald man several times. Any other high-level demon beast would have perished long ago. Yet, the bald man remained full of life. Still daring to approach? Yi Feng was utterly speechless. Everyone, remain calm. Watch as I discipline him. He dashed forward. The bald man, having learned from experience, immediately crouched low to the ground, fearing another sliding tackle. Seeing this, Yi Feng leaped over the bald man, seized his tail, and swung him around in the air like a windmill before using all his strength to throw him. Coincidentally, the bald man landed precisely where the merchant convoy was situated. Oops! Yi Feng's eyes widened. At that moment, on the ground, the 5 wolf-like beasts were encircling the merchant convoy, their eyes filled with ferocity. Everyone, form a circle to protect the injured, commanded a burly man with a wounded left arm, wielding a chipped long knife and panting heavily, his eyes alert like a tiger. This man was Wang Dachui, the captain of the convoy's guard. Behind him were 2 horse-drawn carts, with one emitting rapid breathing sounds, indicating that someone was inside. Captain Dachui, these are nether wolves, fierce and brutal. We may not be able to hold them off for long, a young man, covered in injuries, weakly spoke. We are merely a few miles from Baifu City, and there are several cultivation sects nearby. If we can just hold out, there is still hope. Captain Wang Dachui growled. Defensive formation, he shouted. The remaining 10 guards, still possessing combat strength, channeled their spiritual energy to coalesce a translucent rock wall in front of them, forming a defensive perimeter. 10 meters away, a circle of 5 spectral wolves surrounded them. Leading the pack was a wolf radiating a ghostly glow, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Bearing its fearsome fangs. With a haunting howl, the alpha wolf summoned one of its leaner companions to leap towards the center of the defensive circle, aiming for the cart's roof. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A figure, clad in black and white, descended from the heavens, crashing onto the leaping spectral wolf. With a thunderous thud, the flat-headed beast made a grand entrance, landing heavily upon the wolf, causing it to convulse and spew blood. This sudden spectacle left all onlookers in shock and momentarily stunned the remaining 4 spectral wolves. Chapter 25. The mighty leader Yi with its strength diminished from the impact. The injured spectral wolf still managed to claw at the flat-headed beast, albeit only managing to tear away some fur. Though unscathed, the flat-headed creature was now enraged. With a fierce roar, it rose upright, and, with a few swift strikes of its claws, tore the medium-level demon soldier wolf to shreds. This terrifying scene left the spectators utterly petrified. Initially believing the spectral wolves to be formidable adversaries, they were now confronted by an even more terrifying presence from the skies. Were they doomed? The merchants' faces turned ashen. The alpha wolf, witnessing the demise of its subordinate, was filled with malice, but upon catching sight of the flat-headed beast, it was utterly terrified, its tail tucked beneath it as it crawled backward, its movements comically absurd. The other spectral wolves quickly retreated as well. The flat-headed creature disregarded the once defeated wolves and instead glared with hatred at the merchants. To it, these humans bore a striking resemblance to the one who had previously bested it, Yi Feng, and thus must be accomplices. It stood tall and lunged forward. Run. The merchants lacked the courage to fight back. This was a high-ranking demon beast at the peak of its power, despite its unfamiliarity. Its combat prowess was terrifying enough to annihilate their merchant group. Monsters, do not be reckless. A booming voice echoed from the skies. With a swoosh, a long sword descended, carrying 2 figures. One leapt down, executing a mid-air kick that sent the previously fearsome flat-headed beast flying, crashing through several trees before being buried beneath the fallen timber. Yi Feng landed, leaving deep footprints in the earth. Leader, that demon beast is coming again. At this moment, Mo Ying, standing upon the flying sword, pointed into the distance. Cautioning, they beheld the flat-headed creature bursting through the trees, charging with fierce intent. Yi Feng remained undaunted, retaliating with a barrage of strikes that left the flat-headed beast dazed before casting it into a nearby river, allowing it to drift downstream. The merchants, having witnessed the entire scene, were left speechless. Creak. The sound of the cart door opening echoed as 3 individuals hastily jumped out, kneeling before Yi Feng in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." Yi Feng turned to see a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache, accompanied by 2 children around 12 years old, a boy and a girl who bore a striking resemblance to one another, akin to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. "Thank you, senior, for your life-saving grace." The guards also knelt, bowing in respect. Had it not been for this young man's intervention, they feared they would have perished here. "Please, rise and speak," Yi Feng replied, uncertain of their origins. However, sensing no immediate threat to his sect, he softened his demeanor. "We are from the merchant group of Fenghua City, seeking refuge in Baifu City. Unfortunately, we were besieged by spectral wolves. Had it not been for your timely assistance, our Ouyang family would have faced annihilation," the middle-aged merchant, Ouyang Hao, recounted with palpable relief. Mo Ying descended, retracting her flying sword, her expression curious as she inquired, "Are you referring to Fenghua City, 200 miles away?" "Indeed." Ouyang Hao nodded, visibly shaken. "Fenghua City has become increasingly perilous. To ensure the safety of my children, we decided to relocate, but who could have anticipated the ambush by spectral wolves so close to our destination?" Intrigued, Yi Feng asked, "What troubles have befallen Fenghua City?" He recalled the place as an ordinary city, home to around 100,000 inhabitants. "Indeed, it is the work of monsters," sighed Ouyang Hao, as he began to elaborate. Through his narrative, Yi Feng and Mo Ying learned that Ouyang Hao had been engaged in trade in Fenghua City, having a son and daughter named Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, respectively. Initially, the city was relatively safe, but recently, there had been a surge of demon incursions, leading to widespread panic. Those with the means to leave had done so, and Ouyang Hao's wife hailed from Baifu City, where she happened to be residing at the moment. Thus, he brought his entire family to seek refuge. The journey thus far had been perilous but manageable, thanks to the protection of their guard captain, Wang Dachui, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, along with several other guards. However, Ouyang Hao had not anticipated encountering spectral wolves just a few miles from Baifu City. Upon grasping the situation, Yi Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. "May I inquire your name, and from which sect do you hail?" Ouyang Hao asked. "Yi Feng, leader of the Piaomiao sect," Yi Feng replied, subtly placing his hands behind his back, attempting to project an air of seniority. "Piaomiao sect? I have not heard of it." Nevertheless, this seemingly ordinary benefactor possesses the strength to vanquish high-ranking demon beasts, indicating that your sect must be formidable, Ouyang Hao mused, quickly pushing his children forward, pleading. "Leader Yi, these are my only children, both well-behaved and perceptive, and they have been assessed to possess inferior spiritual roots. Might they be permitted to join your esteemed sect?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise. In the rush to save them, he had nearly forgotten his task of gathering disciples. He was just too short. Accepting Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu would fulfill the requirement of 10 disciples, and the novice gift pack would soon be his. With that thought, Yi Feng readily agreed. "Certainly." Quickly, bow to the leader. Ouyang Hao urged his children. "Greetings, leader." Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, slightly younger than Long Tianxing, appeared quite obedient. "Leader, we have visitors." Chapter 21. Emoing suddenly pointed towards the direction of Baifu City, exclaiming. On the stone road, 2 figures were approaching on horseback. One bore a shiny bald head, none other than Steward Zhou Jiaqian. The other was Deputy Commander Zhou Jiacai. "Brother-in-law, you have finally arrived. Was the journey safe?" Steward Zhou Jiaqian called out before even reaching them. Upon noticing Yi Feng and Emoing, he stood momentarily dumbfounded. As they drew closer, the Zhou brothers were taken aback by the sight of the shredded spectral wolf lying on the ground. "Brother-in-law, did you encounter danger?" they inquired with concern. Seeing the Zhou brothers, Ouyang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Huh? Previously, I faced peril, but fortunately, Master Yi from the Misty Sect intervened and drove away the demon. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again." "Drive away the demon? Master Yi?" The Zhou brothers exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this. Yi Feng stood nearby, his expression somewhat peculiar. Only now did he realize that Ouyang Hao's wife was the sister of the Zhou brothers. Roar. At that moment, a familiar roar echoed. "Oh no! It's that demon." The expressions of the Zhou brothers shifted dramatically, as if facing a formidable foe. They were all too familiar with that sound. Just the night before. Even when they combined their strengths, they were no match for that creature. However, Ouyang Hao, standing beside them, showed no fear and confidently proclaimed, "Do not worry, my brothers. It is merely that high-level demon beast we encountered earlier. With Master Yi here, it will surely retreat in defeat." Upon hearing this, the Zhou brothers suddenly found their thoughts muddled. Chapter 26. The Novice Gift Package Roar. The flat-headed brother tore through the bushes by the roadside and leaped onto the path, standing upright and roaring as it lunged towards Yi Feng. Initially, the Zhou brothers thought the beast was targeting them, but upon closer inspection, they realized its animosity was directed at Yi Feng. This creature was relentless. Yi Feng quickly stepped forward, effortlessly dodging the beast's claws, then kicked it several dozen meters away, sending it crashing into a deep pit, where it was swept away by an underground river, unable to return for some time. How is this possible? The Zhou brothers stared in disbelief. Isn't Yi Feng just immortal? How could he possess such swift reflexes to evade the beast's attack with such ease? Even more astonishing was how he kicked it so far. Is this the strength of a mere mortal? The Zhou brothers gaped, as if witnessing a ghost. Truly, he is a benefactor. With a single move, he sent a high-level demon beast flying. "My 2 children training in your Misty Sect will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future," Ouyang Hao said excitedly and expectantly. "Your 2 nephews have joined the Misty Sect?" Zhou Jiaqian, the steward, was taken aback. Previously, he had corresponded with Ouyang Hao, stating he would introduce the 2 nephews to a prestigious sect upon their arrival in Baifu City. Yet, Ouyang Hao had allowed them to join the Misty Sect. What? Is that not acceptable? Noticing the change in Zhou Jiaqian's expression, Ouyang Hao curiously inquired. "Of course it is. I defer to your arrangements, brother-in-law." Zhou Jiaqian nodded repeatedly. Previously, he would have objected to his nephews joining a sect of such low standing. However, in recent days, the reputation of the Misty Sect had soared. Especially after witnessing Yi Feng's prowess firsthand, Zhou Jiaqian completely revised his opinion. Having his nephews join here seemed no worse than entering a higher-tier sect. Let us not dwell on that. Master Yi has saved our Ouyang family. We ought to invite him to the city and host a banquet. At this moment, Ouyang Hao patted his chest, assuming the role of the host. Let us skip the banquet for now. I must first take them back to register at the sect, Yi Feng said, pointing at Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu. Appearing somewhat anxious. With the examination period nearly complete, he hardly had time for a feast. It would be wiser to register first and secure the novice gift package. How about this? Master Yi can take the two nephews back to Misty Peak to register, while I escort my brother-in-law back to the city. Tonight, I will represent the Zhou family in hosting a banquet for the entire Misty sect. Steward Zhou Jiaqian proposed a compromise. I have no objections. Upon hearing it was in the evening, and there was no scheduling conflict, Yi Feng readily agreed. That sounds good. Ouyang Hao nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall take my leave, Yi Feng said respectfully to the crowd, leaping onto the flying sword released by Mo Ing. Soaring into the sky with Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, quickly vanishing from sight. Brother-in-law, let us return to the city. These past few days, my elder sister has been anxious and wishes to see you. First, let us tend to the wounded, then we shall depart. Ouyang Hao, showing concern for his subordinates, ordered a brief rest before setting off. At Misty Peak, Li Jiao stood at the edge of the cliff, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing Yi Feng and Mo Ing return, her eyes brightened, and she curiously asked, Master Yi, you have finally returned. Who are these two younger siblings? Yi Feng replied joyfully, these are Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu. They shall henceforth be the 10th and 11th disciples of our sect. He hurriedly led the siblings to the main hall, retrieving the roster to register them as quickly as possible. As the sect's official seal was stamped, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Ding, registered disciple Ouyang Feng, low-grade root bone, no cultivation level. Ding, registered disciple Ouyang Yu, low-grade root bone, no cultivation level. The system's upgrade notification chimed. Yi Feng noticed the progress bar for the examination task had risen to 99, yet it had not reached 100. Just as he felt at a loss, he heard the system's voice again. Congratulations, host, for recruiting 10 disciples within 7 days, including 3 outer disciples and 7 registered disciples, with the highest cultivation level reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, exceeding the task requirements. As the announcement concluded, the progress bar immediately reached 100. Congratulations, host, for completing the examination task. The system is now permanently bound and cannot be altered. Ding, identity updated. Congratulations, host, for becoming the master of the strongest sect system. The novice gift package is about to be settled. Due to the host exceeding the task requirements, the quality of the package has been enhanced. Please check your rewards. As the system's voice echoed again, Yi Feng joyfully discovered several lines of light blue text appearing in his vision. Low-grade Qi Dan X10, Sect storage space 10 cubic meters, first-grade spell, comprehensive spiritual awareness, auxiliary technique, second Qi C scroll, low-grade spiritual artifact, spiritual clock, a total of 5 rewards. Yi Feng was instantly exhilarated and said to the other disciples, you two take the younger siblings to familiarize them with the surroundings. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he closed the door to the main hall. After some exploration, Yi Feng discovered that as long as his consciousness touched the text in his vision, corresponding information would flow forth. Low-grade Qi Dan, a pill used to enhance cultivation, suitable for the Qi refinement realm. So, it is a pill for enhancing cultivation. It seems quite beneficial, Yi Feng thought with delight. In the Divine Continent, the grades of pills correspond to cultivation levels, known as Qi Dan, Yuan Dan, Ling Dan, Shen Dan, Su Dan, Sheng Dan, with each grade further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The low-grade Qi Dan is merely the lowest tier, yet it is still not inexpensive, with each pill selling for at least 5 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Feng continued to read. Sect storage space, a system gift. Absolutely concealed and secure, allowing for the retrieval of treasures at any time, with an initial space of 10 cubic meters. Upon reaching this point, Yi Feng realized he could connect with a fully enclosed dimensional space. It was not very large, measuring 2 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 25 meters in height, with a total volume of exactly 10 cubic meters. This must be the sect's storage space, colloquially known as the system space, Yi Feng mused. His consciousness wandered within the sect's storage space, where he discovered 10 thumb-sized white elixirs, clearly low-grade Qi elixirs. Additionally, there were 2 ancient tomes and a bronze bell, seemingly no larger than a teacup. The remaining items included the first-grade spell Omnisensory Awareness, the auxiliary technique Second C of Qi Scroll, and the low-grade spiritual artifact. The Spirit Source Bell. Yi Feng pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his attention entirely fixated on the second C of Qi scroll. Wait, it is an auxiliary technique, not a spell. I misjudged it earlier. Yi Feng inhaled sharply. If it is indeed an auxiliary technique, the value of this novice gift package would be astonishing. It is said that an auxiliary technique starts at no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and yet is often unavailable in the market. With a surge of excitement, Yi Feng opened the introduction to the second C of Qi scroll. Words slowly unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 27. The Arrival of Jiao Yin. Yi Feng read the introduction. Second C of Qi scroll, an auxiliary technique created by a mysterious individual upon cultivation. It establishes an auxiliary C of Qi above the original, allowing for greater storage of spiritual energy than other practitioners of the same rank. A lengthy description followed, which Yi Feng read word by word, finally rubbing his temples. It turned out to be a technique for expansion, seemingly not overly powerful. However, with an increased capacity for spiritual energy, one could cast more spells, leading to enhanced combat endurance. Furthermore, cultivating the second C of Qi would not complicate the cultivation bottleneck. Overall, this auxiliary technique seemed quite commendable. At present, the second C was merely the upper scroll. Once mastered, it could expand the second C's capacity to 1/3 of the original C, akin to a minor elevation in rank. According to the description, this auxiliary technique is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower, with the lower volume allowing the second C's capacity to match that of the original C. In essence, it could double the total capacity of the C, which was impressive. Yi Feng absorbed this information, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for the day he could acquire the complete second C of Qi and continue to expand his Qi capacity. Next, he turned his attention to the spell Omnisensory Awareness. Omnisensory Awareness, a perception-based first-grade spell. Upon mastery, it allows the practitioner to project spiritual energy outward, creating a spherical membrane that depicts the surroundings in their mind. The description of this spell was concise, only a few hundred words, which Yi Feng swiftly finished. With an initial cultivation of Qi at the first level, this spell would enable him to perceive various entities within a 10-meter radius, even penetrating walls, proving to be quite effective. The higher the proficiency, the more detailed the perceptions. As for the range of perception, it could expand alongside the practitioner's cultivation level. Yi Feng contemplated the description of this spell, acknowledging it as a true gem produced by the system. Finally, he focused on the low-grade spiritual artifact, the Spirit Source Bell. With a mere thought, the bell appeared in Yi Feng's palm. Its ancient design resembled bronze, standing only as tall as a teacup and not particularly heavy. Strangely, Yi Feng felt a unique connection with the Spirit Source Bell, as if he could manipulate it at will, which intrigued him. Spirit Source Bell, a low-grade spiritual artifact capable of suppressing any being below the gathering essence realm. Inscribed with a spirit-drawing formation that can automatically absorb and replenish lost spiritual energy. Binder, Yi Feng, note, contains custodial functionality, allowing the binder to temporarily designate a custodian to use this item. Upon digesting the information about the Spirit Source Bell, Yi Feng was elated. He had long struggled with the inability to utilize his cultivation, unable even to wield a flying sword. But now, things were different. Even without the ability to harness his own cultivation, he could still activate the Spirit Source Bell. Subsequently, Yi Feng began to familiarize himself with the operation of this low-grade spiritual artifact. Outside the main hall of the sect, Shirlei guided Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu through the courtyard of the Misty Sect, introducing them to the people and events around them. And the group gradually grew accustomed to their surroundings. Meanwhile, a dozen miles away, Zhao Yin and Jia Yulan exited the eastern city gate. Daughter, today I shall thoroughly assess the Misty Sect. If it does not meet my expectations, you must withdraw, Zhao Yin stated sternly. He produced a piece of bamboo leaf-shaped spiritual artifact from his robe and placed it on the ground, which rapidly expanded into an enormous bamboo leaf measuring 1 meter wide and 7 meters long, hovering half a foot above the ground. Is this a flying spiritual artifact known as the bamboo leaf boat? Surely, these individuals must be cultivators from the Jia family. It is said that the bamboo leaf boat costs 150 low-grade spirit stones, which is beyond the means of ordinary people. Although it appears somewhat green, I wish to try it. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Zhao Yin, along with Jia Yulan, Xia He, and Xiuju, boarded the bamboo leaf boat, smoothly flying towards Misty Peak. At Misty Peak, Yi Feng opened the door to the main hall. He had already mastered the usage of the Spirit Source Bell and absorbed the cultivation methods for the second C of Qi Scroll and Omnisensory Awareness. As a reward from the system, these techniques were effortlessly grasped upon sight, requiring little effort to learn. Nevertheless, with the knowledge in his mind, Teaching his disciples to cultivate posed no difficulty. Clapping his hands, Feng summoned all the disciples of the sect. The second C was an auxiliary technique of great importance. It must be taught only when the sect was stronger, lest it attract disaster. Conversely, omnisensory awareness was merely a first-grade spell, one he could impart directly to his disciples without concern for safety. Master Yi, what is the matter? Li Jiaojiao was the first to dash out, followed closely by the other disciples, who looked at Feng with curiosity. Just as Feng was about to present the ancient tome containing omnisensory awareness, a resonant voice echoed from outside. Master Yi, I am Jiao Lian, the head of the Jiao family, here to pay my respects with my daughter, Jiao Yulan. As soon as the words were spoken, Feng noticed a massive bamboo leaf descending from above, landing in the courtyard outside. Jiao Yulan's father has come? Feng was astonished and led his disciples outside the courtyard, where they encountered 4 individuals standing before them. You must be Master Yi. Indeed, you are young and accomplished. I am Yulan's father, Jiao Lian, he complimented upon seeing Feng. Yet inwardly, he thought, Feng is indeed just an ordinary person as rumored. My daughter must not remain here lest she jeopardize her future. Ah, the head of the Jiao family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Feng's response was somewhat perfunctory. This was not due to any disdain for Jiao Lian, but rather because he had heard the familiar, indomitable roar echoing from the mountain path, stirring a sense of discomfort within him. The flat-headed brother had come to seek another beating. A high-grade beast of the demon soldier class is approaching. Sensing the powerful demonic energy drawing near, Jiao Lian promptly conjured a 3-meter diameter hemispherical shield around himself, Jiao Yulan, Xia He, and Xiaoju. The Misty Sect, with its current strength, would surely struggle against a high-grade beast of the demon soldier class. In that case, Feng would undoubtedly beseech him for assistance, which would serve as a justification for his daughter's departure from the Misty Sect. In mere moments, Jiao Lian had devised an ingenious plan. The next instant, the flat-headed brother arrived. It resumed its familiar antics, rearing up and lunging towards Feng with claws bared. As he traversed the terrain, the knee-high wild grass bowed under the immense pressure of the formidable demonic aura, a clear testament to the fury of the flat-headed brother. Such a potent demonic presence. Jiao Lian's gaze flickered, realizing that he could only contend on equal footing with the flat-headed brother. A sense of apprehension washed over him as he contemplated urging Feng to flee. However, upon turning around, he found Feng and the disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect displaying a notable impatience, utterly devoid of fear. What expression is this? Jiao Lian pondered in confusion. Observing Jiao Lian's demeanor and actions, Feng assumed he was frightened and calmly remarked, "There is no need for the head of the Jiao family to worry. This beast is not formidable. I could easily kick it away." With that, Feng stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. The flat-headed brother tumbled down the mountain, leaving one to wonder if it would return like the cunning wolf in tales. Jiao Lian, witnessing this scene, nearly had his eyes bulge out in disbelief, his hands trembling as he formed a spell seal. Chapter 28. A shift in attitude after unceremoniously sending the pitiful flat-headed brother tumbling down the mountain. Feng turned back with a radiant smile directed at Jiao Lian, saying, "It's all clear now. The head of the Jia family may lower his protective barrier. Keeping it up is merely a waste of spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Jiao Lian's lips twitched. It dawned on him that Feng had misconstrued his act of casting the barrier as a sign of fear. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, as he recalled the manner in which Feng dispatched the flat-headed brother, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Feng's seemingly casual movements skillfully evaded the beast's attacks, displaying a physique robust enough to overpower high-tier demonic soldiers. Truly terrifying. It seemed he had misjudged Feng. Having his daughter remain with the mysterious Cloud sect appeared to be a commendable choice after all. Relieved, Jiao Lian silently congratulated himself for refraining from suggesting his daughter withdraw from the sect. As long as he kept silent, the matter would not exist. Thus, he promptly dispelled the barrier and cupped his hands in salute to Feng, proclaiming, "Indeed, Master Yi is as powerful as the rumors suggest. It is a fortunate event that my daughter has joined the mysterious Cloud sect." Upon hearing this, Jiao Yulan blinked in surprise, retorting, "Father, I recall you telling me to withdraw from the mysterious Cloud sect before we arrived." Jiao Lian shot her a glare, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. It was your grandfather who mentioned it. In truth, I have always supported your joining the mysterious Cloud sect. Otherwise, why would I personally visit today?" "What?" Jiao Yulan was taken aback by her father's attempt to shift blame, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng, observing the exchange between the father and daughter, could easily deduce the underlying reason but merely chuckled. choosing not to intervene. Since everyone is here, let us step inside and discuss matters further, Feng suddenly suggested. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Lian ceased his sparring with Jia Yulan and proceeded into the mysterious cloud sect. Bang! Although the door had been kicked down, some wooden planks still clung to the doorframe. As Jia Lian stepped over the threshold, one of the decayed planks fell and struck his head. Despite being a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was uninjured but found himself covered in dust. It was only then that Jia Lian realized the grand entrance of the mysterious cloud sect was entirely gone, and the courtyard was in disarray, comparable to a dilapidated temple by the roadside. Feng, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat and said, "The head of the Jia family need not worry. I have been preoccupied with recruiting new disciples these past few days, but rest assured, I shall renovate the courtyard in due time, ensuring each disciple has their own chamber. It's of no consequence. The more austere the environment, the better it cultivates one's will. My daughter can train here, and her progress will surely accelerate." Jia Lian said disingenuously. Had it not been for Feng's astonishing display of power, Jia Lian would have long since taken Jia Yulan and fled upon witnessing such a rundown setting. "Does your esteemed sect have a water source at this mountain peak?" Jia Lian inquired. "You need not fret, head of the Jia family. We have a constant water source here." Feng replied as he led the group around the main hall to the rear courtyard. In the center stood a rock formation several meters high, beneath which lay a spring, creating a basin-like water area, a foot deep and quite convenient for drawing water. Surrounding this were dilapidated thatched huts, with one serving as a kitchen and latrine, while the others were the disciples' quarters. This environment left Jia Lian speechless. To him, the shabby structures of the mysterious cloud sect bore no difference to a typical farmhouse courtyard, merely elevated on a mountain summit rather than situated on flat land. The water, however, is quite cool and sweet. I wonder where it springs from. Jia Lian cupped his hands to drink from the water well, finding its taste to be quite pleasant, offering him a modicum of solace. Noticing that it was nearing noon, Feng suggested, "Time is of the essence. Let us sit down for a meal." "There is no need." Jia Lian vehemently shook his head. Being accustomed to exquisite delicacies, even the vegetables he consumed were soaked in spiritual spring water. He could hardly adjust to the mysterious cloud sect's fare. Yet, after a moment's thought, he conceded, "Perhaps I should partake. After all, just a bite should suffice." Jia Lian mused quietly. Before long, Li Jiao had prepared the meal, laying out a spread in the main hall. Quite delectable. Jia Lian took a bite of the vegetables. Perhaps due to being washed in the spring water, the taste was not bad at all. The environment may have been lacking, yet the food was satisfactory. His daughter's stay here was not too arduous, especially since she could learn from Master Yi. Thinking of Feng's ability to teach even the incomplete spell, falling petals, Jia Lian felt a surge of ambition and inquired, "Master Yi, I have heard you can instruct on the imperfect second-tier spell falling petals. Might you also consider teaching me?" Noticing Feng's hesitation, Jia Lian activated his persuasive charm, stating, "I do not seek this knowledge for free. Should you teach me, the renovation costs for the mysterious cloud sect shall be covered by the Jia family." Jia Lian had already calculated that the renovation would require approximately 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if it were several times more, the Jia family could certainly afford it. Feng and the disciples gazed at Jia Lian with astonishment. Even Jia Yulan found it hard to believe. After contemplating, Feng replied, "There is no need for the Jia family to cover the costs, but I do have one request. Speak freely. I wish to impart the falling petals spell to the disciples of the mysterious cloud sect as well." Jia Lian hesitated for a moment before admitting, "To speak frankly, while falling petals is a legacy spell of the Jia family, it exists only in fragmentary form, and one cannot achieve mastery. Master Yi, with your extraordinary comprehension, has derived the subsequent developments and is free to teach it at will. Furthermore, I have much to thank you for regarding this matter." "Ah, I see," Feng remarked, a look of understanding dawning on his face. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to ensure that when the disciples of the mysterious cloud sect cast falling petals, they would not be targeted by the Jia family. Now that even the head of the Jia family deemed it inconsequential, Feng felt free of any misgivings. After the meal, Feng sketched a new diagram of meridian flow, pointing out several key areas. "Yesterday was rather hurried, and I overlooked a few crucial points. I have now supplemented them. Following this for your cultivation should lead to substantial progress, but to achieve perfection, further contemplation is necessary." Feng refrained from revealing too much, thus did not complete the entire diagram. "Thank you, Master Yi. Tomorrow I shall send craftsmen to the mysterious sect to assist you with the renovations. Farewell." Jia Lian, having obtained a more comprehensive diagram of the meridian flow, had no appetite for a meal. He boarded the bamboo leaf boat, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone without a trace. "Father!" Jia Yulan exclaimed, rolling her eyes at Jia Lian's abrupt departure. However, her mood quickly shifted to one of joy, for she could now justifiably remain at the mysterious sect to cultivate her skills. Yifeng looked at the bamboo leaf boat with envy. Chapter 29. The Ironclaw Dragon Eagle encounters danger in the sky. This low-grade flying spiritual artifact, the bamboo leaf boat, was priced at 150 low-grade spiritual stones. Mo Ying, observing the expression on Yifeng's face, commented nonchalantly, "That's quite expensive." Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The price of low-grade spiritual artifacts typically exceeded 100 spiritual stones, which was not insignificant, as Mo Ying explained. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up with newfound realization as he scrutinized Mo Ying. He recalled that when Mo Ying joined the mysterious sect, she had initially paid 100 low-grade spiritual stones as an entrance fee. Moreover, she possessed a low-grade spiritual artifact, the wind-flying sword, making her quite a little fortune holder. "Don't look at me, I'm out of money," Mo Ying said, sensing Yifeng's thoughts. She crossed her arms, turned, and leaped onto the roof to begin her training. "Who was that just now?" Jia Yulan inquired, pointing at the rooftop. "Her name is Mo Ying, your fourth senior sister," Yifeng answered, proceeding to introduce her to the others. Before long, Jia Yulan, Xia He, and Xiao Ju began to integrate into the mysterious sect. Currently, the mysterious sect was rather dilapidated. Although the total area at the peak spanned 10 acres, the actual building space was limited, accommodating only a few people. Thus, the 6 female disciples, Jia Yulan, Xia He, Xiao Ju, Mo Ying, Li Jiaojiao, and Ouyang Yu, had to squeeze together for the time being. In contrast, the 4 male disciples, Shirlei, Hui Yunjia, Long Tianqing, and Ouyang Feng, shared a room that felt considerably more spacious. It appeared necessary to finalize the design plans today, reconfigure the sect's layout, and create some open space. With this thought in mind, Yifeng ascended to the rooftop. Mo Ying was meditating there when she suddenly noticed someone beside her, causing her to instinctively draw her sword. "What are you doing?" Yifeng asked innocently, gazing at Mo Ying and her poised wind-flying sword. Realizing her overreaction, Mo Ying felt embarrassed, grateful for her veil that concealed her expression. "I was just preparing to practice swordsmanship," she stammered. "Perfect. Take me flying." Yifeng pointed downward, explaining, "I intend to sketch a map of the peak and plan its layout, so I need to see the terrain from above." "Oh." Mo Ying tossed her flying sword into the air, allowing it to hover above the rooftop before leaping onto it with Yifeng. They gradually ascended to a height of several dozen meters above the peak. Indeed, this is the sword control technique. Long Tianqing, standing in the courtyard, looked up at Yifeng and Mo Ying with envy. "Truly remarkable," Jia Yulan murmured softly, observing the two in the sky. "Seventh senior sister, can I learn that?" Long Tianqing asked eagerly. Upon hearing the title, Jia Yulan nearly burst out laughing. "I joined later than you. You should call me junior sister." Long Tianqing scratched his head, thinking, "But you're several years older than me. How could I dare call you junior sister?" "Fine, junior sister it is." Although reluctant, Long Tianqing's lips were honest. And she inquired further, "How do I practice the sword control technique?" Jia Yulan gazed at the sky and explained, "In truth, sword control technique is merely a collective term. As long as you cultivate a spell related to swords, you can fly using a sword, though it consumes spiritual energy." Long Tianqing appeared enlightened and asked, "What if I lack a related spell and flying sword?" "Then there is no solution," Jia Yulan replied. "But what if I wish to soar into the sky?" Long Tianqing pressed. Jia Yulan smiled sweetly. "There are many ways to ascend into the sky. Besides sword control, one can ride a flying spiritual artifact or employ flying spells." At this, Jia Yulan formed a hand seal and executed the nearly perfected falling petals, causing a flurry of beautiful pink petals to swirl around, coalescing into a bird with a wingspan of 2 meters. She leaped onto the bird's back and smiled at Long Tianqing. "This is a flying spell, though it consumes spiritual energy and is suitable only for short distances." Having said that, she soared into the air. "Amazing." Long Tianqing gazed up at Jia Yulan taking flight. Her blue eyes filled with admiration. In midair, Yifeng was diligently sketching the layout of the mysterious peak on paper. His movements were swift, and by the time Jia Yulan reached him, he had completed the drawing. Seeing Jia Yulan soaring high, he was startled and called out, "Your falling petals isn't perfected yet. There are flaws. Though you can fly, the spiritual energy consumption is rapid. It's too dangerous up here. Come back." Jia Yulan laughed. "It's nothing. I can manage." Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, tearing Yifeng's drawing, leaving half in his hand while the other half flew away. "Master, don't worry. I'll retrieve it." Jia Yulan commanded the petal bird to chase after it. In no time, she retrieved the other half of the drawing and was about to return when Mo Ying sensed a sinister energy approaching from above and exclaimed, "Danger!" Before she could finish, a massive eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters swooped down. Using her spiritual sight, she recognized it as a mid-tier demon soldier, the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle, and urged, "Quick, return to the peak." However, her warning came too late. The Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle swiftly closed in on Jia Yulan, its enormous, sharp claws effortlessly shredding the petal bird. The force of the impact sent Jia Yulan reeling, a gasp escaping her lips as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Unable to maintain the falling petals, she lost control and began to plummet from over 700 meters high. "Quick, save her!" Yi Feng shouted. Mo Ying remained silent but acted swiftly, soaring through the sky on her flying sword toward Jia Yulan. "Oh no!" Long Tianxing cried out, witnessing the scene. "It's the Iron-Clawed Dragon Eagle." Shirlei, Huiyunjia, and the other disciples rushed out of their rooms, witnessing the Iron-Clawed Dragon Eagle returning to attack Jia Yulan. Xiaohe, Xiuju, and the others were already pale with fear, their eyes filled with worry and dread. "Monster, dare you harm the disciples of the mysterious sect?" Yi Feng shouted, striking Mo Ying's shoulder before leaping onto the back of the Iron-Clawed Dragon Eagle. He delivered a powerful punch, causing the creature to screech in pain as it began to fall. "First, save Jia Yulan," Yi Feng called out, halting Mo Ying, who was about to rescue him. Upon hearing this, Mo Ying decisively accelerated, catching the falling Jia Yulan. Turning back, she realized Yi Feng had already wrapped his arms around the Iron-Clawed Dragon Eagle's neck, both plummeting rapidly. "Master, be careful!" The disciples gasped, their hearts in their throats. From such a height, only a stout fellow could survive unscathed. "Fourth senior sister, please save the master." Jia Yulan coughed up blood and urgently implored Mo Ying. At that moment, the wind howled fiercely, lifting Mo Ying's veil and revealing a face seemingly corroded by poisonous mist, startling Jia Yulan. Despite hearing the startled exclamations nearby, Mo Ying paid them no heed. Instead, she urged her flying sword to descend rapidly, pursuing Yi Feng, who was plummeting at high speed alongside the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle. Chapter 30, A Flying Mount. "Don't mind me." Yi Feng secured his legs around the neck of the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle, realizing that this creature had been knocked unconscious by his punch, which explained its inability to continue flying. "Wake up." Yi Feng pried open the eagle's eyelids and blew air into its eyes, attempting to rouse it. Moments later, the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle, realizing it was hurtling towards the ground, abruptly narrowed its pupils and began to flap its wings erratically, taking to the skies once more. Phew! The disciples exhaled in relief. Although they had witnessed Yi Feng's formidable strength, they could not guarantee that he would emerge unscathed from such a great height. However, they soon recognized a new concern. "Look, the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle is flying away from Baifu City. If it reaches those perilous areas, it may encounter demon generals comparable to the Gathering Origin Realm." Shirlei pointed at the distant sky with a worried expression. "Mo Ying has gone after them. She should catch up in time," Huiyunjia indicated. The group turned their gaze skyward to see Mo Ying, still shaken, flying with her sword alongside Jia Yulan, hastening towards the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle. At that moment, Yi Feng tightened his grip with his legs, causing the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle to feel pain and accelerate. "Mo Ying, take Jia Yulan back." Yi Feng called out calmly without turning back, then disregarded her entirely. Observing Yi Feng's actions, Mo Ying surmised his intentions and altered her course towards the peak of the mysterious peak. "Senior sister, are we not rescuing the sect leader?" Jia Yulan inquired anxiously, wanting to tame the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle. After a moment of silence, Mo Ying swiftly transported Jia Yulan to the summit of Mysterious Peak. "What about the sect leader?" Upon Mo Ying's return without setting off again, the other disciples grew anxious. "He should be fine," Mo Ying murmured. When Yi Feng had called her back, she had clearly seen the calmness in his eyes, indicating he possessed considerable confidence, which reassured her enough to return to Mysterious Peak. Meanwhile, high above, Yi Feng was atop the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle, gripping its head as a rudder, directing it towards his desired destination. His strength was astonishing, compelling even the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle to comply with his commands. Should it resist, Yi Feng would tap its head with his finger, sending a jarring sensation through it. Compelling obedience. Nearby mountains housed the structures of lesser sections. The disciples of these sects looked up just in time to see the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle soaring overhead, startled, fearing an impending calamity for their sect. To their astonishment, they recognized a somewhat familiar young man riding atop the Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle. It's Sect Leader Yi of the mysterious sect. Sect Leader Yi is riding an iron-clawed dragon eagle. Has he tamed the beast and is now soaring over our sect as a show of force? He appears somewhat anxious. Could it be he is riding the iron-clawed dragon eagle to court? Wait, do you not find it strange? How could the untrained sect leader ride an iron-clawed dragon eagle? He must be the twin brother of Sect Leader Yi. The disciples exchanged whispers, each sharing increasingly exaggerated versions of the tale. Unaware of the astonishment he had caused among the disciples, Yi Feng had effectively subdued the iron-clawed dragon eagle. Should it attempt to rebel, he would produce a small, low-grade spiritual artifact, the Lingyuan Bell, exuding a heavy aura that intimidated the creature into submission. After soaring for nearly half an hour, the iron-clawed dragon eagle finally capitulated, realizing escape was futile, and emitted a cry signifying its surrender. Go there, and then stop, Yi Feng instructed, pointing towards Mysterious Peak. Although the iron-clawed dragon eagle could not comprehend human speech, it understood Yi Feng's gestures and descended upon Mysterious Peak, stirring up a cloud of dust. The disciples, disregarding their stinging eyes, rushed nearby, astonished to find the iron-clawed dragon eagle now obedient. With a cry, the iron-clawed dragon eagle landed, burying its head in the grass, its form flickering into a translucent image of itself, a fist-sized silhouette of azure with hints of green. Hua Yunjia pointed at the diminutive apparition, eager to ensure Yi Feng was informed, explaining, Sect Leader, the iron-clawed dragon eagle has submitted. If you drop your blood on its soul body, you can claim it permanently. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Had Hua Yunjia not mentioned it, he would have remained unaware of this method of claiming dominion. Hand me a dagger, he extended his hand. I have one, Jia Yulan stepped forward, deftly retrieving a sharp dagger from her waist and presenting it to Yi Feng. The disciples looked on with envy at her low-grade spiritual artifact storage belt. Thank you. Yi Feng accepted the dagger, slicing his fingertip. Although it stung slightly, it merely left a faint white mark. The sect leader's skin is too tough. Ordinary tools cannot cut it. Just then, Mo Ying stepped forward, grasping her shimmering flying sword, swiftly gliding it across Yi Feng's fingertip. Finally, Yi Feng managed to squeeze out a drop of blood, which fell onto the iron-clawed dragon eagle's soul body. As a peculiar sensation washed over him, Yi Feng discovered a newfound bond with the iron-clawed dragon eagle. Regardless of how far it flew, he could sense its presence and even summon it from a distance. Furthermore, he seemed to understand the meanings hidden within the creature's cries. So this is how demon beasts recognize their masters. Yi Feng patted the iron-clawed dragon eagle's head, instructing it to retract its soul body. The iron-clawed dragon eagle regained its poise, folding its wings and standing tall, towering over 3 meters, resembling a magnificent statue. At that moment, the little white fox leaped from Li Jiaojiao's shoulder, bouncing towards the iron-clawed dragon eagle, pointing its chubby paw at it, and then at itself, chattering away. Yet, Yi Feng quickly received the iron-clawed dragon eagle's message and comprehended the little white fox's intent. I, Little Bai, the king of demon beasts here, and you, the new big oaf, can only be my subordinate. After conveying this message, the iron-clawed dragon eagle raised its head, casting a disdainful glance at the little white fox, as if to say, what a tiny creature, go play in the mud. This action incited the little white fox to bare its teeth, hopping in place in frustration. Roar! Just then, the unyielding flat-headed brother made his entrance. Upon hearing this, the little white fox was instantly frightened, leaping back onto Li Jiaojiao's shoulder, trembling. The iron-clawed dragon eagle looked down upon the approaching flat-headed brother with a human-like contempt, observing as it climbed to the peak, ready to pounce on the group. Squawk! The iron-clawed dragon eagle, perceiving the flat-headed brother's small stature, concluded it would be easy prey and let out a sharp cry, charging forward. Its grand silhouette seemed to proclaim, no need for anyone to intervene. Allow me, the iron-clawed dragon eagle, to handle this. Chapter 31. The initial test of the Lingyuan Bell, attending the Zhou family banquet. The iron-clawed dragon eagle charged ahead. At this moment, the flat-headed brother appeared rather disheveled, drenched and exuding an air of vulnerability, devoid of any formidable demonic aura. To the iron-clawed dragon eagle, it seemed that with just a single swipe of its claw, it could easily dispatch 10 of such weaklings. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality was painfully evident. As the iron-clawed dragon eagle charged forward, it was abruptly sent flying by the enraged flat-headed brother, feathers scattering into the air as it emitted a shriek of despair. Stop pretending for no reason, Yi Feng remarked, glancing at the flat-headed brother charging towards him, as he calmly retrieved the spirit origin bell. With a resounding chime, the bell radiated a verdant glow, swiftly expanding to a height of 2 meters. effortlessly enveloping the flat-headed brother within its confines before shrinking back down to the size of a teacup, returning to Yi Feng's palm, where it settled in silence. It is indeed a low-grade spiritual artifact, Mo Ying exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. The others shared her bewilderment. How could Yi Feng, who appeared to possess no cultivation, wield a spiritual artifact? Yi Feng glanced at the spirit origin bell and noticed the flat-headed brother curled up inside, having fallen into a slumber. It would only awaken upon being released. Yi Feng mused to himself. Truly, this system-produced artifact is remarkably effective, having sealed the flat-headed brother. It may serve unforeseen purposes in the future. Turning to the astonished crowd, he explained, this is the town-protecting spiritual artifact of our Misty Sect, the Spirit Origin Bell. A low-grade artifact capable of sealing any entity below the gathering origin realm. Naturally, it was left behind by the former sect leader. He added with a hint of cunning. Having devised a strategy, in the future, whenever something inexplicable arose, he would attribute it to the former sect leader. After all, with no witnesses to dispute his claims, he could assert whatever he pleased. Turns out our Misty Sect is not impoverished after all, Shirley remarked, astonished. Perhaps it merely appears that way. The former sect leader might have spent the spiritual stones painstakingly accumulated over the years on pills and artifacts, Hui Yunjia speculated thoughtfully. The others seemed to concur with this notion. At that moment, Yi Feng stored the spirit origin bell into the sect's storage space, garnering further astonishment and attention from the onlookers. In truth, my senior sect leader also left me a storage artifact, but it is rather discreet, and you cannot see it. Yi Feng stated with a calm demeanor. The disciples exchanged peculiar glances, yet they had no choice but to believe him. Master, here is the other half of the blueprint. Jia Yulan finally found an opportunity to present the crumpled document to Yi Feng with both hands. Yi Feng regarded her with a serious expression, cautioning. Your falling petals technique is not yet fully mastered. Do not take unnecessary risks. Jia Yulan pouted, seemingly speaking to herself. However, if I had not encountered the iron claw dragon eagle, my spiritual energy would have allowed me to return effortlessly. Yi Feng rolled his eyes in response, declaring, everyone disperse. We have an evening banquet at the Zhou family in Baifu City. Prepare yourselves accordingly. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the gathered disciples. Approaching the iron claw dragon eagle, he inquired further and learned that the creature was on the brink of starvation, mistaking the overlapping pink petals for prey, which prompted its aggressive behavior. On the roof of the sect leader's hall, Mo Ying sat cross-legged in solitude. Fourth sister, thank you for today. Jia Yulan stealthily approached along the ridge and settled beside Mo Ying, expressing her gratitude in a hushed tone. We are all of the same sect. It is only natural to assist you, Mo Ying replied, her fingers forming a sword gesture, appearing disinterested in further conversation. Fourth sister, this ointment possesses remarkable healing properties. It may be of assistance to you, Jia Yulan offered, producing a jade vial from her storage belt, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. Mo Ying cast a sideways glance. Her tone icy as she replied, ordinary medicine cannot remedy my visage. Jia Yulan bit her lip, asserting, if you require a specific formula, I can seek assistance. After all, you saved me, and I will do anything I can to help. I appreciate your goodwill, Mo Ying responded, leaping from the rooftop to return to her quarters for rest. Unbeknownst to others, as she turned her back to Jia Yulan, the corners of her mouth subtly lifted, revealing a hint of emotional stir. Time passed swiftly, and afternoon arrived. Yi Feng rode on the back of the iron claw dragon eagle, circling around Misty Peak for quite some time, and subsequently hunted a few wild boars in the nearby mountains to satiate the creature, honing his beast-taming skills. He also affectionately named the iron claw dragon eagle Old Iron. Old Iron, let us return, Yi Feng commanded. The iron claw dragon eagle promptly descended upon the peak summit, then gazed into the distance, letting out a call. Is someone approaching? Yi Feng discerned the meaning behind Old Iron's call, and turned to see Zhou Qian, a steward from Baifu City, sitting upon a suspended dark green bamboo raft, gliding towards Misty Peak. Before long, Zhou Qian arrived nearby. He observed the iron claw dragon eagle standing beside Yi Feng, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was evident to Zhou Qian that the creature had been tamed and was now a flying mount for the Misty Sect. Such mounts were typically reserved for high-ranking sects, evoking a sense of envy in Zhou Qian. Master Yi, this must be your sect's flying mount, and it appears truly magnificent. Zhou Qian exclaimed in awe as he anchored the bamboo raft on the grassy summit. Indeed, Yi Feng replied without reservation. No wonder you are Master Yi. You have managed to tame such a rare flying mount. In all of Baifu City, such mounts are exceedingly scarce, Zhou Qian praised. Too much flattery. Feng responded with a smile as he called out to the disciples in the courtyard. Misty Sect disciples, let us go to the Zhou family for dinner. The disciples, fully prepared, stepped out and greeted Zhou Qian, collectively boarding the low-grade spiritual artifact bamboo raft. Old Iron, guard the home. Feng patted the iron-clawed dragon eagle before also leaping onto the flying bamboo raft. Although arriving in the city atop the iron-clawed dragon eagle would be quite impressive, Feng preferred to exercise some discretion for the time being. Zhou Qian, noticing Jia Yulan, Xia He, and Xiao Ju among the group, remarked, as expected of Master Yi, even the genius of the Jia family has become your disciple. I am truly impressed. Haha. Feng simply smiled in response, remaining silent. In Baifu City, the Zhou residence stood grandly alongside a spacious street in the eastern part of the city. Upon arrival at the entrance, Feng and his companions found a considerable gathering of people. Father, mother, Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu leaped towards their parents as soon as they touched down. Feng Yu, a mature and dignified woman beside Ouyang Hao, reached out to embrace them, her eyes already shimmering with tears. Recently, with the chaos caused by demon creatures, Zhou Xiyu had been deeply concerned for her children. Had it not been for the other two brothers being assigned different tasks, she might have sent them to Fenghua City to retrieve someone. Fortunately, all was well now. You must be Master Yi. I thank you for saving my children, Zhou Xiyu said, pulling Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu closer as she bowed in gratitude to Feng. Madam Ouyang, you are too courteous. I merely acted out of convenience. Feng replied politely. At that moment, the tall and imposing Deputy Commander Zhou Jiatsai approached, now dressed in casual attire, exuding the aura of a formidable warrior. Master Yi, please step inside. Deputy Commander Zhou Jiatsai gestured invitingly towards the interior. Within a grand banquet hall, a group of over 20 individuals gathered around a large table, including 11 members of the Miao sect, the Zhou brothers, Ouyang Hao, Zhou Xiyu, the Zhou patriarch, and the matriarch, creating a lively atmosphere. Feng surveyed the surroundings and noted that both the Zhou patriarch and matriarch were cultivators, with the patriarch having achieved the 7th level of qi refinement, which was quite impressive. However, the most formidable members of the Zhou family were Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiakai, both having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, placing them in the elite tier within the entire Baifu City. Being one of the top 10 noble families in Baifu City, their status was further elevated due to the Zhou brothers' positions within the city lord's government, a fact Feng quietly acknowledged. At that moment, the Zhou patriarch raised his glass in gratitude, saying, thanks to Master Ye's timely assistance, my son-in-law and 2 grandsons would have been in grave danger. Allow this old man to toast to you. You are too kind, Patriarch Zhou, Feng replied, lifting his cup to take a sip. The Miao sect not only boasted several prodigies who had mastered powerful spells, but also talents like Miss Jia from the Jia family, indicating a wealth of gifted individuals. It was clear that the sect had the potential to evolve into a prestigious faction, reaping greater benefits in the future. As the wine flowed, Zhou Jiaqian began to divulge some information. Feng's gaze flickered with interest as he inquired, what advantages come with advancing to a higher-tier sect? There are indeed many. Zhou Jiaqian nodded. Once a sect's rank is elevated, it can purchase higher-quality cultivation grounds, accelerating the training process. Moreover, the inherent status of a higher-tier sect is significant, with the potential for further advancement to star-level sections. Understanding dawned upon Feng. If the Miao sect remained a lower-tier sect, even with wealth, it would be unable to acquire superior cultivation grounds. What are the requirements for advancement? Feng asked curiously. Zhou Jiaqian explained. As long as the sect leader reaches the 7th level of qi refinement and possesses 3 complete first-tier spells, they can apply for lower-tier sect status. To qualify as a mid-tier sect, the leader must reach the 9th level of qi refinement and possess 5 first-tier spells. Achieving higher-tier status is far more challenging. The leader must attain the 1st level of the Gathering Essence realm, possess 1 second-tier spell, 10 first-tier spells, and over 3 spiritual artifacts. Once established as a higher-tier sect, we would be one of the foremost powers in Baifu City, second only to the city lord's government, allowing us to maneuver with authority. However, ascending to star-level sects is a daunting task, with complex requirements involving the quantity of spiritual artifacts and spirit beasts, Zhou Jiaqian added. Upon hearing this, not only Feng but also the disciples of the Miao sect grasped the conditions for sect advancement. Feng noticed certain specialized terms in Zhou Jiaqian's explanation, such as the 7th level of qi refinement, and asked, earlier, Elder Zhou mentioned that the leader must reach a certain level, yet did not specify cultivation level. What does this imply? Zhou Jiaqian smiled, seemingly anticipating the question. The cultivation system in the Shenzhou continent is diverse. Besides the mainstream qi refinement, there are body refinement and spirit refinement paths. Although they are not mainstream, achieving the corresponding power can also meet the sect advancement criteria. Others turned their attention to Yi Feng, believing he must be the legendary body refinement practitioner. Yet, it was astonishing that someone so young could already overpower high-tier demonic beasts. His potential was indeed formidable. I see. I understand now, Yi Feng responded, dismissing the expressions of those around him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, relevant information detected. The first stage task for the sect leader is activated. Shortly thereafter, he saw several lines of text appear before him. Task for sect leader. Stage 1. Lead the sect to advance to a higher tier sect. Task deadline. 6 months. Task rewards. 1 instance of minor world transformation. 1 small protective formation for the sect. Second Chi C volume. 10. 1 special small gift package. Upon seeing the main task, Yi Feng thought, system, what if I fail to complete the task? Will there be consequences? Failure to complete the task results in no rewards or penalties. However, should the same task fail consecutively more than twice, subsequent system tasks will cease. Should the master implement a punishment mechanism to constantly spur oneself? The system inquired. Absolutely not. Yi Feng quickly declined. He certainly did not wish to endure self-imposed punishments. Nevertheless, the prospect of elevating the sect to a higher tier status within 6 months was an immense pressure. After all, 1 practitioner at the first level of the Gathering Essence realm was equivalent to 10 at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, a feat not easily achieved. Otherwise, higher tier sects would not possess such strength, and the star-level sects beyond them were even more formidable. Just as everyone was about to finish their meal, a cacophony of screams and the sound of shattering glass resonated from the street outside the Zhou residence. There are demonic creatures. Everyone be careful. The Zhou brothers sprang into action, exuding the aura of 9th level Qi refinement, like a tempest unleashed. The little white fox that had been resting on Li Jiao's lap emitted a low growl, seemingly wary of the external threats. Let us go take a look. Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai brandished a sharp long knife, shimmering with spiritual light. This was a low-grade spiritual artifact, and as spiritual energy coursed through it, it radiated a blade aura that could easily slice through metal. The group swiftly exited the banquet hall and emerged outside. A furious roar echoed across the Zhou courtyard as several servants were knocked to the ground, wailing in agony. In the clearing stood a bizarre humanoid creature, shrouded in a misty aura of demonic energy, its eyes glowing ominously. Behind it, the grand entrance of the Zhou residence lay in ruins, and faintly visible were numerous bodies sprawled on the street, their fates uncertain. It is the century-old tree demon from the eastern marshlands. How dare it invade the city? The Zhou brothers' eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the creature. The marshlands to the east housed not only the infamous Pei-Tu, but also several seasoned demonic entities around the 9th level of Qi refinement. This century-old tree demon was among them. Could it be that the tree demon has learned of our plans? Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai speculated solemnly. The brothers had received orders from the Deputy City Lord to eliminate several seasoned demonic creatures in the eastern marshlands. However, they had just begun to engage with Pei-Tu and were thoroughly overwhelmed, causing the mission to be shelved. The century-old tree demon, sensing the Zhou brothers, radiated murderous intent, and with a wave of its hands, several vine-like appendages, as tough as iron, lunged toward them. Spirit Shield, Elder Zhou Jiaqian chanted, his hands forming seals as he concentrated his spiritual energy to conjure a protective barrier resembling a massive stone wall. The vines struck the surface of the shield, producing a cacophony of clashes. Yet, the tree demon was not foolish. It maneuvered its vines to circumvent the shield and continued its assault on everyone present. Is it challenging us all at once? How audacious! Yi Feng observed, swiftly grasping several vines that threatened the disciples of the Miao sect. Earth-shattering slash. At that moment, Deputy Commander Zhou Jiakai leaped into action, gripping his spiritual knife with both hands, his muscles bulging as he brought it down with great force. A 5-meter-long blade of energy cleaved through the air, successfully severing the tree demon's vines. However, the demon remained unscathed and, enraged by the resistance, swelled to a height of 5 meters, transforming its hands into massive wooden hammers that came crashing down upon the crowd. Quick dodge. The group hastily retreated. Realizing the tree demon would be vulnerable to fire, they should launch a fire attack. Moing spoke rationally, yet she unleashed the spell-flowing light sword Qi, wielding her sword to strike down. Fire Cloud Palm. Simultaneously, Shirlei, Hui Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao exerted all their strength to cast this spell, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Falling petals. Jia Yulan formed seals with her hands, sending countless petals like sharp blades toward the century-old tree demon. Others joined in the fray. 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, several at the 7th level. Along with the arriving members of the guard team, led by Wang Dezhu, unleashed dozens of spells at once. Despite the strength of the century-old tree demon, it was still sent flying by the collective force of their spells, its body cracking as it crashed through the brick wall of the Zhou family's courtyard. Landing in the street below, Yi Feng and the others pursued, only to find the tree demon lying motionless amidst the rubble, likely deceased. The group looked around, spotting numerous injured individuals sprawled across the street. Some were members of the black armored guards, while others were passers-by. Earlier, they had attempted to mount a defense, but had suffered heavy casualties, some even perishing. How could this tree demon have bypassed the guards of our Beifuqing and appeared here? Ouyang Hao expressed his concern and confusion. Beifuqing is a first-tier city, heavily fortified. If it could be so easily breached, then this place was no longer safe. Look here. Long Tianxing waved to the others, pointing to a tree pit beside the street. I found remnants of spiritual energy patterns, closely resembling the aura of the tree demon. The others quickly activated their spiritual eyes, observing the freshly dug tree pit, and indeed noticing faint spiritual energy patterns, likely left just moments before. Truly, the blue spirit eye is meticulous, Yi Feng thought. Casting an appreciative glance at Long Tianxing, he approached, gesturing toward the trees lining the street. Zhou Ji sure, these trees surrounding us. Could they have been transplanted from outside the city? Zhou Qiajian was taken aback. How could he possibly know such trivial matters? I just remembered. These trees were planted this morning. I heard they were meant to beautify the streets by increasing greenery along the roads, the elder matriarch of the Zhou family recalled. I awoke early and, while strolling with my maid, happened to see a group of unfamiliar individuals planting trees and casually inquired about it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group varied. Could it be a coincidence? Zhou Qiajin muttered. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings, lost in thought. The tree demon had been unearthed and transported here, only to awaken now without being detected. There had to be something amiss. The tree demon had arrived in the city this morning, at a time when no one knew our Piamiao sect would come to the Zhou family. Thus, if this was not a mere coincidence, it was likely a conspiracy against the Zhou family. The Piamiao sect had inadvertently become embroiled in it. With this in mind, Yi Feng felt a pang of concern for the Zhou family. He sensed that this was likely a calculated scheme, though the identity of the mastermind remained shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from the fallen tree demon, and it inexplicably rose once more, shedding a multitude of wooden fragments to reveal a swirling mass of gray fog. Half the height of a person, it was the spirit of the tree demon. Beware of its possession, warned the Zhou brothers in unison, unleashing their strongest auras to shield against the spirit. The spirit ignited with a peculiar flame, causing a chilling sensation to wash over the street's occupants, as if being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. This was the spirit selecting its target for possession. In the next moment, the spirit darted toward the small white fox cradled in Li Jiaojiao's arms, attempting to seize it. Do not let the spirit touch you, otherwise your soul will be harmed. Zhou Qiajin shouted. The small white fox, targeted by the spirit, immediately fluffed up in fear, trembling in Li Jiaojiao's embrace. How dare it approach our Piamiao sect's guardian spirit beast? Yi Feng dashed forward, positioning himself in front, and with a push, summoned a 2-meter-high spirit essence bell, which rang out, trapping the tree demon's spirit within. Thanks to the unique sealing properties of the spirit essence bell, the spirit quickly fell into a deep slumber, transforming into a peculiar flame that hovered beside the curled-up figure of a nearby stout man. Yi Feng beckoned and retrieved the spirit essence bell. What kind of spiritual artifact is this? It can even contain the spirit of a century-old tree demon. Zhou Qiajin exclaimed in astonishment. This is the signature spiritual artifact of our Piamiao sect. Its power is quite formidable, Yi Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiajin scratched his head, recalling how he had previously heard that the Piamiao sect was impoverished. Now, it seemed those were mere rumors. How could a poor sect possess such a remarkable artifact? However, Zhou Qiajin dismissed such thoughts and respectfully thanked Yi Feng, saying, I am grateful for your timely assistance, Master Yi. Had the tree demon's spirit succeeded in possessing or escaping, our Zhou family would have faced severe repercussions from the deputy city lord. There's no need for formality, Yi Feng remarked, glancing at the bright moon above and surveying the surroundings. Convinced there were no other tree demons lurking, he added, it is getting late. We should return to the sect. Indeed, Zhou Qiajin nodded. After the attack by the century-old tree demon, he and Zhou Qiazai had many matters to attend to. such as reporting the situation to the deputy city lord and investigating the tree planters, leaving no time to continue entertaining guests. Farewell. Yi Feng departed with the disciples of the Piao sect, swiftly exiting the eastern city gate. Half an hour later, Yi Feng reclined on the rooftop of the master hall, hands behind his head, ready to sleep. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind, detecting sect reputation value exceeding 100, side quest activated. The system's prompt startled him. Damn it, is this system trying to scare me to death? Yi Feng rolled his eyes, only to see several lines of pale blue text appear before him. Side quest? Elevate the sect's reputation value to 1,000. Quest deadline: 1 month. Quest reward: the sect will receive a minor fortune enhancement, increasing all beings' cultivation speed by 1/3 and reducing breakthrough difficulty by 1/3. Small gift package 1, chapter 34. Side quest: Spirit Beast Pavilion Fortune Enhancement. Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Master's first stage task was to elevate the sect to a higher tier within 6 months, a feat unlikely to be accomplished in such a short time. However, this newly appeared side quest was quite promising. It could grant the sect a fortune enhancement, significantly accelerating the disciples' cultivation speed. The quicker the disciples broke through, the sooner he could attain power comparable to that of the Gathering Essence realm, which would greatly facilitate the first stage task. It was imperative to complete this quest. Ding. Detecting sect reputation value surpassing 100, the Spirit Beast Pavilion is now open. The system chimed again. Yi Feng paused momentarily, then blinked. Right, the Spirit Beast Pavilion. He suddenly recalled that he had previously been in the assessment period and could not access the pavilion. It was only now that Yi Feng realized the pavilion's opening required not only passing the assessment, but also surpassing a reputation value of 100. Previously, the reputation had been in the 70s, and now it had suddenly exceeded 100, likely due to tonight's subjugation of the tree demon. Yi Feng pondered this as he reflected on the situation. At that moment, within the Lord's mansion of Beifuqing, Zhou Qiajian and Zhou Qiaocai stood in a resplendent hall, the ground occupied by the fallen body of the century-old tree demon. Section 27. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire stood with his back to the Zhou brothers, gazing at a painting on the wall. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice emerged. This century-old tree demon was incapacitated by someone using sorcery. After concealing its aura, it was stealthily transported near your Zhou family, intending to launch a surprise attack on you tonight. However, this mission has failed. Upon hearing these words, the Zhou brothers' eyes widened in disbelief. They could not fathom who would take such drastic measures against them, even going so far as to incapacitate a tree demon. Moreover, to subdue a tree demon comparable to a 9th-level Qi refinement expert, how formidable must the perpetrator be? Did they truly need to go through such elaborate means to eliminate the Zhou brothers? I have some suspicions about who may have targeted you, but I am not yet certain, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, seemingly wary of something. The Zhou brothers discerned the man's apprehension, causing a chill to sweep through them. This individual was none other than the vice mayor of Baifu City, a practitioner at the first level of the Gathering Essence realm. The only figures capable of instilling such fear in him could only be the leaders of the 3 prominent sections. Could it be that the higher sects intended to strike against the Zhou family? Yet, this made no sense. The Zhou family had never offended any of the 3 major sects. Why would they resort to such actions? This matter was indeed perplexing. At that moment, the vice mayor spoke again. The demon has begun to wreak havoc, and with the city lord in seclusion, we are short-staffed. Let us set this matter aside for now. You may return home. He added, by the way, the Miao Miao sect is quite an intriguing faction. When I have some free time, I wish to pay them a visit. Understood, Zhou Qian and Zhou Kai replied, retracting the tree demon's form before exiting the city lord's hall. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng was exploring the newly opened Spirit Beast Pavilion, familiarizing himself with its functions. The Spirit Beast Pavilion required reputation points to progressively unlock features. At the current stage, the sect's reputation stood at 100, allowing only the first function to be accessible. This function was recognition of ownership. Any demon beast captured alive by our Miao Miao sect could, with the aid of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, be transformed into a guardian spirit beast for our sect. Yi Feng absorbed the information regarding the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Currently, it existed only in a virtual state, lacking a physical structure akin to the hall of the sect leader. System: can any demon beast, regardless of its cultivation level, be transformed into a guardian spirit beast once captured alive by our Miao Miao sect? Yi Feng inquired within his mind. Indeed, however, the Spirit Beast Pavilion has a limit on the number of spirit beasts it can house, which can be surpassed by increasing reputation points, the system elucidated. Soon after, A series of light blue text appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. Spirit Beast Pavilion. First stage. Guardian Spirit Beasts. 23. Low-level Demon Soldier, Class Young White Fox. With talents for Warning and Charm. Medium-level Demon Soldier Class Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. With talents for Flight, Vision, and Sharp Claws. Note: breaking through 1,000 reputation points will unlock the second stage of the Spirit Beast Pavilion and introduce new features. Remark: the Spirit Beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion can provide additional cultivation boosts to the Sect Leader. Upon seeing this information, Yi Feng's eyes brightened. Recruiting Spirit Beasts was akin to recruiting disciples and could yield significant enhancements. Have Xiao Bai and Lao Tai already become Spirit Beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Yi Feng pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. The young white fox regards the Miao Miao sect as its home and was captured the moment the Spirit Beast Pavilion opened. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle is the Master's Spirit Beast and was also automatically included in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, the system clarified. Yi Feng's expression turned to one of realization as he asked, by the way, the Spirit Beast Pavilion can accommodate one more Spirit Beast. What about Ping Tu Ge? He retrieved the Ling Yuan bell, peering at the curled-up Ping Tu Ge within, feeling a surge of interest. The Ping Tu Ge was a high-level Demon Soldier class beast. Including it in the Spirit Beast Pavilion could yield immense benefits. Detecting a high-level Demon Soldier class mutated honey badger. Would you like to include it in the Spirit Beast Pavilion? The system inquired. Yes. Yi Feng replied without hesitation. In the next moment, he felt an enigmatic energy flow from his body into the Ling Yuan bell, gradually merging with Ping Tu Ge's form. Successfully recorded the third Guardian Spirit Beast, mutated honey badger, with talents for stamina, toughness, grudges, and burrowing. After a brief pause, the system notified him. Holding a grudge is also considered a talent. Yi Feng smirked, internally critiquing, by that logic, being stingy could also be deemed a talent. The system remained silent in response. Yi Feng leaped into an open area, releasing Ping Tu Ge from the Ling Yuan bell and tossing it onto the grass. Roar! Upon its emergence, Ping Tu Ge began to thrash about wildly, tearing apart the surrounding dogtail grass with a fierce demeanor. Then, it caught sight of Yi Feng standing nearby, paused momentarily, sniffed at his feet, and promptly lay down to sleep. Indeed, it had been tamed. Yi Feng felt an unexpected sense of loss, with Ping Tu Ge's provocation gone. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the change. On the roof of a thatched cottage, Mo Ying sat cross-legged and noticed Ping Tu Ge's appearance, her heart skipping a beat. Yet, to her astonishment, she observed that Ping Tu Ge ceased its aggressive behavior towards Yi Feng and instead sprawled on the ground, seemingly subdued. Did he possess a natural talent for taming beasts? Mo Ying blinked in disbelief, contemplating the possibility that the demon beast had been cowed into submission. At that moment, Yi Feng turned around and locked eyes with Mo Ying on the roof. The evening breeze flowed gently atop the peak, lifting the light veil before Mo Ying, revealing the lower half of her face. It bore no signs of corruption. Rather, it appeared flawless and strikingly beautiful. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Mo Ying realized something was amiss. With swift movements, she waved her slender hand to conceal her visage with her ample black sleeves, turning to leap down and vanish in the blink of an eye. On the rooftop, only the thatched grass swayed in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound. Chapter 35. The effects of low-quality refinement pills. How strange. Is it merely my illusion? Yi Feng scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Although Mo Ying's movements were swift and it was nighttime with dim light, he had activated his spirit eyes and could see far better than an ordinary person. He distinctly recalled the lower half of Mo Ying's face appearing drastically different. It seemed as though all traces of corrosion had vanished. The outline of her face appeared similar. Yet he wondered what warranted such concealment. Shouldn't she be delighted if her face has healed? If he were in her position, he would surely flaunt a once unsightly face that had suddenly transformed into beauty rather than hiding like a thief. Yi Feng mused, shaking his head in confusion. He soon shifted his focus to the Ling Yuan bell, contemplating how to deal with the trapped soul of the tree demon. After considerable thought yielded no solutions, he decided to consult the system. Is there a method to handle the soul? The soul can be used for alchemy and artifact crafting, but it requires the cooperation of an alchemist and an artifact craftsman, the system stated before falling silent. It appeared that there was no immediate way to address the soul issue. Yi Feng resolved to postpone the matter for now. Inside a thatched cottage belonging to the Miao Miao sect, Mo Ying materialized, hastily retrieving a mirror to admire her flawless complexion, caressing her face with her hands, and gazing at it until deep into the night. However, as the night wore on, strange markings suddenly crawled across her cheeks. and her face quickly reverted to the appearance of having been corroded by toxic mist. Alas, Emoing put away the mirror and leaned against the window, gazing listlessly at the deep blue sky. The following morning, Shirley arose early. As the chief disciple, he felt it was his duty to set an example. After freshening up in the backyard, he prepared to practice in the open space in front of the courtyard. However, the moment he stepped over the threshold, his foot barely touching the ground, he seemed to have stepped on something peculiar. Instinctively, he pushed off with his other foot and leaped forward. In midair, Shirley glanced back and was startled to find a capybara lying on the ground. "I actually stepped on it." Shirley gasped and then fell to the ground, inadvertently biting into a few dogtail grasses, looking rather disheveled. The capybara, initially sleeping outside the door, stood up suddenly, ready to confront the intruder who had disturbed its slumber. Shirley, lying in the grass, was terrified and prepared to crawl away, waiting for the creature to move far enough before making his escape. But before he could make a move, he noticed the capybara had already jumped in front of him, staring him down with its large eyes. Goodness! Shirley, frightened, instinctively cast the iron shield technique, ready to fight back desperately. However, to his astonishment, the capybara merely observed him for a moment, sniffed the air, and then returned to lie down at the door, resting its chin on its front paws. What on earth is happening? Shirley widened his eyes and looked up, only to see Feng sitting cross-legged nearby, facing the morning breeze as he watched the sunrise. "Do not panic. That beast has already been tamed by me and has officially become our Piao Sect's guardian spirit beast. You may call it capybara," Feng said calmly. "Tamed?" Shirley lowered his shield, astonished. "Indeed, it has been tamed. As long as you are a member of our Piao Sect, the capybara can recognize you by scent," Feng explained. "The spirit beasts of the Piao Sect and its disciples are acknowledged by the system. Thus the capybara can discern their essence and will not make mistakes." At that moment, other disciples began to rise one after another. Worried that they might be frightened by the capybara, Shirley hurried over to explain the situation. Before long, all the disciples gathered at the door, observing the comfortably sleeping capybara. They noticed that although it appeared fierce, upon closer inspection, it seemed rather adorable. Nevertheless, no one dared to reach out and touch it. "It's early in the morning. Let us focus on our cultivation to strive for advancement in our skills," Feng urged as he saw them crowding around the capybara. Yes, the disciples obediently lined up in a row, sitting cross-legged on either side of Feng, commencing their practice. The morning's spiritual energy was the most abundant, and the effects of their cultivation would undoubtedly be the best. Seeing them earnest in their training, Feng contemplated for a moment, then produced a white low-grade spirit cultivation pill. This was one of the rewards from the assessment period task, exactly 10 in total. Enough for each person to have one. He was curious about the efficacy, but figured since it was produced by the system, it should be quite good. Thus, Feng presented one pill to his chief disciple Shirley, saying, "This is our Piao Sect's pill for enhancing cultivation. You should try it first." "Huh?" Shirley was taken aback. "Try the pill? Could it possibly be expired?" His eyes widened, but seeing Feng's eager expression, he had no choice but to pop the pill into his mouth, discovering it was slightly sweet and soft, akin to candy. The next moment, the rich medicinal power unfurled within him. Shirley felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort, immediately channeling the energy. Realizing that the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians had accelerated to 100 times its usual pace, continuously expanding his meridians. In the chi refining stage, advancing through small realms involved broadening meridians, breaking personal limits, and thereby enlarging one's chi. Shirley felt as though he had boarded a flying sword. One morning's practice equated to a month's worth of effort. With a loud sound reminiscent of waves crashing, Shirley's chi suddenly expanded by 1/3, breaking through the bottleneck and advancing into the 4th level of chi refining. Moreover, he discovered that not only had he broken through, but he had also delved deeper into the 4th level of chi refining. The elder brother has broken through. The other disciples, startled by the sound of his breakthrough, opened their eyes to find Shirley rapidly absorbing spiritual energy until his chi was full. A single low-grade spirit cultivation pill enabled a breakthrough. Shirley exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Feng. "The sect master has pills?" The other disciples gazed at Feng in astonishment. Well, they were actually left behind by the previous sect master, 10 in total, just enough for each person, Feng said, spreading his hands, revealing 9 low-grade spirit cultivation pills resting in his palms. Under Feng's distribution, each person received one and examined it closely. Jia Yulan, astonished, asked, "This pill is pure white and flawless. Could it be the legendary perfect pill? It must be quite valuable." The pills sold in Beifuching often contained minor impurities, and while close to perfect, they could never match the perfection of the 10% pill. In Jia Yulan's view, it must have been crafted by a master alchemist. I cannot say for certain, but in any case, they are all left by the previous sect master, so you should use them quickly, Yi Feng urged. With the disciples' cultivation levels rising, his own strength would also grow, so he was eager to avoid wasting any time. Thank you, sect master. Except for Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, who had yet to enter the qi refining stage, the other disciples swiftly consumed their pills, sitting on the ground to benefit from a surge in cultivation speed for half an hour. Long Tianxing progressed from the first to the third level of qi refining, while Xia He and Xiu Zhu both advanced to the pinnacle of the third level. Li Jiaojiao ascended to the fourth level. Hui Yunjie continued his practice. Nearing a breakthrough to the sixth level, he believed that once the half hour was up, he would surely advance. This is the spiritual eye liquid for you. To cleanse your eyes and strive to awaken your spiritual eyes soon, Yi Feng said, handing 2 bottles of spiritual eye liquid to Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, reminding them. Thank you, sect master. The 2 little ones expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Upon receiving the spiritual eye liquid, Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu took out small handkerchiefs, following Yi Feng's instructions to wipe their eyes, feeling a refreshing coolness. Observing everyone diligently cultivating, Yi Feng refrained from interrupting. He allowed Capybara and Ironclaw Dragonhawk to guard the disciples and quietly made his way to the kitchen. Today's breakfast was to be invigorating. Yi Feng donned an apron, embracing his role as chef, and, feeling the surge of his strength, hummed a cheerful tune. Let us row our boat, pushing through the waves. In the melodious song, Yi Feng heated oil in a pan to fry eggs for the disciples, followed by boiling a pot of noodles. Half an hour later, at the rickety dining table, the disciples gathered around to find the fried eggs either oddly shaped or burnt, their expressions filled with bewilderment. As for the noodles, some were soft while others were hard, and some had even clumped together, appearing quite unappetizing. Sect master, perhaps it would be best if I took care of the cooking from now on, Li Jiaojiao said weakly. All right. Yi Feng scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing his culinary skills were indeed lacking. However, when he opened the system panel and saw the disciple information section, he could not contain his joy. Master, Yi Feng, peak of qi refinement, 9th level. Sect, Piamiao sect, low rank. Sect reputation, 113 disciples. Shirlei, qi refinement, 4th level. Hui Yunjie, qi refinement, 6th level. Li Jiaojiao, qi refinement, 4th level. Mo Ying, qi refinement, 7th level. Long Tianxing, peak of qi refinement, 3rd level. Jia Yulan, peak of qi refinement, 6th level. Xia He, peak of qi refinement, 3rd level. Xiu Zhu, peak of qi refinement, 3rd level. Ouyang Feng, mortal. Ouyang Yu, mortal. After consuming a low-grade qi pill, half of the disciples achieved breakthroughs, indicating a necessity for more medicinal pills in the future. Upon reviewing the information, Yi Feng finally grasped the significance of investing in cultivation resources. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his disciples' abilities, Yi Feng felt a considerable increase in his own strength. I should be capable of taking on 4 average opponents, he mused. Little did the unfortunate average opponents know, they had become a new unit of measurement. Disciples, let us partake in breakfast. Although the food was somewhat unpalatable, Shirlei took the initiative and began to eat. The hungry disciples quickly followed suit. And upon witnessing their messy dining, Yi Feng helplessly placed a hand on his forehead, subsequently retrieving an ancient tome and laying it upon the table. Once you have filled your stomach, we shall practice this technique, Yi Feng proclaimed. The disciples were taken aback at the cover of the ancient tome, a first-tier technique titled Omnidirectional Spiritual Awareness. This was a perception-based spell bequeathed by the former master. Initially, Yi Feng intended to wait until they had all reached the foundational level before imparting the knowledge, but today he was in high spirits and decided to teach it directly. Yi Feng elaborated on the technique's capabilities, which elicited astonishment among the group. A qi refinement first-level cultivator can sense a radius of 3 zhang? How extraordinary! Exclaimed Li Jiaojiao. 3 zhang is approximately 10 meters. Aware that his disciples were unfamiliar with the metric system, Yi Feng opted for this traditional unit. In unique environments, this spell could prove immensely powerful. Mo Ying also recognized the technique's exceptional nature. The other disciples, having lost their appetite, eagerly flipped through the 9-page tome, studying the text and diagrams of meridian flow. As this technique was a reward from the system, it had already reached perfection without requiring the disciples' training, allowing Yi Feng to elucidate it on the spot. Upon hearing his words, the disciples felt as if they had been enlightened. The most gifted among them, Mo Ying, quickly commenced her training, followed by Jia Yulan and Hui Yunjie, who soon reached the foundational level. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the cry of the iron-clawed dragon eagle and remarked, "Someone approaches." He stowed the ancient tome and stepped outside the courtyard. He observed Jia Yulan's father, Jia Lian, piloting a bamboo leaf boat with 5 middle-aged craftsmen aboard. Approaching Piaomiao Peak. "Master Yi, I have brought craftsmen for you," Jia Lian shouted from a distance, only to be startled nearly into falling from the bamboo boat upon catching sight of the iron-clawed dragon eagle and the average opponent standing beside Yifeng. "Do not be alarmed, Master Jia. They have been tamed and now serve as the guardians of our Piaomiao sect," Yifeng hastily reassured him, fearing that Jia Lian might flee. With caution, Jia Lian landed on the grassy peak, only to see the average opponent dart towards him, causing him to quickly form hand seals to lift the bamboo boat into the air. "Average opponent, that is a guest. Return," Yifeng called out, prompting the average opponent to reluctantly return, feeling agitated from the lack of a fight that day. Witnessing this, Jia Lian confirmed that the average opponent had indeed been subdued. His eyes wide with astonishment, he lowered the bamboo boat again, presenting the 5 craftsmen, all of whom were at the Qi refinement 2nd level, to Yifeng. "These are the craftsmen from the Jia family, capable of assisting Master Yi in renovating or even reconstructing the Piaomiao sect. All expenses will be covered by our Jia family," Jia Lian declared, showcasing his affluent demeanor. "Father, what brings you here?" Jia Yulan exclaimed joyfully, waving at her father. Jia Lian, using his spiritual eye to scan Jia Yulan, noticed a significant enhancement in her spiritual energy fluctuations. She had reached the peak of Qi refinement 6th level, leaving him in awe. "It seems leaving my daughter at the Piaomiao sect was indeed a wise choice, as her cultivation has advanced rapidly," Jia Lian mused. He gestured towards the 5 craftsmen, stating, "I have brought these skilled artisans to assist with the renovations or reconstruction of the Piaomiao sect." "Thank you, father," Jia Yulan replied exuberantly, feeling a sense of joy from her family's support in her chosen sect. "Very well, I must return as matters have become rather busy. Focus on your cultivation at the Piaomiao sect," Jia Lian said, casting a glance at the average opponent who had been eyeing him the entire time before hastily boarding the bamboo boat and departing. "Greetings, Master Yi. Greetings, miss." The craftsman greeted Yifeng and Jia Yulan. Jia Yulan pointed to an elderly man with gray hair, introducing him. "Master, this is our Jia family's master carpenter, surnamed Li. He has designed and constructed everything for the Jia family and will undoubtedly ensure our Piaomiao sect is built to perfection." "Greetings, Master Li. Greetings, Master Yi." The 2 parties quickly acquainted themselves. Yifeng presented the layout of Piaomiao Peak he had drawn the previous day for Master Li's review. As a seasoned architect with decades of experience, Master Li promptly sketched a site-appropriate blueprint based on Yifeng's requirements. In merely half a day, Master Li estimated the necessary materials, resulting in a substantial stack of documents. Such talent exists in the Xinzhou continent. In the modern world, Master Li would undoubtedly be a civil engineering heavyweight. Yifeng observed in wide-eyed amazement. "Master Yi, we are still lacking one type of material," Master Li suddenly announced, setting down his drawing pen. "What are we missing?" Yifeng inquired with curiosity. "Most materials for construction can be purchased in the city today and delivered here by tomorrow. However, we still require a main beam, which must be sourced from a forest located 20 miles from Baifu City," Master Li explained. "Where is it?" Yifeng asked. "Just over there, not too far," Master Li replied, turning to point at a distant forest. Yifeng glanced and noted that it lay in the southeast direction of Piaomiao sect, approximately 10 miles away. Thus, he proposed, "How about this? Master Li and I will go to the forest to procure the timber, while the rest of you can head into the city to purchase the remaining construction materials. This plan is feasible and efficient." Master Li nodded in agreement. After enjoying lunch, they set out. Master Li instructed the other 4 craftsmen to return to Baifu City to acquire materials and enlist additional help. For safety, Yifeng requested Shirlei and Hui Yunjie to accompany them as escorts. Meanwhile, Yifeng sat atop the iron-clawed dragon eagle, with the trembling Master Li grasping onto a feather for dear life, terrified of falling. Behind them soared Mo Ing, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianxing on their flying swords. Initially, Yifeng had not wished for them to join, but Jia Yulan, eager to escape Baifu City, insisted on accompanying him. The average opponent and others remained to guard Piaomiao Peak. Soon after, Yifeng and his group landed near a small village of around 100 inhabitants. This place, known as Lin Village, was initially uninhabited until a forest was established, necessitating caretakers for the trees, which eventually led to the village's development, as Master Li explained. "Oh, I see," Yifeng replied. Yifeng nodded. The group quickly arrived at Lin Village. However, Yifeng discovered that every household had its doors tightly locked, save for one person drawing water from the well at the village entrance. Upon seeing someone approach, the individual instinctively grabbed the bucket and attempted to flee. Xiaozhong. It's me. Master Li quickly called out. Ah, it's Master Li. We thought those monsters had come again. The young man who was about to run finally relaxed and shouted towards the village. Fellow villagers, do not be afraid. Master Li from Baifu City has arrived. What? Master has come? Oh, we have finally endured to the end. Please save the children. The villagers opened their doors and gathered at the entrance, murmuring peculiar phrases. Upon seeing the iron-clawed dragon eagle standing at the village entrance, some were so frightened they fell to the ground. Thankfully, with Master Li's explanations, the villagers gradually calmed down. Did a monster sneak attack Lin village? Yifeng inquired. This is Yi Zhangmen from the Piao Miao sect, and the rest are disciples of the Piao Miao sect, all of whom are more skilled than I. That eagle is the mount of Zhangmen Yi, Master Li hurriedly introduced. Although Master Li's abilities were not remarkable, he had devoted his life to the Jia family, earning a special grant of spiritual liquid and several spirit stones, allowing him to advance to the second level of qi refinement. While this may seem weak, in the eyes of the villagers of Lin, he was a master. And upon hearing that Yi Feng was the even mightier leader of the Piao Miao sect, accompanied by a formidable eagle, they were instantly filled with awe and respect. They had heard that only the strongest could become a sect leader. Perhaps he could help Lin village through this calamity. Zhangmen Yi, please save our Lin village. The villagers implored. What exactly has happened? Yifeng asked. Though unsure if he could be of assistance, he was willing to try, perhaps even enhancing the reputation of his sect in the process. The children's father went up the mountain to chop wood and has yet to return. Last night, monsters invaded the village, abducting several able-bodied men. It was terrifying. The villagers exclaimed in unison. Soon, Yifeng and his companions understood the situation. Realizing that monsters had been lurking near Lin village, specifically targeting the young and strong, and had brazenly taken people from the village the previous night. We should utilize the all-around spiritual awareness to investigate. Perhaps we can find some clues left behind on the way. Yifeng pondered for a moment before promptly arranging a course of action. Master Li and the iron-clawed dragon eagle would remain in Lin village to stabilize the villagers and provide protection. Yifeng, Moing, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianxing all activated their spiritual eyes, searching the vicinity of the village, and indeed discovered a trail of irregular footprints, faintly infused with spiritual energy. Let us pursue. Yifeng led the charge while Moing followed closely behind. They chased through the forest for nearly half an hour, arriving at a valley. Upon gazing at a waterfall ahead, they noticed the energy trail abruptly cease there. Zhangmen, what should we do? Jia Yulan inquired. Let us investigate behind that waterfall. There may be clues, Yifeng suggested. Allow me. Moing stepped forward to the waterfall, casting the spell all-around spiritual awareness. And with her cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, she could explore an area of approximately 17 meters in radius. Behind the waterfall, there was a deep cave, where the residual spiritual energy was most abundant. After a brief moment, Moing opened her eyes and spoke. I will lead the way. Yifeng produced the spirit source bell and leaped through the waterfall with ease, emerging behind it. Follow me. Moing swung her sword to part the waterfall, creating a temporary gap, and Long Tianxing and Jia Yulan hurriedly followed. The cave was somewhat dim, prompting Yifeng to ask, who can use the fire cloud palm to provide some light? Upon hearing this, the three disciples shook their heads repeatedly. It seemed they would have to rely on their spiritual eyes. Yifeng ventured forward, utilizing the faint green glow emitted by the spirit source bell as he traversed the cave, ultimately arriving in a damp space that emanated a ghostly light. On the ground lay 5 young men, enveloped in spiritual light, with a crimson aura emanating from them, flowing towards a peculiar beast with a bull's head and a human body, enhancing its strength. This was a low-tier demon soldier known as the soul-eating demon bull, which grew stronger by devouring the life essence of others. Based on its emitted aura, it was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier demon soldier level. Moing merely glanced at the shadow in the darkness and quickly deduced the situation. Roar! The soul-eating demon bull, upon noticing their presence, displayed fear in its eyes and turned to flee. Clang! A flash of sword light passed, and the soul-eating demon bull was severely injured, crashing to the ground. Let me seal it. Jia Yulan unleashed a perfected first-tier spell, the binding spirit rope, tossing a multicolored rope that ensnared the soul-eating demon bull tightly. Haha, done. Jia Yulan clapped her hands, reveling in her success. Tianxing, save the others, Yifeng instructed. Long Tianxing rushed forward to check the pulses of the 5 young men lying on the ground, and after a moment, he said, they still have life. They are just extremely weak. With some recuperation, they should recover. All right, let us return, Feng declared, hoisting the bound soul-eating demon bull and lifting the unconscious 5 youths as they retraced their steps. However, upon exiting the cave behind the waterfall, they discovered 2 familiar figures standing in the clearing outside the waterfall. It's you. An elderly man with red hair, sitting in a wheelchair, glared at Feng, his eyes wide with resentment. The other, a young man in black with a crooked mouth, upon seeing the soul-eating demon bull Feng was carrying, instantly radiated a chilling aura. Chapter 38. The plot of the Red Snake Sect. What a surprise to see you here, Feng remarked, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had not expected to encounter Zhao Dajiang, the leader of the Red Snake Sect, and the crooked-mouthed youth, Sitai Jian, here. Mu, the injured soul-eating demon bull, upon seeing Zhao Dajiang, revealed a look of familiarity, crying out in despair as if to say, Master, save me. Realizing this, Feng suddenly understood. So the soul-eating demon bull was cultivated by your Red Snake Sect to cause harm. Nonsense. Zhao Dajiang's immediate reaction was to rebut. However, Sitai Jian grinned sinisterly and said, Zhang Min, there are only 4 people from the Piao Miao sect, and none of them are as skilled as you. So why not finish them off thoroughly? Zhao Dajiang's expression darkened as he began to scrutinize Feng and his companions with his spiritual eyes. Due to Mo Ying's adept concealment of her cultivation level, Zhao Dajiang assumed she was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, on par with Jia Yulan. As for Feng, in Zhao Dajiang's eyes, he was just a mere mortal, and while he could not fathom how he managed to carry several individuals, he believed he could not withstand a spell. Feng, you can only blame your misfortune for stumbling upon my plan. It seems that today, I cannot allow you to leave alive. Zhao Dajiang's smile gradually turned menacing. He was aware of the events that had transpired with the Zhou family, but was not privy to the specific details. Nor was he aware that Feng possessed the terrifying strength to take on 4 formidable foes. At this moment, his focus was entirely on Jia Yulan and Mo Ying. Disciple, you shall go and disable Feng and the Long family as foreigner, while I deal with those 2 female disciples, and then have my fun with them, Zhao Dajiang sneered. Master, don't be too rough. I still wish to discuss an interesting matter with Miss Jia. Sitai Jian chuckled darkly. What is the rush? We'll each have our turn. Zhao Dajiang replied with a cunning smile. Master, you're over 80. Can you still manage? As the master, I grow stronger with age. With that, Zhao Dajiang drew forth a crimson spirit sword, his aura surging to unprecedented heights, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. Until now, he had concealed his true power, but today he revealed his sharp fangs. With a resounding clang, Zhao Dajiang wielded his sword against Jia Yulan, the swiftness of his strike generating a fierce sword wind in midair. Another clang echoed as Mo Ying displayed her prowess at the 7th level of qi refinement, using the windward flying sword to block Zhao Dajiang's spirit sword. Ah, what remarkable talent for one so young, already a leader among qi refinement practitioners. Zhao Dajiang's expression shifted, yet he remained composed, his right hand forming a sword technique to channel the spirit sword towards Mo Ying, while his left hand unleashed a perfected first-tier spell, the flame spear, aimed at Jia Yulan. As the blade flew forth, Jia Yulan retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals to cast her own perfected first-tier spell. The spirit disc flying blade, a luminous disc, 1/2 meter in diameter, materialized before her, launching flying blades that barely withstood the onslaught. These 2 young girls present quite a challenge. Zhao Dajiang's gaze sharpened as he realized he was momentarily restrained by them, estimating that it would take at least 10 exchanges to secure victory. Master, please take your time. Let me first deal with Feng and the alien entities of the Long family. Sitai Jian diverted his attention, executing the flame spear and leaping to lift Feng into the air. Tianxing, tend to the injured. Feng tossed 5 deeply unconscious villagers to Long Tianxing, swiftly evading Sitai Jian's assault before launching a devastating kick. Ah! Sitai Jian screamed, only to fall silent, his body contorting painfully as he rolled on the leaf-strewn ground, his face twisted in agony. Disciple, Zhao Dajiang was caught off guard by this unexpected vulnerability. A golden opportunity. Mo Ying soared forth, her sword striking Zhao Dajiang's right hand, causing him to drop the flame spear in pain. Jia Yulan quickly altered her spell, casting the near-perfected falling petals, countless sharp petals swirling around Zhao Dajiang, precisely slicing his neck. How is this possible? Zhao Dajiang fell to the ground, utterly bewildered that he had been vanquished by a 7th-level qi refinement disciple and a peak 6th-level disciple. Gagging at the sight of Zhao Dajiang's unblinking stare, Jia Yulan retched, while Mo Ying calmly patted her back, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Long Tianxing, though feeling queasy, quickly regained his composure. Upon witnessing Zhao Daying's demise, Yifeng's expression shifted, turning to observe the writhing Si-Tai Jian, reflecting that the man truly lived up to his name. However, such a person deserved no sympathy. Mu, the soul-eating demon bull, witnessing Zhao Daying's fall, bellowed in rage, yet Yifeng silenced it with a punch, leaving it seething with fury. Yifeng had no intention of killing the soul-eating demon bull just yet. He preferred to leave it for the villagers to deal with, believing the outcome would be far more effective than if he intervened. Si-Tai Jian, you have cultivated the soul-eating demon bull to harm others. You reap what you sow. Yifeng approached Si-Tai Jian, regarding him intently. Yifeng, you have hidden your capabilities so well. Si-Tai Jian, drenched in sweat, glared at Yifeng with venomous eyes, his lips quivering. Master, how shall we deal with this man? Mo Ying approached, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon the prostrate Si-Tai Jian. Jia Yuan, having recovered somewhat after her retching, spoke. Kill me, and the demon general will avenge us. In time, not even your mysterious mist sect will escape destruction, let alone Beifuqing. Si-Tai Jian's face twisted into a malicious grin. Demon general. Yifeng and the others exchanged astonished glances. The mention of a demon general, equivalent to the gathering Yuan realm, posed a significant threat. If Si-Tai Jian truly had colluded with a demon general, not only the mysterious mist sect, but even Beifuqing would be in peril. Are you frightened? We are merely the advanced troops of the demon general, and many traitors lurk within Beifuqing. I am not afraid to tell you, for I intend for you to live in fear in the days to come. Si-Tai Jian laughed maniacally, his eyes wild with madness. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng suddenly inquired, does the demon general know about our mysterious mist sect? Si-Tai Jian was momentarily taken aback. Yifeng chuckled. It seems we are of no consequence in the eyes of your demon general, suggesting that we are safe for the time being. You. Si-Tai Jian was astounded by Yifeng's calm demeanor, his eyes widening in disbelief. That is a demon general, a being on par with the gathering Yuan realm. And Yifeng is unafraid? Yifeng then asked, do you have any final words? Si-Tai Jian's eyes bulged. Spare me. Spare you? Yifeng swept his leg, and Si-Tai Jian was pressed into the ground, lifeless. Gazing at the corpses of Zhao Daying and Si-Tai Jian, Yifeng's expression grew solemn. There were indeed traitors within Beifuqing. Was it the Black Xian sect, or someone else? And who was behind the attack on the Zhou family utilizing the century-old tree demon? Yifeng felt as though he was enveloped in a thick fog. He shook his head, momentarily setting aside those thoughts, preparing to incinerate Zhao Daying and Si-Tai Jian. But just then, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding woods. There are demonic presences. Mo Ying instantly became alert. Long Tianxing surveyed the area, spotting numerous enormous figures imbued with vibrant spiritual energy lurking in the trees. They must be the subordinates of that demon general. Yifeng's expression turned grave. Chapter 39. Trapped in a siege, sword combat techniques surround the injured in the center. Focus on your own safety. The rest shall be handled by your master. Yifeng withdrew the spirit essence spell, bracing for confrontation. Mo Ying promptly cast all-around spirit sense, probing the area within a radius of several meters to prevent ambushes. With a sudden rustle, 7 tree demons burst forth from the underbrush, each humanoid in form, towering 3 to 5 meters, their bodies entwined with vines, making them nearly impossible to miss. The strongest among them radiated an aura comparable to a century-old tree demon, reaching the rank of high-tier demon soldier. The remaining 6 were all of mid-tier demon soldier rank, none weaker than Jia Yulan. Master, can we fight them? Jia Yulan expressed her concern. If we cannot defeat them, we will promptly fly away on our swords, and those left behind may be beyond our aid. Mo Ying glanced at the 5 villagers deeply unconscious on the ground. If they lingered, their lives would surely be forfeit. Taking some of them away might preserve their fighting strength and allow the events here to be relayed. But Yifeng interjected, I can contend with 4 of those brutes. How could I falter against a mere 7 tree demons? The disciples paused for a moment, processing his words. Indeed, their master was so formidable, and with their combined efforts, confronting 7 tree demons seemed far from daunting. Hiss! The 3-meter-tall tree demon leader emitted a strange sound, and the air temperature plummeted, plunging them from the heat of summer into the biting chill of winter. This was the signal for attack. The 6 mid-tier demon soldier tree demons swung their arms, transforming into dozens of vine-like tendrils as they launched forward with a piercing sound. Falling petals. Jia Yulan's swiftly formed hand seals, and countless pink petals blossomed above, forming a protective bowl-like shield that enveloped them all. This was indeed a second-tier spell. Even nearing perfection, its power approached that of a fully realized first-tier spell, offering substantial defense. The tendrils of the tree demon were mostly repelled, with the remaining vines severed by the flying sword of Mo-ing, leaving them unharmed. Whoosh! At that moment, Yi Feng had already leapt forth, his body devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, yet his speed surpassed even that of the wind spirit step. Crack! Yi Feng enlarged the spirit origin bell to the size of a fist, and, using it as a stone, effortlessly smashed a medium-level demon soldier of the tree demon. The other tree demons, witnessing this, were filled with dread in their eerie green eyes. A mere mortal, yet so powerful? This thought sprang forth in their minds. But before they could ponder further, Yi Feng struck again, obliterating another tree demon. Hiss! The leader of the tree demons sensed the man's terrifying strength and immediately commanded a surround. It then inflated to 5 meters tall, its vine-like arms swiftly intertwining into 2 colossal wooden hammers, descending with immense force. However, it underestimated Yi Feng. He landed on the ground, grasped a vine with one hand, and swung himself onto a tree like a pendulum, evading the leader's assault. Subsequently, Yi Feng magnified the spirit origin bell to 2 meters high and brought it down with all his might. Bang! The sound resonated as if a great bell had been struck, and the tree demon leader was smashed into oblivion, silenced forever. The eyes of the other tree demons shrank to the size of pinholes, clearly overwhelmed by sheer terror. The unfortunate tree demons could not even gasp in shock, let alone utter a curse. Observing the frantically fleeing tree demons, Yi Feng silently mocked them. Unable to even utter a curse, how pitiful! With that thought, Yi Feng bent the tree with force and propelled himself, delivering one punch after another, piercing through the remaining tree demons. In no time, they all lay on the ground, their breaths extinguished. Done. Yi Feng clapped his hands and retracted the spirit origin bell. However, when he looked towards Long Tianqing and the others in the distance, he saw not admiration on their faces, but rather frantic waving as if they were shouting something. This scene felt oddly familiar to Yi Feng. Something's behind me. Yi Feng suddenly became alert, turning around and delivering a punch. He was not the foolish teammate often seen in movies, oblivious while others frantically warned him. Sure enough, as Yi Feng turned, he discovered a creature, about 2 meters tall, resembling a large rooster with a crocodile's head, lunging at him. His punch struck the creature's throat perfectly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The creature was sent flying, crashing into a tree before landing, its sharp claws flailing wildly, effortlessly shredding the surrounding trees. Those claws. Yi Feng's eyes widened. If he were caught, there would be not a single piece of cloth left intact on him. It was a low-level demon soldier known as the crocodile rooster beast, whose claws were excellent materials for refining weapons. Typically, these beasts lived in groups. The arrival of one indicated many more nearby. Mo-ing immediately warned. Yi Feng instantly became vigilant. He indeed heard the sound of clucking nearby, rapidly approaching. Thud, thud, thud. The dense footsteps drew near. Before long, Yi Feng and his companions were surrounded by dozens of crocodile rooster beasts. Due to their eyes being positioned on the sides of their heads, they resembled ordinary chickens when looking at humans, swaying their heads amusingly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A bright red, medium-level demon soldier crocodile rooster let out a sharp cry, commanding the others to maintain a circular encirclement as they lunged toward Yi Feng and his companions. Flowing sword chi, Mo-ing finally found her opportunity. Forming a sword gesture with her hands and spinning in midair, the sword, propelled by the wind, swiftly sliced through the air, decapitating the crocodile rooster beasts in its path. After a few steps forward, they collapsed to the ground, neatly slain. In the end, only the medium-level crocodile rooster remained, staring at Yi Feng and the others. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The leader of the crocodile rooster bolted away in panic. However, Mo-ing pointed with her finger, and the wind-propelled sword accelerated forward, cleaving it in two. Thus, both the tree demons and crocodile rooster beasts were vanquished by Yi Feng and his companions. Sister Mo-ing, that move was incredible. How did you make the flying sword circle around like that? Long Tianqing's small face was filled with admiration. Every sword wielder is connected to their sword by an invisible aura, akin to a tether. I controlled the sword's rapid rotation through that aura to create a circular cutting effect. Mo-ing paused, adding, I shall name this method sword combat technique. How impressive. Long Tianqing admired her even more. Jia Yulan found it fascinating and was eager to learn, but felt it was not the right moment to speak up. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Sword combat technique? Surely it's not gun combat technique. If it were, that would be terrifying indeed. After today's events, Yi Feng believed that Mo-ing was undoubtedly a talented individual, potentially capable of creating an entirely new sword-wielding technique in the future that would astonish all. However, considering the inherent dangers, Feng hastily urged, we should not linger here. We must withdraw promptly. Chapter 40. The surge in sect prestige. This place was at least 10 miles from Lin Village, classified as a perilous region, and indeed required a swift retreat. Moing glanced at the pile of crocodile rooster beasts strewn about, lamenting the loss of so many materials that they could not carry away. My storage belt is a low-grade spiritual artifact, with a limited internal space, barely accommodating one crocodile rooster, Jia Yulan remarked, patting her belt. There's no need to carry an entire crocodile rooster. The claws of these beasts are excellent refining materials and can be exchanged for spirit stones in specialized locations. Moing suggested. With that, she commanded her flying sword to sever the claws from the dozen crocodile rooster beasts, yet even after piling them up, their size remained somewhat substantial. It seems they won't fit. Jia Yulan shook her head helplessly. My storage space is quite ample. I can accommodate them. Feng stepped forward, his palms sweeping over the pile of claws, causing them to vanish. A mid-grade storage spiritual artifact? Mo Ying's gaze flickered. She pointed at the fallen tree demons and said, the wood cores of the tree demons are also fine materials. We should hasten to collect them. Feng pried open one of the tree demon's trunks and discovered a heart-shaped wood core, roughly the size of an apple, with a hard texture and rich spiritual energy. Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianqing also took action, quickly collecting all the wood cores. Finally, Feng picked up Zhao Dajiang's spiritual sword, tossing it into the system space, and then found 3 ancient texts on him. The first grade spells Diamond Palm, Flame Snake, and Flame Spear. Additionally, there were over a dozen low-grade spirit stones and a small vial of dark red pills. This constituted all the spoils of war from this encounter. Let us clean up the scene and then make our escape, Feng declared as he stored everything in the system space. Is there anything else to handle? Jia Yulan inquired. Feng nodded. It would be best to erase any traces from the scene to leave no opportunity for pursuit. If Sita was not lying, the Red Serpent sect had betrayed Beifuqing, becoming the lapdogs of that demon general. The crocodile rooster beasts and tree demons were likely subordinates of that general, otherwise their appearance here would be too coincidental. Thus, they could not leave any traces to avoid being tracked back to themselves. I have a way. Retrieved a small vial containing a unique, highly flammable elixir capable of incinerating the corpses of these demonic beasts. The others were astounded that she would carry such a substance with her, their eyes wide with surprise. Time was of the essence. Feng surveyed the surroundings. Despite the tranquil atmosphere, an ominous premonition stirred within him. The longer they lingered, the greater the danger that loomed ahead. Thus, they hastily gathered all the remains, even disposing of the soul-eating demon bull. As emptied the entire vial and ignited it with a spark, fierce flames rapidly engulfed the site, leaving nothing but charred remnants in their wake. Meanwhile, Feng and his companions had long since fled the scene. Shortly after, a pair of cold, piercing eyes appeared amidst the dense forest, scrutinizing the scorched traces left behind, glimmering with a frosty light. Damn it! Who has slain the pawns of the demon general and 2 squads? If I find you, I shall reduce you to ashes, thundered the owner of the icy gaze, who swiftly vanished into the depths of the mountains. Feng finally returned to Lin Village. They had first taken to the skies on their swords for a distance to avoid leaving traces, and then quickly made their way back, taking half an hour in total. Look, the celestial envoys of the mysterious sect have returned. Ah, my child is back. My old acquaintance has returned. The father of my child. The villagers, eagerly waiting at the village entrance, erupted in jubilant cheers upon seeing Feng and Long Tianqing carrying 5 unconscious youths. Masterly sat before a pile of timber, accompanied by the iron-clawed dragon eagle, who was resting with closed eyes. Upon their return, Masterly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dear villagers, the individuals have been rescued, and the troublesome demons have been vanquished in battle. They will no longer disturb our village. Feng addressed the entire community. In truth, he wished to bring back the soul-eating demon bull for greater persuasion. However, he feared that its scent might attract other beasts, endangering the villagers of Lin. Yet, as he handed over the 5 unconscious villagers to their families, he was astonished to witness a rapid increase in the reputation of his sect. 123, 129, 141. Before long, the sect's reputation had soared beyond 220. Ah, so this is how it works. Feng marveled inwardly. He had initially thought that slaying demons publicly was the sole means to gain reputation points, only to discover that rescuing individuals sufficed. Consequently, he kindly advised, while the demon has been slain, there may still be other beasts lurking in this vicinity. For safety's sake, I recommend that those who can relocate do so. Upon hearing this, the villagers began to deliberate. We have lived here for generations. Where could we possibly move? Perhaps we could relocate near the mysterious sect? Oh, living closer to the celestial envoys seems like a splendid idea, they mused. Yi Feng, however, did not linger on their discussions, but rejoined Master Li, Sect Master. These 32 logs are the main beams I have just selected. Master Li pointed to the stack of timber behind him. Excellent. Let us return swiftly. Yi Feng glanced at the sky, realizing that time was slipping away. Before long, the iron-clawed dragon eagle soared into the sky with 2 large bundles of logs. While Yi Feng and Master Li stood atop their flying swords, racing back to the mysterious peak at the utmost speed. Sect Master, you have finally returned. Li Jiaojiao hurriedly brought them warm porridge to restore their strength. Standing at the cliff's edge, Yi Feng noticed Shirlei and Hui Yunjia emerging from the eastern city gate, making their way back to the mysterious sect. It appeared that their procurement had gone exceedingly well. In a cavern far beneath the earth, a cold voice reported, Demon General. The pawns of the Red Serpent sect have been slain, and both of the subordinate squads have been completely annihilated. To accomplish this before your arrival indicates that the enemy possesses strength surpassing the pinnacle of chi refinement, comparable to your own, the concealed Demon General stated. His voice deep and resonant. Comparable to me? The owner of the cold voice stepped forth from the shadows, revealing a youth with a stern countenance. Clad in gray animal hide, a closer inspection would reveal a wolf's tail and fuzzy wolf ears protruding from behind him. He was a phantom wolf. Having begun to transform, but not yet fully succeeded, his strength lying between the peak of chi refinement and the first stage of yuan gathering. Within the demon race, this was known as a preparatory demon general. Among human cultivators, few traversed this stage. Typically, human cultivators would enter seclusion upon reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement, striving to break through to the yuan gathering stage. Yet, the demon race was unique. Even before fully transforming into human form, they could move freely and continue their metamorphosis while wielding power between the pinnacle of chi refinement and the first stage of yuan gathering. A half-transformed preparatory demon general could often contend with several peak chi refinement cultivators. Demon General, how could there possibly be a formidable opponent among the humans near Baifu City? The Phantom Wolf asked in disbelief. It is not impossible, the Demon General replied. The Phantom Wolf furrowed his brow. How can that be? After a moment of silence, the Demon General speculated. Generally, when human cultivators attempt to break through to yuan gathering, most fail, but they do strengthen their meridians and chi to some extent, enhancing their power. Such individuals often cannot continue to break through after failing, leading them to emerge from seclusion. Their strength may not be inferior to yours, but after repeated attempts, their meridians tend to weaken, and their chi gradually diminishes to the level of peak chi refinement. Thus, these individuals rarely engage unless their lifespan approaches its end, leaving them with nothing to fear. I suspect that you encountered an ancient practitioner from a high-ranking sect who has long remained in seclusion, now aware that breaking through to yuan gathering is futile, hence emerging. The Demon General's explanation brought clarity to the Phantom Wolf, who realized that, aside from those in the yuan gathering stage, there were indeed many formidable figures among the humans. Demon General, with the pawns of the Red Serpent sect dead, how shall we proceed with our plan? The Phantom Wolf inquired. The Demon General pondered momentarily. I have placed several pawns in Baifu City, each with their own tasks, so I cannot spare anyone for the time being. You shall take charge. And you, Demon General? I am still recovering from my injuries and cannot take action. You will oversee future plans and do not disappoint me. Understood. Moments later, the Phantom Wolf departed the cavern. Throughout the encounter, the Demon General had remained shrouded in darkness, never revealing his true form. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, who was currently assisting Master Li in sawing wood, the preparations for their new sect were well underway. Yi Feng, with his immense strength and efficiency, had processed dozens of main beams by dusk. They only awaited the arrival of additional materials the following day to officially commence the construction of the new mysterious sect. As for Shirlei and Hui Yunjia, they would spend the night in the city, returning with the materials the next morning. Sect Master, it is getting late. I shall take my leave and return early tomorrow, Master Li said as he made his way down the path toward Baifu City. At this time, many people were heading into the city along the stone roads, so there was no need to worry about danger. That night, after dinner, Yi Feng and his companions settled on the grass in front of the main gate, where the arena constructed for the sect challenge had been dismantled into a pile of timber. Master, it seems our eyes have malfunctioned, remarked the youngest of them, Ouyang Feng, rubbing his eyes, his small face etched with panic. Are we seeing things in vibrant colors? Indeed. Do not be alarmed. You have awakened your spiritual eyes and become preparatory practitioners of the Qi observation realm. Feng responded with seasoned assurance. Really? Can we start our training now? Feng and Yu asked eagerly. Feng nodded slightly and said, of course, but since you have just opened your spiritual eyes, it is best to rest well tonight and commence your training tomorrow. Once Feng and Yu enter the Qi refinement realm, his own power would see a significant enhancement. All right. The two disciples reclined on the grass, gazing up at the twinkling stars, too excited to sleep. Yulan, your falling petals is not yet perfected. I have taken some time recently to derive a complete diagram of the meridian flow. If you follow it diligently, you should achieve perfection. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Feng swiftly sketched a diagram and handed it to Jia Yulan. Bathed in candlelight, Jia Yulan examined the meridian flow chart, her delicate face aglow with joy as she began to practice earnestly under Feng's guidance, making rapid progress. Feng, seated near the cliff's edge, formed sword gestures with her hands, controlling her flying sword to hover in midair as she diligently practiced her first-grade spell, Flowing Light, Sword Qi. She had long felt trapped in a misunderstanding, which impeded her from achieving perfection. Observing Feng instructing Jia Yulan, Feng pondered and asked, Master, I have yet to perfect my first-grade spell, Flowing Light, Sword Qi. Could you possibly offer me some guidance? Certainly, Feng replied with a nod. The straightforwardness of his response caught Feng off guard. In the next moment, Feng stood up, ready to demonstrate Flowing Light, Sword Qi. However, Feng waved his hand and said, having seen you perform Flowing Light, Sword Qi many times, I am quite familiar with it. Instead, tell me if you experience any peculiar sensations during your practice. Feng looked intrigued. She was uncertain of Feng's prowess, but nonetheless replied, when wielding the sword, I often find it difficult to achieve the unity of man and sword. I feel a sense of disarray, which prevents me from attaining perfection. Feng contemplated for a moment, recalling his understanding of Flowing Light, Sword Qi, and spoke meaningfully, immerse your body and mind in nature, let go completely, and attentively listen to the whispers of the wind, the heart of the sword, and the expressions of the chirping insects and singing birds. You will then find your way. Feng felt a touch of confusion upon hearing this. Yet upon reflection, she realized her own impatience might indeed be the reason for her inability to perfect Flowing Light, Sword Qi. With this thought, Feng placed her flying sword upon her knees, closed her eyes, and focused on her surroundings. The chirping of insects, the gentle breeze, and the sword's coolness enveloped her. As she continued to attune herself to the world around her, she felt her spirit gradually merge with nature, and that fleeting restlessness within her began to subside. In that moment of clarity, she suddenly pointed decisively in a certain direction, and her flying sword shot forth with a swish, cleaving a mosquito in half from 10 meters away. Feng witnessed the sword's swift strike and rapid retraction, its movement as fluid as light, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This was the hallmark of perfection in Flowing Light, Sword Qi. Master, I've achieved perfection. Feng sheathed her sword, and though she tried to conceal her excitement, Feng could still discern her joy in her words. Wow, that was quick, exclaimed Jia Yulan and Li Jiaojiao in unison. Even Xia He and Xiu Ju, who were practicing, looked on with surprise. As former maids of the Jia family, they were well aware of the arduous journey to perfect a spell. Yet in the Miao Miao sect, achieving spell perfection seemed less daunting. It is truly a stroke of luck for us to join the Miao Miao sect alongside our mistress. Xia He and Xiu Ju exchanged glances, both harboring this thought. Finally, the two young women covertly observed Feng, finding him remarkably impressive. His casual guidance had led to spell perfection, and besides, he was quite handsome. Spell perfected indeed. Feng hadn't anticipated Feng's aptitude to be so high. In such a short time, she had reached perfection. Glancing at the night sky, he deemed it late and advised, it is nearly time. Do not stay up too late, or you may risk hair loss. With that, Feng reclined on the back of the iron-clawed dragon eagle and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 42. A new dawn for the Miao Miao sect. Stay up late? Lose hair? Jia Yulan inhaled sharply, clutching her luxuriant hair with both hands. Her face filled with terror. Xia He and Xiu Ju were so startled they immediately lay down to sleep. Li Jiaojiao blinked innocently, then used her little white fox as a pillow and drifted off. Feng, Yu, and Long Tianxing, being younger, quickly succumbed to slumber as well. In the end, only Feng and the iron-clawed dragon eagle remained wide awake, exchanging glances as if to say, if the moon doesn't sleep, neither will I. Whoever sleeps first is a little turtle. Under the night sky, the moonlight flowed like water. In the azure expanse, a solitary white cloud floated by, A shadow emerged from the cloud, peering down at the mountains below. Suddenly, the mysterious figure noticed the iron-clawed dragon eagle perched atop the Miao Miao Peak, then spotted the flat-headed fellow sleeping on the grass, followed by the human practitioners like Mo-ing, their eyes filled with astonishment. As for the little white fox, it was hidden from view, being used as a pillow by Li Jiaojiao. Moments later, the white shadow descended into the distance, soon shrinking in size until it landed before a cold, young man with wolf ears, an entity in the midst of transformation, the phantom wolf. Reporting, Little Wolf General. I have discovered a sect atop a mountain that has managed to tame the troublesome creatures from the marshlands east of the city. The white shadow relayed its findings. The Little Wolf General squinted thoughtfully and remarked, while I do not know why those creatures were tamed, we can attempt to approach this sect. Continuing, the Little Wolf General looked at the white misty figure and commanded, Chameleon Beast, you are best suited for disguise. Your task is to approach that mountain and incite rebellion among our kin there. Do you understand? The chameleon beast blinked. Little Wolf General, what about you? My demonic aura is too potent, and being in the transformation stage, I cannot conceal it, and thus cannot get too close to Baifu City. With that, the Little Wolf General vanished into the thicket. However, the chameleon beast was apprehensive. It wanted to say more, but its voice gradually faded. Realizing the Little Wolf General had disappeared, it understood it was left with no choice but to execute this dreadful plan for rebellion. I want to become a person, change. Change, change. The chameleon beast chanted a peculiar incantation, its form shifting continuously until it truly transformed into human shape, mysteriously producing a cloak that perfectly concealed its entire being. Even its demonic aura. At first glance, it appeared no different from a human. In the latter part of the night, the chameleon beast stealthily ascended Miao Miao Peak, only to find Mo-ing tirelessly practicing her swordplay, her figure flickering here and there like a specter, striking fear in its heart. Oh dear. This person is quite fierce. It's not the right time to approach. The chameleon beast quickly recited the incantation. I want to become an ant. Change, change, change. Upon finishing its words, it swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a large white ant, lurking at the edge of the cliff. The following morning, Feng rose at dawn and approached the cliff's edge to practice a series of martial arts, stretching his muscles. Inadvertently, he kicked a stone, which flew out and struck the shape-shifting creature concealed at the cliff's edge. Have I been discovered? Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable individual possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of perception? No, that is impossible. The shapeshifter trembled in fear. However, the thought of facing severe punishment from the Little Wolf General if it failed its mission compelled it to continue its ascent back to the peak of the mysterious summit. Before long, Shirley, Huiyunjia, and Master Li finally arrived from White Floating City, accompanied by a dozen horse-drawn carriages laden with a plethora of processed materials. Once transported to the mysterious summit, they could be assembled on-site, making the task both efficient and convenient. Come, let us lend a hand. Feng called to the iron-clawed dragon eagle and the others. After several trips back and forth, they successfully transported all the materials to the summit, arranging them in the open space. Truly impressive for cultivators, they move materials with such speed. If it were us, it would likely take the entire day, Master Li remarked. The others gazed enviously at the formidable iron-clawed dragon eagle. Concealed within a tree, the shapeshifter watched the scene unfold, lamenting, how detestable. The mighty iron-clawed dragon eagle is reduced to manual labor. The demon race cannot be subservient. At that moment, Master Li pointed to the other 4 craftsmen and then to the 10 newly arrived assistants. Addressing Feng, these are temporary workers. With their assistance, we should be able to lay the foundation today. If there is anything needed, our disciples will exert their utmost efforts, Feng replied. How could we trouble your esteemed disciples? Nonsense. This is also a form of cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Feng summoned the disciples of his sect to help, and not a single one shirked their duties. The group first cleared all the thatched huts except for the master hall. As Mo-ing slashed with her sword, the huts collapsed, and the iron-clawed dragon eagle swiftly cleared the debris to the open area. Subsequently, Master Li, with the assistance of the workers and disciples like Shirley and Huiyunjia, managed to complete the foundation within half a day. By the way, the lower halves of these beams must be buried underground. To prevent rot, we must char the surfaces with fire, Master Li stated. You mean carbonization? I am familiar with that. Feng waved his hand, directing Shirley to employ the fire cloud palm technique, swiftly charring the surfaces of the beams. The craftsmen, witnessing this spectacle, raised their thumbs in admiration. Realizing that spells could be utilized in such a manner, they began to contemplate the cultivation of fire-based spells. Thus, Through the collective efforts of dozens, by nightfall, they had erected a row of buildings shaped like an inverted U, with a total of 15 rooms. They had accomplished 7 days' worth of work in a single day. Master Li stood in the backyard, astonished. This was the fastest he had ever constructed a building in his lifetime. Tomorrow we will renovate the master hall, relay the floor tiles, and build a fence, and then we will be nearly finished, Feng declared from atop the roof. At this moment, the shapeshifter transformed into a cicada, perched atop a tree, feeling despondent as it thought, what to do? There is simply no opportunity to approach the iron-clawed dragon eagle and that prick. Reluctantly, it continued to wait. The next day, Feng and his companions rose early to continue their renovations. They refurbished the master hall, relayed the floor tiles, constructed a 1-meter-high wooden railing around the cliff's edge, and planted various flowers and plants. In just 3 days, the mysterious sect had been completely rejuvenated. We finally have our own rooms, Li Jiao exclaimed, cradling the little white fox as she dashed into a room 3 meters wide and 5 meters long. Although small, it appeared brand new and clean, dazzling her eyes. The other disciples also found their own rooms, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 43. The shapeshifter emerges, heading to Flame City, although there was no furniture yet. The room size was adequate, just enough for one person. Feng stood in the small courtyard shaped like an inverted U, observing the numbers on each room door. His expression filled with satisfaction. 15 rooms, numbered from 0 to 14. Room 0 belonged to Feng, situated along the central axis. Rooms 1 to 11 were designated for the other disciples, with the exception of room 5, which belonged to Shu Hongyu and remained unoccupied. The others were all occupied. The remaining 3 rooms were temporarily vacant. To enhance the elegance of the courtyard, Master Li constructed a toilet and kitchen on either side, along with auxiliary rooms akin to a woodshed. Following this, Master Li cleared the debris and crafted several pieces of furniture on site, successfully completing the project. The summit of the mysterious peak now occupied 1/3 of the available space. Feng intended to reserve the remaining space for future constructions, such as a training ground and spirit beast pavilion. Having his own room felt wonderful. Feng approached the door of his room 0. This room was not the first, but rather the central one positioned along the axis of the inverted U, flanked by rooms 7 and 8, which belonged to Jia Yulan and Xia He, respectively. Sect Leader Yi, the construction here is nearly complete. I shall periodically bring some gardeners to plant spirit flowers and rare herbs for the mysterious sect, Master Li informed. Thank you, Master Li, Feng replied, watching as Master Li and his crew departed before returning to the refurbished master hall, feeling rejuvenated in the transformed environment. Suddenly, he recalled the spoils he had acquired in the nearby forest. Those items needed to be discreetly dealt with. He could not use them himself, lest he attract unwanted attention. Thus, he summoned Mo Ying. How can we secretly dispose of these items? Feng pulled out Zhao Dajiang's spirit sword, waving it before Mo Ying before putting it away. Mo Ying pondered briefly and replied, in Flame City, there is an underground market where we can sell our spoils. They do not concern themselves with our identities, only the goods. Feng regarded Mo Ying with a deep gaze, acknowledging her expertise. The sooner we part with these items, the better, he stated. Zhao Dajiang's spirit sword is quite remarkable, but once taken out for use, it could easily attract the attention of the wrong individuals. Mo Ying glanced at the darkening sky. It is already late. We can only go first thing tomorrow morning. All right, Feng nodded. Unbeknownst to them, a large white ant lay in wait at the cliff's edge, just a few dozen meters away. After 3 days, the mortals had finally departed, leaving the shapeshifter anxious about when the opportune moment would arise. Yet, recalling the incident days prior when Feng had inadvertently kicked it down, the shapeshifter felt that this sect leader was not to be underestimated, and thus it dared not approach too closely. The following morning, before dawn, Feng and Mo Ying mounted their windward flying sword, heading towards the eastern Flame City. Initially, Feng had intended to fly with the iron-clawed dragon eagle, as the round trip spanned 400 miles, and relying solely on Mo Ying's sword flight would be too taxing. However, the iron-clawed dragon eagle was too conspicuous. Ultimately, for safety's sake, Feng and Mo Ying opted for sword flight, aiming to return on the same day. Ah, they have departed. My opportunity has arrived. Constantly observing the ever-changing creature of the mysterious cloud sect, the inscrutable Feng finally stepped outside, illuminating the surroundings. On his journey, Feng noticed a significant increase in the speed of the flying sword, likely due to the presence of only 2 individuals. At this pace, they would reach Fire Beacon City within an hour. Mo Ying stood ahead, her right hand forming a sword gesture. The speed is quite commendable, Yi Feng remarked. This speed is approximately several meters per second, indeed impressive, especially since it travels in a straight line, which simplifies matters. However, under ideal conditions, my current spiritual energy cannot sustain flight for an entire hour. Mo Ying's words fell upon Yi Feng like a bucket of cold water. How much spiritual energy do you require? He inquired, revealing 5 low-grade spirit stones in his palm. Yi Feng was reluctant to delay their journey, believing that even if a few spirit stones were consumed, it would be worthwhile, as he would not incur losses after selling materials. Flying 200 miles requires 3 low-grade spirit stones, Mo Ying stated, taking only 3 without further comment. Yi Feng silently criticized the expenditure of 3 spirit stones for 100 kilometers and tucked away the remaining 2. As time progressed, Mo Ying maintained a steady speed on the flying sword, while Yi Feng occupied himself with idle observations. After traversing 50 miles, Mo Ying produced a low-grade spirit stone to replenish their energy. At the peak of mysterious Cloud Mountain, the ever-changing creature confirmed that Yi Feng would not return soon and promptly recited a spell, transforming into a white mosquito, buzzing toward the ear of the iron-clawed dragon eagle. The eagle, in a state of repose, was suddenly disturbed by the annoying sound of a mosquito. With a swift flap of its wings, it swatted the transformed creature away, sending it crashing into an unknown corner. How infuriating! The creature thought as it returned, morphing into an ant, preparing to climb back to the eagle's ear. However, before it could ascend, the eagle felt an itch, flapped its wings again, and sent the creature flying once more. I refused to give up. The creature persisted. But no matter what insect it became, it could not approach the iron-clawed dragon eagle. Frustration boiled within it. Meanwhile, after expending 3 low-grade spirit stones, Yi Feng and Mo Ying finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient city constructed entirely of red and black bricks. This was Fire Beacon City. Due to recent disturbances caused by demonic entities, the city's population had dwindled from over 100,000 to merely 100,000, and the streets were sparsely populated, resembling withered eggplants. Yi Feng and Mo Ying donned black cloaks with veiled hats and ventured into the city. Mo Ying skillfully led Yi Feng to a dilapidated general store, where they accessed a hidden passage that led into a grim underground corridor. The corridor was lined with numerous stalls selling a variety of materials from demonic beasts, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and more. Each stall owner bore a similar appearance to Yi Feng, their true identities concealed. Without pausing in the corridor, Mo Ying guided Yi Feng into a shop named Wushuan Pavilion. Ah, esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? A portly man, swathed in a cloak, inquired as he emerged. Yi Feng noticed that the man's cloak appeared to be coated with spiritual energy, revealing a myriad of colors under spiritual vision, obscuring his true cultivation level. Sensing Mo Ying's gaze upon him, Yi Feng replied, I wish to sell first. If you have something of value, I may consider purchasing. Of course. The shopkeeper chuckled, closing the door behind them. You may present the items you wish to sell. With a resounding thud, Yi Feng dumped all the claws of the crocodile chicken beast onto the wooden table, causing the surface to bend under the weight. All these are claws of the crocodile chicken beast? 1 pair of mid-level demon soldier claws and 14 pairs of low-level demon soldier claws. Let me calculate. 1 pair of mid-level claws is worth 5 spirit stones, and 1 pair of low-level claws is worth 2 spirit stones, totaling 33 spirit stones. The shopkeeper retrieved an abacus and calculated on the spot, presenting the result. Upon hearing the total exceed 30 spirit stones, Yi Feng expressed mild surprise. Not bad. He then placed 7 tree demon cores on the table, each emanating a faint green spiritual light. 6 mid-level tree demon cores and 1 high-level core. This is quite a significant amount. The shopkeeper chuckled. The high-level core is worth 30 spirit stones, while the mid-level ones are 10 each, totaling 90 spirit stones. Why is the price so different from the crocodile chicken beast's claws? Yi Feng inquired, perplexed. 1 pair of mid-level claws is worth 5 spirit stones, yet the mid-level tree demon core is worth 10. Different materials naturally hold different values. The shopkeeper explained with a hearty laugh. Do you have anything else to sell? A transaction exceeding 100 spirit stones was considerable for the shopkeeper. Thus his attitude towards Yi Feng had noticeably improved. With a clang, Yi Feng placed Zhao Dajiang's spirit sword on the table, along with a small vial of dark red elixirs, stating, I wish to sell these as well. The spirit sword and elixirs were acquired from Zhao Dajiang, whom he dared not use. Converting them into spirit stones felt far safer. This is a low-grade fire spirit flying sword, originally priced at 180 low-grade spirit stones. But since this is a buyback, I can only offer you 150. The shopkeeper quickly provided an offer. All right, Yi Feng nodded. After all, it was illicit merchandise. so a lower price was to be expected. The shopkeeper examined the vial of elixirs, sniffing and scrutinizing before declaring, "These are low-grade fire spirit chi elixirs, enhancing the power of fire spells. There are 7 in total, worth 14 spirit stones." "Fine, that will conclude our transaction," Yifeng replied, satisfied with the price. "In total, 287 low-grade spirit stones. Here, I offer you 2 medium-grade spirit stones along with 87 low-grade ones." The shopkeeper placed a small cloth bag on the table. Yifeng opened it to find 2 spirit stones radiating an aura 100 times more potent than low-grade stones. Truly rare medium-grade spirit stones. "Esteemed guests, do you wish to purchase anything?" the shopkeeper inquired. "What treasures do you have?" Yifeng asked. The shopkeeper smiled and lifted a black cloth behind him, revealing a 2-meter-high shelf filled with an array of items, spiritual tools, talismans, elixirs, materials, spiritual herbs, puppets, and more, totaling over 300 items. "Are there no formations?" Yifeng recalled the reward for the first phase of the sect leader's mission, which included a small protective formation, and since the mysterious cloud sect lacked any formations, he casually inquired. In the next moment, Yifeng distinctly felt the astonished gazes of both Mo Ying and the shopkeeper upon him. "Haha, esteemed guest, you jest. Even the most basic miniature formation is worth 500 spirit stones. We do not stock such items in our underground market. You must visit a proper shop to acquire one," the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head. "Then I shall purchase some elixirs," Yifeng said as he browsed the shelf for a while, selecting a bottle of 10 low-grade healing elixirs, which the shopkeeper offered at a 10% discount, totaling 45 spirit stones. Subsequently, Yifeng spent 50 spirit stones on a bottle of 10 low-grade cultivation elixirs. Before departing, Yifeng gritted his teeth and spent 150 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a defensive spirit tool known as the Xian Turtle Shield. The shopkeeper boasted that it was forged from the shell of a Xian turtle that had attained enlightenment over 300 years, claiming that beneath the gathering Yuan realm, no one could shatter it with a single strike. Consequently, Yifeng was left with a mere 42 spirit stones, causing him considerable distress. Time to leave. He stowed away 2 bottles of elixirs and the palm-sized Xian turtle shield, preparing to flee with Mo Ying. An unsettling premonition nagged at him. If he lingered any longer, he might exhaust his entire fortune. After accounting for the spirit stones spent to replenish Mo Ying's energy during their journey, he had only earned a little over 30 spirit stones this time, which left him feeling quite vexed. However, before leaving, Yifeng blinked and turned back to inquire, "Do you accept soul bodies here?" The shopkeeper of Wuxian Pavilion was taken aback. "I cannot accept them here. But a client of mine mentioned he is interested in purchasing. How about this? In 7 days, I can arrange a meeting for you both. What about the price?" Yifeng asked. If the offer was mediocre, he had no intention of parting with the soul of the century-old tree demon. The shopkeeper responded, "What level of soul body are we discussing?" "High-level demon soldier," Yifeng replied, intentionally revealing some information, reassured that the shopkeeper would not spread it recklessly, as such establishments typically had a reputation to uphold. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened. 100 spirit stones or more. The exact amount will need to be discussed between you and the other client. Of course, I assure you the price will not be lower than that. But the shop will charge a 10% referral fee deducted from the other client's payment. Agreed, Yifeng nodded slightly. Soon, he and Mo Ying had exited the underground corridor and were walking through the streets of Flame City. "Master, have you noticed how difficult it is to earn spirit stones, yet so effortless to spend them?" Mo Ying suddenly asked. Yifeng paused and nodded. "Indeed. After a fierce battle, I barely managed to sell my spoils for over 200 spirit stones, and now, hardly any time has passed, and I'm left with just a handful." The rapid expenditure was painful to witness. Yet, he suddenly had a realization and asked, "You seem quite familiar with the underground market. The entrance fee we paid earlier, did you acquire that by slaying demon beasts in the wild and trading it at Wuxian Pavilion?" "Yes," Mo Ying confirmed. "Just as I thought. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. To live well, one must exert considerable effort." Yifeng mused softly as he walked, resting his hand on his head. Upon hearing this, Mo Ying couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Unbeknownst to them, after they left Flame City, several figures clad in black followed in pursuit. On the soaring flying sword, Yifeng handed 5 spirit stones to Mo Ying, saying, "Here, this is for your travel expenses." Mo Ying responded, somewhat speechless. "As a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, escorting the master, how could I accept travel expenses?" "Take it," Yifeng insisted. "Once I earn more money, every disciple can receive 5 spirit stones each month. No, I aspire to be a benevolent employer and give you double the salary, bringing double the joy." Hearing such peculiar remarks, Mo Ying was inexplicably amused. However, the warmth of their exchange was fleeting. Just 30 miles after leaving Flame City, two powerful auras of demonic energy surged from a dense forest below. A violent gust of wind rushed forth, prompting Mo Ying to swiftly maneuver the flying sword to evade the ambush. With a thunderous crash, a ring of towering trees, some reaching several dozen meters high, collapsed all around, creating a cacophony of sound. From their vantage point on the flying sword, Feng and Mo Ying beheld two colossal figures engaged in fierce combat at the center of the fallen trees. One was a massive, winged crocodile, over 10 meters long but too cumbersome to achieve flight. The other was a boar-like demon beast, standing 3 meters tall, as robust as an elephant, with two sharp, curved tusks stretching 3 meters long, capable of flipping the crocodile with a single thrust. They were demon generals. Mo Ying's expression turned grave. Feng could not discern their precise cultivation level, but estimated that each could easily overpower 100 ordinary practitioners. Astonishing. Was this the terrifying might of a demon general? Indeed, it was enough to make one want to flee at the first sight. That is the tusk frenzy boar and the winged giant crocodile, well known in this region. They are said to have reached the pinnacle of demon generals and rarely appear, yet today we encounter them. Mo Ying's face paled, though Feng was unaware. She quickly navigated the flying sword to take a detour. Just then, the tusk frenzy boar retreated a few dozen meters, then charged forward, breaking one of the winged giant crocodile's teeth, which flew towards Feng and Mo Ying like a sword aimed at the sky. Watch out. Feng pushed Mo Ying aside, raising his hands to block the half-foot-long razor-sharp tooth, feeling as if he had been struck by a herd of raging bulls. And he fell from the flying sword. Master. Mo Ying hastily maneuvered the flying sword to pursue him, catching Feng and flying closely alongside the treetops, quickly distancing themselves from the fierce battle of the two pinnacle demon generals. Several miles away, beside a river several hundred meters wide, lay the Flame River, a tributary of the Southern River System, flowing from west to east past Flame City, traveling westward along the riverbank for over 100 miles, then south for several more. They could return to Meow Meow Peak. Truly, the tooth of the winged giant crocodile is remarkably hard. It should fetch a good price, Feng remarked, tapping the tooth before stowing it away. He noticed Mo Ying was using spirit stones to recover her energy. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Mo Ying sensed the presence of other practitioners, immediately forming a sword technique in preparation for battle. In this desolate wilderness, the likelihood of encountering individuals intent on murder and theft was high. Finally caught up, cackled 5 burly figures clad in black attire, surrounding them, 4 at the 7th level of chi refinement and 1 at the 8th. The speaker was the masked man at the 8th level, wielding a unique spirit tool resembling a tray, with 5 blades hovering above it. Brother, it seems we have merely a mortal and a stunning lady around the 6th level of chi refinement, remarked a crew-cut man, grinning as he eyed Mo Ying's striking figure, deeming her looks irrelevant. Upon hearing this, Feng silently marveled at Mo Ying's ability to conceal her cultivation level so effectively, managing to deceive these individuals. Surround them, commanded the leader with the tray. Waving his hand, the 5 blades from the circular spirit tool shot forth, encircling Feng and Mo Ying. In such a situation, even if they attempted to flee on their swords, they would be outpaced by the flying blades. Recognizing the danger, Mo Ying identified the set as a low-grade spirit tool known as the Mother and Child 5 Blades, a perilous ensemble. She quickly alerted Feng. Uncertain if he could withstand the onslaught of this defense-penetrating spirit tool, recalling how easily she had cut through his fingers when activating the flying sword previously. Oh, this little beauty is quite astute, chuckled the crew-cut man, brandishing a low-grade spirit dagger. The others also revealed their spirit tools, presenting an intimidating front that even a 9th-level chi refinement practitioner might struggle to withstand. However, Feng remained unfazed. These individuals mistakenly assumed he was merely a mortal, which conveniently provided him with cover. Brother, should we wait for the village chief? At that moment, the one with a rooster comb hairstyle whispered, no need to wait. Let us first incapacitate this little beauty's energy center. Once he arrives, she will no longer belong to us, the man referred to as the elder brother declared, immediately activating the 5-blade technique. The 5 dazzling blades sliced through the air, targeting Mo Ying's energy center and limbs. With a clang, the bandits only saw an inconspicuous mortal hurl a green object, which instantly expanded into a massive green bell, deflecting the 5 flying blades. How can a mere mortal wield a spiritual weapon? The 5 bandits displayed expressions of disbelief. However, what shocked them even more was that Feng had swiftly traversed 10 meters, delivering a punch that sent the so-called elder brother flying. Clang. Mo-ing did not hesitate, unleashing the perfected first-tier spell, flowing light sword chi, controlling the flying sword to pierce through the body of the rooster-combed bandit. Immediately following, she executed the advanced first-tier spell, backstab, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. In the next moment, she appeared behind the third bandit, seizing the nearby flying sword and delivering a fierce strike. Tear. The third bandit fell lifelessly. The remaining two, aghast, were just preparing to retaliate when their elder brother, second brother, and third brother were all down. This left them with an unsettling feeling of being robbed themselves. Flee. We must seek the village chief for vengeance. The two remaining bandits took flight, but Feng had already thrown the spiritual origin bell, crushing one of them. As for the other, he was also dispatched by Mo-ing's sword. Thus, all 5 bandits met their demise. Drawing from his experience near the forest, Feng quickly looted their spiritual weapons, but aside from that, he found nothing else, leaving him somewhat disheartened. When bandits went out to rob, they did not carry much beyond their trusty weapons. Mo-ing seemed to embody the essence of a novice village, knowledgeable about everything. No wonder they are so poor, Feng realized. Nonetheless, acquiring 5 inferior spiritual weapons was still a commendable haul. However, the thought of the village chief still loomed over him, causing him distress. Soon, as the two prepared to incinerate the 5 bandits, they noticed a middle-aged man with high cheekbones and sunken eyes soaring above the treetops. He exuded an aura of peak chi refinement, clad in black armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, boasting 3 inferior spiritual weapons. He lunged at Feng and Mo-ing, gritting his teeth. Dare to slay my brothers from the evil light village? You seek death. Suddenly, a loud shout resonated across the fire signal river. Imbued with a potent surge of spiritual energy, the crowd turned to see a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-wide flying vessel shimmering with spiritual light, hovering 3 meters above the water's surface, gliding swiftly. As it passed, even the river's waters stirred with waves. Standing at the bow were 3 young cultivators clad in cloud-white robes, 2 men and a woman, all exuding a robust aura, peak chi refinement. They all wield inferior spiritual flying swords, their gazes bright and postures upright, clearly disciples of a sect. The village chief of evil light, your stronghold has just been flattened by my fellow disciples. Surrender now. The leader, a youth with starry eyes and sword-like brows, declared. Flattened evil light village. The village chief's eyes widened, realizing the vessel had originated from the evil light mountain across the river. Could it be that in his brief absence, his entire stronghold had been destroyed? Although he trembled with fury upon seeing the aggressive approach of the trio, he turned and vanished into the dense forest. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow long. Just wait. His voice, filled with resentment, echoed through the woods, inciting anger in the 3 sect disciples as they shouted, "Do not flee." Witnessing this, Feng's expression soured, feeling disheartened. He could have easily collaborated with Mo-ing to eliminate the peak chi refinement village chief and smoothly collect 3 inferior spiritual weapons. Yet, with a single shout from these 3 individuals, the village chief fled without a backward glance. Feng felt a wave of frustration. Before long, the 3 sect disciples reached the riverbank aboard their flying vessel. The leader presented a white token inscribed with the words Flowing Cloud and said, "Do not worry. We are inner disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. I am Xian Guangshuan, and these are my junior brothers Dongchong and junior sister Peng Haiyun. The individual you just encountered was the village chief of Evil Light, whom we have successfully chased away." Not long after, a distant explosion echoed, accompanied by a muffled groan that resembled the voice of the 3rd elder. Xian Guangshuan turned towards the sound, gripping his sword tightly. Before anyone could react, a figure with white hair descended rapidly from the sky, crashing onto the sandy riverbank. It was indeed the 3rd elder. The 3 disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect hurried over to assist the pale-faced elder. He is the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. At the 2nd tier of Gathering Essence, Mo-ing whispered beside Feng. "You know this?" Feng replied, astonished. At that moment, the 3rd elder pointed weakly into the depths of the forest, saying, "The fangtooth madboar is battling the twin-winged crocodile. It's dangerous. We must flee." After uttering those words, he fainted. "Elder, don't die." Dongchong, the bespectacled disciple, vigorously shook the 3rd elder, attempting to revive him. "Stop shaking him. If you keep this up, the elder will surely die from your antics." Peng Haiyun, a robust female disciple, quickly intervened, pulling Dongchong away. The most composed among them, Xian Guangshuan, produced a dark red pill and administered it to the 3rd elder, whose breathing gradually stabilized but remained unconscious. Unbeknownst to them, a dark shadow was slowly approaching from 20 meters beneath the water's surface. Mo Ying and Yi Feng stood aside, contemplating whether to leave immediately. For if the fang-toothed mad boar and the twin-winged crocodile arrived, they would be in grave danger. Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the water, lunging towards the third elder while a powerful demonic aura erupted, enveloping all present with an overwhelming sense of oppression. It's the black-striped serpent demon. It appears to be at the peak of the high-level demon soldier tier. No, it seems to be on the verge of transformation, far surpassing the pinnacle of chi refinement. The three disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect, well-trained, immediately swung their spiritual swords at the black-striped serpent demon. You trifling three at the peak of chi refinement, be gone. The black-striped serpent demon scoffed, transforming mid-air into a half-human, half-snake form. Its tail, tougher than fine iron, swept through the air, sending Xine Guangshuan and the others flying. Subsequently, the black-striped serpent demon fixated on the unconscious third elder of the Luoyun sect, unable to resist licking its lips. This was a being comparable to a demon general, a powerful human cultivator at the Gathering Yuan realm, who had sustained severe injuries in the clash between the fang-toothed wild boar and the twin-winged giant crocodile. Yet, its vitality remained robust. Consuming him would grant the serpent a seamless ascension to the rank of demon general. With this thought, the black-striped serpent demon lunged at the third elder, while its long tail swept through the air, attempting to crush the bothersome Yi Feng and Mo Ying. Be careful, Xine Guangshuan shouted from a distance, his hands forming seals as he commanded his spirit sword to strike swiftly, only to be deflected by the black-striped serpent demon. It's over. Xine Guangshuan's pupils constricted, fearing for Yi Feng and Mo Ying's lives. But in the next moment, the serpent demon found itself halted, mere inches from the third elder, immobilized for reasons unbeknownst to it. It turned sharply, only to realize that Yi Feng, this mere mortal, had seized its tail. Are you a body cultivator? Then you shall be my first meal. The black-striped serpent demon abruptly transformed, its hands morphing into serpent heads, lunging towards Yi Feng's shoulder. Clang! At that instant, Mo Ying, Xine Guangshuan, and the others simultaneously directed their swords at the black-striped serpent demon, producing only a few sparks upon impact. So resilient. Xine Guangshuan could hardly believe it. He had cultivated the sect's auxiliary technique, the Luoyunju, surpassing the typical peak of the 9th level of chi refinement. And this strike was even stronger than before, yet it failed to breach the demon's defenses. Bang! Just then, Yi Feng swung the black-striped serpent demon towards the ground with fierce speed, his movements unrestrained, and in moments, dozens of large craters marred the surroundings. However, the serpent demon remained merely dazed and scathed. This is incredible. It turns out that even without our intervention, this man could eliminate the leader of the evil light village. Is this the power of body cultivation? Xine Guangshuan's three disciples stared wide-eyed, and the female disciple, Pang Haiyun, felt her cheeks flush, realizing that Yi Feng was indeed a true man. I will make you pay. The black-striped serpent demon, incensed from the impact, reverted to its serpent form, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted like a storm, sending dust swirling around. With the fierce winds and sands sweeping in, Mo Ying and the others were forced back several steps. The third elder of the Luoyun sect rolled on the ground, striking his forehead against a nearby rock, rendering him even more dazed. Elder! The three disciples leaped forward, assisting him up and quickly forming seals to conjure a spirit-light shield, shielding them from the tempest. On the other side, the battle between Yi Feng and the black-striped serpent demon reached its zenith. Hiss! The black-striped serpent demon exhaled a foul breath, attempting to suffocate Yi Feng before constricting him to death. Yet at a critical moment, Yi Feng summoned the spirit origin bell, striking the serpent demon and causing its head to bleed profusely, finally breaching its defenses. What a powerful spiritual artifact. The black-striped serpent demon was taken aback. An opportunity. Mo Ying commanded her flying sword, piercing the wound of the black-striped serpent demon. Xine Guangshuan, Dong Chong, and Pang Haiyun quickly followed suit, their three spirit swords also embedding into the demon's injury. Damn it! The black-striped serpent demon swiped its tail, sending all four swords flying and swiftly escaping onto the river's surface, blood streaming down its head, revealing a grotesque visage. It isn't dead? Dong Chong stared, utterly astonished. Although the serpent demon's skin was breached, its bones remained formidable. The low-grade spiritual swords could not penetrate further. Xine Guangshuan spoke solemnly. I have memorized your auras. Once I ascend to the rank of demon general, you shall pay for this. The black-striped serpent demon transformed into a human form with a serpent tail. uttering a dark threat before vanishing into the water. Xian Guangshuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully clasping their hands towards Yifeng. Thank you, friend, for your assistance just now. His face tinged with embarrassment, especially recalling how he had previously assured Yifeng not to worry about the leader of the evil light village. Feeling a deep sense of awkwardness, wishing he could sink into the ground. Cough, it was a trifling matter. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Roar. Suddenly, from the depths of the dense forest miles from the shore, the roars of the twin-winged giant crocodile and the fang-toothed wild boar reverberated, causing their eardrums to thrum. Friend, we are headed to Beifuching in the west. If it is convenient, would you like to join us on our flying vessel? Xian Guangshuan extended an invitation to Yifeng. Yifeng initially intended to decline, but realized that due to the earlier battle, his black veil hat had been torn, and his appearance was now visible to the disciples of the Luyun sect. There was no longer a need to conceal his identity. Moreover, riding the vessel would save him a few spirit stones and travel expenses. We are also headed to Beifuching. Yifeng leaped onto the flying vessel, and Moing silently followed suit. Whoosh! The flying vessel maneuvered swiftly away from the combat zone of the two peak demon generals, heading towards Beifuching at an accelerated pace. Yifeng noticed that the vessel's speed far surpassed that of standing on a flying sword, and the comfort of sitting while sipping tea was delightful. After a round of conversation, Yifeng learned that the third elder of the Luyun sect had received an invitation to bring Xian Guangshuan and the three inner disciples to Beifuching for the demon-slaying conference. Upon arrival at Fenghua City, the third elder instructed Xian Guangshuan and his companions to eliminate nearby evil forces for practice, which led to their destruction of the evil light village's stronghold. As for the third elder, he had attempted to take advantage of the clash between the fang-toothed wild boar and the twin-winged giant crocodile, but ended up gravely injured and unconscious. By the way, I forgot to ask your esteemed name and which sect you hail from, Xian Guangshuan said, clasping his hands. Yifeng, sect master of the Piamiao sect. This is my fourth disciple, Moing, Yifeng replied. Ah, so it is sect master Yi. My apologies, Xian Guangshuan responded. Upon exchanging glances with his two companions, they were all equally puzzled. To them, Yifeng's strength suggested he must belong to a high-ranking sect. Yet they recalled that Beifuching did not have a high-ranking sect called Piamiao. Could it be a recent addition? They could only ponder this question. At that moment, Yifeng recalled the rebellious Xiao Fengu, who had taken the Xian Yi flying sword when leaving the Piamiao sect. Yifeng had kept this matter in mind and inquired, "Do you three know of the Qingyun sect?" Of course. The Qingyun sect is a first-tier sect located deep within the Qingyun mountain range, known for its auxiliary technique. The Qingyun sword technique, specializing in sword energy and boasting formidable combat prowess, Pang Haiyun explained, her voice gentle and melodic. Oh, I see, Yifeng exclaimed, finally understanding why Xiao Fengu had fled with the Xian Yi flying sword. After all, the Qingyun sect focused on swordsmanship, and without a sword, one would be at a disadvantage. However, this did not justify Xiao Fengu's theft of property that rightfully belonged to the Piamiao sect. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall retrieve the Xian Yi flying sword, Yifeng resolved inwardly. Pang Haiyun, smiling brightly, asked, Does Sect Master Yi wish to inquire about anything else? How formidable is the Qingyun sect? Yifeng inquired. It is said they have 9 elders, all at the Gathering Yuan realm, and their sect leader has reached the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, ranking among the top powerhouses in our Nanjiang region, Pang Haiyun replied. 10 Gathering Yuan realm cultivators is quite formidable. Yifeng's heart sank. However, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, being merely at the 6th level of Gathering Yuan, was comparable to more than 40 ordinary cultivators, yet still inferior to the fang-toothed wild boar and the twin-winged giant crocodile. Upon reflection, Yifeng felt a surge of confidence. He continued to gather information through indirect inquiries, learning that to promote to a star-rated sect, the sect leader must reach the 3rd level of the Gathering Essence realm and possess a certain number of spiritual artifacts, along with essential infrastructures such as an alchemy pavilion, a forging pavilion, a spirit beast pavilion, and a protective grand formation. It can be said that a 1-star sect is well-rounded in every aspect, vastly surpassing high-level sects, making direct comparisons almost futile. After more than half an hour, the flying vessel landed atop the Misty Peak. Is this the Misty Sect? Xian Guangshuan gazed at the plaque bearing the sect's name, noticing an old, willow leaf-shaped insignia at the bottom right corner. An inferior sect. A sect led by a master capable of contending with a semi-transformed black-patterned serpent demon is deemed inferior? Xian Guangshuan and the other 2 disciples were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Misty Sect should at least rank as a high-level sect, or at the very least, a top-tier intermediate sect. Yet, it was classified as inferior. Nevertheless, the three disciples held no disdain, for Yi Feng was their savior. The sect leader has returned. At that moment, Li Jiao rushed out with Long Tianqing. Her eyes filled with astonishment upon seeing the magnificent vessel. These are disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. The one lying down is the third elder, who has fallen into a coma due to injuries sustained from certain events. Yi Feng introduced to the disciples. A one-star sect, the Flowing Cloud sect. The disciples of the Misty sect exchanged glances of surprise. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, the shape-shifting beast transformed into a large white ant, its expression one of frustration. It had tried countless methods, yet every time it approached the iron-clawed dragon eagle, it was swatted away. Now, witnessing the comatose third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect lying on the vessel, the shape-shifting beast's expression changed drastically. A practitioner of the Gathering Essence realm. I must swiftly return to inform the others. The shape-shifting beast immediately morphed into a small white bird and flew away. Chapter 48. You are the chosen one. Yi Feng, oblivious to the shape-shifting beast, gazed towards the direction of Baifu City and spotted a familiar bald figure approaching on a flying bamboo raft. To his surprise, it was steward Zhou Jiaqian. Xian Guangshuan, upon hearing the voice, turned to wave, exclaiming, "Steward Zhou, long time no see." This scene left Yi Feng momentarily taken aback. From a distance, Zhou Jiaqian noticed the flying vessel, momentarily stunned, pondering when the Misty sect had amassed such wealth to acquire a vessel worth over 600 spirit stones. The next moment, upon hearing Xian Guangshuan's voice, he rubbed his bald head and muttered, "So it's the Flowing Cloud sect people. But how did they end up at the Misty sect?" Zhou Jiaqian hastened his pace and soon arrived at the summit of Misty Peak. He admired the rejuvenated Misty sect and then respectfully clasped his hands towards Xian Guangshuan, stating, "Truly impressive, you have surpassed me in these 3 years." Xian Guangshuan smiled, responding, "Steward Zhou, you are too modest. How could I compare to you? Do you two know each other?" Yi Feng inquired. Zhou Jiaqian nodded. 3 years ago, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect visited Baifu City with 5 disciples, and Xian Guangshuan was among them. However, back then, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet now he is on the verge of breaking into the Gathering Essence realm. Xian Guangshuan merely smiled and refrained from speaking further. "By the way, since you are here, where is the third elder who led the group?" Zhou Jiaqian looked around, and only then did he catch sight of the comatose third elder on the vessel, his eyes widening in shock. "What happened to the third elder?" "On the way, we encountered a fang-toothed boar and a double-winged crocodile, and unfortunately, the elder was caught up in the fray and sustained severe injuries," Xian Guangshuan explained with an odd expression. In truth, he was aware of the reality that the third elder had sought to take advantage of the situation but ended up being severely injured by 2 peak demon generals, leaving him unable to wield his peak power for the time being. "Oh," Zhou Jiaqian said, somewhat skeptical. "By the way, how did you all come to Yi Feng's place?" Upon hearing this, Xian Guangshuan swiftly recounted their encounter with the black-patterned serpent demon. Hearing that Yi Feng could engage in a back-and-forth with a semi-transformed beast left Zhou Jiaqian astounded. That was a semi-transformed beast with formidable strength, typically requiring several peak 9th level qi refinement practitioners to contend with it. Yet, Yi Feng alone was sufficient. This power is truly astonishing. Before long, Zhou Jiaqian remembered his duties and promptly addressed Yi Feng. "Sect Leader Yi, the Deputy City Lord requests your presence." "The Deputy City Lord wishes to see me?" Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed," Zhou Jiaqian nodded. Turning to Xian Guangshuan, he added, "Now that the third elder has arrived, we should swiftly take him to the City Lord's mansion for the Deputy City Lord to attend to him personally." "Understood," Xian Guangshuan replied. Moments later, the group boarded the vessel and headed towards Baifu City. This time, Yi Feng noted that the vessel did not stop at the East City Gate, but soared over the city walls, landing directly in front of the Grand Hall at the city center. The plaque above prominently displayed the words City Lord's Mansion, adorned with a golden star insignia at the bottom right, a symbol of a 1-star sect. Upon entering the imposing hall, Yi Feng spotted a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, his back turned towards them. Reporting to the Deputy City Lord, Sect Leader Yi of the Misty sect, the third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, and disciples from the inner sect of the Flowing Cloud sect have all arrived, Zhou Jiaqian announced respectfully, kneeling on one knee. "Oh, my cousin has arrived?" The Deputy City Lord turned around, revealing a stern visage, his hair peppered with gray, emanating an aura of authority. His presence was commanding, and his sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the air. However, his voice was hoarse, as if afflicted by some peculiar ailment. Upon seeing the comatose third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, the deputy city lord furrowed his brow and quickly approached to assess the situation. After confirming that the third elder was merely unconscious and in no mortal danger, he solemnly inquired, "What transpired?" A wave of pressure emanating from the deputy city lord filled the air, causing even Yi Feng to feel an immense weight upon him. The deputy city lord could undoubtedly defeat 10 average cultivators. Yi Feng mused. Xian Guangshuan quickly clasped his fists, explaining, "Today, while traversing the southern bank of the fiery river, we encountered a fang-toothed boar and a double-winged crocodile." He slightly embellished the details, of course, mentioning Yi Feng's heroic rescue. Upon hearing that Yi Feng managed to hold his ground against a semi-transformed beast, the deputy city lord looked at Yi Feng with astonishment, saying, "I initially believed Sect Leader Yi was merely exceptional in the realm of spell instruction, but I did not anticipate that you possess remarkable physical prowess. No. Your physique is unlike that of a typical cultivator." Before the deputy city lord could finish his sentence, Yi Feng felt as though he was being scrutinized by a scanning device, and a term rapidly surfaced in his mind: spiritual awareness. This was a unique power that could only be manifested in the gathering essence realm, akin to the spell all-encompassing spiritual awareness. When a practitioner ascends to the divine essence realm, their spiritual awareness can evolve into an even more powerful divine consciousness, capable of slaying enemies from 1,000 miles away with ease. You are a mortal body, yet how can such immense power reside within? The deputy city lord, having employed his spiritual awareness to probe Yi Feng, was filled with incredulity upon discovering Yi Feng's mortal physique. Cough, cough. At that moment, the slumbering third elder of the Flowing Cloud sect coughed a few times and finally regained consciousness. A mortal body could not possibly wield such power. Perhaps he is the chosen one. The third elder, supported by Peng Haiyun, straightened his posture and remarked. He fell into a state of coma, indeed. But his body was merely motionless. His consciousness remained aware of everything occurring around him, including the memory of Yi Feng repelling the black-patterned serpent demon. The chosen one? Upon hearing this phrase, the others displayed expressions of astonishment, as the term was utterly foreign to them. The so-called chosen one refers to a unique being endowed with the power of the heavens and earth, capable of exhibiting extraordinary strength even in the absence of cultivation. From my observations, the sect master Yi bears a striking resemblance to the rumored chosen one, remarked the third elder of the Luyun sect, weakly. The chosen one? I am certainly not one. Yi Feng scoffed internally. His powers were entirely focused on his physical form due to a malfunctioning system, rendering any comparison to the chosen one utterly ridiculous. What? So, I am the chosen one. No wonder I suddenly acquired such formidable strength. It truly is remarkable. Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Although he continued to internally critique the situation, he opted to feign the role of the chosen one. After all, lacking any cultivation and being no body cultivator, yet possessing such overwhelming power would undoubtedly attract attention, making the guise of the chosen one an ideal cover. Indeed, it is highly probable that Sect Master Yi is the chosen one, nodded the third elder of Luyun sect. Cousin, why has the chosen one emerged? The deputy city lord questioned, perplexed. Zhou Jiaqian, Xian Guangshuan, and others leaned in, eager to comprehend the emergence of the chosen one and the mission they bore. Even Yi Feng exhibited curiosity. He was not pretending to be interested, but was genuinely intrigued. Chapter 49. The Black Armored Guard's Mentor. The third elder's gratitude. There are numerous theories regarding the origin of the chosen one, with the most contentious being the notion of the heavens selecting individuals. The third elder paused, but this theory lacks foundation, for how could the heavens, in their impartiality, select individuals from the masses? The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Continuing, the third elder stated, the most credible theory posits that when a powerful being from a certain region perishes, their indomitable will lingers in the cosmos, awaiting a worthy successor in the future. Upon hearing this, the others found it reasonable and plausible. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback by this theory. It sounds somewhat akin to the power accumulation of the system. It must be mere coincidence, he mused silently. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Yi Feng. The deputy city lord remarked, perhaps it is the restless spirits of those valiant souls who perished in Baifu City over the years, their power lingering in the world. Ultimately choosing Sect Master Yi. After a brief recuperation, the third elder could now stand, stating, the current occasion coincides with the demon-slaying conference, and these indomitable wills have chosen Sect Master Yi at this critical juncture, indicating that he will play a pivotal role in the conference. Yi Feng felt a sense of skepticism upon hearing this. He was not the chosen one, and thus had no connection to the demon-slaying conference. However, He refrained from arguing, instead asking, "Earlier, I heard Elder Zhou mention that the Deputy City Lord wished to see me. Could it be related to the Demon Slaying Conference? By the way, what exactly is the Demon Slaying Conference?" Hearing that Sect Master Yi is renowned as a master in the art of spells, "I have summoned you to discuss a potential collaboration," replied the Deputy City Lord as he took his seat. "As for the Demon Slaying Conference, it is a grand event, considered a rare occurrence in the entire Nanjiang region, held once every decade." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. The Nanjiang region, abbreviated as Nan Domain, encompasses the area traversed by the Henan River, the lifeblood of the Ling Miao Kingdom, stretching 50,000 miles east to west and 30,000 miles north to south. Vast and rich in resources. The fact that the Demon Slaying Conference is deemed significant in the Nan Domain speaks volumes of its grandeur. However, at this moment, Yi Feng was more curious about the collaboration the Deputy City Lord mentioned, inquiring, "What kind of collaboration do you refer to? Have you heard of the Black Armored Guard?" The Deputy City Lord asked with a hint of amusement. "I would like to invite you to serve as the spell instructor for the Black Armored Guard, specifically guiding them in spell cultivation." Yi Feng was taken aback. While he had been jokingly dubbed a master of spells, he only knew 9 spells, and certainly could not teach others spells like omniscient perception. The Deputy City Lord continued, 100 low-grade spirit stones per month, and you will have unrestricted access to the first-rate spells within the City Lord's residence. Moreover, your attendance is flexible, as long as the Black Armored Guard demonstrates improvement. It suffices even if you come just once a month. Isn't that akin to a flexible job with guaranteed pay? Yi Feng thought to himself, feeling somewhat tempted, not merely for the 100 spirit stones, but for the invaluable opportunity to borrow first-rate spells from the City Lord's residence. More importantly, teaching the Black Armored Guard might enhance the prestige of his sect. Yi Feng, intrigued, asked, "Are there any restrictions on the types of spells to teach? Defensive, offensive, or agility spells?" replied the Deputy City Lord. "As long as they fall within these 3 categories, they are acceptable. I can teach, but I want to be able to do so continuously. Perhaps I will only conduct focus sessions once a month," Yi Feng stipulated. "That is acceptable." The Deputy City Lord readily agreed. He glanced at the sky and noticed it was nearing dusk. Thus, he decided to host a banquet at the City Lord's residence, leaving the specifics of instructing the Black Armored Guard to be coordinated later by Deputy Commander Zhou and Sect Master Yi. Moments later, at the banquet hall of the City Lord's residence, Yi Feng, the Deputy City Lord, Elder Zhou, Deputy Commander Zhou, the 3rd Elder of the Luoyuan Sect, Xian Guangshuan, and 3 other disciples gathered around a table, indulging in the unique delicacies provided by the City Lord's residence. To his surprise, the meal consisted entirely of low-grade demon beast meats such as wild boar and beef, accompanied by vegetables cultivated with spiritual liquid. Is this the standard of living for those in the Gathering Yuan realm? Yi Feng pondered as he gazed at the dishes, longing to prepare a similar feast for the disciples of the Miao sect. Thanks to Sect Master Yi for saving our lives. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by the serpent by now. The 3rd Elder of the Luoyuan sect raised his glass in gratitude. Subsequently, he placed a small wooden box and a cloud-white token on the table. "This is a low-grade condensing yuan pill and our guest elder token from the Luoyuan sect. A token of gratitude for Sect Master Yi. Additionally, I can grant you one request within my capacity. Condensing yuan pill." The eyes of Xian Guangshuan, Elder Zhou, Deputy Commander Zhou, and other practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement glimmered with envy. When aiming to break into the Gathering Yuan realm, the condensing yuan pill serves as an excellent aid. One pill is worth over 100 spirit stones, Xian Guangshuan remarked. Yi Feng regarded the condensing yuan pill and recalled that the reward for the first phase of the Sect Master's task included 10 low-grade condensing yuan pills, which amounted to a value of over 1,000 spirit stones. The 3rd Elder is too courteous. Though excited within, Yi Feng maintained a facade of composure as he accepted the condensing yuan pill and the guest elder token. The 3rd Elder, being the cousin of the Deputy City Lord, was not stingy either, presenting Yi Feng with a vial containing 5 mid-grade cultivation pills. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere at the table grew amiable. The 3rd Elder of the Luoyuan sect spoke about the Demon Slaying Conference, and Yi Feng listened attentively, absorbing a wealth of information. The so-called Demon Slaying Conference is an event hosted by a prince of the Spirit Sea realm in the Nanjiang region, held once every decade, with smaller gatherings occurring every 3 years. This year, the small gathering and the main conference coincided, making it particularly grand. However, the decade-long Demon Slaying Conference will not take place in Baifu City, but rather in the Prince's City. As for the smaller gatherings, they typically occur in various one-star cities, selecting outstanding sects that are ultimately recommended to the Prince's City by the City Lord. This time, the third elder of the Luyun sect serves as the host for the demon-slaying conference in Baifu City. Regarding how things will unfold henceforth, it remains a secret, as the third elder did not disclose further details at the banquet table. As Yi Feng departed from the city lord's mansion, night had already fallen, and Baifu City was bustling with activity. Strolling through the streets, Yi Feng initially intended for Xian Guangshuan to escort him back to Piamiao Peak. However, desiring to procure some delectable treats for his disciples, he ventured out alone, planning to return to Piamiao Sect after completing his shopping. As he wandered the lively streets, Yi Feng marveled at the plethora of goods on display. He produced 2 coins and purchased an array of culinary delights, including roasted lamb legs, spicy strips, and various other favorites of his disciples, before acquiring several sets of clothing. With his purchases in tow, he took a shortcut back to the city lord's mansion, where he had arranged to meet Xian Guangshuan. Yet, as Yi Feng traversed a less populated alley, an unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to being followed. Am I being targeted? He mused, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Baifu City, within a cave, the little wolf general observed a small white bird fluttering towards him, feeling a sense of surprise. Chapter 50, Pursuit Under the Night Sky, Paper Warrior Battle Little Wolf General. We are in grave danger, exclaimed the shape-shifting beast as it hurried into the cave. I instructed you to incite those spirit beasts, didn't I? The little wolf general replied, his expression darkening. The shape-shifting beast, startled, responded, I was indeed attempting to sway the spirit beasts of Piamiao Sect. But then I encountered a formidable human cultivator at the Gathering Yuan stage. What? The little wolf general struggled to maintain his composure. A Gathering Yuan expert? Has the plan of the demon general been compromised? Do not fret, that Gathering Yuan expert is severely injured and unconscious. Even if they awaken, they will be unable to exert their full strength for some time. The shape-shifting beast reassured him. Have you ascertained their identity? The little wolf general inquired. I dare not withhold information. It is the third elder of Luyun sect, accompanied by 3 inner disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. They are not to be trifled with. It appears Luyun sect has come for the demon-slaying conference, which will undoubtedly affect the plans of the demon general. The shape-shifting beast divulged, its tone somber. The little wolf general's countenance darkened further. Continue to lurk around Piamiao Sect and report any significant developments immediately. Understood. The shape-shifting beast responded, turning towards Piamiao Peak. In Baifu City, Yi Feng walked along a deserted street. After sensing he was being followed, he utilized his crisis awareness to predict the situation, concluding that there was no imminent threat to Piamiao Sect, which allowed him to regain his composure. Moreover, emboldened by his skills, he opted to traverse this abandoned street, intending to lure out his pursuer. Suddenly, as Yi Feng reached the center of the street, a sultry voice echoed, igniting an unsettling heat within him. A warm breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of a woman, and the surroundings began to shift. The once dim alley was instantly adorned with peach blossom trees in full bloom. At the far end of the street, several alluring figures approached, their bodies swaying enticingly. Young master, come here. One woman, adorned with a fox mask, teased as she strummed a pipa, revealing her intentions. A vixen? Yi Feng blinked in surprise. How can you call me by my name so casually? You should refer to me as sweetheart. The fox demon giggled. How dare you? Yi Feng leapt forward, striking at the alluring figures. His hand passed through them, shattering the pavement into fragments, causing the surrounding blossoms and beauties to dissipate like smoke. Following his instincts, Yi Feng turned to see a trembling red-haired fox crouched in a corner. Arg! The fox demon leapt onto a rooftop, fleeing swiftly, and Yi Feng noticed several peculiar little monsters following in hot pursuit. Ah, so this is a gang, Yi Feng thought, giving chase. In no time, the creatures darted into an old, abandoned bookstore, vanishing from sight. Yi Feng found the shop in disrepair, with only a few haphazard bookshelves holding numerous ancient texts, most of which were illegible due to age. Suddenly, the sound of pages flipping echoed through the bookstore. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings and saw 5 sheets of paper soaring from the ancient tomes, encircling him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed each paper depicted a warrior in armor wielding a small axe. Paper warrior battle, transform. A sultry voice resonated from every direction. In an instant, 5 streams of spiritual energy infused the papers, causing the warriors to grow larger, bursting through the sheets and igniting in flames. With a crack, 5 1-foot-tall paper warriors landed before him, brandishing their tiny axes in an attempt to strike Yi Feng. What a pathetic sight. Are you planning to strike my knees with those? Yi Feng remarked, unimpressed. Upon hearing the name Paper Warrior Battle, Yi Feng had anticipated a spell capable of summoning a formidable Gathering Yuan expert. Instead, he found these diminutive warriors to be rather flimsy. With a flick of his finger, Yifeng effortlessly blocked one of the paper warrior's attacks. The warrior flailed its double-bladed axe in vain, unable to make contact. Our spiritual energy is insufficient. Individual paper warriors are too weak. We must merge. A panicked voice echoed from the bookstore's periphery, sounding like a group of small children. Warriors, unite. They chanted in unison. Yifeng watched with interest as the 5 paper warriors stacked upon one another, a cloud of white mist enveloping them. When the mist dispersed, Yifeng beheld a 1-meter-tall paper warrior, significantly more imposing than before, resembling a peak chi refinement level fighter. Our paper warriors have merged, and their power is unmatched. You shall soon face the consequences. The small monsters outside the bookstore cackled with delight. Oh, is that so? Yifeng chuckled. And as the paper warrior swung its axe towards him, he merely extended 2 fingers to pin it down effortlessly. Impossible. The little monsters gasped in astonishment. But Yifeng simply shook his head, dismissively tossing the paper warrior aside, causing it to shatter into a cloud of mist. This spell has some intrigue, Yifeng mused, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the vicinity, spotting a crimson foxtail protruding from beneath a bookshelf. He yanked it free. Yikes! The red-haired fox dangled upside down, its eyes wide with human-like terror, its tiny paws flailing as if running in place. Are you attempting to suffocate me to unconsciousness by stealing the air around me? Yifeng jested lightly. Great sage, spare me. I can offer you a warm hearth, the little red fox pleaded, tears welling in its eyes, presenting a woeful visage. Utilizing his spiritual sight, Yifeng discerned that the little fox possessed modest cultivation, merely a mid-tier demon soldier, yet it could articulate human speech, which piqued his curiosity. And where are your accomplices? Yifeng inquired, giving the fox a slight shake. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and 4 diminutive figures emerged into view. A Pekingese dog, a large toad, a pumpkin-shaped creature with hands and feet, and a plump little pig, all under a foot tall, appeared before him. Great sage, please spare our leader. The 4 little monsters pleaded, bowing repeatedly, all capable of human speech, leaving Yifeng utterly astonished. You are but lowly demon soldiers of the inferior and intermediate ranks. You're strongest merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. How is it that you can speak like humans? Yifeng crouched down, playfully pinching the ear of the chubby little pig, inquiring. We, the white floating 5 immortals, have been able to speak since birth, replied the little pig, its voice adorably high-pitched. Wait, the white floating 5 immortals? Yifeng found amusement in this. You lack even the gathering yuan realm and dare to call yourselves immortals? By the way, where did you acquire that spell you just used? Chapter 51. The white floating 5 immortals and their hidden master the 5 little demons exchanged glances. Ultimately, the pug dog asked, Great immortal, if we divulge the spell to you, can you spare our lives? That will depend on whether the outcome satisfies me. Yifeng's smile turned cunning. The white floating 5 immortals immediately wore expressions of despair. The spell in question had no specific rank. It was a secret art called Paper Soldier General, which we learned in this bookstore, the red-haired fox, the self-proclaimed leader, disclosed voluntarily. What of the ancient text? Yifeng inquired, wishing to bring the Paper Soldier General manual back to the Misty Sect, so that when his disciples reached proficiency, he too would grasp its full essence. It was burned, the red-haired fox added hastily, fearing Yifeng would doubt her. The manual was merely a fragment. Once we mastered it, the fragment automatically incinerated. Indeed. The other little demons nodded in unison. Seeing they did not appear to be lying, Yifeng felt somewhat exasperated. Without the ancient text, how could he allow his disciples to cultivate? By the way, if I were to take these little demons into the Spirit Beast Pavilion, could I comprehend the spells they possess? Yifeng quickly inquired of the system. When spirit beasts and disciples achieve a minor understanding of a certain spell, the sect leader can also benefit, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Yifeng calmed himself and looked at the white floating 5 immortals. Why did you follow me earlier? Just as the 5 little demons were about to respond, their stomachs grumbled audibly. I see. Yifeng extracted a delectable roasted leg of lamb from his spatial pocket, waving it enticingly before the white floating 5 immortals, causing their eyes to follow the movement, drool pooling beneath them. Great immortal, grant us a taste. They pleaded. Indeed. Had we not been famished, we wouldn't have followed the strategist's orders to cast an illusionary attack on you. They confessed, their hunger overwhelming their defenses. Do you have a strategist? Yifeng was taken aback, realizing the white floating 5 immortals were quite organized, which explained how they had evaded capture in White Floating City for so long. It's him. All 4 little demons pointed at the innocent-looking pug dog. readily betraying him for the enticing roasted leg of lamb. Pug strategist? Yifeng couldn't suppress his laughter. Very well, this roasted leg of lamb is yours. With that, he let the leg drop, and the white floating five immortals eagerly caught it, their eyes wide with delight. Having eaten my food, you are now my demons. Will you accompany me henceforth? Yifeng asked. Will we get roasted leg of lamb every day? The red-haired fox blinked her big, watery eyes. I want buns. The pug strategist raised his paw. I wish to play with beautiful young ladies. The chubby little pig swayed its short tail. Quack, quack, quack. The giant toad croaked 3 times. I want a patch of land to plant myself and grow quickly, the pumpkin demon added. Yifeng, hearing their increasingly absurd requests, couldn't help but lean back, narrowing his eyes, thinking that if they continued with such bizarre demands, he might just stew them all. Fine. However, for the secret art paper soldier general, I shall agree to the white floating 5 immortals' terms. Observing them gather around the roasted leg of lamb, Yifeng took out buns, pickled vegetables, lamb spine, grilled meat, and laid out a feast, relishing the meal himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng learned of the origins of the white floating 5 immortals. It turned out that they had resided in this desolate old street since gaining sentience, having fought amongst themselves a few times, discovering no victor, and thus swore brotherhood under the moonlight, naming themselves the white floating 5 immortals. Due to their ability to speak and their mastery of the paper soldier general, they often dressed the combined paper soldier general in clothing to masquerade as a child, deceiving others for food and drink. Thus, they had survived until today. It was only this night that they, witnessing Yifeng purchasing various delicacies, harbored malicious intentions, leading to the ensuing events. Enough. You've all eaten your fill. I shall temporarily store you within this spirit artifact until we return to the Misty Sect. Yifeng said as he took out the spirit clock, sealing the white, floating 5 immortals inside. Next, he rummaged through the bookstore, but found nothing of value. He decided instead to burst through the door and, upon reaching the street, he tossed the door panel to the ground. By now, it was nearing midnight, the moonlight shimmering like water. The surroundings were eerily silent, leaving Yifeng somewhat unsettled. He rested his hands behind his head, preparing to head toward the city lord's mansion when he noticed another figure on the ground. Yifeng's pupils constricted as he looked up at the rooftop. A figure clad in black stood there, arms crossed, revealing only a pair of sharp, knife-like eyes. Who are you? Yifeng asked. Hand over those little demons, and I shall spare your life. The black-clad figure's voice was hoarse, clearly altered to conceal their identity. They are mine, Yifeng replied defiantly. Then perish. The black-clad figure leaped down, drawing a gleaming long knife from their waist, unleashing a radiant blade that stretched 5 meters long. It was the Earthfall Slash. Yifeng recognized this perfected first-tier spell, recalling how Deputy Commander Zhou Jiazai had demonstrated it days prior at a banquet, cleaving through the vines of a century-old tree demon with tremendous force. You are Zhou Jiazai? Yifeng exclaimed, his feet striking the ground as he dodged the blade. Boom. The ground split open, creating a chasm half a meter deep, debris flying everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng propelled himself upward like a flying sword, tearing the black-clad figure's mask away, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. You are not Zhou Jiazai. Who are you? Yifeng, suspended in midair, abruptly turned, pointing at the black-clad figure. Yet the figure remained silent, instead leaping to a height surpassing Yifeng's, preparing another Earthfall Slash. With Yifeng airborne and lacking leverage, he crossed his arms before him, bracing for the incoming blade, which struck his arms, crashing him down to the ground. A gash appeared on Yifeng's arm, bleeding but not penetrating the skin, likely healing automatically after a prolonged engagement. How can this be? The black-clad figure, stunned by the lack of the anticipated carnage, found themselves shocked. Now is my chance. Yifeng had been waiting for this moment, swiftly hurling the teacup-sized spirit clock at the figure. Caught off guard, the black-clad figure could only raise their spirit knife in defense, only to be struck and sent flying, the sound of shattered bones echoing. Rolling on the ground, the figure disregarded the pain from their damaged spirit knife, scrambling to flee. Nowhere to run. Yifeng was determined to eliminate the impending threat and seized the Lingyuan bell to pursue. Chapter 52, Battle of the Black Shin Sect. 4 spirits, sword formation under the cloak of night. A figure clad in black executed a technique that resembled a form of agile movement. It appeared as if he was sprinting along the rooftops, yet his feet barely touched the ground, moving with remarkable swiftness, rivaling the wind spirit step. Unable to cast spells, Yifeng could only run atop the rooftops, occasionally causing tiles to fall. Fortunately, the inhabitants in this area were deep in slumber. and any falling debris was dismissed as the passing of a stray cat. Who is this wretched individual? Why is he so terrifying, akin to a humanoid beast? Possessing boundless strength? The figure in black glanced back and, noticing Yi Feng gaining ground, his expression shifted to one of fear as he hastened his pace. You shall not escape, Yi Feng bellowed. Spotting a brick on the rooftop, he swept his foot, shattering it into fragments that hurtled toward the figure in black. However, the black-clad individual reacted swiftly, spinning midair and using his palm to create a semi-transparent, dark golden imprint that deflected the debris, propelling him several meters away. Impressive. Yi Feng observed the distance between them increasing, astonished by the opponent's agile maneuvers, and he accelerated in pursuit. The chase continued for a quarter of an hour, ultimately leading Yi Feng to a wooded area in the southern part of the city, a place markedly less bustling than the city center. The figure in black darted through an open gate and vanished from sight. Yi Feng hurried after him, halting at the entrance. Black Xin Sect. He scrutinized the signboard, a frown creasing his brow. The audacity of this individual to escape into the Black Xin Sect. Could it be that he has connections with this faction? Filled with questions, Yi Feng stepped through the gate, only to find the courtyard devoid of life. Where is everyone? He scanned his surroundings, realizing that the Black Xin Sect spanned a vast area, divided into front, middle, and back courtyards, covering more than 10 acres. Yet, no one could be found in either the front or middle courtyards. It was not until he reached the back courtyard that he discovered over 30 lifeless bodies clad in black disciple robes, all members of the Black Xin Sect, already cold to the touch. Cackling, a chilling and hoarse voice echoed, "Pursue me? Then meet your demise." Suddenly, the bodies of the Black Xin Sect disciples sprang to life, transforming into towering werewolves emanating a potent aura of malevolence. Their eyes glowed green, and their hands morphed into claws harder than refined iron, charging at Yi Feng with the speed of a released arrow. Resurrected or transformed by some sinister means. Yi Feng's brow furrowed as he unleashed a powerful punch at the nearest werewolf, sending it flying into its companions. The werewolf's defenses proved feeble against his might, and after a few exchanges, they crumbled into ashes. "Though I do not know who you are, you shall perish today." The chilling voice resonated once more, its source indiscernible. As Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, preparing to make his escape, he noticed 4 glowing banners descending from the sky, planted firmly in each corner of the back courtyard. Buzz. Numerous intricate ancient symbols and lines materialized on the ground and in the air, intertwining to form a protective array. Yi Feng leaped forth, striking the shield with his fist, generating a thunderous sound that caused the shield to distort violently, yet it remained unbroken. This is the Four Spirits sword formation. It can annihilate all below the Gathering Essence realm. Let us see if you survive. The hoarse voice taunted again. Clang. Suddenly, the night was pierced by the sound of clashing blades, and Yi Feng looked up to see a chipped spiritual long sword descending, its blade radiating blinding light. He leapt into the air, clasping the sword between his hands, refusing to let it escape. Yet, in a swift motion, a sharp short sword lunged at the back of his head, its speed surpassing the limits of a typical 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner's reaction. Fortunately, Yi Feng possessed keen instincts. Gripping the long sword with his right hand, he swiftly turned and seized the incoming short sword with his left. How is this possible? The black-clad figure hiding in the shadows, manipulating the Four Spirits sword formation, was taken aback. He recognized Yi Feng's strength, yet had assumed he could not withstand the formation. Who would have thought this monster could catch a blade barehanded? Though I cannot see you, I know your strength will falter. Enraged, Yi Feng summoned the 2-meter-tall Lingyuan bell, using his legs to launch it with all his might against the formation's shield, producing a thunderous roar. Crack! The shield shattered. The banners in the courtyard's corners snapped, and the long sword and short sword fell limp, their control severed. In that moment, Yi Feng caught sight of the black-clad figure lurking outside the courtyard. Got you. Yi Feng hurled the long sword and short sword, severing the figure's legs. Ah! The figure cried out in pain, producing a glowing beast skin talisman from his robes and slamming it to the ground, vanishing into the earth in an instant. Damn! Yi Feng, arriving nearby, left a deep crater in the ground with a stomp. Yet, the figure had already escaped. Look, it seems a fierce battle has occurred at the Black Xin Sect. We must investigate. Investigate? Have you a death wish? The commotion drew the attention of nearby onlookers, including a squad of black armored guards, though their leader was not Deputy Commander Zhou Jiatsai. This is no place to linger. Yi Feng quickly gathered the short sword and the chipped long sword, retrieving the 4 banners from the back courtyard, preparing to flee. At that moment, beneath the ashes of a Black Xin Sect disciple, Yi Feng discovered a peculiar square metal plate adorned with strange patterns. He pocketed it and leaped over the wall, swiftly disappearing into the twilight. Shortly thereafter, a squad of black armored guards arrived at the Black Xian sect, led by a deputy commander with a bushy beard and sharp eyes, who ordered the area to be secured and inspected. Which scoundrel dares to wreak havoc in our Black Xian sect? Where's the sect master? Where are my fellow disciples? A quarter of an hour later, a youthful voice resonated before the Black Xian sect. This was Li Hanxiao, returning from revelry, who stared in shock at the devastated scene, his eyes wide, believing he had ventured into the wrong place. You are a disciple of the Black Xian sect, Li Hanxiao? The bearded deputy commander approached him, inquiring. Li Hanxiao sensed the gravity of the situation from the serious expression on the deputy commander's face and asked, Zhang Deputy Commander, what has transpired in our Black Xian sect? Zhang Deputy Commander placed a hand on Li Hanxiao's shoulder. After investigation, it has been confirmed that the Black Xian sect has been overrun by demonic creatures. Aside from the missing sect master, all other disciples have been transformed into wolf-like beings and subsequently annihilated by a mysterious powerful entity. What did you say? Li Hanxiao felt as though struck by lightning, the laughter fading from his face. Chapter 53, Veiled Mysteries, Distribution of Pills. Deputy Commander Zhang. Are you implying that aside from the missing sect master, all the other disciples of the Black Xian sect have perished, leaving me as the sole survivor? Li Hanxiao took a moment to process the gravity of the situation before voicing his soul-searching inquiry. Indeed. And we have reason to suspect that your sect master colluded with the demon race, causing the demise of the other disciples. Young man, may you find peace in your loss. Deputy Commander Zhang once again patted Li Hanxiao's shoulder, leaving 4 members of the black armored guards to guard the Black Xian gate, before leading the others to the city lord's mansion to report under the stars. The annihilation of a mid-level sect was a matter he could not afford to overlook. Given his position as the deputy commander of the southern district, Yi Feng raced back, finally arriving at the city lord's mansion just past midnight. Inside, Xian Guangshuan was meditating on the flying boat. Upon hearing the noise, he looked at the disheveled Yi Feng with surprise, lowering his voice. Master Yi, why are you returning so late? Surely you weren't indulging in the brothels? Goodness no. Yi Feng exclaimed, repeatedly waving his hands, his face flushing. Am I that kind of person? That's debatable, Xian Guangshuan replied, shaking his head. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, noting that despite Xian Guangshuan's handsome appearance, he had a rather unrefined sense of humor. Yet, it was this quality that made him feel they could be friends. He detested duplicity. Thus, he found Xian Guangshuan's candid nature refreshing. Master Yi, allow me to escort you, Xian Guangshuan suddenly said earnestly, forming seals with his hands as the flying boat ascended into the air. Yi Feng hopped aboard without hesitation. After the tumultuous events of the night, he was increasingly concerned about the safety of the disciples from the mysterious Cloud sect. Before long, Yi Feng reached the summit of Piaomiao Peak, discovering Mo Ying waiting alone on the rooftop. Upon seeing Yi Feng's return, Mo Ying leapt down and retreated to her room. Oh, it seems the esteemed disciples of your sect are quite concerned for you, Master Yi, waiting patiently until the late hours, Xian Guangshuan teased. Enough of that. Yi Feng shooed Xian Guangshuan away, heading to the bathhouse to wash off the grime before returning to his room, where he placed his spoils on the floor. A long sword, a short blade, and 4 broken flagpoles, all low-grade spiritual artifacts. Despite the evening's dangers, he had reaped significant rewards. Combined with the 5 spiritual artifacts he had obtained by vanquishing bandits near the Beacon River, selling them would yield at least 1,000 spirit stones. The thought thrilled Yi Feng, keeping him awake throughout the night. In a clandestine underground chamber in Baifu City, a man in black lay on the ground, nursing his severed legs and moaning in agony. An elderly man with sparse white eyebrows stood beside him, frowning as he spoke. Even the 4 spirits' sword formation could not restrain him, and his physical prowess is extraordinary. How reminiscent this sounds of the person mentioned by the Little Wolf General. The black-clad man swallowed a pain-relieving pill, responding, this person's physical strength is indeed terrifying, but whether he is the one the Little Wolf General referred to, I cannot confirm. Regardless of his identity, tonight, without the spiritual blood of those 5 little monsters, the blood sacrifice has failed. And we cannot forge the blood spirit pills required by the esteemed demon general. You ought to ponder how you will explain this to the Little Wolf General. With that, the elderly man waved his sleeve and departed. It was supposed to be a success, yet unexpectedly, a fierce individual had emerged. The man in black glared in the direction of the elderly man, his face contorted with frustration and rage. At the city lord's mansion, Deputy Commander Zhang knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he reported to the Deputy City Lord. The sect master of the Black Xian Gate set up a formation. All disciples, except for Li Hanxiao, were subjected to blood sacrifice. However, it seems the formation was disrupted by a mysterious figure. Furthermore, the sect master of the Black Xian Gate has had his legs severed and is likely incapacitated, but I suspect there are still behind-the-scenes masterminds hiding within the city. After finishing his report, Deputy Commander Zhang bowed his head in silence. A hoarse voice soon echoed in the room. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Report immediately if there are any developments. Yes, Deputy Commander Zhang hesitated momentarily. Deputy City Lord, what shall we do about the last remaining disciple of the Black Xian Gate? The City Lord will send someone to handle it. You may leave, came the reply. Understood, Zhang said, understanding the dismissal as he took his leave. At the peak of Piaomiao Mountain, the transforming beast had been nearby, disguised as a white ant, monitoring the entire mysterious cloud sect. The following morning, before dawn, Feng was already up, standing in the courtyard, and calling out. All disciples gather in the main hall. Before long, 10 disciples gathered in the hall, each taking their seats, still bleary-eyed. With a couple of thuds, Feng placed 2 jade bottles on the table. Here are 15 cultivation pills, 10 low-grade, and 5 mid-grade. All for your cultivation enhancement. Each of you may take 1 low-grade pill, while the mid-grade ones will be distributed to the 5 with the highest cultivation levels. Oh, and I also have a low-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the Xiangui shield. Who is interested? Feng added, placing the shield he had purchased at Wuxian Pavilion on the table. The disciples, upon hearing Feng's words, except for Mo Ying, raised their heads in astonishment, eyes wide with surprise. So many pills, and a low-grade spiritual artifact. Could it be that the previous master left these behind? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Feng clarified. No need to speculate. The low-grade cultivation pills and the Xiangui shield were purchased by Mo Ying and me during our trip to Beacon City, while the mid-grade cultivation pills were a gift from the Deputy City Lord. Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes lit up. So, our mysterious cloud sect has some wealth now. Shirley exclaimed joyfully. With these cultivation pills, I can reach the 5th level of qi refinement today. Li Jiaojiao said gleefully. The other disciples were equally elated. Long Tianxing blinked and asked, Master, did you and senior sister forego to Beacon City to sell those items? What items? The other disciples looked puzzled. Feng glanced around to ensure there were no outsiders and explained, actually, something indescribable happened near the forest in Lin Village that day. Lowering his voice, he recounted the tale of vanquishing Zhao Dajiang, the tree demon, and the crocodile hen beast. The disciples listened, their faces reflecting shock as they finally understood the sect had come into a windfall and began to contemplate a method to earn spirit stones, slaying demons. All right, hurry and take the pills to cultivate. In the future, your master will take you out for adventures. No, I mean training. Feng corrected himself, realizing he had misspoken. Outside the main hall, the transforming beast had transformed into a moth and approached the eavesdropping Brother Ping with the intention of swaying him. However, in the next moment, Brother Ping sneezed, sending the transforming beast flying several meters away. It was precisely this that prevented the transforming beast from overhearing the entire conversation in the main hall. As the disciples diligently pursued their cultivation, Feng stood by their side like a guardian, protecting them. For him, aiding his disciples in enhancing their cultivation was the most important endeavor aside from fulfilling system tasks. In Chapter 54, The Power of 5 Ping, the second Qi Si, each disciple received a low-grade cultivation pill. The mid-grade pills were limited to 5, currently allocated to the highest cultivators, Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, Hui Yunjia, Shirley, and Li Jiaojiao. Before dawn, the 10 disciples simultaneously consumed a low-grade cultivation pill, maintaining a meditative posture with their palms, feet, and foreheads directed towards the heavens. Jia Yulan, with her eyes closed, felt the acceleration in her cultivation speed brought about by the pill, while also noticing a drawback. The quality of the low-grade cultivation pills purchased in Beacon City is not on par with those left by the previous master. The purity is only 99%, leading to some impurities accumulating within. Mo Ying responded, during cultivation, a small amount of impurities can be expelled through breathing. With that, Mo Ying entered a state of cultivation. Due to the presence of these minor impurities, each low-grade cultivation pill purchased from Wuxian Pavilion would only allow the disciples to maintain a 99-fold increase in cultivation speed for half an hour. Calculating it this way, a single elixir equates to saving over 10 days of arduous cultivation. With a splash, after 3 attempts, Jia Yulan successfully broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. Long Tianxing, Xia He, and Qiu Ju, after 6 attempts. All progressed from the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 4th level. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, after entering the qi observation realm, consumed the low-grade qi elixirs previously produced by the system, advancing to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Now, by taking the elixirs from Wushuan Pavilion, they smoothly entered the 3rd level. The two siblings, possessing only low-grade aptitude, naturally cultivated at a slower pace. Even with each consuming 2 low-grade qi elixirs, they could only reach the 3rd level. If it were disciples with superior qualifications, they would have leaped to the 4th level. As for Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, Shirlei, Hui Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao, after refining a low-grade qi elixir, they consumed another medium-grade elixir with double the efficacy, continuing their cultivation until noon. With the disciples' breakthroughs, Yi Feng felt his own strength augmenting, filling him with joy as he quickly accessed the cultivation information of his disciples. Disciples: Shirlei, Qi Refinement Level 5. Hui Yunjia, Qi Refinement Level 7. Li Jiaojiao, Qi Refinement Level 5. Mo Ying, Qi Refinement Level 8. Long Tianqing, Qi Refinement Level 4. Jia Yulan, Peak Qi Refinement Level 7. Xia He, Qi Refinement Level 4. Xiao Zhu, Qi Refinement Level 4. Ouyang Feng, Qi Refinement Level 3. Ouyang Yu, Qi Refinement Level 3. Each person had at least advanced 1 level. Splendid. Yi Feng was elated. He felt as if he had gained the strength to confront 5 ordinary opponents. Once the sect's prestige surpassed 1,000 and the side quests were completed, the limit on spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion would significantly increase. At that time, he could bring the 5 immortals of Bai Fu into the pavilion, further enhancing his power. Yi Feng contemplated this in his heart. At that moment, he remembered something and inquired internally, "System, when can we recruit more disciples?" Upon becoming a higher-tier sect, the limit on the number of disciples can be increased, the system explained. Isn't it possible to upgrade to a medium-tier sect? Yi Feng questioned, somewhat puzzled. However, the system provided no further response. Yi Feng chose not to press further, instead focusing on the 10 disciples consolidating their cultivation. He felt a surge of happiness as he retrieved the delectable food he had purchased in Bai Fu City the previous night, warmed it up, and placed it on the dining table. Watching the disciples savor their meal, Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Though my culinary skills may fall short, I can always afford to buy ingredients." Such is the advantage of investing. After lunch, Yi Feng presented the Xian Gui shield to his eldest disciple, Shirlei. Originally, it was meant for Hui Yunjia, but since he did not wish to be a meat shield, Yi Feng had no choice but to bestow the shield upon Shirlei. Shirlei used his spiritual power to circulate within the Xian Gui shield, leaving behind a mark. Unless someone erased the spiritual mark in front of Shirlei, he would be able to wield the low-grade spiritual artifact with ease. Currently, there were no new qi elixirs. How could he enhance the disciple's strength? Yi Feng pondered and took out the last gift from the novice package. Auxiliary Technique, 2nd Qi Si Scroll. Previously, he had refrained from presenting this auxiliary technique out of concern that it might attract the attention of powerful external forces. However, the situation had changed. With his newfound strength, he could contend with opponents even if they were not in the Gathering Essence realm, ensuring he would not be powerless to resist. Moreover, if his disciples cultivated the 2nd Qi Si Scroll, it might provide him with additional enhancements. With this in mind, Yi Feng once again summoned all the disciples in the hall of the sect leader. With a resounding clap, Yi Feng slammed the ancient tome onto the table, declaring, "The reason the former sect leader brought me back is that I possess an auxiliary technique." Oh, an auxiliary technique. The disciples initially responded casually, but soon their minds were filled with the significance of the term, causing them to crowd around the table with wide eyes fixed on the ancient tome. The auxiliary technique, 2nd Qi Si Scroll, upon successful cultivation, grants a supplementary Qi Si equivalent to 1/3 of the primary Qi Si's capacity. Li Jiaojiao read aloud the introduction from the first page, and upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment. "Is this true?" Jia Yulan exclaimed, flipping quickly to the last page and confirming it was indeed an auxiliary technique. "Sect leader, can we truly cultivate this?" Li Jiaojiao asked eagerly. "This is for your cultivation, but it must remain a secret, even from your closest kin. Do you understand?" Yi Feng warned sternly. Even high-tier sects with Gathering Essence Realm Guardians might not possess an auxiliary technique. They needed to exercise caution to avoid attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. "Rest assured, without your permission, I won't even mention it to my mother," Long Tianqing was the first to affirm. "Neither will I," the others echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Feng nodded inwardly. All present were disciples recognized by the system, their loyalty deemed satisfactory, alleviating concerns of betrayal like that of Xiao Fenggu. I am well versed in this auxiliary technique. To save time, I will personally guide you, Feng said, opening the ancient tome to the first page and explaining the key points of the technique as a dedicated teacher. With Feng's assistance, the disciples began their cultivation at a commendable pace. Once everything was on track, Feng put away the tome and stood by to protect them. I have succeeded. As dusk fell, Mo Ying was the first to conclude her training, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly impressive, considering your superior aptitude, Feng praised. Thank you for bestowing this auxiliary technique upon me, Mo Ying said, bowing to Feng. If Feng did not trust her, how could he have entrusted such a precious auxiliary technique for her cultivation? Reflecting on this, Mo Ying felt a profound sense of connection to the Piao sect. Chapter 55. The Unfortunate Shape-Shifting Beast, Zhou Jiakai's Visit. How does it feel? Feng asked Mo Ying, eager to learn the practical changes after mastering the auxiliary technique. Mo Ying focused inwardly on her Qi and after a moment replied, in addition to my main Qi, there now exists a disc-shaped vortex, occupying 1/3 of its volume. The second Qi will only begin to deplete its energy once the main Qi has been exhausted. Hearing this, Feng nodded and used his spiritual eye to observe Mo Ying, noting that her spiritual light intensity remained unchanged compared to before cultivating the second Qi. This suggested that the second Qi possessed a hidden effect, rendering the existence of the second Qi undetectable and greatly minimizing the risk of exposing this technique. Excellent. Excellent. Truly a remarkable auxiliary technique crafted by the system, Feng silently praised. Meanwhile, the other disciples continued their training. Observing this, Feng retrieved the cooked dishes he had bought last night, reheated them, and placed them on the dining table, resting his chin on his hands as he idly awaited the disciples to join for dinner. At that moment, atop Piao Peak, the shape-shifting beast transformed into human form, donned a cloak, and floated half a foot above the ground towards the newly constructed wooden gate of the Piao sect. I refuse to believe that transforming into a human won't allow me to approach a few spirit beasts of the Piao sect, the shape-shifting beast thought, feeling quite frustrated. Roar. The ordinary guardian at the gate, upon spotting the disguised shape-shifting beast, deemed him suspicious and immediately brightened with intent to confront. Since being adopted by Feng as the guardian spirit beast of the mysterious sect, it had not had the opportunity to engage in battle. Daily, it merely slumbered, to the point that it felt itself rusting. Upon spotting the metamorphic beast, the flat-headed brother stood upright, excitedly brandishing its claws and pouncing. Wretched creature, I am a guest. How dare you lay a hand on me? The metamorphic beast, though panicked within, attempted to project an air of a worldly sage, exclaiming loudly, "Oh dear, don't bite. Are you a dog?" However, the flat-headed brother paid no heed and lunged forward to bite. The metamorphic beast, frightened, took to the air, but only the hem of its cloak was caught in the jaws, which was still a part of its corporeal form, causing excruciating pain. Alas, the flat-headed brother exuded a potent demonic aura, suppressing the metamorphic beast and rendering it temporarily unable to transform into mist and escape. Thus, the metamorphic beast could only dart across the grass, striving to shake off the flat-headed brother, yet the faster it ran, the more violently it was torn, leading to anguished cries. What is happening? Feng, hearing the cries, hurried outside and discovered the flat-headed brother gnawing on the cloak of a mysterious figure clad in black, being dragged across the grassy summit. How can it be such a dire situation from merely biting a hem? Feng stared in confusion. Seeing someone approach, the metamorphic beast shouted, "Quick, pull it off me. Do not fret." Feng stepped forward, grasping the flat-headed brother's hind legs and pulling with all his might. With a rip, the hem of the metamorphic beast's cloak was torn apart, causing it to collapse to the ground, wailing as though a piece of flesh had been ripped away. Is it just a torn hem? Why the distress? Feng scoffed, observing the metamorphic beast's reaction. Feng's initial thought was that this cloaked figure must be impoverished, feeling the loss of a mere hem as if it were a grievous wound. Meanwhile, the metamorphic beast, upon hearing Feng's words, felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, that is an extension of my corporeal form. What do you know? It grumbled internally, yet dared not voice its thoughts. Feng patted the flat-headed brother to cease its aggression, then inquired of the metamorphic beast, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Rubbing its hem, the metamorphic beast, with a pained expression, replied, "I am the master of the Black Robe Society of the Colorful City, here to pay my respects. However, your mysterious sect lacks hospitality. Farewell." The metamorphic beast did not linger, for staying longer could risk exposure. With that, it turned and fled, vanishing into the thicket of the mountain. What just happened? Feng gazed in the direction where the metamorphic beast had disappeared, utterly bewildered. Colorful City? Consulting a map he purchased in Baifu City the previous night, he discovered that Colorful City lay 50 miles southeast of Baifu City, comparable in scale to Blazing Fire City. As for the Black Robe Society, it was the first he had heard of it. Perhaps they have heard of my skills in spellcasting and have come seeking guidance? Feng dismissed the matter and tucked away the map, preparing to return to the sect's main hall. Roar! The flat-headed brother exclaimed. Through the Spirit Beast Pavilion's relay, Feng understood that the flat-headed brother longed for combat, so he reassured, "Do not worry, there will be ample opportunities in the future." Upon hearing this, the flat-headed brother, disinterested, lay down at the entrance, resting its forepaws on its chin, and fell asleep. As the sun set, Feng admired the beautiful twilight at Mysterious Peak. The peak bathed in the crimson hues of the setting sun, presenting a scene of exquisite beauty. That night, the disciples diligently practiced the second Qi Si. Since this auxiliary technique currently had only the first volume and was personally taught by Feng, they made rapid progress and completed their training before bedtime. However, aside from feeling his strength becoming more enduring, Feng experienced no other enhancement. The following morning, Feng rose early, intending to practice Tai Chi in the dawn light, only to find Xian Guangshuan piloting a flying vessel, accompanied by Zhou Jiatsai. Sect Master Yi, if you are free today, would you accompany me to the Black Armored Guard's main camp? Zhou Jiatsai stated upon landing. Feng noticed that Zhou Jiatsai stood upright, his legs straight, and his physique was quite different from that of the black-clad person, thus confirming that he was not the same individual. He asked, "I do have some free time, but may I inquire, are there many at the 9th level of Qi refinement in Baifu City who can employ the ground-slash technique?" Zhou Jiatsai and Xian Guangshuan looked momentarily astonished, not comprehending Feng's sudden query. Although puzzled, Zhou Jiatsai responded, "To my knowledge, anyone wielding a blade tends to favor practicing ground-slash. As for those in Baifu City who match your description, it seems to only be the master of the Black Xian sect and a few elders of the dominant blade sect." Oh, Feng nodded, deducing that the black-clad individual was most likely the master of the Black Xian sect. Yet, he could not fathom why this person would annihilate all disciples of the Black Xian sect who were under his tutelage. Did he not feel the pain of such loss? Almost forgetting to mention, the night before last, the Black Xian sect was decimated, leaving only a single survivor, with rumors suggesting that the master of the Black Xian sect was the mastermind, and on that night, a mysterious powerhouse emerged to sever the legs of the Black Xian sect's master, thwarting his sinister plans. As Zhou Jiatsai spoke, he suddenly widened his eyes. Glancing at Feng, Xian Guangshuan also turned to look. "Sect Master Yi, are you the mysterious figure who intervened?" Zhou Jiatsai queried in a grave tone. The timing matched, as Feng had been in Baifu City that night, and his strength was commensurate. Coupled with Feng's sudden inquiry, it was not difficult to connect the dots. Cough. Cough. This has nothing to do with me. Feng hastily denied. "Sect Master Yi, the City Lord's mansion is currently offering a bounty of 100 spirit stones for the master of the Black Xian sect. Thus, there is no need for concealment." Zhou Jiatsai remarked with an understanding expression. "No, I am truly not the mysterious figure," Feng insisted vehemently. He believed that if this matter spread, it would not only endanger him but also the mysterious sect, so it was better to maintain a low profile. "Sect Master Yi wishes to keep a low profile. I understand," Xian Guangshuan said with a smile. Zhou Jiatsai grinned. "Indeed, I can relate. After all, fame can be a double-edged sword. By the way, Sect Master Yi, please board the vessel." In the heart of Baifu City stood a mysterious compound surrounded by 10-meter-high walls, measuring 600 meters in length and 500 meters in width. This was the main camp of the Black Armored Guard. The entire Black Armored Guard of Baifu City trained here, and passing by the vicinity, one could hear the sounds of battle, resonant and thunderous. Before a training ground approximately 100 meters in length and width, Feng, Zhou Jiatsai, and Xian Guangshuan stood upon an elevated platform, observing over 300 Black Armored Guards below. This was merely a fraction of the Black Armored Guard, with the remainder stationed in the eastern, southern, western, and northern districts, totaling over 1,000. This is the esteemed Sect Master Yi of the mysterious sect, responsible for guiding your training in spellcasting, Zhou Jiatsai proclaimed, channeling spiritual energy to amplify his voice, more effective than a loudspeaker. However, some squad leaders among the Black Armored Guards, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, wore expressions of impatience, with some even mocking. What a joke. I have heard the mysterious sect is merely a lowly sect, and their master is but a mortal. What prowess can he possibly possess? This is not a place for him. He should hurry home to embrace his wife. Ha ha ha. Listening to their taunts, Feng wore a peculiar expression. Zhou Jiatsai leaned closer to Yi Feng and whispered, Master Yi, these are the few actors I mentioned earlier. What do you think? Their performances are certainly above par, aren't they? Yi Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging their commendable skills. On the way here, Zhou Jiatsai had already informed Yi Feng about selecting several team captains from the black armored guards to create an atmosphere for the occasion. Although Yi Feng was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the prowess of these captains. Each one glared with fierce intensity, exuding an aura of animosity as they spoke passionately, as if they bore a grudge against him. Truth be told, their acting was indeed impressive. Master Yi, it is your turn to take the stage, Xian Guangshuan remarked, winking at Yi Feng, sending shivers down his spine as he realized this seemingly serious individual was quite the prankster. With that thought in mind, Yi Feng stepped forward and proclaimed, Though I am but a mortal, it does not imply that I cannot impart wisdom to you. Huh, I don't believe it. Master Yi, hurry home and embrace your wife. If you have none, we can play the role of your father-in-law. Laughter erupted, filling the air. The other black armored guards, influenced by the jovial atmosphere, joined in, perceiving Yi Feng's presence as merely comedic. Or perhaps, they thought he was invited as a mascot by Zhou Jiatsai. Silence. How dare you speak to Master Yi in such a manner? He is a person of great capability, not to be disrespected. Zhou Jiatsai seized the moment to ignite the crowd's fervor. Deputy Commander, we respect you, but that does not mean we require a mortal to teach us. A team captain of the 7th stage of Qi refinement stated solemnly. Indeed, let the Deputy Commander teach us personally. I wish to learn the falling slash, shouted one of the ordinary soldiers of the black armored guards, inciting further commotion. Since the Deputy Commander claims Master Yi has skills, does he dare to spar with us? A captain stepped forward, sensing the right moment. Why would I hesitate? Yi Feng leaped down from the 5-meter-high platform, shattering the ground beneath him upon landing. An aura of power sweeping forth. The actors, who had been performing, immediately clutched their chests and were knocked back, falling to the ground and exclaiming how formidable Master Yi was. Yi Feng's lips twitched. They had acted so convincingly just moments ago, yet now their reactions were overly dramatic. Nonetheless, he advanced a step, addressing the black armored guards. What? Are you all unconvinced? That sneak attack earlier doesn't count. One actor retorted immediately. Yes, we remain unconvinced, echoed the others. Those who had been recruited into the black armored guards were indeed courageous, and soon dozens surrounded Yi Feng, glaring at him. How can we prove our submission? Yi Feng inquired. By defeating us, one actor shouted. The other black armored guards were momentarily perplexed. Defeating us? No, I didn't say that. It was the captain who did. Yi Feng paid no heed to their confusion, laughing heartily. Very well, then I shall defeat you all. With that, Yi Feng struck with an open palm toward the actor, who instantly flew backward, hastily pulling out a tomato to take a bite, blood oozing from his mouth. The captain is injured. That was clearly tomato juice. Those in the know quickly covered their mouths. Everyone, let's teach this man a lesson. An actor bellowed, his presence imposing. The other black armored guards, unaware of the truth, saw their captain injured and surrounded Yi Feng in layers. However, they were no match for him, being knocked back with a single punch each. On the platform, Xian Guangshuan and Zhou Jiatsai watched in awe as Yi Feng swept through the crowd effortlessly, each punch sending a black armored guard flying without any struggle. Truly remarkable for the chosen one. He is indeed formidable, Xian Guangshuan marveled, observing as more black armored guards rushed toward Yi Feng, only to be dispatched swiftly. Before long, 300 black armored guards lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Rest assured, I am quite measured in my strikes. You will simply need to lie down for a while. Yi Feng leaped back onto the platform and addressed Zhou Jiatsai. Master Yi, how do you find the actors I arranged? Zhou Jiatsai asked, seeking praise. Yi Feng glanced around and spotted the few Qi Refinement 7th Stage team captains lounging in a corner, contentedly munching on tomatoes. Upon noticing Zhou Jiatsai and Yi Feng looking their way, they hastily stuffed the tomatoes into their mouths, feigning unconsciousness. Yi Feng wore an odd expression. Zhou Jiatsai forced a smile. After all, they are not professionally trained, so their performances may seem a bit exaggerated. I hope Master Yi can overlook it. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, he noticed the sect's prestige value rising from over 200 to nearly 300. It seemed that dozens of black armored guards had been convinced. Among the 300, only a few dozen acknowledged the mysterious Cloud sect, indicating that more effort was required to solidify their standing. Everyone rise, Zhou Jiatsai suddenly shouted. The black armored guards on the ground rubbed their bruised areas, feeling sore all over, secretly astonished. Isn't the leader of the mysterious Cloud sect just a mortal? How can he be so powerful? Look, The captain is rolling his eyes. He has been thoroughly defeated. Wait, why is there tomato pulp at the corner of his mouth? Are you blind? That's internal organ fragments. Ah, no wonder the deputy commander invited Master Yi. He indeed possesses considerable strength. I just wonder how he fares in terms of spells, the black armored guards murmured among themselves. Yi Feng, Zhou Jiatsai, and Xi and Guangshuan all had sharp hearing and caught snippets of their discussions, realizing the moment had come. Zhou Jiatsai stepped forward, speaking loudly. Master Yi is unparalleled in spell instruction. He will now provide you with guidance. Chapter 57. The ingenious use of prestige after being thoroughly defeated by Yi Feng. Whether genuinely or feigned, all the black armored guards stood silently, speechless. Yi Feng, observing their reaction, leaped down from the platform. With a crack, the ground beneath him shattered once more. Zhou Jiatsai opened his mouth to say something, but fell silent. What spells do you usually practice? Yi Feng asked, hands clasped behind his back as he walked through the crowd. An actor quickly raised his hand, feigning weakness as he said, Master Yi. We practice spells such as Heavy Step, Iron Shield Technique, and a dozen other first-grade spells, each with its own characteristics. With over 300 black armored guards, each had practiced at least 3 spells, mastering at least one in defense, attack, or agility. Upon hearing that the black armored guards practiced Iron Shield Technique, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Today, I am in high spirits. I shall first provide guidance on the Iron Shield Technique. All those who practice it, step forward. After being struck, the black armored guards dared not disobey, quickly gathering over 100 who practiced the Iron Shield Technique around him. Such a large number? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Thinking to himself that Iron Shield Technique was indeed a common spell, with so many practitioners, which suited his purpose perfectly. He pointed to a bearded black armored guard of the 5th stage of Qi refinement and asked, How proficient are you with the Iron Shield Technique? At the minor achievement stage, the bearded guard replied. Being at the 5th stage of Qi refinement, it was typical for practitioners at this level to only reach minor success, with only those of exceptional talent achieving great success. Demonstrate it first, and then I shall provide my guidance. I assure you, you will reach great success today, Yi Feng declared. The crowd was skeptical but intrigued. The bearded black armored guard pondered briefly, then stood in an open space, forming hand seals to conjure a shadowy black shield. The Ling shield is relatively solid, approaching mastery, yet it still possesses numerous shortcomings. For instance, here, and here. Yi Feng retrieved a section of emerald bamboo from the system space and pointed out the errors exhibited by the bearded black armored guard. His assertions were articulate. However, did they truly bear any efficacy? The surrounding black armored guards silently scoffed. The bearded black armored guard hesitated momentarily, only to discover that the issues Yi Feng mentioned were indeed those he had encountered during his practice of the Iron Shield Technique. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly followed Yi Feng's guidance. Buzz. After half a tea's time, the Iron Shield Technique executed by the bearded black armored guard solidified significantly, achieving the stage of mastery. The other black armored guards gaped in disbelief. Those who had previously mocked Yi Feng as a mere babbler were now utterly stunned, realizing that this Master Yi indeed possessed remarkable skills. The sect's reputation score rose from 3 to 7. Yi Feng observed that merely by teaching the bearded black armored guard, his sect's reputation score had increased by dozens of points in just a few seconds. Before long, the originally nearing 300 points had surged to 340, and the ascent continued. Nearly 100 black armored guards had acknowledged the Miao Miao sect, and there remained approximately 200 potential recruits. Yi Feng felt immense joy and pointed to another black armored guard practicing the Iron Shield Technique, urging him to demonstrate it as well so that he could offer further guidance. Very well, thank you, Master Yi, the black armored guard exclaimed, elated, and promptly complied. Time swiftly passed, and noon approached. Yi Feng had continuously instructed over 30 black armored guards, aiding them in elevating their Iron Shield Technique from the novice stage to the minor mastery stage, and from minor mastery to full mastery, drawing gasps of astonishment from the others. Coupled with the prior instances of being bested by Yi Feng, over 60% of the black armored guards had now acknowledged him, and the sect's reputation score successfully breached 500. Ding! Congratulations! The Miao Miao sect's reputation score has surpassed 500, unlocking the reputation exchange function. Please refer to the relevant information for details, the system announced. Yi Feng was taken aback, then noticed several lines of blue text appearing before his eyes. Sect reputation score, 507. Remaining exchange points, 507. Exchange instructions. Consuming sect reputation points allows for the instantaneous mastery of a spell to the perfection stage. First-tier spells require 50 points. Second-tier spells require 100 points. Upon seeing this text, Yi Feng understood its implications but remained somewhat puzzled. System. Now that I possess 507 reputation points, if I consume them all, will I need to accumulate another 1,000 points to complete the task of breaking 1,000 reputation points? Or merely 493 points? Yi Feng inquired. Only 493 points are required, the system replied before falling silent once more. With this clarification, Yi Feng harbored no further doubts and felt confident in expending his sect's reputation points. However, he regarded the cost of 50 points for a first-tier spell as rather steep. He believed it prudent to assist his disciples in reaching at least the novice stage, thereby enabling him to grasp the perfection stage directly. For spells that were challenging even for sect disciples to comprehend, or when time was of the essence, it would be more economical to utilize sect reputation points for understanding. Having realized this, Yi Feng found himself intrigued by the archives of the city lord's mansion. As for the black armored guards, having instructed dozens that morning and reaped a substantial share of reputation points, it was time for him to depart. Thus, Yi Feng ascended the high platform and announced, "Esteemed guests, we shall conclude here for today. Until next time. Master Yi, do not leave. I have yet to seek your guidance. Master Yi, I invite you to dine. Master Yi, I have an unmarried daughter." The black armored guards expressed their reluctance. Even those who had yet to acknowledge Yi Feng suddenly felt as if they had missed a golden opportunity. Nevertheless, Yi Feng paid no heed to their words and, along with Zhou Jiatsai and Xian Guangshuan, boarded the flying vessel, departing the black armored guard camp. Master Yi is truly impressive. This afternoon, Zhou invites you and fellow Taoist Xian to dine, Zhou Jiatsai declared, patting his chest. Haha, are you not concerned I might devour all your wealth? Yi Feng jested. Master Yi, you jest. I am the vice commander. My monthly salary is quite substantial, and our Zhou family is a prominent lineage in Baifu City. I can certainly afford a meal, Zhou Jiatsai replied earnestly. A moment later, the trio arrived at a 5-story edifice named Minkai Tower, where they found a private room on the 4th floor, enjoying their meal and conversation. Both Zhou Jiatsai and Xian Guangshuan expressed their admiration for Yi Feng's prowess and spells, seeking his guidance on the spot. Perhaps I am the chosen one, inheriting a fragment of my ancestors' will. Some spells I comprehend rather inexplicably. It is indeed peculiar. Yi Feng casually deflected. After their meal, the three prepared to head to the city lord's mansion archives. At that moment, a group of cultivators riding fierce tiger mounts and carrying long blades strode past Minkai Tower, exuding an air of authority. Yi Feng, standing at the entrance, looked up to meet the gaze of a burly elder with white eyebrows and hair. In that instant, Yi Feng distinctly perceived both astonishment and murderous intent in the elder's eyes before their gazes abruptly averted. By the time Yi Feng regained his composure, the elder had vanished down the street atop his fierce tiger. Chapter 58, City Lord's Mansion Archives, 10,000 Merchants Alliance. Who was that? Yi Feng inquired. Zhou Jiatsai furrowed his brow slightly and replied, that is a formidable character. I do not know his exact name, but he is the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect, one of the 3 major high-ranking sects in Baifu City, and has already ascended to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement 9th layer. Xian Guangshuan added, indeed. This white-browed elder is quite formidable. His aura is powerful. Even I, as a sect disciple, might not stand a chance against him. This revelation left Yi Feng and Zhou Jiatsai taken aback. The elder had once attempted to break through to the Gathering Essence realm, but seemingly failed. And his meridians and Qi Si had expanded over a long period of cultivation, undoubtedly mastering many perfected spells, making him exceptionally strong. Xian Guangshuan elucidated. Moreover, he possesses a mount. Zhou Jiatsai nodded. That mount is known as the Mighty Fierce Tiger, an advanced demon beast. It is said that the Blade Sect suffered considerable losses attempting to capture this tiger for the Grand Elder. Yi Feng stroked his chin and remarked, a pinnacle of the Qi refinement 9th layer, coupled with a fierce tiger mount, indeed formidable. In my estimation, that is at least the level of 3 equal opponents, nearly matching my own strength. Let us proceed to the archives and settle Master Ye's salary for this month, Zhou Jiatsai suggested. That is precisely what I desire. Yi Feng chuckled. During lunch, Yi Feng had already negotiated with Zhou Jiatsai, agreeing to spend a day or half a day each month at the Black Armored Guard headquarters, receiving 100 low-grade spirit stones on the same day. The Grand Elder of the Blade Sect, bearing a long blade, stood before the leader of the Black Xian sect, pointing at the portrait on the table with a grim expression, saying, today on the street, I believe I encountered the individual you mentioned. Should Yi Feng be present, he would have noticed that the person in the portrait bore an 8-point resemblance to him, albeit with a somewhat unflattering depiction. Who is he? The leader of the Black Xian sect clenched his fists. I discovered that this individual is the leader of the lower-tier Miao Miao sect. Yi Feng, merely a commoner. The Grand Elder of the Blade Sect stated. Impossible. The leader of the Black Xian sect slammed the table in anger. You mean to tell me that someone who can shatter the Four Spirits blade and sword formation is merely a commoner? It can only be said that this person is exceptionally adept at concealing his true nature, and moreover, Yi Feng maintains close ties with the City Lord's mansion and the Flowing Cloud sect. For now, we cannot act against him openly. The Grand Elder of the Blade sect replied solemnly. What about the plans of the Demon General? The leader of the Black Xian sect inquired. Plans have changed, and it is no longer suitable for you to remain within the city. This evening, I shall send someone to escort you out, declared the Elder of the Blade. A grim smile gracing his lips. What about my legs? Inquired the leader of the Black Xian sect anxiously. The Elder's smile widened ominously. Worry not. Once you have exited the city, someone will be there to provide you with a pair of legs imbued with greater power, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. The library of the City Lord's residence was vast, constructed from colossal stones, and consisting of 3 levels. However, Yi Feng, Zhou Jiakai, and Xi and Guangxian could only access the first. Within this space lay numerous first-grade spells, alongside many ancient texts detailing formations, elixirs, and spirit beasts. Yet each tome was ensconced within hidden compartments of the stone, rendering them difficult to retrieve. Deputy Commander Zhou, who are these two? An elderly man with a hunched back approached, moving silently as if a specter, startling both Yi Feng and Xi Guangxian. This is Elder Lu, the head of the library, the foremost expert below the gathering Yuan realm in Baifu City, Zhou Jiakai introduced. Yi Feng scrutinized Elder Lu. Noting his sprightly demeanor despite his thinning hair, his eyes sparkled with vitality, akin to 2 bright lanterns, and the most striking feature was his golden canine tooth. From Lu, Yi Feng sensed an aura even stronger than that of the Elder of the Blade, capable of felling 5 ordinary foes. Elder Lu is indeed formidable, rivaling my own strength. Yi Feng mused inwardly. Zhou Jiakai gestured towards Yi Feng and Xi Guangxian, saying, Elder Lu, these two are Yi Feng, the leader of the mysterious sect, and Xi Guangxian, an inner disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. Yi Feng has come specifically to borrow spells. Which ones do you desire? Elder Lu inquired, placing an ancient tome upon the table and opening it for Yi Feng to peruse. Yi Feng discovered that the tome contained the names and summaries of all the spells within the library, yet the specific locations were not indicated. After a thorough search, he selected 3 first-grade spells, aptly suited for the current disciples of the mysterious sect: the Mystic Armor Shield, Earth Escape, and Vitality Orb. Once selected, please register them here. Elder Lu instructed, producing a ledger. They must be returned within a month. Otherwise, a fee of 100 spirit stones per volume will be levied. Understood, thank you. Elder Lu, Yi Feng nodded. Shortly thereafter, the trio departed the library. On their way, Yi Feng curiously asked, among equally ranked forces, which library do you believe is more comprehensive, Baifu cities or your esteemed sects? Undoubtedly, the Flowing Cloud sects is far more extensive. Zhou Jiakai interjected before Xi and Guangxian could respond. After a moment of contemplation, Xi and Guangxian nodded in agreement. This revelation ignited a profound curiosity within Yi Feng regarding the Flowing Cloud sect's library. In the afternoon, Zhou Jiakai handed Yi Feng 100 low-grade spirit stones before hurrying back to the Black Armored Guard's headquarters. Xi and Guangxian accompanied Yi Feng to a shop named the 10,000 Merchants Alliance, intending to procure some elixirs. What can I assist esteemed guests with? A leggy beauty sashayed towards them, her smile revealing charming dimples. Low-grade chi elixirs, Yi Feng replied. The attendant appeared taken aback, though she lacked cultivation. Her spiritual sight revealed that Yi Feng was without power. She had anticipated that the affluent customer would be Xi and Guangxian. Yet it was the ordinary man who spoke first. Leader Yi, excessive consumption of chi elixirs is detrimental to one's cultivation, leading to the accumulation of impurities within the body. Xi and Guangxian cautioned. However, one may purchase body refining elixirs to expel these impurities. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. He recalled that when he had administered elixirs to his disciples, Jia Yulan had previously lamented the purity being only 90%. While Mo Ying had asserted that impurities could be expelled automatically. Isn't it possible to expel impurities oneself? Yi Feng inquired. Xi and Guangxian hesitated before explaining, of course. It is feasible. However, if one consumes too many elixirs in a short period, they may not be able to expel them all at once, resulting in accumulated impurities that affect one's foundation. At this moment, the attendant seized the opportunity to interject gently. The impurities can be removed using body refining elixirs. Priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones each. 30 spirit stones? That's exorbitant, Yi Feng exclaimed, taken aback. A pair of claws from a low-tier monster only costs 2 spirit stones. Thus, I would need to slay 15 such creatures to afford a single body refining elixir. Body refining elixirs specifically target impurities. With fewer impurities, one's cultivation speed can increase, and bottlenecks can be more easily overcome. Their value even surpasses that of high-grade chi elixirs, hence their steep price, the attendant explained with a smile. Very well. I shall purchase one to try, Yi Feng muttered. This esteemed guest, body refining elixirs are sold in sets of 5. They cannot be purchased individually, the attendant clarified. So, to acquire a body refining elixir, I must part with at least 150 low-grade spirit stones? Yi Feng smacked his forehead, deeming the 10,000 Merchants Alliance's practices quite exploitative. 30 spirit stones for a single elixir was already steep, and it seemed unreasonable to bundle them together. Reflecting on this, Yi Feng favored the more straightforward approach of the Flame City's Wuxin Pavilion. Furthermore, this experience made him acutely aware of the challenges of cultivation. Factoring in the requirements for qi and body refining elixirs, breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement would necessitate at least 300 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to hunting down over 100 low-tier monsters. Such endeavors would consume an immense amount of time. Moreover, this did not account for the costs associated with spiritual liquids, techniques, spells, and spiritual artifacts. When all was considered, the resources required to nurture a practitioner to the 9th level of qi refinement were indeed considerable, making it a formidable task. It was no wonder that high-level cultivators were so scarce, with those at the Gathering Yuan realm even rarer. All of them required substantial resources to ascend. Yi Feng contemplated this deeply. At this juncture, the attendant inquired, "Esteemed guest, do you wish to purchase any body refining elixirs?" Xi and Guangxian added, "Leader Yi, it would be prudent to keep some body refining elixirs on hand, though typically they are only needed after reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, as the accumulation of impurities is less significant in the early stages." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Most disciples of the mysterious sect were at the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement and had no immediate need for body refining elixirs. Thus, he addressed the attendant. "For now, I do not require body refining elixirs. Please provide me with 2 bottles of low-grade qi elixirs." Had it not been for the guidance of Xi and Guangxian, he might have hastily purchased the body refining elixirs in a moment of impulse. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the attendant replied, turning to fetch 2 exquisite jade bottles, each containing 10 low-grade qi elixirs, totaling 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Feng completed the transaction, leaving the 10,000 Merchants Alliance with a furrowed brow alongside Xi and Guangxian. "Leader Yi, do you not find it easy to spend money while earning it feels quite challenging?" Xi and Guangxian chuckled. "Indeed," Yi Feng nodded, recognizing the familiar sentiment. Reminiscent of Mo Ying's words, earning spirit stones is undeniably arduous. The quickest method is to slay beasts and sell their materials at low prices. However, this approach is fraught with immense danger, Xi and Guangxian elaborated as they walked. "It appears you engage in such activities frequently," Yi Feng remarked. "Naturally," Xi and Guangxian replied with a smile. "As disciples of our sect, we often venture out to train, battling various beasts, yet the casualties can be significant." At this, Xi and Guangxian rolled up his sleeves, revealing 3 alarming claw marks on his arm. "These are merely trifles. Compared to those who have fallen, I consider myself fortunate." He sighed softly, lowering his sleeves. In response, Yi Feng expressed understanding. Despite the current prosperity of the Misty Sect, it was merely a fade supported by a systematic aid and formidable strength comparable to a semi-transformed demon beast, enabling him to lead his disciples in slaying monsters and accumulating cultivation resources. Were it another sect, encountering a mere commoner would spell disaster, leaving no room for cultivation. The two continued their stroll down the street when suddenly, Yi Feng sensed an impending crisis. "Be cautious." Xi and Guangxuan also sensed the danger, forming a hand seal to conjure a cloud of mist ahead. With a sharp sound, a black arrow pierced through the air from a distance, creating a whirlwind that swept pedestrians off their feet, showcasing its immense power. Xi and Guangxuan swiftly projected the mist into a shield to block the arrow. With a crack, the mist shield shattered, reducing the arrow's force by half. Yet it continued its trajectory until Yi Feng intercepted it with a swift motion, halting at mere inches from Xi and Guangxuan's forehead. That was perilous. Xi and Guangxuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that without Yi Feng's intervention, he might have met his end there. "Is someone attempting to assassinate you?" Yi Feng queried, puzzled. "I am uncertain." Xi and Guangxuan shook his head repeatedly. Just then, A second arrow came hurtling towards them, this time targeting Yi Feng. How audacious to attempt an assassination in broad daylight. Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as he charged forward, using the arrowhead to deflect the attack and send it back, striking the assailant with a resounding crack. Pursue. Yi Feng led the charge, with Xi and Guangshuan close behind, while the surrounding onlookers cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. 100 meters away, Yi Feng and Xi and Guangshuan gazed thoughtfully at a peculiar being pinned to the ground by an arrow. It was a puppet resembling a young calf, capable of firing terrifying arrows from its mouth, with 3 arrows in total, each capable of slaying a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. However, before it could unleash its 3rd arrow, Yi Feng had redirected one of the arrows, rendering it useless. This is a high-tier puppet crafted by the 100 Artifact Sect, powered by a mid-grade spirit stone. Few beneath the Gathering Essence realm can withstand it, Xi and Guangshuan stated gravely. Is the 100 Artifact Sect conspiring against us? Yi Feng's eyes widened. That seems unlikely. The 100 Artifact Sect primarily focuses on forging various spirit artifacts for sale and does not partake in the conflicts between major sections. This must have been procured by some nefarious individual to assassinate us, Xi and Guangshuan explained. Could it be him? Yi Feng immediately thought of the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect he had encountered yesterday. He doubted he would be targeted by the 100 Artifact Sect without cause, suggesting it was likely the Grand Elder's handiwork. However, Yi Feng, you truly are formidable. A single strike was all it took to demolish this puppet. Such a puppet spirit artifact is worth at least 300 low-grade spirit stones and boasts impressive defenses, Xi and Guangshuan remarked. Valued at 300 spirit stones? Yi Feng exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret, pondering whether it could be repaired for future use. The mastermind truly was extravagant to employ such a device for our assassination, Xi and Guangshuan speculated. The mastermind likely believed this puppet could eliminate us, but they underestimated your strength, Yi Feng. Yi Feng stored the puppet in his system space, stating, regardless of the circumstances, this has now become my fortune. Yi Feng, I have finally located you. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Yi Feng saw the bald man, Zhou Jiaqian, floating 3 feet off the ground, gliding towards them at a speed of 10 meters per second. Flying in midair. Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Xi and Guangshuan lowered his voice to explain, this is a first-tier spell known as light body technique, not true flight. Indeed, a spell? Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to find ancient texts detailing this technique to bring back for the disciples of the Misty Sect to practice. Chapter 60, The City Lord's Council Hall, the Monster Slaying Conference. To soar through the skies. This had always been Yi Feng's dream. While he could not fly at present, discovering a spell that would allow his disciples to levitate ignited within him a desire to acquire it for their training. This spell lightens the body, allowing the practitioner to repel against the ground using their own energy, enabling them to hover, consuming far less spiritual energy than sword flight, albeit at a slower speed. Xi and Guangshuan noticed Yi Feng's interest in the light body technique and provided a quiet explanation. At that moment, Zhou Jiaqian landed and respectfully addressed Yi Feng and Xi and Guangshuan. The triannual monster slaying conference of Baifu City is about to commence. I kindly request you both to hurry to the City Lord's Council Hall. So soon? Yi Feng was taken aback. I only just received the news and rushed to inform the sect leaders. Excuse me, I must notify others. With that, Zhou Jiaqian activated the light body technique and floated away, leaving Yi Feng and Xi and Guangshuan behind. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect pounded his fist on the table in anger. Damn it, that Yi is truly formidable, having destroyed a high-tier puppet. If Shaoling finds out, I shall surely endure grave consequences. With this thought, the Grand Elder's jaw clenched. The arrow calf puppet had been purchased by Shaoling and temporarily stored with him for emergencies. Initially, the Grand Elder had only aimed to assassinate Xi and Guangshuan and Yi Feng, inciting panic and drawing the wrath of the Flowing Cloud sect, thereby placing the bulk of the pressure on the City Lord's manor. This would allow him to exploit the situation. Even if the assassination failed, he expected to withdraw safely with the arrow calf puppet. However, he had never anticipated Yi Feng's might, capable of redirecting the arrow and dismantling the puppet without a chance to evade. As the monster-slaying conference approached, Yi Feng would undoubtedly distance himself from Baifu City, at which point, he would revel in the chaos. The Grand Elder of the Blade Sect gazed out the door, a twisted smile creeping across his face. Yi Feng and Xi and Guangshuan had arrived at the City Lord's Manor entrance. A captain of the Black Armored Guards, a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, approached them respectfully, saying, Yi Master, Xi and friend, please follow me. Yi Feng recognized this Black Armored Guard, one of the actors from earlier that morning, though his performance had been exaggerated. The final outcome had been quite satisfactory. "Thank you for your assistance," Feng smiled at him. Shortly after, the two were escorted by the black armored guard into a massive hall, seated in the front row. At that moment, many cultivators occupied the other seats. All at least seasoned practitioners of the 7th layer Qi refinement from lesser sects, numbering in the dozens. Upon seeing the unassuming Feng in the front row, many sect leaders exhibited expressions of astonishment, yet refrained from commenting further. As time passed, more and more individuals entered the council hall. Upon noticing Feng seated in the front row, they all displayed similar expressions of surprise. But recognizing that their seating arrangements were orchestrated by the black armored guards of the city lord's manor, they held their tongues. Among the crowd, Feng also spotted Long Jinchuan, the head of the Long family, Jiao Lianan, the head of the Jia family, and the elder of the Zhou family. It dawned on Feng that the prominent families of Baifu City were akin to sects themselves. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed through the hall. Everyone immediately rose to their feet, turning towards the source of the sound, where the deputy city lord and the third elder of the Flowing Clouds sect walked ahead, followed by 3 formidable Gathering Essence practitioners. Feng speculated that the 3 individuals before him were indeed the leaders of the 3 prominent sects of Baifu City. 5 masters of the Gathering Yuan realm were seated upon the high platform. The deputy city lord scanned the assembly, and upon noticing that most attendees had arrived, he gestured for everyone to take their seats, his hoarse voice echoing. "The purpose of convening you today is to hold the triannual demon slaying conference. As in previous occasions, this event will once again be presided over by Elder Lu Shangyue of the Luoyuan sect." Elder Lu Shangyue rose and proclaimed, "I am Elder Lu Shangyue of the Luoyuan sect. I trust that most of you are familiar with me, so I shall refrain from further preamble. This year's demon slaying conference coincides with the decennial gathering at the Duke City. Thus, the City Lord's office will nominate the sect or family that performs best to participate in the grand event at the Duke City. Furthermore, the other rules remain unchanged. Beginning tomorrow, we will embark on a month-long demon extermination campaign, during which points will be awarded based on the quantity and rank of demons eliminated. The top-ranking faction shall receive the nomination. Additionally, Elder Lu and I will provide extra rewards to the top 3 participants, including but not limited to low-grade Gathering Yuan pills, second-grade spells, and low-grade spiritual artifacts, with specific quantities to be determined based on circumstances." Upon hearing this, the assembly was filled with excitement. Although historically, the top 3 positions in the demon-slaying conference were typically dominated by the 3 major sects, there had been instances where mid-tier sects had managed to break into the top ranks. In pursuit of the rewards, each leader resolved to prepare immediately upon returning, leading their disciples to slay demons the very next day. Moreover, the city lord solemnly declared that the demon extermination efforts would solely target those malevolent creatures that harm the populace. Should any encounter benevolent spirit beasts that frequently assist the common folk, any who dare to strike would face severe punishment from the city lord's office. The deputy city lord's voice, amplified by his cultivation, reverberated throughout the hall, causing even the leaders of the 3 major sects to change their expressions. Subsequently, Elder Lu Shangyue enumerated a dozen rules before the assembly dispersed. "Leader Yi, please stay a moment." The deputy city lord called out to Feng. "What additional instructions do you have?" Feng inquired. The deputy city lord gestured towards the leaders of the 3 major sects and introduced. "These 3 are the leaders of the Bad Blade sect, the Flying Feather sect, and the Rainbow Garment Palace. Leader Yi may seek their counsel. Greetings to all 3 leaders." Feng acknowledged with a nod. The leader of the Bad Blade sect was a towering man, standing at an imposing 2 meters 3. His long hair cascading down as he wore only loose 3/4 pants, showcasing his extraordinarily muscular physique, resembling a walking titan. He bore a heavy blade nearly 2 meters long on his back, exuding an aura of intimidation. The leader of the Flying Feather sect was an amiable elder, clad in a white robe, radiating an approachable demeanor. As for the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace, she was a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman with a hint of allure. When she gazed at Feng, she could not resist licking her lips and remarked, "What a handsome leader Yi. When you have the time, do visit me at the Rainbow Garment Palace in the west of the city for a deeper discussion on the path of cultivation." After speaking, the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace winked playfully. Feng opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, he felt that the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace was the most perilous of the 3. Thus, he offered a few casual remarks before bidding farewell to the deputy city lord and Elder Lu, departing the grand hall with Xian Guangshuan. "Leader Yi, your gaze towards me seems rather peculiar," the Bad Blade sect leader remarked, crossing his arms and speaking in a low tone. Perhaps it is because you resemble a mountain gorilla, thus causing alarm. The leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace chimed in with a giggle. Nonsense. The Bad Blade sect leader stomped the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble thrice. Yet the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace merely waved her sleeve lightly and floated toward the exit. Chapter 61. The foundation of disciples is crucial. Could it be that this woman has taken a liking to Leader Yi, intending to make him her 39th dual cultivation partner? The leader of the Flying Feather sect mused, his eyes narrowing, his voice sounding relatively youthful. She wouldn't dare, replied the deputy city lord, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that they could leave, and he retreated to the inner hall. As they exited, the Bad Blade sect leader, hefting his 2-meter blade, stepped out of the assembly hall, each stride sending a tremor through the ground. The leader of the Flying Feather sect smiled as he clasped his hands to Elder Lu Shangyue and also departed from the city lord's office. Outside the city lord's office, Yi Feng hopped onto Xian Guangshuan's flying vessel, preparing to depart, only to sense a fragrant breeze wafting from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Leader Yi, is it not yet dinner time? Are you in such a hurry to leave? The leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace materialized on the flying vessel, her eyes resembling 2 abyssal depths as they fixed on Yi Feng. What business do you have, leader? Yi Feng queried, his heart fluttering with unease. He found it hard to believe that her intentions were innocent, given her immediate closeness. Xian Guangshuan stepped forward, leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace. Leader Yi is our elder Lu's savior, so please do not act recklessly. Despite knowing he was insignificant before a powerful figure like the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace, Xian Guangshuan still stood firmly by Yi Feng's side. It seems both of you have misunderstood something. I come bearing the sincerity of cooperation. The leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace produced a jade token engraved with the characters for Rainbow Garment, placing it in Yi Feng's robe, continuing. I have long heard that Leader Yi is a master of spells. Whenever you have the time, do come to the Rainbow Garment Palace in the west of the city to instruct my less capable disciples. By the way, we boast over 300 disciples, all of whom are beautiful maidens. After casting a flirtatious smile at Yi Feng, the leader of the Rainbow Garment Palace glided away like a delicate bird. Teach disciples? I can't believe that. Yi Feng scoffed internally, grasping the jade token. He initially considered discarding it but thought better of it and tucked it away in his system space. Whoosh! The flying vessel soared through the sky, returning Yi Feng to the Misty Sect. Under the cover of night, Yi Feng gathered all his disciples and declared, starting tomorrow, we will embark on a month-long demon-slaying conference, requiring us to venture into the wilderness to eliminate the rogue demons. Long Tianxing instantly perked up, exclaiming, excellent. Finally, we won't be cooped up in the sect any longer. Jia Yulan shot Long Tianxing a glare, retorting, the demon-slaying conference is perilous, just as it was last time when we faced numerous demon beasts in the mountains near Lin Village. But we have our leader, Long Tianxing insisted. Yi Feng tapped Long Tianxing on the forehead, admonishing, you cannot rely on me for everything. It breeds dependency. During this demon-slaying conference, I will personally oversee the efforts. But initially, you all must take the lead to hone your skills. My defense is high. Let me be at the forefront, Stone Lei declared earnestly, raising his Xian turtle shield. Autumn Chrysanthemum and I can only use binding spirit rope at the moment, which will only help in restraining the limbs of the demon beasts. Xiaohe added. Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu chimed in. Leader, we haven't even begun practicing spells yet. Do not fret, Yi Feng replied. Retrieving the 3 ancient spell tomes he had borrowed from the City Lord's library, Xian Armor Shield, Earth Escape, and Vitality Orb, all first-grade spells. Stone Lei shall practice Xian Armor Shield, which can be paired with the Xian Turtle Shield to maximize defense. Earth Escape belongs to movement techniques and must be learned by everyone. Our Misty Sect's principle is to fight if we can, but to flee immediately if we cannot. Lastly, the final spell, Vitality Orb, is a ranged attack spell that all capable of learning must study. Upon finishing, Yi Feng produced 2 bottles of low-grade cultivation pills he had purchased earlier that day, stating, before practicing spells, each of you should take 2 low-grade cultivation pills to enhance your cultivation. Moing raised her head and looked at Yi Feng, saying, Leader, these pills contain impurities. It is not advisable to absorb too much in a short period, or else the impurities cannot be expelled fully. Do not fret when the time comes. I shall purify your physiques with the body refinement chi pill, 1 for each of you, and the results will undoubtedly be remarkable. Yi Feng waved his hand and stated. Within the system space, there are spiritual artifacts valued at around 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. Once sold, there will be ample spirit stones to procure the body refinement chi pills. Yi Feng's words left Mo Ying in astonishment. One body refinement chi pill per person? That would require at least 300 lower-grade spirit stones. However, recalling that Yi Feng possessed the spiritual artifacts from the 5 notorious bandits of the Evil Light Stronghold, it seemed he was not in short supply of spirit stones, so she refrained from commenting further. In the following hours, the disciples began to refine their pills, rapidly enhancing their cultivation, yet accumulating a small amount of impurities within their bodies, necessitating the consumption of the body refinement chi pill to expel these impurities and solidify their foundations. An hour later, the disciples concluded their training. Yi Feng opened the system panel and beheld the current cultivation levels of the disciples, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Disciples of the sect, 1010. Shirley, Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Hui Yunjia, Peak Qi Refinement 7th Layer. Li Jiaojiao, Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Mo Ying, Peak Qi Refinement 8th Layer. Long Tianxing, Peak Qi Refinement 5th Layer. Jia Yulan, Qi Refinement 8th Layer. Xiaohe, Qi Refinement 5th Layer. Xiu Ju, Qi Refinement 5th Layer. Ouyang Feng, Peak Qi Refinement 4th Layer. Ouyang Yu, Peak Qi Refinement 4th Layer. The effects of the lower-grade cultivation pills were disappointingly subpar. Yi Feng mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. Although this enhancement had allowed him to attain a 6th level of strength, it was evidently below his expectations. Ding. Detection indicates that the foundational strength of the sect disciples is unstable. Please, sect leader, purify the impurities for the disciples to ensure a solid cultivation base. The system chimed in. Yi Feng's heart sank. It seems I cannot carelessly consume cultivation pills. The 7-day deadline is approaching. And I must visit the trading pavilion to transact for the tree demon soul body and sell the spiritual artifacts in exchange for body refinement chi pills. The disciples are the foundation of the sect. Through tonight's events, Yi Feng realized his miscalculation and understood the significance of the body refinement chi pill. Sect leader, I have noticed my foundation feels somewhat unstable. I can no longer consume cultivation pills, or the impurities will accumulate, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, Jia Yulan remarked. I feel it too, Hui Yunji agreed. Yi Feng felt a twinge of guilt and replied, I acted rashly. I will refine body refinement chi pills for you soon to cleanse the impurities within, ensuring the foundation remains intact. Fortunately, this is merely a minor issue. As long as we refrain from consuming cultivation pills for the time being, the foundation will not weaken further. Once we procure the body refinement chi pills in a few days, we can solidify the foundation completely. It seems I must keep body refinement chi pills on hand from now on, Yi Feng silently resolved. Everyone, let us practice our spells. Yi Feng spread open the ancient texts of the Xuanjia Shield, Earth Escape, and Vitality Ball. To avoid wasting time, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and opted for a premium purchase. Ding. Consumed 150 points of reputation. Congratulations to the sect leader for mastering the Xuanjia Shield, Earth Escape, and Vitality Ball to the perfection stage. Remaining redeemable reputation points, 357, the system announced. Immediately, Yi Feng felt a surge of memories flood in, sending chills down his spine as he instantly mastered the 3 spells. Chapter 62, Colorful City, Shale Catfish Sect Leader. These 3 spells are quite unfamiliar to us. Do we need to practice them until we grasp the basics before you personally guide us? Li Jiaojiao inquired. We are pressed for time, so there is no need for that. Yi Feng waved his hand. The demon-slaying conference has officially commenced, and we must save time. With that, Yi Feng personally began instructing them. In the ensuing hours, most disciples focused on practicing the Xuanjia Shield, Earth Escape, and Vitality Ball. During breaks, Yi Feng took the opportunity to guide Jia Yulan, helping her elevate the Falling Petals spell from peak mastery to perfection. He then assisted Xia He and Xiu Ju in advancing their first-grade spell Spirit Binding Rope to minor mastery. The remaining disciples, apart from the mandatory Earth Escape and Vitality Ball, selected 1 or 2 auxiliary spells to practice. Before long, a night passed. The disciples of the Qiaomiao sect had at least practiced Earth Escape and Vitality Ball to minor mastery, significantly boosting their strength. The following morning, after everyone had breakfast, they gathered before the Qiaomiao sect. Yi Feng raised his arm and declared, Pingtu Gu will guard the home. The rest shall follow me. Upon hearing he would be on guard duty, Pingtu Gu wore an unhappy expression. In the entire Qiaomiao sect, aside from me, you possess the greatest strength. So you must guard the home. This is an important responsibility. If you do well, I will bring you along for future battles. Yi Feng stood on the grass with a devious grin, coaxing. Simple-minded Pingtu Gu believed him and stood up, thumping his chest with his paw, as if saying, very well. Do remember to call me for battles. Let us depart, Yi Feng commanded, leaping onto the back of the iron-claw dragon eagle. Shirley activated the lower-grade spiritual artifact, the Xiangui shield, expanding it to 2 meters long and wide, which the iron claw dragon eagle grasped with its sharp claws, allowing Shirlei, Huiyunjia, Long Tianqing, and Ouyang Feng to sit comfortably atop it. Moing maneuvered her wind sword, followed closely by Li Jiaojiao, Jia Yulan, Xiaohe, Xiuju, and Ouyang Yu, who held the small white fox. The group of 11 soared away from the peak of Chaomiao Mountain at a speed of 15 meters per second, heading toward the southeast direction of the Colorful City. Colorful City is situated 50 miles southeast of Baifu City, roughly the same size as Fenghua City, and only about 30 miles from Chaomiao Peak, allowing them to reach it in less than 15 minutes. Suspended nearly 1,000 meters in the air, the disciples found their view expansive, their spirits invigorated. Finally, we can go out to slay demons. Long Tianqing exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Hey look, the people of Lin Village seem to be relocating toward the foot of Chaomiao Peak. Jia Yulan pointed downwards, addressing the group. It appears so. Yifeng looked down and noticed that in just a few days, the villagers of Lin Village had indeed moved collectively, settling near the river a few hundred meters from the foot of Chaomiao Peak. Yifeng did not pay much heed to this matter. The group maintained their speed and soon arrived at the outskirts of Colorful City, landing on the ground. Sect Leader, why have we come to Colorful City? Jia Yulan asked. Perplexed, Yifeng jumped down from the back of the iron claw dragon eagle and explained, Colorful City is a small city with over 100,000 residents. To the southwest lies the extensive Nanlu mountain range, while to the northeast is the expansive Fuyun forest. This area is rich in resources, with several spiritual mines currently being excavated, but it is also home to many demon beasts, making it an excellent location for slaying demons. Long Tianqing exclaimed, I see now. Let us enter the city and take a look. Yifeng produced the sect leader's seal, supporting it with his hand as he led the way. Upon seeing the sect leader's seal, the pedestrians of Colorful City could not help but exhibit expressions of respect. Is that a sign of a lower-tier sect? Do not be foolish. Have you ever witnessed a lower-tier sect boasting several disciples at the Qi refinement 7th and 8th layers? They must have forgotten to upgrade to a middle-tier sect, most people concluded. For many, not to mention mid to high-tier sects, even the weakest lower-tier sects were not something they could provoke. Look at these people. The men are handsome, and the women are stunning, accompanied by flying mounts. Truly, they are the disciples of a sect. Enough with the flattery. Hurry and get back to work. The surrounding onlookers pointed and whispered about Yifeng and his group. Ahem. Everyone listen to me. Yifeng stepped into the city, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, I am the sect leader of Chaomiao sect, leading my disciples here to slay demons. Does anyone know of any nearby monsters causing trouble? Upon concluding his words, Yifeng produced 100 copper coins, shaking them in the air to attract the excited gazes of the crowd. I was aware that in the southern part of the city, an ancient well emitted a mournful cry at night, claiming the lives of many who ventured below, leaving the mystery of the creature lurking at its depths unsolved. Indeed, how terrifying. Having gathered intelligence, Yifeng left the 100 coins for the townsfolk and led his disciples with fervor toward the southern city. There lay a vast, abandoned estate, spanning several acres, now transformed into an orchard. At the center stood the ancient well. Jia Yulan surveyed the desolation surrounding them and remarked, Where is this creature you speak of? Long Tianqing activated his blue spirit eye, sensing a potent aura emanating from within the well. He exclaimed, The energy within is formidable. I estimate at least a mid-tier monster lies in wait. You will remain here while Tianqing, Yunjie, and I descend, Yifeng declared, approaching the well's edge. He discovered the well's depths had long run dry and leaped in first. Long Tianqing and Hua Yunjie swiftly cast the iron shield technique before following suit. The bottom of the well was expansive, with a dry cave reaching toward other realms. Within, numerous skeletal remains were dimly visible. This monster had wrought considerable havoc. It could not be allowed to escape. Yifeng ventured into the cave. Suddenly, a roar erupted, morphing into a mouth of hardened stone that lunged at Yifeng with lightning speed. Beware, Sect Master. Long Tianqing and Hua Yunjie warned urgently. With a resounding crash, Yifeng unleashed a punch that shattered the stone maw, seizing a rock to propel himself upward, dragging a massive form out of the well, which landed with a thunderous crash. What manner of beast is this? Hua Yunjie and Long Tianqing emerged from the nearly collapsed well, gazing at the creature. It measured 5 meters in length, resembling a colossal catfish, covered in rocky scales, its bulky frame now defeated, its mouth shattered and rolling on the ground. It appears to be a mid-tier mutated shale catfish, capable of devouring all living beings within its vicinity. Quite vicious, though its mobility is limited, Mo Ing stated. Look, the disciples of the Miao Liao sect have captured a monster, exclaimed a townsman. What a massive catfish. It would take at least 100 grills to cook it. Zhang Yuanwei, you can finally rest in peace. The citizens of Wucai City, drawn by the commotion, witnessed the thrashing shale catfish and erupted in outrage. Is it truly a mid-tier monster? No wonder those few comrades never returned after descending into the well, an elder in the third stage of Qi refinement sighed. As the townsfolk grew agitated, Yifeng delightedly noted an increase in the sect's reputation points. Chapter 63, Slaying Monsters, 5-Element Spirit Pearl. With the rising reputation, Yifeng was elated. The ability to accumulate prestige while vanquishing monsters was simply marvelous. With this thought, he delivered a powerful blow to the catfish's head, shattering its bones and draining its strength. He instructed his disciples, check for any other potential monsters. Understood. Mo Ying and her group promptly began their search in the orchard. Some lower-tier Qi refiners were astonished to witness Yifeng obliterating the rocky scales with a single punch, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is the sect master of the Miao Liao sect not an ordinary human? No, he must be a body cultivator. No wonder. Before long, the disciples completed their inspection of the orchard, confirming no additional monsters lurked within. Upon receiving this news, Yifeng grasped the tail of the shale catfish and dragged it to a nearby clearing. More townsfolk gathered, applauding the Miao Liao sect's team. Within a short time, the sect's reputation points surged from 507 to 648, filling Yifeng with joy. Fear not, the monster causing disturbances in the ancient well has been dealt with, and the orchard is now safe for all, Yifeng assured the crowd. Thank you, disciples of the Miao Liao sect. The townsfolk expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, Yifeng delivered a fatal strike to the shale catfish, collecting its valuable materials, distributing half to the citizens of Wucai City, and gaining several additional reputation points, bringing the total to 700. The remaining portion was naturally reserved as sustenance for the iron-clawed dragon hawk. Old man, are there any other places nearby that require monster eradication? Yifeng inquired of an elderly man missing a tooth. The old man listed several locations, including a bamboo grove 5 miles east of the city and a quarry 3 miles south of the city gate. At this moment, a rotund man with a mustache interjected. I've heard that a new spirit mine has emerged in the southern foothills, but it is plagued by monsters. Numerous disciples have ventured there, only to be repelled. A spirit mine? Yifeng and his disciples exchanged surprised glances, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Spirit mines, which include spirit stone and material mines, are immensely valuable. If they could reap some benefits, it could sustain the sect for an extended period. The spirit mine can wait. First, we must eliminate the monsters wreaking havoc around Wucai City, then regroup at the city center. Yifeng began to strategize, and the disciples listened intently. In the following hour, the 10 disciples of the Miao Liao sect were divided into 3 small groups. Mo Ying, accompanied by Shirlei and Li Jiao, headed toward the bamboo grove 5 miles east of Wucai City to slay a green snake demon that had been preying on passers-by. Hui Yunjia, along with Long Tianqing, Ouyang Feng, and Ouyang Yu, proceeded to the quarry 3 miles south of the city gate to confront a boar demon causing chaos. Jia Yuan, leading Xia He and Xiu Ju, ventured to a river 4 miles north of the city to eliminate a water demon stirring trouble. As for Yifeng, he ventured alone to an abandoned brothel in the northwest of Wucai City. After sitting there for a moment, he suddenly sensed a fragrant breeze wafting from behind him, prompting him to pivot and strike with a punch. Bang! A woman clad in a red dress, her feet lifted off the ground, was sent staggering several meters back, her mature and alluring face filled with astonishment. No wonder even the deputy city lord recommended you, Sect Master Yi. You are indeed a rare body cultivator. After saying this, the woman in red smiled charmingly. Why are you, the mistress of the Rainbow Garment Palace, here? Yifeng was taken aback upon recognizing her. He had heard tales of a female demon haunting this abandoned brothel, elusive enough that even those at the 9th stage of Qi refinement might struggle against her. Thus, he had assumed it prudent to station himself, the sect's representative of beauty, in this location to draw out the cautious female demon. Mistakenly believing the fragrant breeze heralded her appearance, he had struck out, only to find it was the mistress of the Rainbow Garment Palace. Yifeng noted that the mistress was accompanied by 2 middle-aged women wielding wooden staffs, well preserved, along with dozens of young women dressed in red, each possessing fair skin, beauty, and long legs, adorned with a plum blossom mark on their foreheads, enhancing their allure. What a stunning assembly of beauties! Yifeng marveled inwardly. Previously, he had dismissed the mistress's claims of having hundreds of beautiful disciples as mere boasting. Now, witnessing them firsthand, he was compelled to believe. The mistress of the Rainbow Garment Palace smiled gently and said, I heard there were disturbances caused by a female demon here. I personally led my disciples to eradicate the menace, only to discover you, Sect Master Yi, are also present. Yi Feng silently scoffed, questioning whether a ninth-stage female demon warranted such a grand display. A gust of wind swept through. A dark cloud inexplicably appeared over the vibrant city, obscuring the midday sun and casting a somber shadow over the area where the pavilion stood, as if something dreadful was about to emerge. Form the array, commanded the leader of the Rainbow Dress Palace, pointing towards the sky. The two middle-aged women behind her, each wielding a wooden staff, immediately dispersed, taking their positions on the southern and northern flanks of the ruins, 30 meters apart. The other dozens of female disciples also began to act, positioning themselves at various points while continuously forming intricate hand seals. To Yi Feng's astonishment, apart from the palace leader, the other women began to emanate a radiant light and intricate glowing patterns, creating a luminous hemispherical shield with a diameter of 100 meters, enveloping the pavilion. Rebellious disciple, why do you not reveal yourself? The palace leader suddenly chided. As her voice resonated, the winds shifted, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to open, from which a multitude of dark energies surged forth, coalescing into a spectral figure of a woman clad in red, her long hair flowing freely. Is this person truly a disciple of the Rainbow Dress Palace? Yi Feng stood at the center of the formation, bewildered. Palace Master. I merely took the 5-element spirit pearl. Was it necessary to mobilize 2 elders and the sisters to capture me? The woman in red laughed heartily. Surrender the 5-element spirit pearl, and I shall spare your life, the palace leader declared with a sweeping gesture of her sleeve. Palace Master, I have already refined the 5-element spirit pearl. It cannot be returned, and with this mid-grade spiritual artifact, I am not necessarily weaker than you. The red-clad woman spat forth a thumb-sized crimson pearl, exuding a heavy aura that even Yi Feng felt a tremendous pressure emanating from it. Is this what a mid-grade spiritual artifact truly is? Yi Feng's eyes flickered. Spiritual artifacts are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades, suitable for various cultivation realms. Generally, mid-grade spiritual artifacts are exclusive to those in the Gathering Essence realm, possessing far greater power than inferior ones and harboring more profound abilities. You have audaciously consumed the souls of so many innocent beings with the 5-element spirit pearl. You are courting death. The palace leader glared with fury, commanding, disciples of the Rainbow Dress Palace, subdue this rebellious disciple. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing far and wide, drawing the attention of the entire city. Beyond the eastern, northern, and southern gates, disciples such as Mo Ying, Hui Yunjia, and Jia Yulan had already slain the rampaging monsters and turned back, drawn by the commotion at the city center. This is bad. It seems the master is in danger. Could it be that members of other sects have attacked the master? Quickly, let us rush to provide support. The disciples' hearts raced as they hurried back. In the heart of the vibrant city, Yi Feng stood resolutely in place, neither fleeing nor engaging. It was evident that the Rainbow Dress Palace leader had come with great fanfare to capture the traitorous woman in red and reclaim the mid-grade spirit pearl. As for him, he was merely an outsider. Thus, Yi Feng maintained his composure, observing the internal strife of the Rainbow Dress Palace. As for leaving, that was not feasible at the moment. After all, he was ensconced within the grand array of the Rainbow Dress Palace, and attempting to flee would mean opposing them. Suddenly, as the array erupted, a powerful pressure surged outward, coalescing in the air into a colossal hand reaching for the woman in red. Palace Master, you cannot even unleash the true power of the 5-element spirit pearl. Let me show you how. The woman in red laughed defiantly, forming hand seals as the 5-element spirit pearl radiated a blinding brilliance, manifesting a 3-meter-wide crimson shield that enveloped her. Regardless of how the array's pressure intensified, the woman stood immovable. She lifted her head, her waist-length hair cascading behind her, revealing a beautiful yet pallid face. Even without makeup, her natural beauty was striking. It was a pity that such a gorgeous woman turned out to be a traitor, Yi Feng mused. The 5-element spirit pearl is a treasured heirloom of our Rainbow Dress Palace, nurtured through generations of palace masters. How could a mere disciple like you wield it? The palace leader reprimanded loudly, her expression displeased as she glanced at the disciples executing the array. Haven't you eaten? Use more strength. Yes. The disciples of the Rainbow Dress Palace shifted to one-handed hand seals, while the other hand produced a shard and tossed it into the air, assembling a white jade disc that instantly erupted into countless light blades, striking against the shield of the 5-element spirit pearl, causing it to distort violently. The woman in red endured immense pressure, her veins bulging as her robes tore apart. A crack resounded. Finally, the shield of the five-element spirit pearl shattered, and the woman in red was violently propelled backward, crashing directly in front of Yi Feng. In that moment, their eyes met. Within the depths of her gaze, Yi Feng discerned emotions of resentment, shock, astonishment, and mockery, causing an unsettling feeling to bloom in his heart. Oh no, I suspect she means to target me. Yi Feng hurriedly retreated. I cannot monopolize the five-element spirit pearl, but neither shall the rainbow dress palace reclaim it. The woman in red roared, suddenly pointing a finger at her own forehead, staining it with a drop of purple blood, and quickly inscribing a peculiar symbol onto the surface of the five-element spirit pearl before casting it toward Yi Feng. Soul transference curse. The palace leader's expression shifted dramatically, and with a point of her finger, she condensed her true essence into a radiant strike to end the life of the woman in red. However, the five-element spirit pearl had already struck Yi Feng's forehead, then slid down into his hand. I was momentarily dazed just now. Yi Feng observed the five-element spirit pearl, now marred with cracks, realizing that during its trajectory, he had experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, rendering him unable to evade. Now, he sensed a peculiar connection forming between himself and the five-element spirit pearl, as if he had become its master. Damn it! The palace leader glared at the lifeless body of the woman in red, then at the five-element spirit pearl in Yi Feng's possession, her anger boiling over. What just happened? Yi Feng inquired, extending the five-element spirit pearl toward the palace leader. The palace leader's expression soured as she refrained from taking the five-element spirit pearl, stating, "This rebellious disciple cast the soul transference curse, transferring ownership of the five-element spirit pearl to you. Unless you perish, no one else can claim it." What? Yi Feng was taken aback, fearing that the palace leader might resort to violence for the treasure, nearly dropping the five-element spirit pearl in shock. "Master, are you all right?" came the distant call of Li Jiaojiao. Yi Feng and the others turned to see Mo Ying, Li Jiaojiao, Hui Yunjia, and 10 other disciples returning, each holding captured monsters bound with spirit-binding ropes. Clearly, the disciples had completed their tasks. Upon seeing Yi Feng ensconced within the grand array surrounded by members of the Rainbow Dress Palace, expressions of worry etched across their faces. "Do not harm our master," shouted Shirley, without hesitation, activating his Xian turtle shield to shield the front. Clang. Mo Ying remained silent, yet her flying sword was already drawn. The remaining disciples unleashed their spells, prepared to confront the Rainbow Dress Palace with fierce determination. The disciples of the Rainbow Dress Palace exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned to face the disciples of the mysterious Mist Sect, the atmosphere thick with tension. "If you do not withdraw the array, do you intend to make a move against the master of the mysterious Mist Sect?" The palace leader admonished loudly, causing not only her disciples to be taken aback, but also leaving Yi Feng and the disciples of the mysterious Mist Sect puzzled. "Yes, Palace Master," though filled with doubt. The 2 elders of the Ni Chang Palace and the dozens of female disciples withdrew the grand formation, standing in 2 lines behind the Palace Master, their heads slightly bowed. "Is the Palace Master not planning to kill me for the treasure?" Yi Feng inquired, frowning. "What do you mean, Yi Sect Master? How could I possibly harm you?" The Palace Master of Ni Chang Palace responded with a smile. "Although the five-element spirit pearl is our palace's treasured possession, it is merely worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. It is not worth incurring enmity with you over such a trivial matter." 2,000 spirit stones? Yi Feng's hand trembled as he held the five-element spirit pearl, secretly lamenting that this item was indeed a hot potato. "However, this is our palace's treasured possession, and if it were taken by you, I would be unable to account for it to my ancestors," the palace master suddenly continued. "Our Piao Miao sect is too impoverished to afford 2,000 spirit stones." Yi Feng quickly shook his head. The palace master of Ni Chang Palace replied, "I am not lacking in spirit stones. As long as you, Yi Sect Master, take on the role of our palace's transmission elder, specifically to instruct our disciples, this matter can be settled." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback, especially the elders and disciples of Ni Chang Palace, who all raised their heads in confusion, wondering how a mere mortal could teach magical arts. Yet, as it was the palace master's decision, they dared not oppose her, not even daring to draw a breath. "I believe it would be better to simply purchase the five-element spirit pearl for 2,000 spirit stones." Yi Feng thought it wise to avoid further conflict. The palace master's smile faded as she stated, "There is no need for you to hastily decline. For being a transmission elder merely entails a nominal position and will not restrict your freedom. I hope you will consider this carefully and come to Ni Chang Palace at your convenience." With that, she waved her sleeves, and a red ribbon unfurled, expanding to 3 meters wide and 15 meters long, carrying the elders and disciples of Inai Chong Palace away gracefully. Is this truly the end? Shirley, shouldering the turtle shell-like Xian Gui shield, watched intently as the people of Inai Chong Palace departed. The other disciples, having prepared for a fierce battle, were astonished that no confrontation had occurred. Chapter 65. Reputation exceeds 1,000. Small gift bag. I too find this quite strange, Yifeng murmured. Had it been a more ruthless sect, upon discovering their treasured possession in another's hands, they would have attacked directly without all this idle talk. Sectmaster, could it be that our sect possesses some background that Inai Chong Palace fears? The youngest disciple, Ouyang Feng, asked. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Ouyang Feng quickly explained, my father has told me that only a force that has become powerful or possesses a formidable background will earn sufficient respect. He and his sister, Ouyang Yu, hailed from a mercantile family and were well aware of such matters. Yifeng examined the 5-element spirit pearl in his palm and remarked, perhaps the palace master of Inai Chong Palace harbors apprehensions about the city lord's mansion and Luyan sect. As for her interest in my capability to teach magical arts, that may be a factor, but it likely pales in comparison. Regardless, with the 5-element spirit pearl now in my possession, a visit to Inai Chong Palace is inevitable. The disciples nodded in agreement. In the sky, the group from Inai Chong Palace floated on the flying red ribbon, heading towards Baifu City at twice the speed of ordinary low-grade flying spirit tools. An elder of Qi refining stage 9, holding a wooden staff, could not contain his curiosity and asked, Palace Master, that is our treasured possession. Why do we not retrieve it? After all, Piao Miao sect is but a lowly sect. You dare to offend the Piao Miao sect's sect master Yifeng, who is the savior of the third elder of Luyan sect, Lu Shanyue, and a favored individual in the deputy city lord's eyes? The palace master of Inai Chong Palace retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, her calm voice sending shockwaves through those present. Rumors suggested that Lu Shanyue, the third elder of Luyan sect, had already reached the second level of gathering Yuan realm. A formidable strength, while Yifeng of Piao Miao sect was merely a mortal without cultivation. How could he possibly be his savior? This perplexity arose among the elders and disciples of Inai Chong Palace. Yifeng cannot possibly be a mere mortal. He must be a powerful physical cultivator. When we were in Colorful City, he could push me back several steps with a single punch. If a confrontation were to break out, you would likely be unable to even set up a formation before being subdued, the palace master of Inai Chong Palace stated solemnly. However, even if he is an extraordinary physical cultivator, how can he teach our disciples to practice magical arts? Another elder inquired. If you are acquainted with anyone from the Black Armored Guards, a casual inquiry will reveal the truth. Do not ask me about everything. The palace master of Inai Chong Palace coldly huffed. The fact that a prominent elder of Inai Chong Palace was unaware of such basic information displeased her greatly. I acknowledge my mistake. The elder quickly bowed his head. At the center of Colorful City, Yifeng, holding the 5-element spirit pearl, realized that although it was his possession, he could not unleash its power due to a lack of spiritual energy. 2,000 spirit stones for naught, Yifeng lamented weakly. Glancing at the other disciples, he noticed they had returned with 3 sizable monster beasts, all of which were seasoned mid-level demon soldiers, equivalent to Qi refining stage 6. The tasks have been completed commendably. Let us proceed to the nearby colorful square, Yifeng instructed as he stored the 5-element spirit pearl. Sectmaster, what about her? Jia Yulan pointed at the red-clad woman lying amidst the ruins. After the palace master of Inai Chong Palace had slain the woman, she had left her there. Bury her, Yifeng commanded. Emoing pointed her fingers, and a flying sword struck down towards the center of the ruins. In no time, a 2-meter-deep pit was excavated, and the red-clad woman was interred. Having accomplished this, Yifeng led his disciples to Colorful Square, located a few hundred meters away, where they displayed the 3 fallen monster beasts. A 10-meter-long green serpent demon, a black pig demon adorned with backward-facing spikes, and a clawed fish-like creature lay on the ground, surrounded by thousands of onlookers, who were a mix of astonishment and anger. Folk of Colorful City, do not panic. The 3 disruptive monsters that have plagued the eastern, southern, and northern areas of the city have been dealt with by our Piao Miao sect disciples. You need not worry about monster attacks in the future. Yifeng proclaimed to the crowd. Truly a celestial master. First, you vanquished the great demon in the dry well, and now you've dealt with the monsters outside the city. A divine being has descended. An elderly man exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Thank you, celestial masters of the Piao Miao sect. Please accept this pig leg as a token of our appreciation. Celestial master, my son possesses the potential for cultivation. Please take him with you. The people of Colorful City expressed their gratitude continuously. Reputation value increased by 2. Reputation value increased by 3. Yi Feng noted that the reputation value steadily rose, quickly climbing from 700 to 800. However, he felt little excitement. With several thousand individuals present, the genuine recognition of Piao Miao sect had only increased by over 100, indicating that their efforts in slaying monsters were still insufficient. They needed to intensify their actions. Yi Feng mused to himself. He pointed at the 3 monsters and declared, "These monsters possess fine meat. Let us save some for everyone to make soup." "Thank you, Celestial Master." Instantly, dozens of points of reputation value were added. Yi Feng could only sigh, pondering that these people were indeed gluttons. "Do not worry. If any monsters remain in Colorful City, our Piao Miao sect will undoubtedly step forward. It is our duty," Yi Feng proclaimed from the high platform. In the blink of an eye, another wave of reputation value surged. At this moment, the reputation value had reached 900, almost breaking 1,000. Further effort was needed. Yi Feng believed that Colorful City still held potential for development. With a flourish of his arms, Yi Feng addressed the crowd. "Esteemed guests, the hides of these demonic beasts are exceedingly tough, and it seems beyond your capabilities to process them. Allow our esteemed Piao Miao sect to take care of this matter, and we shall concoct a nourishing broth for all to partake in." His words elicited fervent gratitude, with many praising the celestial beings of the Piao Miao sect. Each one a paragon of beauty and virtue, truly a blessing for our vibrant city. The throngs of people around him erupted in excitement, and soon, a line of over 1,000 formed, eagerly awaiting their share of the broth. "Master, must we truly proceed thus?" Li Jiao Jiao inquired in a hushed tone. "Let us retain the materials we can utilize for future exchanges at the city lord's office, and the remainder shall be used for the broth," Yi Feng replied. Glancing at the sky and noting that it was already afternoon, a fitting time for dinner, the disciples sprang into action. Shirlei and Hui Yunjie set up a large iron pot, employing the fire cloud palm technique to heat the water within. Moing took charge of the chopping, while Li Jiao Jiao, Xia He, and Xiu Ju sorted the ingredients. Long Tianxing activated his blue spirit eye to ensure no usable materials were overlooked, while the others contributed in any way they could. After half an hour, a large pot of broth was ready, infused with the essence of green snake, pig, and water demons, the aroma wafting through the air, detectable even from hundreds of meters away. The citizens of the vibrant city brought their own bowls and utensils, and each person who tasted the broth felt revitalized, as if they had consumed a potent restorative. In a brief moment, Yi Feng observed his reputation soaring from 965 to 1123, and it continued to rise, completing a related side quest tied to reputation. Ding! Congratulations! The sect's reputation has surpassed 1,000. The second phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion is now unlocked, and additional rewards from the side quest will be calculated. The system chimed in. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he perched upon the back of the iron-clawed dragon eagle, eagerly awaiting the rewards. Rewards distribution, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Phase 2. Ding! Calculation complete. You have received a small gift package, and the sect has gained a slight boon in fortune, enhancing the cultivation speed of all beings by 1/3 and reducing the difficulty of breakthroughs by 1/3. Due to the sect leader exceeding the mission requirements, the small gift package reward is doubled. Would you like to open it now? The system inquired. Open it. Yi Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The small package revealed 10 body refinement chi pills, 1 purifying green lotus seed, and an additional 5 cubic meters of storage space for the sect. As the system notification concluded, Yi Feng discovered that the storage space expanded from 10 to 15 cubic meters, and 2 vials of pills appeared alongside a vibrant green lotus seed. The rewards from the side quest were indeed bountiful. Body refinement chi pills. Yi Feng nearly burst into laughter. He had initially planned to earn enough funds through hard work to purchase 10 pills from the Wanshang Alliance, but now, the task's reward had provided them directly, with purity guaranteed to be flawless, far superior to those available outside. He planned to distribute the body refinement chi pills to his disciples that very night. His gaze shifted to the second reward, the purifying green lotus seed. Name: Purifying green lotus. Function: purifies items within a 10-meter radius. For instance, placing pills containing impurities in the water pool where the purifying green lotus grows will gradually filter out the impurities. Germination method: simply place it in a water pool. As Yi Feng perused the description of the purifying green lotus, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes. Fourth sister, have you noticed that our cultivation seems to be progressing more swiftly and effortlessly? Jia Yulan asked Moing. It does seem so, Moing replied thoughtfully. I feel the same, Hui Yunjie added. The other disciples lifted their gazes to Yi Feng. who sat with a radiant smile on the back of the iron-clawed dragon eagle, eyes sparkling as he looked toward the heavens. "Master, do you understand the reason behind this?" Li Jiao Jiao inquired, cradling a small white fox. "There is no need for alarm. I shall explain this matter to you all tonight." Yi Feng waved dismissively. The disciples were astonished to learn that this was indeed connected to their leader. As dusk fell, Yi Feng and his entourage returned to the Piao Miao sect after their meal. Upon dismounting from the iron-clawed dragon eagle, he spotted the flat-headed brother leaning against the doorframe, gazing gloomily at the outside world. Another day without a fight. The flat-headed brother felt a twinge of discontent. However, his mood lifted upon catching the enticing aroma of the demon bones Yi Feng had brought back, prompting him to leap to his feet in excitement. "Well done guarding the home. Eat up." Yi Feng affectionately ruffled the flat-headed brother's head. Starved from the day, the flat-headed brother devoured the offerings with relish. His earlier grievances forgotten. As for the others, they returned to the main hall. Today, as harvest was significant, we vanquished 4 mid-level demonic soldiers. You all have worked hard. So take these 10 body refinement chi pills to refine your bodies and eliminate impurities, solidifying your foundational cultivation. With that, Yi Feng produced 2 jade vials. And the disciples gasped in astonishment. "I happened to visit the Wanshang Alliance during my time in by Fu City and procured these body refinement chi pills," he explained, offering a casual justification before they could inquire further. "Thank you, Master." The disciples gratefully accepted the pills, each receiving 1. Noticing their joy, Yi Feng continued. "As for your sudden ease in cultivation, it is a result of your good deeds. As cultivators, performing acts of kindness and diligence attracts the favor of the heavens, making your cultivation far more manageable." Though even Yi Feng questioned the validity of his statement, he knew that as the leader, his word held sway. Good deeds have such effects? Jia Yulan blinked in surprise, her skepticism apparent. Mo Ing remained silent, yet seemed to ponder the logic in Yi Feng's words. The other disciples murmured among themselves, but none voiced dissent. To them, Yi Feng's assertions were irrefutable. In the grand scheme of things, the sect leader's word was paramount. Observing their unwavering belief, Yi Feng stifled a chuckle. "Very well. Continue your training. I shall stand guard outside for you." With that, he dashed from the main hall. With his reputation surpassing 1,000, the second phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion was now unlocked. Yi Feng could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of claiming the Bai Fu 5 immortals as guardian spirit beasts. However, before proceeding to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Yi Feng had another task to attend to. He produced the vibrant green lotus seed and, with a splash, placed it into the water pool beneath a massive stone. He wondered if the purifying green lotus would prove beneficial. As soon as the seed touched the water, it radiated a soft green light, swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy from the swirling vortex above, visibly growing at an astonishing pace. In no time, it took root in the pool, unfurling 3 palm-sized lotus leaves above the water's surface. Growing this quickly, has it consumed some miracle growth formula? Yi Feng gasped in astonishment. Standing by the pool, he noticed the air becoming remarkably pure, each breath feeling rejuvenating. Even the water in the pool became sweeter and more palatable under the influence of the purifying green lotus, which Yi Feng confirmed through his spiritual vision contained trace amounts of spiritual energy, nearly reaching the level of a spiritual spring. The system. Is the purifying blue lotus truly this potent? Leaf Maple pondered within. The purifying blue lotus is a treasure of heaven and earth, currently in its juvenile stage. When it matures, it can transform the pond into a genuine spiritual spring, the system elucidated. Profitable, Leaf Maple exclaimed with delight. He returned to his chamber, closed the door, and accessed the detailed information regarding the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Spirit Beast Pavilion, 2nd tier, Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts, 38. Spirit Beast Pavilion upgrade instructions. Reputation value exceeds 10,000. Unlocking the 3rd stage of the Spirit Beast Pavilion and adding new functions. Function 1, Power Accumulation. Spirit Beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion can provide the sect leader with additional cultivation increments. Function 2, Investigation. Obtain names, types, uses, talents, weaknesses, and more about various demon beasts. At this point, Leaf Maple's eyes sparkled with excitement. The limit on the number of spirit beasts had increased from 3 in the 1st tier to 8 now, perfectly allowing him to include the 5 immortals of white floating into the Spirit Beast Pavilion. As for the newly unlocked functions, they possess the ability to unveil various information about demon beasts, akin to an eye of insight. Though seemingly modest in strength, its practicality was exceedingly high. Moreover, with a demon-slaying operation on the horizon, this function would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. If he were to encounter the black striped serpent demon again, he could discern her weaknesses through the Spirit Beast Pavilion's capabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Leaf Maple murmured to himself. He then retrieved the Spirit Essence Bell and released the 5 Immortals of White Floating. The Spirit Essence Bell possesses sealing capabilities. Thus, upon their release, the 5 Immortals remained sprawled on the ground, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Medium Demon Soldier Level Red-Haired Fox, Low-Level Demon Soldier Level Hound, Mutated Pumpkin, Golden Toad, and Pocket Pig detected. Would you like to incorporate them into the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Incorporate. Leaf Maple promptly consented. The next instant, an ethereal aura emanated from him, dividing into 5 parts and seamlessly merging into the bodies of the 5 Immortals. Subsequently, he discovered a new memory surfacing in his mind, an understanding of the secret technique Paperman General, which had reached a perfect stage, flawless in every aspect. At long last, he acquired this secret method. Joy illuminated Leaf Maple's face. The term secret technique, while belonging to the realm of spells, holds an unpredictable power that defies precise classification. Hence can only be generalized as secret arts. In Leaf Maple's estimation, Paperman General should equate to a second-tier spell. Perhaps even exceeding that, acquiring it is undoubtedly a gain. With the inclusion of the 5 Immortals into the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Leaf Maple felt as though he had gained the strength equivalent to an 8th-layer chi refinement, though still insufficient to contend with the Gathering Essence realm. He stood, realizing that in addition to enhancing his disciples' cultivation, he must also bolster the strength of the spirit beasts within the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Although the Spirit Beast Pavilion had progressed to the second stage, Leaf Maple noted that there were currently no swift methods available to enhance the Spirit Beast's power. Thus, he inquired within, System, how can I elevate the tier of the Spirit Beasts? Spirit Beasts can grow stronger by devouring formidable demon beasts or consuming corresponding grades of Spirit Beast pills. After relaying this, the system fell silent. It appeared he would need to consult someone regarding the Spirit Beast pills. Leaf Maple paced within his chamber, quickly recalling an individual, Xian Guangshuan. This fellow is a disciple of the sect and must be knowledgeable about Spirit Beast pills. If all else fails, he could inquire at the dubious Wanshang Alliance. Leaf Maple crouched down and patted the 5 Immortals of White Floating. Woof! The canine strategist was the first to awaken, barking twice, followed by the other 4 little demons who stirred, gazing around in astonishment. Great Immortal, where are we? The red-haired fox cautiously inquired. For some reason, it felt that Leaf Maple had become significantly more amiable. This is the mysterious sect. Henceforth, you shall be the mountain guardian spirit beasts of our mysterious sect. Come, let me introduce you to others. Leaf Maple pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Under the night sky, the moonlight flowed like water. The 5 Immortals of White Floating lined up behind Leaf Maple, caught the fragrance wafting from the courtyard, and were quickly captivated by the purifying blue lotus in the pond, gathering around it in no time. Great Immortal, may we drink the water? The red-haired fox asked. Feel free to drink. It's merely water. Leaf Maple saw no reason to refuse. The 5 Immortals of White Floating, with their eyes gleaming, began to partake in the water, each exhibiting their unique methods. Some used their paws to scoop water, others rolled leaves to pour over themselves, while some buried their heads into the water, gulping greedily, each distinct in their approach. Roar! At that moment, the Pingtu brother caught the scent of the 5 Immortals, stood upright, and dashed over, followed by the little white fox and iron-clawed dragon eagle. Leaf Maple was about to introduce the 5 Immortals when he realized he didn't know their names, so he had to amend, our own kind. Upon hearing this, the Pingtu brother realized another opportunity for a brawl slipped by and displayed a look of disappointment. Moreover, being fellow spirit beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, they shared a connection, leaving him to watch the purifying blue lotus, excitedly circling the pond. This is our mysterious sect's earthly spiritual object, known as the purifying blue lotus. It must be guarded well, lest it be lost. Leaf Maple tapped the Pingtu brother on the head, advising him. Roar! The Pingtu brother stood tall, raising its paw as if to declare, with me around, not even a human or a fly shall approach. Thereafter, the Pingtu brother ceased to act as a guardian, instead lying beside the pond, keeping a vigilant watch over the purifying blue lotus. Observing the earnest yet somewhat foolish Pingtu brother, Leaf Maple smiled with satisfaction. Since the disciples were still refining the body-refining chi pills, he chose not to interrupt, instead watching the 8 spirit beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. The Pingtu brother, Iron-Claw Dragon Eagle, and Little White Fox all had names now, but the 5 Immortals of White Floating did not. Thus, Leaf Maple regarded the 5 Immortals and said, Do you have names? If not, I shall bestow names upon you. Great Immortal. We 5 immortals of white floating all have names now. I am called Fox Dahong, and the other 4 are Dog Era, Pig Sampang, Toad Sea Toad, and Gourd Wugua, the red-haired fox stated earnestly, pointing to itself and then to the other 4 little demons. Those names Leaf Maple's lips twitched. Though somewhat eccentric, they were functional enough, so he chose not to comment further. That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Leaf Maple sat atop the Sect Leader's hall, guarding his disciples, while the 5 immortals of white floating had already mingled with the other 3 spirit beasts, considering themselves the mysterious 8 immortals. The Pingtu brother naturally took the lead, followed by the Iron-Clawed Dragon Eagle, the Little White Fox, and then the 5 immortals of white floating in their original order. Leaf Maple paid little heed to this arrangement. Unbeknownst to him, mere dozens of meters from the Sect Leader's hall, at the edge of a cliff, lay a thumb-sized white ant. The mysterious sect has unexpectedly produced 5 naturally born spirit beasts. Their blood can be used for blood sacrifices to refine blood spirit pills. I must relay this news to Wolf General immediately. Transforming its body, the shape-shifting beast rolled down the mountain like a ball, then morphed into a white rabbit, hopping away into the depths of the floating cloud forest. On the roof of the Sect Leader's hall, Leaf Maple, in a state of ennui, utilized the new function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion to survey the flora and fauna within his field of vision. Discovering that apart from the mysterious 8 immortals and the purifying Blue Lotus, no other data could be retrieved. This indicated that there were merely 9 spirit beasts atop Mysterious Peak. Suddenly, Yifeng gazed at the river at the foot of the mountain and noticed several luminous points at the riverbed. Lines of blue text appeared in his view. Steel-toothed fish monster, low-level demon soldier, striped swordfish, low-level demon soldier. Ah, it seems I have stumbled upon something. Yifeng shifted his gaze and discovered a multitude of light points within the ethereal clouds, accompanied by a deluge of messages. It became evident that the second phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion had unveiled a remarkable function, serving as an extraordinary tool for locating demon beasts. Yifeng's breath quickened. With this capability, exterminating demons would become considerably easier. Furthermore, it could also help in identifying celestial herbs that might have been overlooked. Serving as a powerful auxiliary means to enhance the sect's foundation. Chapter 68, Spirit Light Talisman, Departure to the Southern Mountain Range. Under the night sky, Yifeng repeatedly surveyed the surroundings of the mysterious peak, discovering at least 100 demon beasts within a 10-mile radius, most of which were low-level demon soldiers. Unable to discern their nature, he refrained from taking action for the moment, as he needed to protect his disciples, and it was not prudent to venture out. In the ethereal clouds, a rabbit transformed from the shape-shifting beast leaped into an underground cave, reporting its observations to a small wolf general who was cultivating there. What did you say? There are 5 innate spirit beasts on Mysterious Peak? I understand now. The one who disrupted the blood sacrifice plan of the Black Xian sect a few days ago was the leader of the mysterious sect. Those 5 spirit beasts must have been rescued by him. The small wolf general deduced the truth after a brief contemplation. Lord Small Wolf General, what should we do next? Shall we launch a mass attack on Mysterious Peak? Inquired the shape-shifting beast. Foolish. Mysterious Sect is merely a few miles from White Floating City. Who knows if someone from the Gathering Essence realm might suddenly appear? The small wolf general scoffed. However, Bloodblade has informed me that the Demon Extermination Conference in White Floating City has commenced. We can wait until the leader of Mysterious Sect ventures far from the city before we make our move. Understood, replied the shape-shifting beast, nodding. Hee. A few more blood spirit pills, and I too can complete my final transformation and ascend to the rank of a true demon general. The cave echoed with the cold voice of the small wolf general. The following morning, Yifeng lay on the roof of the main hall, resting his head on his hand and chewing on a blade of grass, while gazing at the sun rising from behind the jagged peaks in the distance. A gentle breeze swept by, refreshing his entire being. Suddenly, a system prompt resonated, detection complete. All disciples have solidified their foundations. A lower-grade talisman, Spirit Light Talisman, has been awarded. Please continue your efforts to achieve new heights. Yifeng blinked, sat up straight, and with a thought, grasped a piece of earth-yellow talisman paper, measuring 2 inches wide and 5 inches long, upon which intricate runes and formations were inscribed in dark red ink. Name, Spirit Light Talisman. Grade, lower grade. Function, engraved with numerous miniature formation runes. It is a consumable item. Upon use, it generates a miniature shield capable of withstanding any attack below the Gathering Essence realm for a duration of 1 hour. With another thought, Yifeng accessed the information of the Spirit Light Talisman and, initially indifferent, His eyes widened upon realizing it could withstand any attack below the gathering essence realm. This was indeed a remarkable item. Elated, Yifeng stowed the spirit light talisman away and leaped to the ground. Noticing his disciples emerging from the hall, their spirits revitalized. Having solidified their foundations. Greetings, Master. The disciples bowed in unison. Good. Yifeng nodded. Next, I shall introduce to you the new mountain-guarding spirit beasts. The 5 immortals of white floating, along with our sect's treasured artifact. The disciples exchanged glances. Yifeng led them to the backyard, where they beheld the purifying blue lotus in the pool and the surrounding mountain-guarding spirit beasts, including the 5 immortals of white floating. Wow, a little pig. Is it steamed or braised? Ah, a toad. I'm so scared. This little dog is adorable. Should we use star anise or sugarcane? The disciples crowded around, pointing at the 5 immortals of white floating, nearly drooling, causing the spirit beasts to tremble in fear. Senior brothers and sisters, please do not harm us. The 5 immortals of white floating quickly knelt, pleading for mercy, startling the disciples, who all took a step back, except for Feng, a low-level demon soldier capable of speech. These were innate spirit beasts with spiritual blood, far more valuable than ordinary demon beasts. Feng advanced rather than retreating, pointing at the 5 immortals of white floating. Yifeng's gaze flickered. Indeed, Feng was well-versed in many matters. The 5 immortals of white floating were found in White Floating City and brought back to Mysterious Peak as our mountain-guarding spirit beasts. From today onward, I hereby establish the Spirit Beast Pavilion, with the main members being Ping Tu Gu, Lao Tai, Xiao Bai, Hu Da Hong, Go Er Ha, Zhu San Peng, Chan Si Toad, and Nan Wu Gua. Yifeng introduced the 8 spirit beasts present. The disciples, initially excited about the formation of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, burst into laughter upon hearing names like Hu Da Hong and Go Er Ha. The 5 immortals of white floating looked bewildered, clueless about the source of their laughter. Li Jiao Jiao pointed at the purifying blue lotus in the pool, her face filled with astonishment. When did a blue lotus grow in the pool? Master, is this the treasured artifact you mentioned? Yifeng nodded, saying, Indeed, this is the treasured artifact, the purifying blue lotus, capable of purifying many impurities. If you closely observe, you will notice. The disciples gathered around. Shirley took a sip of the water, finding it sweeter than before, infused with a hint of spiritual energy. Had he not feared being overwhelmed, he would have wished to rely on drinking water daily for cultivation. The air surrounding the purifying blue lotus became more ethereal, also gathering the energies of heaven and earth. At that moment, Feng remarked, I just used my spiritual eyes to take a look. Besides the spiritual energy whirlpool above, there's a subtle trend of a new spiritual energy vortex forming around the purifying blue lotus. Once successful, the spiritual energy concentration on Mysterious Peak could double, aiding in cultivation speed. The other disciples also recognized the benefits of the purifying blue lotus. Master, I believe we should build a small pavilion here to shield the purifying blue lotus for protection, Hui Yunjie suggested, considering potential threats. Indeed, the other disciples agreed. Yifeng nodded, you make a valid point. I will invite Master Li to construct it soon. For now, let Ping Tu Gu guard it. Subsequently, the disciples sat cross-legged around the purifying blue lotus and discovered that the effects were indeed significantly improved. After breakfast, Yifeng led his disciples to Rainbow City, leaving Ping Tu Gu in charge as the lone guardian. Standing tall, Ping Tu Gu watched as Yifeng and the others gradually disappeared into the distance. Feeling a sense of unease, why was it always left alone while others could enjoy themselves? Humph. Ping Tu Gu emitted a sound of dissatisfaction, resting by the poolside, glancing at the purifying blue lotus, feeling somewhat comforted. In the sky, the shape-shifting beast transformed into a cloud, discovering the existence of the purifying blue lotus, and witnessed Yifeng departing with the 5 immortals of white floating, promptly relaying the news to the small wolf general miles away. When Yifeng and his group arrived at Rainbow City, it was already noon, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Oh, it's the Celestial Masters of Mysterious Sect. Greetings, Celestial Masters. The townsfolk called out. Yifeng and his disciples waved their hands in greeting, then inquired about the direction to the new spiritual mine in the southern mountain range. Upon confirming its general location, they soared towards it. At that moment, Yifeng glanced at his prestige value and discovered it had surpassed 1,500. It seemed the lingering effects of the soup from the previous day had proven quite effective. Among the thousands present, a few hundred had been genuinely moved and wholeheartedly recognized the Misty Sect. Furthermore, with the passage of time, the prestige value would gradually rise, which uplifted Yifeng's spirits. With over 100,000 people in colorful city and ample room for growth, Yi Feng mused as he and his disciples entered the southern mountain range. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold, sinister eyes lurked in the shadows, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 69. The bewildered master of the Black Xian sect. Yi Feng, wait for me. A figure hidden in the dense forest ground his teeth in frustration. Lowering his gaze to his thick, muscular legs, he revealed a twisted grin. The southern mountain range stretched from the northwest to the southeast, spanning several dozen miles and extending for hundreds. The mountains were shrouded in mist, making flight inconvenient. Reluctantly, the group had to reduce their speed. Master, listen. There is a thunderous sound of rushing water ahead. The people of Colorful City mentioned that the spiritual mine seems to be within a few miles of a waterfall. Shirley pointed ahead. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the pervasive fog that enveloped the southern mountain range, rendering even the second-stage reconnaissance function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion ineffective, with visibility barely reaching 30 meters. For safety, Yi Feng suggested, let us walk. Master, we can scout ahead. At that moment, the fox named Da Hong leaped up, energetically waving at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was taken aback. How do you propose to scout? Da Hong stood upright, her little paws continuously forming seals, and pointed into the air. Spiritual energy surged from her claws, transforming into a sheet of paper, from which emerged a 1-foot-tall warrior. Go patrol, Da Hong commanded. The paper warrior blinked and brandished 2 small axes, scampering into the mist. Master, look. We can gain the warrior's perspective. Da Hong exclaimed, blowing a breath into the air, which materialized into a light screen the size of a desk, displaying the warrior's view. Does the paper warrior possess such a function? Yi Feng sat down, munching on seeds while watching the screen. After acquiring the white floating 5 immortals into the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he had mastered this spell to perfection, yet he had never heard of obtaining a viewpoint. This is not a function of the paper warrior, but rather my own innate talent. I can project a strand of thought onto objects to gain awareness of the surroundings. Though my control range cannot exceed 300 zhong, Da Hong giggled, covering her mouth. However, as she ceased her hand gestures, the spell faltered, leaving the paper warrior frozen in place. Da Hong's face turned awkward, and she quickly resumed her gestures to control the warrior's search. This spell is quite impressive. Can we learn it? Ouyang Yu inquired from beside Da Hong. They have merely practiced this secret method to a minor level and cannot teach you. If you wish to learn, I shall instruct you later, Yi Feng replied. Suddenly, the little white fox perched on Li Jiao Jiao's shoulder bristled, pointing towards a distant location. Little White has warned us. Danger approaches, Li Jiao Jiao alerted. In response, Mo Ying immediately employed her omnidimensional spirit sense to survey the surroundings. Moments later, her gaze sharpened. Powerful foes are nearby. Everyone be cautious. Yi Feng tucked away the seeds, rising as a spirit clock materialized in his palm, readying himself for battle. A cracking sound echoed from afar. In the light screen released by Da Hong, a robust black pig's leg descended from the sky, crushing the paper warrior. Master, we have formidable enemies. Da Hong's screen shattered as she fearfully reported to Yi Feng. Understood. Yi Feng nodded slightly. Stay vigilant. The disciples of the Misty sect formed a protective circle, guarding against their surroundings. A raspy, arrogant voice echoed from the distance, accompanied by the heavy thud of a beast's footsteps. A figure, towering nearly 2 meters, emerged from the mist, tearing through it. Clad in a black cloak that concealed their face, the newcomer wielded a black square shield in one hand and a hefty blade in the other, emanating an icy aura of murderous intent. As it passed, the weeds bowed in fear. Yi Feng, today marks your demise. The figure spoke in a chilling, hoarse voice. Yi Feng blinked. Do I know you? How could you not recognize your own master after just a few days? The stranger tore away the cloak, revealing a bizarre figure. Except for his face, his entire body was encased in black scaled armor. Most strikingly, he possessed a pair of 1-meter-long pig legs, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, resembling prosthetics. The master of the Black Xian sect? Yi Feng finally recognized the face before him. Indeed, it is I. The master of the Black Xian sect sneered. Did you expect this? With the assistance of the Little Wolf General, I have acquired the puppet long legs, donned half-transformed beast scales, and with my puppet army surrounding you, you shall have no place to rest in death. As his words fell, several wolf-shaped puppets emerged from the mist, each 2 meters long, with razor-sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. Charge! Crush them! The master of the Black Xian sect commanded without hesitation. Spirit bomb! Yi Feng immediately exclaimed. The disciples of the Misty sect, encircling him, promptly formed hand seals, coalescing spirals of energy in their palms, then unleashed powerful high-pressure air cannons the size of fists with a resounding boom. Boom, boom, boom. The puppet wolves, unable to approach, were sent flying by the spirit bombs, crashing to the ground, yet they quickly rose again to continue their assault. Blade combat technique. Seizing the opportunity, Ing unsheathed her sword, employing the spell-flowing light sword chi to launch her technique. A chilling sword light flashed, severing the 7 closest puppet wolves in half. Falling blossoms. Spirit bomb. Spirit disc flying blades. Fire cloud palm. Jia Yulan, Huiyunjia, Shirley, and the other disciples unleashed their strongest powers. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so puppet wolves, comparable to mid-tier demon soldiers, were thoroughly defeated, scattered across the ground. How is this possible? The master of the Black Xian sect's pupils constricted as he gasped, "Wait. How can your cultivation be so high?" Only then did the disciples of the Misty sect reveal their full cultivation auras. 2 were at the 8th level of chi refining, 1 at the 7th, 2 at the 6th, and the rest at the peak of the 4th, startling the master of the Black Xian sect. How could a low-ranking sect possess such a lineup? He exclaimed in disbelief. He had initially thought that the combined assault of the puppet wolves would allow him to wreak havoc among the disciples of the Misty sect and disrupt Feng's formation. Then he could take advantage of the chaos. However, Feng did not even blink as his disciples efficiently eliminated all the puppet wolves. Feng stepped forward, holding the spirit clock, his gaze shifting down to the master of the Black Xian sect's legs. "Why do you wear such large pig legs?" "They are puppet legs." The master of the Black Xian sect retorted angrily. "Are they not just pig legs?" Feng blinked innocently. "Silence. They are not pig legs, you scoundrel. You dare to ambush me, lacking martial virtue." The master of the Black Xian sect glared furiously, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find Feng suddenly hurling the spirit yuan bell towards him, producing an eerie sound that pierced the air. With a clang, the master hastily raised his left hand, brandishing a black shield to defend himself, only to realize that this low-grade spirit artifact had been dented by the blow. The immense force sent him staggering backward for several meters, carving 2 half-foot-deep trenches into the ground beneath his feet. "Ah, he is still alive?" Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In this moment, Feng had deliberately engaged the master in conversation to distract him while secretly gathering his strength. Although that strike was not his full power, it still contained at least 70% of his might, yet it merely left the black shield crumpled. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the master of the Black Xian sect erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. With a crack, the shield in his hand finally shattered. To shatter a low-grade spirit artifact with such force, the master's expression changed dramatically. Just then, through the crack of the broken shield, he glimpsed Feng's fist hurtling towards him at great speed, prompting him to dodge in a panic. Whoosh! The master's legs, resembling those of a giant pig, sprang into action, moving faster than before, leaving behind several afterimages. That speed. Feng's punch missed its target as he watched the master of the Black Xian sect vanish into the mist after a few leaps. The other disciples stood agape in astonishment. So, those puppet pig legs weren't meant for combat, but for fleeing. Li Jiaojiao murmured in awe. Feng had not anticipated the master's pig legs to be so formidable. Their speed surpassed even the perfected wind spirit step. At this moment, Ing inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Feng glanced at the scattered puppet wolves and replied, "Gather any usable materials." Understood. The disciples promptly set to work. Once they had collected all the materials and stored them in the system space, Feng led his disciples cautiously towards the spirit mine. In a dense forest shrouded in mist, the master of the Black Xian sect, exhausted and panting like a dog that had run for miles, lay on the ground gasping for breath. Elder Ba Dao, grasping a long knife, stood beside a fierce tiger, glaring at the master of the Black Xian sect, and demanded, "Where's the puppet wolf squad?" Upon hearing this, the master's expression shifted. This squad had been specifically assembled to attack the spirit mine, temporarily under his command. However, in his quest for revenge, he had disregarded the plan and ambushed Feng, believing he could annihilate the entire mysterious sect and claim the glory for himself. Yet, to his dismay, he had failed. "If the little wolf general finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. I was ambushed by the mysterious sect." The master of the Black Xian sect said with a serious demeanor, beginning to spin a tale, "You have no idea how disastrous this battle was. Even my Black Xian shield was shattered. Had I not fled desperately, you would never see me again." Elder Ba Dao furrowed his white brows, sensing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. After a moment's contemplation, he muttered under his breath, "So it was you who led the puppet wolf squad to besiege the mysterious sect, and now that you've lost them, we will surely be at a disadvantage in the battle for the spirit mine. The little wolf general will hold you accountable." At this point, Elder Ba Dao was truly enraged, feeling the urge to strike down the master of the Black Xian sect with his knife. I didn't tea. Don't speak carelessly. The master protested vehemently. Elder Ba Dao's lips twitched, but recalling the importance of the Little Wolf General's plan, he suppressed his anger and stated, "From now on, you will act according to my wishes. If you dare to hinder us again, do not blame my blade for finding its way to your pig head." With that, Elder Ba Dao raised his long knife, emanating a powerful aura that dispersed the surrounding mist. "I will obey." The master of the Black Xian sect's will to survive surged, and he quickly knelt, begging for mercy and bowing his head. Though Elder Ba Dao remained agitated, he sheathed his knife. Squeak! At that moment, a black mouse scurried over, leaping onto Elder Ba Dao's palm and chattering at him. "Excellent. Representatives from the mysterious sect, Flying Feather Sect, Falling Mountain Sect, and several other sects have arrived at the spirit mine. Our plan can commence." Elder Ba Dao laughed heartily. Several miles away, Yi Feng and his group reached a valley where the mist was thin, visibility extending over 1,000 meters. Beneath a towering rock cliff stood a grand cave, its destination unknown, surrounded by a throng of over 100 individuals from various sects, including the esteemed Flying Feather Sect and the moderate Falling Mountain Sect. "Oh, the mysterious sect has arrived," one disciple from a lesser sect remarked. "What does it matter? Regardless of who comes, our Flying Feather Sect will surely claim the lion's share of the spirit mine." The disciples from various sects observed Yi Feng and his group, murmuring amongst themselves. Disinterested in their chatter, Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any familiar faces. He then settled down with his disciples, producing an array of food to replenish their energy. The other sects exchanged peculiar glances at this scene. Even at such a critical moment, they still had the leisure to eat. "Old Iron, you should return to the sect and wait," Yi Feng instructed, patting the iron-claw dragon eagle, which nodded in agreement before soaring into the sky. The spirit mine lay underground, and as a flying spirit beast, the iron-claw dragon eagle was ill-suited to enter. Waiting outside posed some danger, making a return to the sect the best option. "Oh, there are so many people?" At that moment, Elder Ba Dao approached on his mighty tiger, flanked by a dozen disciples, each at least at the 5th level of Qi refinement, their aura instantly overshadowing the others. Yi Feng glanced at Elder Ba Dao, noticing that he was focused solely ahead, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. "The time is near," the high-level demon beast, the earth-wild lizard, which guards the spirit mine, should emerge to hunt soon. "We will ambush it, and then compete for the spirit mine based on our own abilities," spoke the elder of the Flying Feather Sect, clad in a blue robe, his demeanor kind yet authoritative, radiating the aura of a peak Qi refinement practitioner. Having never attempted to break into the gathering Yuan realm, the elder of the Flying Feather Sect had been accumulating his strength. Reputedly one of the most promising practitioners in Baifu City to potentially break through, and held considerable respect among his peers. In contrast to Elder Ba Dao, who had encountered failure in his own attempts, the words of the elder from the Flying Feather Sect carried greater weight. "Very well, we shall heed the words of Elder Flying Feather." The other sects expressed no objections. Elder Ba Dao, having secretly devised his own plans, remained silent, not wishing to complicate matters further. The group quickly dispersed, concealing themselves in the nearby thicket. "Master, how long must we wait?" In the underbrush, Xiaohe, concealed by the foliage, felt an itch at her neck and lowered her voice to inquire. "Patience, we will wait," Yi Feng replied earnestly. "By the way, when we engage the earth-wild lizard, we will merely put on a show." "What does putting on a show mean?" The youngest disciple, Ouyang Yu, asked. "Do you not know how to swim?" "Putting on a show means to create a grand spectacle but exert little actual effort, thus conserving strength for later," Yi Feng explained. "Oh, understood." The disciples nodded in agreement. They waited for a full half-hour. As the sun began to dip in the west, the sound of heavy footsteps reverberated from the cave, reminiscent of several giant elephants galloping, causing the ground to tremble. "It's here." Yi Feng focused his attention. A colossal black lizard, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from the rocky cavern, its body adorned with scales as large as a bowl, and barbed spikes protruding from its tail. Atop its head sprouted a dark crimson horn, exuding an intimidating aura. This was the earthly frenzy lizard, a formidable beast of the pinnacle level among high-ranking demon soldiers. Upon exiting its lair, it cautiously flicked its tongue, surveying its surroundings before proceeding further. "Attack!" roared the Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect. In response, several beams of light burst forth from the thickets, crashing violently against the stone wall, causing a cascade of boulders to tumble down and block the cavern's entrance, severing the earthly frenzy lizard's retreat. "Charge forth and slay the earthly frenzy lizard." cried the others, emerging from the underbrush and unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. Chapter 71. A stagnant standoff, an unexpected incident. The impending battle was palpable. Disciples of the mysterious sect, prepare your energy orbs. Give it all you've got, bellowed Feng, exerting himself fervently. The disciples understood this to be a signal to feign effort, and they unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, creating a grand spectacle. Yet, not a single scale was dislodged from the earthly frenzy lizard's formidable exterior. Aim for its eyes, not its back. Watch the rear, Feng urged, his face flushed as he hefted a boulder, signaling his own exertion. Observing the fervent cries of the mysterious sect, the other sects noted their apparent lack of strategy, deeming them foolish for not conserving their strength. Indeed, the other sects were cunning, well aware of the importance of preserving their energy. However, unbeknownst to them, the mysterious sect was the true champion of feigned effort, for their output relied solely on their vocalizations. The Grand Elder of the Blade Sect, noticing Feng's flushed face and the apparent diligence of the mysterious sect's disciples, coldly mused, truly a bunch of naive youths. Once you've exhausted yourselves, we shall slowly torment you inside the cavern. Boom. Eventually, the earthly frenzy lizard succumbed under the onslaught of over 100 cultivators' feigned attacks, its life force gradually waning. While it was indeed a high-ranking demon soldier, even a feigned assault from so many cultivators was still formidable. Only those at the gathering spirit level could remain unscathed in such a tumult. With the earthly frenzy lizard dispatched, the greatest threat beneath the cavern is eliminated. We can now clear the rocks and enter, exclaimed the Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect. By the way, how do we divide the earthly frenzy lizard? Its scales are remarkably tough, suitable for crafting fine armor. We must not squander them, interjected the leaders of two mid-tier sections. The Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect pondered for a moment and declared, this time, everyone has contributed, especially the mysterious sect, which deserves commendation. Let us divide the valuable materials such as the lizard scales, claws, and teeth based on the number of participants. To the assembled crowd, the earthly frenzy lizard was merely a minor prize compared to spiritual, or, thus they readily agreed. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the earthly frenzy lizard was completely divided among them, with the mysterious sect receiving an entire claw and 10 scales due to their significant contribution. At that moment, the rubble blocking the cavern entrance was also cleared away. The crowd surged in, eager to seize the spiritual ore. Inside the cavern, the space was vast, with the narrowest sections measuring 10 meters wide and 5 meters high. The air dry and breezy, as if connected to an extensive ventilation shaft. Over 100 individuals from various sects entered. Some had glowing palms, others glowing heads. Some radiated light, while others carried torches to illuminate the path. Feng led his disciples at the rear. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect trailed behind them, marching alongside, which made Feng feel somewhat uneasy. The disciples of the Blade Sect, meanwhile, had positioned themselves at the forefront. As everyone entered the cavern, a dark figure appeared at the entrance, cackling ominously. Once you venture into the depths, you shall know despair. The cavern was devoid of forks, winding downward, leading the group to 300 meters beneath the surface. Suddenly, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber, towering over 10 meters high and extending for hundreds of meters. The walls and floor shimmered with luminous stones, illuminating the space. Behold, emerald ore. There's also fiery gold. I see a considerable amount of spiritual copper ore here. I've spotted some low-grade spiritual stones, declared the sect leader, as over 100 cultivators recognized the rare materials around them, all suitable for crafting low-grade spiritual artifacts. The entire spiritual mine was worth at least 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if divided equally, each sect would profit significantly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and mine, shouted the various sects, scattering to capitalize on the untouched spiritual ore. Boom. Just then, the ceiling of the cavern where the ore was located suddenly collapsed, as massive stones weighing thousands of pounds plummeted, accompanied by torrents of quicksand and damp earth. Fortunately, all present were cultivators, quick to react, narrowly avoiding a calamity that could have resulted in a tragic tale of fallen cultivators. Run to the exit, the Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect urged, leading the charge. Clang. A heavy blade suddenly cleaved from a shadowy corner, unleashing a brilliant 10-meter-long arc of light. The Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect swiftly formed a protective gesture, activating his protective spiritual light, and hurled a massive round shield before him. Clang. The deafening sound nearly ruptured the eardrums of those present. The Grand Elder saw the shield shatter, his eyelids twitching, but the blade's arc was blocked, allowing him a moment of relief. Yet, At that moment, a sudden thrust pierced through him, and as he looked down, he saw a heavy blade passing through his chest. Turning his head, he beheld a towering figure, 2 meters tall, clad in the legs of a puppet pig, a mocking grin on his face. "Is that all the Flying Feather Sect has to offer?" sneered the leader of the Black Abyss Sect. With a single swing of his blade, the Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect was cleaved in two, extinguishing his life, causing the other cultivators seeking refuge to widen their eyes in shock. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect emerged, riding a powerful tiger, brandishing his long blade high. It was he who had forced the Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect into a desperate defense. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Abyss Sect had dealt the fatal blow from behind. Their synergy had swiftly dispatched the formidable Grand Elder of the Flying Feather Sect, who had painstakingly cultivated to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The Grand Elder has fallen. It was the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect and a mysterious figure. What nonsense. That was the leader of the Black Abyss Sect. It's over. It appears the Grand Elder of the Blade Sect is also a spy for the demon race. We are trapped 100 fathoms underground, in dire peril. The cultivators from various sects were filled with terror. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Yi Feng remained calm, while the other disciples had long vanished from sight. Above ground, disciples Mo Ing, Shirley, and others emerged. At the moment of crisis, Yi Feng had swiftly instructed them to employ the first-tier spell, Earth Escape, allowing them to burrow into the earth and evade danger. "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" inquired Li Jiaojiao. Shirley pointed towards the entrance of the cave, noticing it was once again obstructed by a plethora of rocks. He remarked, "Look, the entrance to the cave has been sealed once more. We must break it from the outside to allow others to escape." Just then, several medium-level ghostly wolves leaped from the thicket, spotting Mo Ing and her companions, and immediately launched an attack. Vital Energy Blast. All the disciples simultaneously unleashed this ranged spell, swiftly eliminating the ill-fated ghostly wolves. At that moment, 300 meters underground, the cavern had completely collapsed, burying numerous practitioners beneath the rubble, their fates unknown. As for Yi Feng, he had been trailing behind the group and leaped into the passage first, escaping the fate of being crushed by the falling stones. Beside him were a dozen fortunate disciples from various sections. Chapter 72. The invincible Yi Sect Leader. To their astonishment, some individuals remained unburied, so it would be prudent to deal with them as well. The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao Sect scanned Yi Feng and his group with an indifferent gaze, his voice low and icy. The disciples from various sects shivered at his words. At this juncture, everyone else was entombed beneath the heavy stones, quicksand, and soil. Even if they were not in immediate danger, escape was not feasible. The mere dozen of them were insignificant in the eyes of the Grand Elder of the Ba Dao Sect. "We're done for." "No. I believe there is still hope for rescue, especially with Yi Sect Leader from the Piaomiao Sect still alive." "Nonsense. Yi Sect Leader is merely a mortal, a talisman of sorts. His survival at this moment is mere luck. Relying on him is akin to hastily procuring a coffin." The disciples from various sects were at a loss, tears welling in their eyes. Faced with the imposing Grand Elder of the Ba Dao Sect and the fearsome puppet master of the Heishuan Sect, the crowd felt devoid of hope for survival. Yet, they soon realized that the Heishuan Sect's leader, wielding a heavy blade, regarded them with indifference, his serious gaze fixed upon Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you are indeed still alive." The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao Sect sneered. "And what of it? The other disciples of the Piaomiao Sect are buried. Once we eliminate you, we shall proceed to annihilate all buried practitioners and initiate the blood sacrifice array." "Very well," the Heishuan Sect leader nodded. Hearing their conversation, the dozen practitioners were bewildered. Two seasoned cultivators at the pinnacle of Qi refinement were intent on teaming up against a mere mortal like Yi Feng. Had they misheard? The crowd felt as if their minds had jammed. "Kill." At that moment, the two formidable figures launched their attack. Falling slash. The Heishuan Sect leader and the Grand Elder of the Ba Dao Sect simultaneously executed this perfected first-tier spell, their blades creating two 10-meter-long beams of light that sliced towards Yi Feng. Instantly, the temperature in the passage plummeted. Even as mere spectators, the dozen practitioners felt a chilling wave envelop them, extinguishing any thoughts of intervention. With a swift movement, Yi Feng activated the Nine Heavens Thunderclap, propelling himself to the top of the passage, gripping the rock securely. The blade beams missed their target, cleaving the ground and creating intersecting chasms, sending debris soaring, leaving the onlookers in awe. In an instant, Yi Feng soared to a height of 10 meters. He was no mere mortal. He was an unparalleled body cultivator. It seemed there was indeed a chance for salvation. The crowd rejoiced. Just then, a hidden mighty tiger unleashed a deafening roar, leaping gracefully into the air. its jaws aimed at Yi Feng. Excellent. Yi Feng felt exhilarated. With a clang, the enlarged spirit essence bell plummeted, and the mighty tiger, caught mid-leap, attempted to dodge, but was too late, suffering a crushing blow to its head. The mighty tiger fell, howling in agony, its life extinguished after a brief struggle. Had Yi Sect Leader just slain the mighty tiger with a single strike? The eyes of the dozen practitioners sparkled with admiration. In an instant, Yi Feng felt his prestige rise by 15 points, but amidst the chaos of battle, he could not dwell on such matters. He leaped, catching the spirit essence bell, and hurled it towards the Heishuan Sect Leader. You dare to slay my mount? The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect roared. Swiftly positioning himself beside the Heishuan Sect Leader, their blades clashing against the spirit essence bell. However, both were shaken by the tremendous force, their arms numbed, retreating several meters. Even their weapons sustaining damage. My heavy blade. The Heishuan Sect Leader lamented, heartbroken over the newly acquired weapon now marred by a dent. Let us withdraw and set up a formation to exhaust him. The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect contemplated retreating. The entrance is sealed by me, the Heishuan Sect Leader suddenly declared. Are you joking? The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect glared in disbelief. I sealed the escape route. But who knew we would be the jesters? The Heishuan Sect Leader exclaimed. The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect was left speechless, pondering what wrongs he must have committed in a past life to be paired with such a fool as the Heishuan Sect Leader. With a thunderous sound, Yi Feng once more hoisted the spirit essence bell, shrinking it to the size of a teacup, and with blinding speed, hurled it forth. The Heishuan Sect Leader hastily raised his heavy blade to defend, but against Yi Feng's full-powered strike, infused with nearly 7 times the strength, the blade shattered into 2 pieces. The spirit essence bell, along with the broken shards, continued its assault, pinning the Heishuan Sect Leader against the rock wall. This executioner, responsible for the blood sacrifice of the entire Heishuan sect, ultimately met his end 300 meters underground. No, the Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect's eyes turned crimson. He plunged his long blade into the ground and swallowed a red pill, his body erupting with fury, muscles bulging, gray wolf fur sprouting, transforming him into a towering werewolf. I will have your life. The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect raised his long blade, charging towards Yi Feng. Yi Sect Leader, be careful. The now devoted disciples of Yi Feng warned, their expressions filled with concern. Without the spirit essence bell, Yi Feng could only retrieve the chipped blade he had acquired from the Heishuan sect, raising it defensively. Clang. Yi Feng realized the Grand Elder's strength had surged to an astounding 5 times that of an average cultivator, nearly matching his own. Yi Sect Leader. This seems to be a form of half-demon transformation, a method for humans to become semi-demons, granting them immense power and formidable defenses, a red-clad female disciple quickly informed him. Oh, thank you. Yi Feng understood, shaking off the Grand Elder's assault. He wielded the chipped blade and struck relentlessly, but each blow was parried. I wasn't keen on using the demon transformation pill so soon, but you forced my hand. The Grand Elder of the Ba Dao sect resembled a feral beast, relying solely on brute strength. Yi Feng focused intently, realizing the critical moment. He glanced at the spirit essence bell behind the Grand Elder and leaped over him, swinging down with the chipped blade, which was met by the Grand Elder's horizontal block. A mere trick, is it? The Grand Elder of the Blade sect was about to mock, but suddenly realized that Yi Feng had appeared behind him, retrieving the indestructible spirit bell. With a swift motion, Yi Feng enlarged the spirit bell to a height of 2 meters, descending from above and enclosing the Grand Elder within. Inside the spirit bell, the Grand Elder struck repeatedly but could not breach its defenses. A peculiar sealing force descended upon him, inducing a sense of drowsiness, and he felt himself on the verge of slumber. Just then, the spirit bell abruptly bounced upwards, allowing the Grand Elder to regain his senses. However, before he could rejoice, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. In that moment, Yi Feng and the Grand Elder brushed past each other, and with a flash of blinding sword light, the Grand Elder sensed impending doom. He pressed his hands against his neck, feeling an intense heat. How formidable! The Grand Elder covered his neck, his pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 73. The importance of the final blow, the dual demons attack. Did we win? The dozen or so cultivators rejoiced. Thud. At this moment, Yi Feng landed on the ground, maintaining a one-handed grip on his sword, its tip pointed towards the earth, blood trickling down the blade, drop by drop, onto the floor. Though the sound was muted, in the 300-meter underground passage, it resonated like thunder, stirring the hearts of all present. Boom. At that instant, several figures broke through the fallen boulders of the spirit mine and leaped into the passage, finally escaping their confinement. Haha, we are free. Grand Elder of the Blade Sect, and the master of the Black Abyss sect, you traitors who have allied with the demon race. Now let us. The dozen individuals noticed Feng standing still, his sword dripping blood, and glanced at the fallen master of the Black Abyss sect not far away, their pupils contracting in horror. Bang! Just then, the Grand Elder of the Blade sect could no longer endure. His body collapsed to the ground, still in a semi-demonized state. Is he dead? The group of disheveled individuals stared in disbelief at the scene before them, as if caught in a dream. After the collapse of the spirit mine, nearly 100 people were trapped beneath the massive stones, most still unable to escape. The dozen individuals were leaders of lower to mid-tier sects, each at least at the 7th level of chi refinement. Thus, they were the fastest to extricate themselves and prepared to launch a collective attack on the Grand Elder and the Master of the Black Abyss sect. In the moment of their escape, the sect leaders had already devised strategies for the ambush. Yet now, they found reality starkly different from their expectations. The Grand Elder and the Master of the Black Abyss sect were actually dead. What did we miss? The newly freed leaders inquired urgently. The Master of the Falling Mountain sect searched among his disciples and spotted his beloved daughter, quickly asking, "Daughter, what happened earlier?" The summoned young woman in red promptly pointed at Feng, her face filled with admiration, and exclaimed, "Father, it was Master Yi of the Misty sect. He single-handedly dealt with the Grand Elder of the Blade sect and the Master of the Black Abyss sect." Upon hearing this, all the leaders widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost, exclaiming in unison, "How could a mere mortal like Master Yi accomplish this?" At that moment, Feng slowly rose, wiped the blood from his blade, and stored it away in his system space. Suddenly, the fallen Grand Elder of the Blade sect came back to life, his eyes glowing red. Raising his long knife to strike, he shouted, "Feng, I will not let you go even in death." This scene terrified everyone present, including Feng, who stared in astonishment. Resurrection? Nevertheless, Feng remained undaunted. Even if the Grand Elder had returned from the dead, he could slay him once more. As for the dozen leaders, their eyes were wide with disbelief. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, they were convinced that it was indeed Feng who had killed the Master of the Black Abyss sect and the Grand Elder of the Blade sect. This revelation was utterly shocking. However, seeing the Grand Elder of the Blade sect attacking Feng with his weapon, the leader's pupils constricted, ready to intervene. Thud! The Grand Elder suddenly halted, lowering his head to behold the sword that had pierced through him. Trembling, he attempted to turn around, but the long sword swept horizontally, cleaving him in two. This time, the Grand Elder was utterly and irrevocably dead. "Master, you forgot to deliver the final blow." A voice echoed in the darkness. In the next moment, all 10 disciples of the Misty sect had gathered, and Shirley and Li Jiaojiao extended their hands, casting the fire cloud palm to illuminate the vicinity. "Indeed, I completely forgot the final blow," Feng realized with clarity, observing his disciples' arrival. He understood they had successfully opened the entrance, and without regard for whether the Master of the Black Abyss sect was truly dead, he directly struck him with the spirit bell. If the Master of the Black Abyss sect were still alive, in this moment, he would most desire to say, "Feng, I have a question I am uncertain whether to ask." Although Feng was unaware of why the Grand Elder of the Blade sect had returned from the dead, this occurrence effectively silenced the leaders. "Thank you, Master Yi, for your assistance. We are profoundly grateful." The attitudes of the sect leaders shifted dramatically as they expressed their thanks. They looked at the disciples of the Misty sect, mistakenly believing that their good fortune had spared them from being crushed when the spirit mine collapsed, unaware that they had used the earth escape technique to return to the surface. In response to everyone's gratitude, Feng, observing the rising prestige points, felt delighted but maintained a calm demeanor, waving his hand and addressing the crowd. "No need for thanks. Our Misty sect merely acted in accordance with circumstance. Shouldn't you leaders go rescue those in need?" I just remembered. I have 9 disciples trapped beneath the rubble. I have 8 disciples. My students, I am coming to save you." The leaders of the various sects suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly employed their techniques to remove the fallen debris, extricating the trapped cultivators. After a short while, everyone was freed. Although some disciples were injured due to their lower cultivation levels, they ultimately survived. Meanwhile, Feng seized the opportunity to gather valuable items from the bodies of the Master of the Black Abyss sect and the Grand Elder of the Blade sect, including the mighty tiger that had been crushed by the spirit bell. Due to the upheaval, the various sects were temporarily unable to excavate the spirit mine and, fearing a second collapse, hastily retreated to the surface, standing near the entrance of the cave. Who would have thought that the Grand Elder of the Blade sect was a traitor? The master of the Falling Mountain sect observed the dozen or so exhausted disciples of the Blade sect lying on the ground, furrowing his brow. When they extracted the individuals from the ruins, it became evident that the disciples of the Blade sect were all weakened, clearly having been drugged by the Grand Elder. Fortunately, Master Yi had turned the tide. We owe him a great debt of gratitude, the master of the Falling Mountain sect remarked. Indeed, the others concurred. At that moment, Moing asked, Master, should we return to the sect or remain to mine? Let us return first, Yifeng replied. He said this deliberately, yet in truth. He planned to send his disciples to employ the earth escape technique to delve 300 meters underground and empty the spirit mine. However, before Yifeng could finish his sentence, the crowd suddenly noticed 12 streams of white mist rising into the sky, tracing perfect parabolas before landing around the valley. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discovered 12 flagpoles, each approximately 2 meters high, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns. An ominous realization dawned upon them. These were indeed a formation of deadly flags. The leader of the Falling Mountain sect's face changed dramatically. Buzz, the 12 flags unleashed a tempest, rising into the heavens, accompanied by a golden-brown radiance that converged midair, ultimately forming a bowl-shaped shield with a 300-meter diameter, ensnaring all within. Unexpectedly, the two pawns proved to be utterly inept. In this critical moment, it fell upon the wolf commander to take matters into his own hands. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the mist. The onlookers turned towards the sound, witnessing a tall young man approach with heavy footsteps. Observing the wolf ears and tail of the young wolf commander, they realized he was a formidable half-transformed beast, instilling a profound sense of pressure among them. Behold, it is a half-transformed wolf demon, exclaimed the leader of the Falling Mountain sect, inciting panic throughout the assembly. The young wolf commander surveyed the crowd with an expression of indifference. His voice icy as he declared, You have slain my pawns. Now, I shall claim your lives. Others may surrender their lives to you, but that young man must be delivered to me. A sudden, frigid voice interjected. Yifeng and Moing exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned towards the source of the voice. As a half-transformed serpent demon emerged from the mist, joining the young wolf commander. It is the black-patterned serpent demon, Yifeng muttered, his brow furrowing. The arrival of two half-transformed demons, coupled with the formidable killing formation, rendered the situation exceedingly perilous. Another half-transformed beast. Good heavens, we are doomed. The various sect members felt as though they had plunged into an ice abyss, their bodies chilled and their eyes filled with despair at the grim reality. Why has it come to this? We merely sought to mine. The demon race had mobilized such forces? The crowd wore expressions of sorrow. Observing their expressions, the young wolf commander sneered, That young man's life can be yours, but I shall take the lion's share of the credit. Agreed, replied the black-patterned serpent demon, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing their exchange, Yifeng's expression darkened. The lion's share of the credit? It seems there are even more powerful entities behind them. Could it be the demon commander pulling the strings? Surveying the deadly formation surrounding them, Yifeng surmised that it must be of considerable value. Two half-transformed beasts alone could hardly afford it, indicating it was likely supplied by the demon commander looming in the shadows. At that moment, several leaders from mid-tier sects stepped forward, radiating spiritual light and wearing resolute expressions. Demon, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? All of them were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, they were not afraid of half-transformed beasts. Even if they were outmatched, they could still inflict severe damage upon their adversaries. The young wolf commander mocked, Mutual destruction? You overestimate yourselves, in my eyes. You are but insignificant shrimp unworthy of being called fish. The crowd erupted in fury. Are we even unworthy of being fish? At that moment, the young wolf commander produced two cracked black tokens, soul plates belonging to the leader of the Black Xin sect and the Grand Elder of the Overlord Blade sect, and addressed Yifeng. You were the one who killed those two fools, weren't you? Yifeng smiled. Guess your stars. The young wolf commander furiously hurled the soul plates. The black-patterned serpent demon, with its piercing vertical eyes gleaming with cold light, fixed its gaze on Yifeng. Brandishing a half-meter-long blue blade and licking its lips, Young man, I have brought the ancestral treasure of my clan. I shall carve you into pieces and feed you to the fish of the fiery river. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. A defeated foe dares to speak of valor? At these words, the black-patterned serpent demon was instantly incensed, seizing its blade and lunging at Yifeng. Dodge! Yifeng surged forward, swinging the spirit origin bell, which clanged against the serpent demon's blade, bouncing back and revealing a deep gash on its surface. What a wretched blade! How can it be so sharp? Yi Feng gasped in astonishment. The black patterned serpent demon, staring at its dulled blue blade, was filled with disbelief, exclaiming, "This blue blade can cleave through even low-grade spiritual artifacts. How can it be dulled now?" It gazed greedily at the spirit origin bell. What a formidable spiritual artifact, the young wolf commander remarked with surprise, promptly retrieving a small colorful flag half a foot tall and expelling a breath of demon energy towards it. Black patterned serpent demon. Cease your games. I shall activate the grand formation and slay them all, the young wolf commander declared before retreating beyond the formation, waving the core flag. In an instant, a tempest erupted. The members of various sects were blown about chaotically. However, this was far from over. Numerous rocky tentacles emerged from the earth, launching an assault on all present. Quick, evade! The leader of the Falling Mountain sect drew forth a spiritual sword and slashed at the approaching rocky tentacles, only to discover they were indestructible, urgently calling for everyone to retreat. I'll attack the formation's shield. A leader at the 9th level of Qi refinement sealed his hands in a gesture, thrusting his spiritual sword fiercely against the shield, but it rebounded violently. Foolish. This is but a semi-finished small formation. Beneath the gathering origin realm, no one can breach it, the young wolf commander cackled. At that moment, the black patterned serpent demon, wielding the blue blade, approached the formation's edge, locking gazes with the young wolf commander as they watched the crowd struggle against the formation's onslaught. Once their strength is nearly depleted, you may enter and harvest, the young wolf commander instructed the black patterned serpent demon. Agreed. I relish watching them fall beneath my blade in agony. The black patterned serpent demon grinned cruelly. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Misty Veil sect, all disciples formed a circle, surrounded by countless petals released by Jia Yulan's falling blossoms, preventing the rocky tentacles from launching surprise attacks from below. Master, this formation is impervious even to Earth Escape, Mo Ing stated solemnly. They had previously attempted to use Earth Escape to escape, only to find themselves unable to meld into the soil. Yi Feng shattered several approaching rocky tentacles with a punch, his expression growing increasingly grave as he scanned the area. Noticing that numerous disciples from various sects had been pierced by the rocky tentacles, their injuries gruesome to behold. Young man, savor the terror before your demise. The black patterned serpent demon cackled. The young wolf commander wore a cold smile, waving the core flag as several rocky tentacles, thicker than water barrels, morphed into colossal serpents, lunging towards Yi Feng and the others. At that moment, all disciples of the Misty Veil sect felt a profound sense of dread. Do you wish to kill me? You are still too weak, Yi Feng proclaimed, extending his hand and pinching a 2-inch wide, 5-inch long, ochre talisman between his index and middle fingers, tossing it into the air. This talisman was the Spirit Light talisman rewarded by the system. As the talisman soared into the air, its surface radiated swiftly, unleashing ochre lightning that extended outward, forming a hemispherical shield with a 20-meter diameter, enveloping Yi Feng and the disciples. The colossal rocky serpents, akin to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, crashed against the shield, only to be repelled. What sort of shield is this? The young wolf commander's expression shifted. He had anticipated an easy victory over the Misty Veil sect, only to discover that Yi Feng possessed such an ace up his sleeve. We are saved. The disciples rejoiced. Seeing Yi Feng with a shield, members of other sects hurriedly approached, pressing against the shield and calling for help. At that moment, the black patterned serpent demon suggested, attack from below. Good plan. The young wolf commander waved the core flag, sending several rocky serpents burrowing underground, circling around to attack the group from below. Master, they are coming from beneath. What should we do? Jia Yulan, hearing the exchange between the young wolf commander and the black patterned serpent demon, was struck with fear, forgetting her dignified demeanor as she jumped in place. Do not panic. Yi Feng responded with calm assurance. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a soil-colored light shield appeared beneath everyone's feet, impervious to the relentless assault of the rock serpent. Witnessing this, the disciples rejoiced. Jia Yulan let out a sigh of relief, patting the proud figure before her, exhaling deeply as Xia He and Xiu Ju continued to soothe her back, urging her to calm down. If you have any tricks left, feel free to unleash them, Yi Feng declared triumphantly, his gestures dismissive, causing the young wolf to contort its face in frustration. Master Yi, save us. If you rescue us, we can mine for the Miao Miao sect after this crisis. I'm willing to offer 100 spirit stones. Master Yi, I can bring you 10 wives. The leaders of the various sects, seeing the formidable shield of the Miao Miao sect, clung to it as if it were a lifeline, their voices hoarse from shouting. The disciples, except for Mo Ing who remained unmoved, looked at Yi Feng with pleading eyes, their youthful compassion evident. All right, come in. With a mere thought, Yi Feng allowed the practitioners outside the shield to pass through, their faces pale with fear as they collapsed onto the ground. In an instant, over 70 survivors from other sects squeezed inside, while others had already succumbed to the serpent's deadly embrace before the shield had activated. This is infuriating. The young wolf angrily tossed the core formation flag to the ground, trembling with rage, while the black-patterned serpent demon's expression darkened as well. Chapter 75. The Five-Element Spirit Pearl Disturbance. The manifestation of heroic spirits. Neither the black-patterned serpent demon nor the young wolf had anticipated that Yi Feng would possess the powerful spirit light talisman, which even a small ground-level killing formation could not breach. We are finally saved. As long as we wait, reinforcements should arrive. But what if no reinforcements come? The members of various sects began to converse, and the atmosphere grew tense as they all turned their gazes toward Yi Feng. Rest assured, this spirit light talisman can last for 3 days and nights, providing enduring protection. Sit down and have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Yi Feng maintained an air of composure, sitting cross-legged on the ground, while pouring himself a cup of tea from a small table he summoned from his system space. He sipped his tea, casting a challenging glance at the young wolf, provoking its ire. 3 days and nights? That's splendid. Truly, Master Yi, your endurance is unmatched. The practitioners from various sects sighed in relief. However, Yi Feng sensed something amiss. Despite his calm demeanor, he was inwardly anxious. In reality, the duration of the spirit light talisman was only 1 hour. The claim of 3 days and nights was merely a ruse to placate the crowd. Though he appeared composed, he was internally frantic, pondering what they would do if no reinforcements arrived after 1 hour. Would they all perish? Fortunately, the shield's coverage was extensive enough to protect everyone within, and even if no reinforcements arrived after an hour, they could muster the strength of dozens to attempt an escape. Yi Feng mused. This was one of his motivations for saving others. If he didn't allow the members of other sects into the shield, they would undoubtedly perish under the onslaught of the killing formation. In that case, after 1 hour, the 11 members of the Miao Miao sect would surely be unable to break through the encirclement alone. Additionally, Yi Feng believed that by saving others, he could garner a wave of prestige. Indeed, he noticed his prestige sharply increase by several points, indicating that the people present largely recognized the Miao Miao sect, which brought him a sense of joy. Come out and fight if you dare. The young wolf picked up the core formation flag and began to challenge. Why don't you come over? Yi Feng beckoned the young wolf with a finger, then gave it a thumbs up before pointing forcefully at the ground. Let me in to take him down. The black-patterned serpent demon entered the small ground-level killing formation, wielding a blue blade, and struck fiercely at the spirit light talisman's shield. However, to its dismay, the blade curled upon impact, causing it to retreat with a pained expression. What now? The black-patterned serpent demon inquired. The longer we drag this out, the worse it becomes for us. If the gathering realm practitioners from Beifuqing notice and come in person, with just the two of us, we might only have time to flee, the young wolf said gloomily. At that moment, Yi Feng was comfortably sipping tea with the sect leaders, and noticing the young wolf's glare, he waved his hand as if inviting it to join him. This infuriated the young wolf, causing it to stomp the ground, creating a depression and a web of cracks across the surface. Inside the spirit light talisman's shield, the disciples of various sects stood at the back, while Yi Feng sat at the center, surrounded by a dozen leaders who looked at him with reverence. With temporary safety secured, many began to heal their wounds or discuss subsequent strategies. At this juncture, the leader of the Luoshan sect exclaimed, Master Yi, despite your youth, you possess such formidable power, able to slay even the Grand Elder of the Badeo sect and the leader of the Heishuan sect. Truly, you are a blessing to our cultivation community in Beifuqing. Master Yi, how is it that you appear to have no cultivation and do not seem like a body cultivator, yet possess such terrifying strength? This situation resembles that of the fabled Chosen One. Other sect leaders chimed in. Yi Feng chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I am the Chosen One, which is why I have mastered numerous profound techniques. Really? The crowd collectively leaned back in disbelief. The Chosen One, though many were unfamiliar with the meaning, the mere mention of it suggested divine favor and boundless potential. Nonsense. Once this wolf demon breaks the shield, I shall have you all sacrificed to create blood spirit pills. The young wolf continued to brandish the core formation flag, as countless rock serpents surged forth from the ground, gnashing at the spirit light talisman's shield. At this moment, Yi Feng extended his hand, a 5-element spirit pearl filled with cracks hovering above his palm. Since being struck by the red-clad woman's soul-shifting spell and forced to become the pearl's master, Yi Feng had neglected it, leaving it in a corner of his system space. Yet just moments ago, he sensed a disturbance from the five-element spirit pearl and decided to retrieve it. Hey, this thing resembles the treasured five-element spirit pearl of the Nizhang Palace. Someone inquired. Yi Feng replied, this is indeed the five-element spirit pearl. What? The crowd struggled to comprehend. How could the treasured pearl of the Nizhang Palace be in Yi Feng's possession, and why was it covered in cracks? Did Yi Feng engage in a battle with the palace master and seize it? I understand now. Master Yi must be the son of the Nizhang Palace master. The leader of the Luoshan sect speculated seriously. Yi Feng's lips twitched in exasperation. However, he had no time to engage in banter with them, for he noticed the five-element spirit pearl levitating, radiating a dazzling array of colors as it absorbed myriad special auras from the world around it. The surface cracks visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, at the center of the five-color city, beneath the ruins of a brothel, the fallen red-clad woman suddenly opened her eyes. She clawed her way out from the rubble, her body covered in mud. Standing atop the ruins, she raised her head to gaze at the sky. The pouring rain drenched her, leaving her looking like a drowned rat. Her hair disheveled and her face as pale as snow, frightening the distant passers-by into fleeing in terror. Why have I been reborn? The woman clad in red gazed at the endless expanse of dark clouds above, her face etched with confusion and helplessness. Barefoot, she leapt into the air, vanishing into the curtain of rain after a few graceful ascents and descents. Deep within the southern foothills, Yi Feng discovered that the five-element spirit pearl radiated a lustrous glow. Resting in his palm and emanating a mysterious aura that granted him an unusual sensation of bodily extension. What extraordinary power! Yi Feng marveled inwardly. Extending his hand as a teacup on the table appeared to be lifted by an invisible force, settling steadily into his grasp. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. While Yi Feng had previously exhibited considerable strength, it had merely been brute force. Now, however, he was capable of retrieving objects from afar, an ability that fell within the realm of sorcery. Could it be that this was the power of the Chosen One? The leader of the Falling Mountain sect was almost envious to the point of losing composure. Is it true that Master can now wield magic? Shirley inquired in surprise. From what I hear, it appears to be the power of the Chosen One, seemingly mortal, yet capable of exerting the might of sorcery, Huiyun Jie remarked thoughtfully. No, this is known as the power of the spirit hero, a form of celestial energy, more profound than mere sorcery, Mo Ing interjected. Listening to their discussions, Yi Feng felt equally bewildered and inwardly questioned, System, what is happening? This is the power of the spirit hero, fully bestowed upon the five-element spirit pearl. As the sole master of the pearl, you are thus able to wield the power of the spirit hero with ease, the system explained. So, does this mean I've inadvertently become the Chosen One? Yi Feng was taken aback. Previously, Yi Feng had merely intended to use the identity of the Chosen One to mislead others, but who would have thought that it would turn into reality? He quickly accessed the system panel, and soon, the following pale blue text appeared before his eyes. Master, Yi Feng, peak of Qi refinement. Endowed with the spirit hero's power comparable to a century of cultivation. Equivalent to grasping the celestial energy of the first level of the gathering essence realm. Sect, Misty Sect, inferior. Sect prestige. 1601. Yi Feng was disinterested in the subsequent text, focusing instead on the extensive introduction that followed his name. No wonder I can retrieve objects from a distance. It turns out I have gained the spirit hero's power comparable to a century of cultivation, allowing me to wield a small amount of celestial energy, bringing me close to the gathering essence realm. His breathing quickened as he considered his newfound strength. With this, could I not contend with those in the gathering essence realm? Although he felt the rapid ascent of his power was somewhat overwhelming, Yi Feng rationalized that it seemed rather normal. After all, he was indeed the Chosen One. Moreover, the spirit hero's power was bound to the five-element spirit pearl, which was itself a mid-grade spiritual artifact, not lacking in might. Under the influence of the woman in red, it had successfully withstood the attacks of dozens of disciples from the Rainbow Palace. Had it not been for the fury of the Rainbow Palace's master, the woman in red would have long since escaped with the spirit pearl. Thus, even without the spirit hero's power, simply by harnessing the strength of the five-element spirit pearl, he could achieve invincibility beneath the gathering essence realm. At this stage, with numerous powers at his disposal, breaking through this small-scale earthly formation should pose no challenge. With this thought, Yi Feng stored the five-element spirit pearl, reassuring himself as he sensed the spirit hero's power still enveloping him, unvanished. Everyone, cease your wild speculation. I am neither the son of the Rainbow Palace's master, nor her dual cultivation partner, but rather the elder responsible for passing down teachings in the Rainbow Palace. As for how I came to possess the 5-element spirit pearl, that remains a secret between me and the palace master. Furthermore, I have discovered that my strength has suddenly increased significantly. It is likely that the spirit heroes have bestowed upon me a new will, urging me to vanquish demons and restore peace to Beifuqing. Yifeng suddenly stood, fists clenched, as if delivering a stirring speech, his voice resonating powerfully and rhythmically, invoking a sense of awe among his audience. In the next moment, under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Yifeng stepped beyond the protective barrier of the spirit light talisman and delivered a punch that obliterated a colossal stone serpent. His strength appeared to have surged immensely. The black-patterned serpent demon's expression darkened. What are you panicking about? We possess a small-scale earthly formation, even if it's only half-formed. Who beneath the gathering essence realm can shatter it? The little wolf king said, his face grim as he waved the core formation flag repeatedly. All the colossal stone serpents lunged at Yifeng, causing the ground to tremble, thick dust to swirl, and dangerous gusts to sweep through the air. Yet, with a single punch, Yifeng shattered the advancing stone serpent. He moved forward like an invincible war god, confidently approaching the barrier. Drawing forth a chipped long knife from the system space, he leapt into the air, channeling all his strength and the celestial energy within him, delivering a sudden and powerful slash. The protective shield of the earthly formation was cleaved open, emitting a dazzling brilliance, before splitting apart to form a gap approximately 10 meters high and 1 meter wide. Yifeng leaped through, the massive rocks beneath his feet disintegrating into dust, reminiscent of a descending demonic deity. Retreat! The little wolf king cried out, fear prompting him to flee in a panic. If even a half-formed small-scale earthly formation could be shattered, it indicated that Yifeng possessed the strength of the gathering essence realm. Not running. Do you wish to die? The black-patterned serpent demon also fled. However, it retained an inexplicable confidence, brandishing a blue blade and turning to slash at Yifeng's neck. Yet, with a clang, Yifeng caught the blue blade between his palms, bending it with sheer force, causing the black-patterned serpent demon's face to turn pale. With a swift motion, Yifeng seized the blue blade and severed the black-patterned serpent demon's tail, prompting it to spit out blood in fright. Its body engulfed in crimson light as it rapidly accelerated, vanishing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Oh, my ancestors! This spectacle sent the little wolf king tumbling away in terror. Where do you think you're going? Yifeng hurled the blue blade, severing the right hand of the fleeing little wolf king, causing the core formation flag to drop to the ground. Blood escape technique. The little wolf king spat out blood, enveloped in crimson light, and disappeared in an instant. 2 significant adversaries had escaped, a pity indeed. Yifeng pursued for a while, but soon realized that the fleeing speed of the little wolf king and the black-patterned serpent demon was far too swift for him to catch up, forcing him to turn back with resignation. However, upon picking up the fallen formation flag from the ground, a grin crept onto his face, gradually turning mischievous. This was the core formation flag controlling the small-scale earthly formation. Regardless of its previous owner, it now belonged to him. And the thrill of this unexpected acquisition brought him great joy. Master Yi, you have truly defeated those 2 semi-transformed demon beasts. Your bravery is unmatched. Master Yi is invincible. Please let us out. The leaders of various sects, upon seeing the core formation flag in Yifeng's hand, as well as the severed arm of the little wolf king and the small portion of the black-patterned serpent demon's tail still thrashing on the ground, swallowed hard. Standing before the barrier with the core formation flag in hand, Yifeng suddenly adopted a serious expression, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Is Master Yi intending to turn against all of us? But there are disciples of the Misty sect among us. A tiger does not eat its cubs. A master does not kill his disciples. How could he possibly do this? The sect leaders were taken aback, their thoughts racing. I do not know how to use the formation flag. Finally, Yifeng spoke, his face flushed with embarrassment. The crowd, upon hearing this, nearly collapsed in disbelief. Brother, if you do not know how to use it, how will we ever get out? The individuals present fell into a stunned silence. Everyone, do not panic. Although I, as the headmaster, lack the ability to control it, I can allow my disciples to activate it and retract the grand formation, thus releasing you all. Yifeng exclaimed, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. The crowd exchanged exasperated glances. Brother, you are outside with the core formation flags, while we are trapped within. How can you manipulate the grand array? Before they could fully articulate their thoughts, Yifeng had already drawn forth a chipped longsword and carved an opening in the protective barrier, calmly stepping inside. The various sect leaders then recalled Yifeng's formidable strength. Tearing through the formation appeared to pose no challenge for him. This method was undeniably straightforward and forceful. Once within the protective shield of the spiritual light talisman, Feng entrusted the core formation flags to the most skilled and knowledgeable among them, Mo-ing, saying, "You shall control the grand formation." Mo-ing was taken aback by Feng's trust, as he casually handed her the grand formation worth thousands of spirit stones, warming her heart. "I will give it a try," she replied, gently tapping her chin and channeling her spiritual energy through the core formation flags to gain control. Subsequently, Mo-ing waved the core formation flags vigorously, causing the protective barrier of the small-scale killing formation to dissipate into a flurry of spiritual light. The 12 formation flags soared into the air, gathering before Feng. With the killing formation dismantled, everyone finally regained their freedom. "Thank you, Headmaster Yi." The practitioners from the various sects respectfully bowed to Feng. Had it not been for his intervention, their cultivation journeys would have met an untimely end, and they were filled with gratitude. "Headmaster Yi, we are immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance. Please accept these 100 lower-grade spirit stones. I also have 50 spirit stones here. I possess a vial of lower-grade chi pills." The heads of the dozen sects produced their most valuable treasures as tokens of gratitude for Feng's life-saving deeds. Feng, without pretension, accepted them graciously. "This spirit mine, we of the Falling Mountain sect shall no longer contest. It shall be granted to Headmaster Yi and the mysterious Cloud sect. We of the Flying Feather sect will also relinquish our claim. After this crisis, I have come to understand the terrifying nature of cultivation and fear for the continuation of our lineage. Upon returning, I shall first seek a match and take a wife to ease my worries. Farewell, everyone." Many among the sects, bearing injuries, hurried back to recuperate and soon departed the valley. "I shall not see you off, everyone." Feng waved his hand. Long Tianqing, witnessing the others depart, leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Headmaster, the spirit mine now belongs to our mysterious Cloud sect." Feng approached, placing a hand on Long Tianqing's head, and advised, "Do not let pride cloud your judgment. By the way, I am unable to cast spells. You shall utilize the earth escape technique to delve into the ruins and strive to clear out the spirit mine within today." Understood, the disciples nodded in unison. Afterward, Feng gathered all the formation flags and tidied up the battlefield before leading his disciples into the passage, returning to 300 meters underground. However, due to the collapse of the ruins, the cave housing the spirit mine had been sealed off, preventing Feng from entering. "Allow me to take the lead." Shirley stepped forward first, producing the lower-grade spiritual weapon, the Xiangui shield, gifted by Feng, and patted Long Tianqing on the shoulder. "Junior brother Long, your eyesight is keen. Let us go together." "Absolutely." Long Tianqing, full of energy and enthusiasm, eagerly agreed. Soon, the two initiated the first-grade earth escape spell, seamlessly merging into the surroundings like salt dissolving in water. "Let us enter as well," Mo-ing suggested. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Although Mo-ing was only the fourth disciple, she was the strongest among the top 10 disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect, and the others were quick to heed her words, swiftly employing the earth escape technique to vanish into the ruins. Even Bai Fu and the little white fox began clearing away debris, extracting nearby ores. 2 hours passed. Feng surveyed the mound of ores amassed on the ground, which totaled 5 cubic meters and was worth at least 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a smile gradually spreading across his face, akin to receiving a long-awaited New Year's gift. "Is everything cleared out?" Feng inquired of his disciples. "Master, I have made a new discovery." At that moment, Long Tianqing and Shirley emerged from the ruins, their faces alight with excitement. Feng asked, "What have you discovered?" Long Tianqing pointed to his eyes and replied, "Just now, my senior brother and I found a narrow stone crevice deep within the cave. There was a breeze, and it radiated brilliant spiritual energy. Something must be hidden inside." At this moment, Hui Yunjie stepped forward. "Master, allow me to join them in exploring further." "Very well, but exercise caution," Feng nodded. "Rest assured, nothing will go awry." Hui Yunjie raised his fist confidently. "Wait." Mo-ing called out to Hui Yunjie. "Let Fox Dahong release a paper soldier to scout the path first, with the rest following behind for safety." The others agreed, recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion. "Leave it to me." Fox Dahong, eager to be of use, stood upright, forming hand seals and exhaling a breath of spiritual energy, transforming into a paper soldier. Hui Yunjie grasped the paper soldier and, utilizing the earth escape technique, delved into the ruins under the guidance of Long Tianqing and Shirley, continuously exploring. In the passage, Feng and the other disciples gathered around the light screen created by Fox Dahong. Observing the paper soldier's perspective, they discovered a very narrow fissure, just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. As they ventured deeper, light began to emanate from within the crevice, dispelling the darkness. Before long, the paper soldier arrived at another cave. Inside, the space opened up dramatically, resembling a gorge shape, with rock walls that hindered the use of the earth escape technique. In the center lay a 3-meter-wide water pool, crowned by a 1-foot-high stone pillar emitting a rich glow, converging into a vortex of spiritual energy. It is a micro-jade pillar, a celestial treasure akin to a spiritual energy vortex, capable of creating a cultivation paradise, Mo Ing remarked, showcasing her vast knowledge once again. Confirm there is no danger and retrieve it, Yi Feng instructed. Fox Dahong nodded, guiding the paper soldier to circle the water pool, finding no threats, before signaling Hui Yunjia and the others to enter and excavate the jade pillar. At that moment, Shirley looked up, noticing a passage above the water pool, as wide as a water bucket, leading straight up. No wonder there was a breeze. It seems there is a ventilation shaft above. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the ventilation shaft, swiftly descending upon Shirley and the others. Be careful. Shirley instinctively positioned himself in front, forming hand seals with one hand to enlarge the Xian Gui shield, shielding the passage. Thud. The shadow collided, producing a dull thud. Even the Xian Gui shield could not withstand the impact, causing it to fall to the ground. Only then did the true form of the shadow reveal itself. It was a 3-meter-long centipede. Its shell was white, shimmering with an eerie metallic sheen, exuding an indomitable aura. This creature was a high-grade demon soldier, the white-shelled centipede. Known for its potent venom, which could easily incapacitate even cultivators, possessing formidable defenses. Fortunately, aside from its venom, its offensive capabilities were not particularly strong. Mo Ing, ever vigilant at the light screen, spotted the white-shelled centipede and promptly warned the group. However, Fox Dahong was unable to transmit her voice, leaving Yi Feng and the others filled with concern. Before the water pool, Shirley retrieved the Xian Gui shield and positioned himself at the forefront, urging Long Tianqing, who was clutching the jade pillar, "You should return first while Yunjie and I hold it off for a moment." Without allowing Shirley to finish his words, he found himself seized by Hui Yunjie and hurled into the crevice. In the next moment, Long Tianqing was also cast into the chasm by Hui Yunjie. "Here, my strength is paramount. You both retreat. I will hold them off for a while." Hui Yunjie unleashed the aura of a peak 7th-level Qi refinement, employing the iron shield technique with his left hand and the fire cloud palm with his right, barricading the rocky fissure. Long Tianqing and Shirley contemplated returning to save him, but upon reflection, they realized that doing so would squander the opportunity created by Hui Yunjie. Thus, they hastened to crawl through the crevice and employed the earth escape technique to meld into the soil. At that moment, a white-shelled centipede alighted on the rocks by the water pond, emitting a chilling sound, its body coiling like a compressed spring before it lunged at Hui Yunjie. "Get away." Hui Yunjie used his shield to send the white-shelled centipede flying, then leaped into the fissure. He struck the stone wall with a palm, causing several large boulders to tumble down and obstruct most of the entrance. That was close. Hui Yunjie quickly crawled toward the earthen ruins at the other end of the fissure. Otherwise, he would be unable to utilize the earth escape technique to extricate himself. However, just as he reached the end, about to enter the soil, the white-shelled centipede broke through the obstructing boulders and swiftly climbed toward him, sinking its fangs into Hui Yunjie's shoulder. A searing pain coursed through Hui Yunjie's entire being, inducing a sense of disorientation. Yet, fueled by years of arduous training, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, navigating through the earth at lightning speed. Chapter 78. The protective leaf Feng and the discourse on arrays. The white-shelled centipede caught the scent of Hui Yunjie and began to burrow through the soil like an arrow traversing the ruins. Meanwhile, at the front of the passage, Leaf Feng and his companions witnessed the events unfolding around the water pond through the light curtain, realizing that Hui Yunjie had voluntarily chosen to hold the rear. However, they were unaware of what would transpire next. They only saw Hui Yunjie strike the rock face, blocking the path with a boulder, followed by the white-shelled centipede going berserk and shattering the paper soldier, at which point the vision abruptly ceased. Goodness, that frightened me. Just then, Long Tianqing and Shirley emerged from the ruins, with Long Tianqing cradling a jade shoot about a foot long in his arms, which caused the surrounding spiritual energy to surge significantly. Soon after, Hui Yunjie also escaped from the ruins. However, as he reached Leaf Feng, he felt his consciousness fading and dropped to one knee, nearly collapsing. "Yunjie, what has happened to you?" Leaf Feng quickly supported him, his hand inadvertently pressing against Hui Yunjie's shoulder, which felt damp. He had been bitten by the white-shelled centipede. Mo Ing pointed at the area Leaf Feng was gripping. The others quickly noticed a pair of small puncture wounds, red and swollen, with blood seeping from them. Suddenly, the white-shelled centipede crashed through a boulder in front of the ruins, charging toward them. "How dare you harm my disciple?" Li Feng's fury ignited. He extended his hand toward the white-shelled centipede, performing a grasping motion in the air. The centipede immediately became ensnared in an invisible grip, unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. "Die!" Li Feng roared, his rage surging as he unleashed his full strength. With a crack, the white-shelled centipede's shell shattered, its insides spilling forth. What formidable elemental force! It has reached the true level of the first stage of the Gathering Essence realm. My position as the sect leader has inadvertently augmented my power due to my concern for my disciples' safety. How marvelous! Mo Ing observed the scene, silently marveling. "Sect leader, you must come and see second senior brother." At that moment, Li Feng heard Jia Yulan's voice and snapped back to reality, realizing he was drenched in sweat. Ignoring his own condition, he hastily tore away the fabric covering Hui Yunjia's shoulder, revealing a purple-red, swollen area around the wound, which had become inflamed. "First, let out the poisonous blood." Li Feng inverted Hui Yunjia, using a clean dagger to incise around the wound, allowing a torrent of dark, poisonous blood to flow out. Then, recalling something, he retrieved a vial of water from his system space to cleanse the wound. This water, drawn from the pool atop the mysterious peak, contained a portion of the purification power of the Azure Lotus. After cleansing the wound, it remarkably caused the redness and swelling to gradually subside. "Ouch, that hurts." Hui Yunjia finally regained consciousness, realizing he was suspended in midair by Li Feng, startling him into collapsing to the ground. "It's all right now," Li Feng sighed in relief. Hui Yunjia, being a peak 7th level Qi refinement practitioner, could have expelled the venom immediately after being bitten by the white-shelled centipede, thus avoiding unconsciousness. However, given the dire circumstances, there was no opportunity for healing if he did not flee. Now that the danger had passed, they could collect the useful items from the white-shelled centipede and return. After more than half an hour, the group returned to the colorful city and noticed the iron-claw dragon eagle circling nearby, promptly boarding it to return to the mysterious sect. That night, the disciples were engaged in their cultivation. Li Feng laid out the spoils from their expedition in the southern Ridge Mountains, stacking them in the open space beside the main hall, and began to inventory them. Spiritual mines valued at around 3,000 spirit stones, various materials for puppet wolves, expressions of gratitude from various sects, and semi-finished small-scale earth elemental killing arrays. Additionally, there were several slain demon beasts, now cooked and apportioned to Ping Tu Gu and the Ironclaw Dragon Eagle, among other guardian spirit beasts. Having been inactive for several days and enjoying an abundant diet, Ping Tu Gu had noticeably gained weight, reclining against the pool with a forlorn expression, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing about the youthful days of brawling. Li Feng observed that after consuming the flesh and blood of the demon beasts, Ping Tu Gu and the other spirit beasts had evidently experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation, indicating that this method was indeed effective, perhaps comparable to consuming spirit beast pills. Mo Ing, do you know where to process the spiritual mines? Li Feng raised his head and happened to see Mo Ing approaching with a towel and a change of clothes, prompting his inquiry. Spiritual mines are not purely raw materials. They are quite mixed. Generally, they are first refined and categorized by specialized artifact craftsmen. As for where to find such craftsmen, in the entire Southern River region, the 100 Tools sect is undoubtedly the best choice, Mo Ing explained patiently. Upon hearing the name of the 100 Tools sect, Li Feng's eyes flickered. He still had a decommissioned arrow ox puppet in his system space, which was crafted by the 100 Tools sect. If he could locate their craftsmen, he might enlist their help to refine these spiritual mines. By the way, if the sect upgrades, will it unlock the artifact refining pavilion? Li Feng pondered suddenly. Does the sect leader have any further matters? Mo Ing waved the towel in her hand. If not, I shall take a bath. I have a question. If we set up the small-scale earth elemental killing array as a protective formation for the sect, do you think it would be appropriate? Li Feng inquired. Mo Ing, hidden behind her veil, couldn't help but roll her eyes and replied with irritation. The killing array and protective formation are not the same. And how so? Li Feng inquired with childlike curiosity. Mo Ing pointed at the array flags on the ground and explained. A killing array typically ensnares individuals within and unleashes powerful means to annihilate them, similar to the small-scale earth elemental killing array, whose primary function is to kill. A protective formation is generally a defensive array, creating a stronger shield that can effectively safeguard the sect within. While protective formations also possess offensive capabilities, they are usually directed against those outside the formation. With that, Mo Ing turned and entered the bathing area, adding, by the way, Formations are usually activated with spirit stones, and our mysterious sect is relatively impoverished, making it unsuitable to keep the protective formation operational at all times. Mo-ing closed the wooden door, followed by the sound of water flushing. Yi Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. He then picked up a flag from the small earth yuan killing array, discovering 3 grooves on it, 2 empty, while the last held a depleting mid-grade spirit stone. The 12 main array flags, when fully loaded, required 36 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 3,600 low-grade spirit stones. Even high-ranking sects could scarcely withstand such consumption. Yi Feng sighed in resignation. However, for the safety of the sect, before completing the high-ranking sect promotion task and obtaining the system reward of the small protective array, he decided to utilize the small earth yuan killing array for the time being. Moments later, Yi Feng collected all his belongings. With some time left before the 7-day agreement with the shopkeeper of the material pavilion, Yi Feng resolved to first handle his current matters before heading to the Flame City. On the rooftop, he opened his spirit eye and gazed into the backyard. Upon returning, Huiyunjia had collapsed, while the other disciples were engrossed in their cultivation. As for the jade stone bamboo shoots, they had been planted in the pond, nestled closely beside the purifying green lotus. This resulted in the spiritual energy of the Piaomiao sect becoming remarkably rich, nearly on par with that of high-ranking sections. Yi Feng envisioned a future where, with an increasing abundance of earthly spiritual items, the Piaomiao sect could attain a cultivation effect akin to that of spiritual veins without needing to relocate. The next moment, hearing the sound of water, he instinctively glanced towards the bathroom. In the state of his spirit eye, Yi Feng's gaze penetrated through the wooden wall, revealing the perfect silhouette of a figure radiating with spiritual energy brilliance, who seemed to be looking back at him. In that instant, it felt as though they were locked in a gaze across the wooden barrier. This is a misunderstanding. Yi Feng's heart raced in shock, and he fell from the rooftop. Chapter 79. Master Uncle, I want to go home for a blind date bang. Yi Feng landed on the ground, head first, with his legs and back propped against the wall, feeling utterly wronged. My head. He swore he hadn't intended it. What he had just witnessed was purely accidental. He wondered whether Mo-ing had seen him looking at her. If she had, it would be mortifying. With this thought, Yi Feng felt immense regret. He had never realized that the spirit eye possessed a function akin to X-ray vision. Of course, this ability was only effective on cultivators imbued with spiritual energy, which made the situation all the more awkward. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Mo-ing stepped out, just in time to witness Yi Feng's peculiar position of being upside down. Is the master practicing iron head skills? She inquired, holding a towel. She still wore a black gauze hat, obscuring her true visage, but Yi Feng happened to be looking at her from an inverted perspective, allowing him a glimpse of half her face. It appeared somewhat corroded, yet after a while, Yi Feng grew accustomed to it, deeming it inconsequential. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, pointing at the bright moon overhead, exclaiming, "Look, the moon is large and round." Mo-ing raised her head and glanced at the crescent moon, her expression one of skepticism. Is this a full moon? What kind of eyesight does the master have? She internally scoffed, lowering her gaze only to find that Yi Feng had vanished. Bewildered, Mo-ing shook her head and returned to her room. In the main hall of the sect, Yi Feng patted his chest, his heart racing. The next morning, Yi Feng arose early. To his surprise, Li Jiao was already busy in the kitchen, with the little white fox perched on the stove, squinting at the warmth, thoroughly enjoying itself. "Good morning, Master Uncle. I'm making breakfast for the brothers and sisters," Li Jiao called out, scrubbing pots with water from the spirit pool. "You're up so early. Why not cultivate first instead of making breakfast?" Yi Feng asked. "Making breakfast is a form of cultivation too," Li Jiao replied. Yi Feng was taken aback and asked, "Who said that?" Suddenly, Li Jiao adopted a serious demeanor, gazing at the sky as she recounted. "When the old master was still alive and had just brought me to Piaomiao Peak, he held my hand and said, 'Jiao, you are the village beauty. You shouldn't be doing laundry or cooking, but you may not know that this is also a form of cultivation.'" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. The old master must have been speaking nonsense to deceive the naive girl into willingly washing and cooking every day. At that moment, Li Jiao continued, "Back then, the old master told me that while cooking, one should continuously perceive the harmony between various ingredients, thereby creating a culinary path that produces dishes beneficial for cultivators. I remember this profession is called a spirit chef. So, I aspire to become a spirit chef." Li Jiao raised her small hand, still holding a pot scrubber, undeterred by the splashes of dirty water on her face, radiating enthusiasm. Seeing her in such a state, Yi Feng chose to remain silent. Although he was unsure if the profession of spirit chef existed in the world, if Li Jiao could truly embark on this path and achieve success. As the master of the sect, Yi Feng would undoubtedly feel gratified. Despite suspecting that the old master had misled her, he opted to support her. If a person is passionate about what they do, even an unknown path could lead to remarkable achievements. Work hard, and I'll await the day you become a spirit chef, Yi Feng encouraged, extending his hand to pat Li Jiao on the shoulder. However, as she stood at a modest height of 158 centimeters, and with Yi Feng being considerably taller, his hand ended up resting on her head. This sudden act of affection caused Li Jiao to widen her eyes, looking up at Yi Feng as her heart raced. Master Uncle. A voice called from outside the kitchen, belonging to Hui Yunjie. Yi Feng withdrew his hand and absent-mindedly picked up a bowl of water, stepping out of the kitchen. Entirely unaware that Li Jiao had lowered her head, her face flushed like the setting sun. Outside the kitchen, Yi Feng noticed Hui Yunjie had donned a fresh outfit, looking quite neat, and was holding a letter. He inquired, dressed so handsomely, with a clean-shaven face. Are you going on a blind date? Upon finishing, Yi Feng took a sip of spirit water, preparing to rinse his mouth. Hui Yunjie replied, astonished, Master Uncle, you're indeed insightful. I just received a letter from my mother, saying I should return home for a blind date. Uft. Yi Feng spat out the mouthful of spirit water in disbelief. You really are going on a blind date? Yes. Didn't you already predict it? Hui Yunjie was confused, recalling how calm Yi Feng had been moments ago. Now seemingly surprised. Recently, the area around Baifu City hasn't been very peaceful. If you're going home, be sure to stay safe, Yi Feng concurred. Nonetheless, he retrieved a spirit sword from the system space and handed it to Hui Yunjie, stating, use this for now. Traveling by sword will be much faster. Previously, when Yi Feng had eliminated 5 bandits at the Flame River, he had acquired 5 pieces of spirit artifacts, one of which was this sword. Thank you, Master Uncle. But I haven't cultivated any sword-related techniques, so I can't wield it, Hui Yunjie replied. That's easily remedied. I'll pass on Mo Ying's first-grade spell, Flowing Light Sword Qi, to you. Don't worry. I've asked her, and she said it can be shared within the sect. Yi Feng assured. Thank you, Master Uncle. Hui Yunjie expressed his gratitude. By the way, where's your home? Yi Feng inquired again. Master, my family is in Flame City. Hui Yunjie responded. Ah, your family is actually in Flame City? Why didn't you mention this before? Yi Feng opened his mouth in astonishment. Hui Yunjie displayed a wry smile, saying, Master, you may not be aware that although my family is of noble lineage, the situation is rather intricate and cannot be summarized in a few words. Perhaps it is best left unmentioned. Yi Feng chose not to press further. In the ensuing hours, he personally instructed Hui Yunjie on the Flowing Light Sword Qi. Hui Yunjie's diligence bore fruit, and within half an hour, he had achieved a minor success. After breakfast, Hui Yunjie refined his spiritual sword, bid farewell to his fellow disciples, and prepared to return home. Second senior brother, I wish to accompany you, Long Tianqing exclaimed, bounding over with the exuberance of an unleashed hound. I possess keen eyesight. While you are courting, I can stand by and safeguard your interests. Beside him, Shirlei chuckled, saying, Yunjie, I have yet to experience courtship. I would also like to seize this opportunity to learn. Hui Yunjie's expression turned to one of helplessness. Very well, let us go together. You 3 brothers can look out for one another, allowing me to feel at ease. After speaking, Yi Feng produced 10 low-grade spirit stones and pressed them into Hui Yunjie's hands. Moreover, one cannot attend a courtship without a bit of money, he added, hanging a string of copper coins around Hui Yunjie's neck. After a moment's thought, he continued, oh, and do bring some food, lest you grow hungry on the journey. Master, truly, this is excessive. Hui Yunjie felt overwhelmed, finding Yi Feng more verbose than his own mother. He swiftly took to the skies on his spiritual sword, carrying Shirlei and Long Tianqing as if fleeing for their lives from Piaomiao Peak. Ah, don't rush off without some eggs. Yi Feng called out, waving his hands. Hui Yunjie jolted, nearly losing his balance on the sword, and hastily accelerated. However, as this sword could not expand like Mo Ying's windward flying sword, the 3 of them were forced to squeeze onto a blade barely over a meter long, which appeared rather comical. By the time Yi Feng emerged from the kitchen with a basket of eggs, he discovered that Hui Yunjie and the others had long since vanished, leaving him to return in disappointment. Chapter 80. The Resplendent Fire City, Hu Manor. A startling entrance not long after. Yi Feng located Mo Ying and presented her with a considerable array of formation flags. I require you to set up a small-scale earth element killing formation to serve as our temporary protective array for the Piaomiao sect. Are you certain about this, Master? Mo Ying furrowed her brow. Even if we merely activate the formation's shield at minimal consumption, it will deplete the medium-grade spirit stones embedded within the flags within a month. Absolutely and unequivocally certain, Yi Feng affirmed. Although the existing medium-grade spirit stones would be exhausted within a month, for the sake of the sect's safety, this quantity of resources was inconsequential. Very well. Leave it to me. Mo-ing grasped the core formation flag, infusing it with her spiritual energy. With a graceful wave, 12 grand flags soared upward, planted in a circle along the cliff edge of Piaomiao Peak at intervals of 30 meters, radiating a spiritual light and forming an irregular bowl-shaped shield that enveloped the Piaomiao sect. As long as it was not under attack, the shield's consumption remained minimal, and sustaining it for a month posed no issue. Should external forces launch an assault, however, the situation would be different. You shall temporarily safeguard the formation flags, she instructed. Afterward, Yi Feng leapt onto the roof of the Grand Hall, embarking on a rather mundane day. As for Mo-ing, gazing at the core formation flag in her grasp, she was touched by the trust bestowed upon her by the Master, who had entrusted her with the critical responsibility of controlling the sect's protective formation. Warming her heart once more, amidst the ethereal clouds, the three companions soared upon the spiritual sword, flying towards the resplendent Fire City at a speed of 10 meters per second. I sense the consumption of spiritual energy is rather swift. Could it be that you three are too heavy? Hua Yunjie remarked, holding a spirit stone as he replenished their energy. Shirley scratched his head, mused. Perhaps it was due to the hearty breakfast. Long Tianxing chimed in, second senior brother, it was my fault. I should have taken care of nature's call before our departure. Hua Yunjie felt an overwhelming impulse to cast Long Tianxing and Shirley aside. After an hour and a half, the trio finally arrived at the resplendent Fire City and entered a grand estate, known as the Hua Manor. What an expansive estate, nearly comparable to my uncle's home. It appears that second senior brother hails from a well-to-do family, Long Tianxing remarked, pointing at the imposing entrance of Hua Manor. Shirley gazed at the two willow leaf-shaped insignias behind the words Hua Manor in astonishment. So, Yunjie's family belongs to a mid-tier sect family. But why did you choose to join the Piaomiao sect? This matter is somewhat complex, Hua Yunjie sighed as he sheathed his spiritual sword. At that moment, two guards at the gate, both at the third level of Qi refinement, noticed Hua Yunjie and exchanged glances of surprise. Yet, in the next moment, they clasped their hands in salute, saying, Young master, you have finally returned. The lady has instructed that upon your return, you should find her in the backyard. And who are these two? Hua Yunjie inquired. They are my fellow disciples from the Piaomiao sect. Ah, disciples of the Piaomiao sect. The guards exchanged curious glances, thinking it rather strange. Did we not hear that the Piaomiao sect was on the verge of collapse? How come there are still two seemingly capable disciples? Especially Long Tianxing, with his silver hair and blue eyes, appeared somewhat otherworldly, causing them to instinctively step back. I shall go meet my mother, Hua Yunjie said, leading the way. His heart filled with a tumult of emotions as he gazed upon the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar Hua Manor. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached. Hua Yunjie turned to see a slender youth running towards him. Their eyes met, and they both revealed expressions of delight in unison. Brother, you have finally returned. The youth exclaimed, rushing over with excitement brimming in his eyes. Hua Yunjie patted the youth's shoulder and said, Yunhao, you have grown taller, and your cultivation has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Truly worthy of being a genius accepted by the esteemed Yunhua sect. Senior brother, Long Shidi. This is my younger brother Hua Yunhao, a disciple of the esteemed elder of the Yunhua sect. Hua Yunjie introduced him to Shirley and Long Tianxing. So, he is the talented younger brother. Shirley nodded in acknowledgement. Long Tianxing added, no wonder he is second senior brother's brother. He has also attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. Hua Yunhao glanced at Shirley and Long Tianxing, his heart startled. He realized he could not discern their cultivation levels. Even Hua Yunjie's cultivation eluded his understanding. Brother, why can I not perceive your cultivation? Hua Yunhao asked in astonishment. You must have encountered some fortuitous event and nearly reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Hua Yunhao inquire about cultivation, Hua Yunjie felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. He was merely of inferior root bones and, due to his unique background, was not favored within the Hua Manor. He had fallen behind his younger brother, who possessed medium-grade root bones. According to his previous cultivation pace, he would have barely reached the 5th level of Qi refinement by now. Even with relentless effort, he could never attain the gathering essence realm. However, ever since Yi Feng took charge of the Piaomiao sect, Hua Yunjie experienced a transformation akin to a rebirth in less than a month. He ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such cultivation would certainly draw attention, even from the elder who had previously looked down upon him within the Hua manor. Yet, Hua Yunjie held no regard for the attention of others. As he prepared to speak, a commanding voice rang out. "You little brat, do you dare to return?" A formidable figure strode forth with an imposing presence. This man was a middle-aged individual clad in resplendent attire, adorned with a round hat and sporting a beard resembling steel needles, reminiscent of a fierce general from the battlefield. "Father, how can you speak of my elder brother in such a manner?" Hua Yunhao immediately positioned himself protectively in front. Hua Daxiong, the patriarch of the Hua family, sneered and said, "Yunhao, how many times must I remind you? This little brat is your half-brother. He may be your elder brother, but he is not my son. Furthermore, joining a mere low-tier sect is a disgrace to our Hua family. I shall see what progress he has made in the months since we last met." Hua Daxiong erupted with the aura of the 8th level of qi refinement, swiftly bypassing Hua Yunhao, and reached out to strike Hua Yunjie. "Senior brother, junior brothers, do not interfere. Allow me to handle this," Hua Yunjie said, his gaze turning icy as he charged forward, meeting Hua Daxiong midair with a palm strike that unleashed a tremendous force. Bang! Hua Yunjie staggered back 3 steps, yet his presence remained steady. Hua Daxiong, on the other hand, was forced back 5 steps, leaving imprints on the ground beneath him, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a mere low-tier sect at the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement allow you to advance so rapidly? Hua Daxiong was astonished. Just moments ago, he had only used the strength of the 6th level of qi refinement, intending to suppress Hua Yunjie and compel his obedience. However, Hua Yunjie unleashed all his power, leaving Hua Daxiong's arm numb. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Hua Yunhao had always admired his elder brother, recognizing his resilience and determination. Now, witnessing Hua Yunjie overpower Hua Daxiong, he felt utterly awed. "Uncle, the Piaomiao sect is not as simple as you imagine," Hua Yunjie said, his voice grave. When he was merely 2 years old, his father had perished, and his mother had remarried into the Hua family. Being not Hua Daxiong's biological son, he had always endured disdain, addressing him only as uncle. "How dare you lay a hand on my son, Hua Daxiong? Do not blame me for taking action." A sharp voice pierced the air, shaking the entire Hua residence, signaling that the lady of the house was furious. Shirlei and Long Tianxing, who had been mere bystanders, turned to see a beautiful woman rushing towards them, her left hand lifting her skirt while her right gripped a pair of scissors, her speed and fervor rivaling that of a whirlwind. "Mother, do not mind him." Hua Yunjie quickly intervened. "My child, you have finally returned. Oh dear, you look so gaunt. Look at your physique, you are not sturdy enough. You should bulk up a bit. At least 200 pounds is the standard." Upon seeing Hua Yunjie, the woman promptly dropped the scissors, which landed squarely on Hua Daxiong's foot, and cupped Hua Yunjie's face, chattering incessantly. "Here we go again," Yunjie thought, unable to bear his overly talkative mother. He quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Mother, you did not summon me back just for a matchmaking arrangement, did you?" Chapter 81. Hua Yunjie's matchmaking encounter. "What? Is it impossible to invite you back unless it involves a matchmaking?" The woman questioned, hands on her hips, her expression one of displeasure. Hua Yunjie hastily replied, "No, that was not my intention." At that moment, Hua Daxiong, not far away, withdrew the scissors from his foot and spoke in a grave tone. "The matchmaking candidate is the eldest daughter of the Lin family from Fenghua City, a talented disciple of the Yunhua sect, and is considered an elder sister to Yunhao. In the past, you would not have been worthy of her attention, but now, at the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement, your chances are significantly improved." Initially, Hua Daxiong had little faith in Hua Yunjie. After all, for someone enrolled in a low-tier sect at this age, reaching the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement was already commendable. Yet, Hua Yunjie seemed to have consumed some miraculous elixir, as in merely a few months, he had ascended to the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement, surpassing the Lin family's eldest daughter. Even among higher-tier sects, he would be considered a core disciple. This newfound status significantly increased the likelihood of a union between the Hua family and the Lin family, making Hua Daxiong the greatest beneficiary. Pleased, he gazed upon Hua Yunjie's face, finding it somewhat agreeable. Upon hearing these words, Hua Yunjie's brow furrowed. Over the years, Hua Daxiong had continually pushed for Hua Yunjie to form alliances with other families in Fenghua City, a notion his mother had also endorsed. Particularly this year, after 9 matchmaking attempts, Hua Yunjie was weary. "Second brother, what is the Yunhua sect?" Long Tianxing leaned closer to Hua Yunjie, inquiring. Hua Yunjie turned and replied, "The Yunhua sect is a prestigious sect located over 100 miles from Fenghua City, occupying a mountain range that spans several miles. It boasts over 1,000 disciples and several formidable masters residing within. After a moment's reflection, Yunji added, by the way, everyone around us is a practitioner with heightened senses, so there is no need to lower your voice when speaking. They can hear you regardless of your volume. Upon hearing this, Long Tianqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, the Yunhua sect is the most powerful high-tier sect in this region. However, due to certain conditions not yet met, it has not yet been elevated to a one-star sect, though in reality, it is not weaker than one. My son Yunhao possesses exceptional talent and is fortunate to have joined the Yunhua sect, Hua Daxiong proclaimed proudly, as if he himself had joined the sect. Pausing, Hua Daxiong continued, this matchmaking candidate is a direct disciple of the Yunhua sect's elder at the 7th level of Qi refinement. If this succeeds, our Hua family will maintain a closer relationship with the Yunhua sect. Hua Daxiong had intended to refer to him as a little brat. But upon catching a glimpse of Hua Yunjia's mother raising the scissors, his survival instincts kicked in, and he quickly changed his wording. Listening to this, Hua Yunjia coldly retorted, women will only hinder my cultivation speed. He despised being summoned by Hua Daxiong. Firstly, he was not Hua Daxiong's biological son. Furthermore, during his childhood, Hua Daxiong had either beaten or scolded him, fostering a strained relationship. Had he not been concerned for his mother and lacked sufficient strength to leave, Hua Yunjia would have long since flown far away. I see you have gained some courage. Hua Daxiong fumed, crushing a tile beneath his foot. Hua Yunjia's mother immediately dropped the scissors and drew a gleaming kitchen knife from behind her. Hua Daxiong, be quiet. Go back to your training room and stay there. Yunjia, come with your mother to meet the Lin family's young lady. Despite Hua Daxiong's arrogance, he was henpecked and, facing the woman brandishing the knife, had no choice but to retreat, leaving in a huff. At the Zhuyu Tea House, the most renowned tea house in Feng City, in a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor, a tea table was set in the center, with a man and a woman seated on either side. The man was, of course, Hua Yunjia, while the woman, clad in a white dress, had long hair cascading down her back, tied with a red ribbon into a bow, exuding an air of elegance. However, Hua Yunjia was solely focused on his tea, paying no heed to the beautiful Lin family young lady before him. In his mind, only one thought persisted: women will only hinder my cultivation speed. The young lady was also sipping her tea, remaining silent. In this regard, they shared an uncanny harmony. Outside the private room, Shirlei, Long Tianqing, Hua Yunhao, Hua Yunjia's mother, and several other women pressed against the bamboo curtain, secretly observing. Oh dear, why aren't they speaking? Just drinking tea? Do they think that sipping tea will foster feelings? If drinking tea could indeed cultivate affection, that would be wonderful. The matchmaking process was undeniably awkward, and the crowd whispered among themselves. In the private room, the Lin family young lady was the first to set her teacup down, declaring, I am Lin Yuyan, a direct disciple of the Yunhua sect's elder at the 7th level of Qi refinement. I have mastered 9 first-grade spells and 1 second-grade spell, all fully realized. My aspirations lie solely in cultivation, with no interest in romantic entanglements. Hua Yunjia chuckled, setting his teacup down as well, and replied, I am Hua Yunjia, the second disciple of the Piaomiao sect in Beifuqing, at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement, with several first-grade spells fully mastered. Women will only hinder my cultivation speed. The Lin family young lady, Lin Yuyan, was slightly taken aback. She had initially assumed that her blind date today would be a simpleton, yet to her astonishment, he turned out to be a striking young man with superior cultivation. And even more impressively, his magical skills were perfected. His only flaw was his tendency to boast. However, Lin Yuyan had no interest in romantic entanglements. Even though she found Hua Yunjia quite agreeable, she had no intention of agreeing to this union. It seemed that Lin Dao had reached a mutual understanding with her, and after another cup of tea, it was time for them to part ways. Hua Yunjia smiled. To be honest, Lin Yuyan's first impression was quite pleasant. She wore light makeup that enhanced her elegant simplicity, and she appeared remarkably clean. Nonetheless, his focus remained solely on his cultivation. Lin Yuyan picked up the teapot only to discover it was empty, prompting her to call out for another pot of tea. Outside the window, onlookers were bewildered. The two had been drinking tea for quite a while, only to exchange a few brief words before it all came to an end. Although they felt somewhat confused, they could discern that the blind date had effectively fizzled out, leaving them anxious and restless. At that moment, a maid entered the private room with a teapot, preparing to serve tea to the two. Long Tianqing caught a glimpse of the maid and suddenly felt a stinging sensation in his eyes. He quickly channeled his spirit energy into his eyes, only to discover a bizarre black human face manifesting above the maid's head. Something was amiss. Long Tianqing pointed at the maid and exclaimed. Hua Yunjia and Lin Yuyan, alerted by his cry, looked up to see that the maid's eyes were devoid of pupils. Entirely white. This was bad. The girl had fallen victim to a soul-controlling technique. Lin Yuyin suddenly recalled something critical. Just then, the maid hurled the teapot at Lin Yuyin and swiftly produced a silver talisman from her sleeve, which she pressed against Lin Yuyin in an instant. Preoccupied with dodging the teapot, Lin Yuyin failed to notice the incoming attack and was struck by the immobilizing talisman on her forehead, rendering her motionless and unable to summon any of her magical power. Clang! Another dagger, shrouded in black energy, shot from the maid's sleeve, aimed at Lin Yuyin's vital points. Am I invisible? Hui Yunjie shouted in fury, smashing his teacup and casting the iron shield technique to block the attack, sending the maid crashing through the third-floor window and plummeting to the ground. He then swiftly removed the silver talisman from Lin Yuyin's forehead, restoring her ability to move. That was someone from the Soul Capture sect. We must pursue. Lin Yuyin suddenly drew her spiritual sword and leapt through the window. Chapter 82. Capturing the Mastermind. Lin Yuyin's transformation senior brother, second brother, shall we pursue? Long Tianqing asked anxiously. Of course we must chase. The Soul Capture sect is notorious around Beacon City, and their members are no good. Hui Yunjie nodded, and then said to Hui Yunhao, you stay here to protect the lady. We will return shortly. With that, Hui Yunjie, accompanied by Shi Lei and Long Tianqing, leapt from the third floor to the ground. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, Lin Yuyin was already in hot pursuit of the fleeing maid, her speed remarkable. We must follow, Hui Yunjie declared, preparing to fly on his sword. Wait, second brother. I've made a discovery. Long Tianqing called out, utilizing his blue spirit eye to spot a barely perceptible black line connecting the maid to the direction she was fleeing. Senior brother, second brother, the mastermind is cunning. They are heading in the opposite direction. Long Tianqing pointed toward the source of the black line. Hui Yunjie and Shi Lei recognized the uniqueness of Long Tianqing's vision, capable of perceiving what ordinary spiritual eyes could not, and they immediately followed his lead. Several hundred meters away, Lin Yuyin finally caught up with the controlled maid. She executed a sword technique, striking the maid's back, causing her to collapse to the ground. Subsequently, a mass of black energy erupted from the maid's head, transforming into a black human face that cackled. Lin Yuyin, you are chasing the wrong direction. Haha. Before the laughter could fade, the black face exploded. 500 meters away, in a dilapidated wooden hut, a young man sat at a desk, his face adorned with strange black patterns, laughing triumphantly. Before him was a luminous screen displaying the scene where Lin Yuyin was located. Bang! Suddenly, the door shattered. Hui Yunjie, Shi Lei, and Long Tianqing descended like divine warriors, causing the young man's expression to darken. Long Tianqing pointed at the black-faced youth, saying, brothers, he is the mastermind. Three of you. Have you entered the wrong door? Before he finished speaking, the black-faced youth turned to flee. Fire Cloud Palm, Vitality Blast, Iron Shield Technique. The three acted simultaneously, incapacitating the youth, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, causing him to foam at the mouth and convulse. Bind him, take him away, Hui Yunjie commanded. Long Tianqing promptly employed the binding spirit rope, ensnaring the black-faced youth, and strode toward the Rain Tea House. In the sky, Lin Yuyin pursued on her sword, witnessing Hui Yunjie and the others overpowering the black-faced youth. Her heart raced in astonishment. How could they accurately locate the caster of the soul control technique? Lin Yuyin murmured, her eyes filled with amazement. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated the Misty Sect. Moreover, when Hui Yunjie executed the Fire Cloud Palm, his entire palm ignited in searing flames, a clear sign of perfection. It turned out that Hui Yunjie had not been boasting. He had truly perfected his magic skills. The other two from the Misty Sect also possessed cultivation levels of the 6th and 5th stages of Qi refinement, with their spells at least greatly accomplished. The more Lin Yuyin contemplated, the more astonished she became. Was this truly just a low-tier sect? The Misty Sect, which could cultivate disciples like Hui Yunjie, Shi Lei, and Long Tianqing, must surely be of a higher caliber. Filled with questions, Lin Yuyin met up with Hui Yunjie and the others at the Rain Tea House, finally laying eyes on the bound black-faced youth. Who are you, and why did you attempt to assassinate me? Lin Yuyin inquired, her demeanor calm, yet resolute, as she delivered a swift kick to the youth's abdomen. Wah! The black-faced youth spat out foam. Lin Yuyin, you even brought helpers. How dishonorable. Clang! A sharp sword was drawn against the black-faced youth's neck. In the midst of this confrontation, Lin Yuyin applied slight pressure, causing blood to seep from the wound. The black-faced youth gulped audibly. I am Jiang Dachao, a direct disciple of the Soul Capture Master, ordered to assassinate the geniuses of other sects. And you are one of them. After speaking, Jiang Dachao cast a wary glance at Hui Yunjie and the others, his expression a mix of indignation and despair. But who would have known you would enlist the help of a star-level sect? We are not from a star-level sect, Huiyunjie replied. Zhang Dachao looked taken aback. Impossible. With such astonishing abilities, what other force could you possibly belong to? They are disciples of the low-tier Misty sect, Lin Yuyan stated. Ha. You needn't speak such nonsense. A trio of attack, defense, and entrapment spells, with a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner leading the charge, supported by 5th and 6th levels, could easily capture even an 8th level practitioner. This is clearly the standard team composition of a star-level sect. Do you think I am unaware? Zhang Dachao displayed a bitter smile. You are merely pretending to be from a low-tier sect to humiliate me. Upon hearing this, Huiyunjie, Shirlei, and Long Tianqing exchanged glances, all feeling that Zhang Dachao was overthinking things. Thank you three for your assistance. Lin Yuyan, disinterested in further banter with Zhang Dachao, sheathed her sword and bowed respectfully to Huiyunjie. As she recalled the scene in the tea house where Huiyunjie stood before her, wielding the iron shield technique, Lin Yuyan suddenly realized that having a man by her side to care for her was quite agreeable, especially since his strength surpassed her own. However, this fleeting thought did not imply that she had fallen head over heels for Huiyunjie. Rather, it indicated a budding fondness, suggesting that he might become a worthy friend. Lin, there's no need for formality, Huiyunjie remarked, nodding slightly as he glanced at Zhang Dachao. What shall we do with this individual? He claims to have been ordered to assassinate the talented disciples of various sects, likely a scheme orchestrated by the soul capture sect's leader, Master Xian. I propose we first incapacitate his abilities and then take him back to the sect for interrogation. What are your thoughts? Lin Yuyan replied. Let's proceed with that. Please, no? Zhang Dachao exclaimed, his face paling with fear at the prospect of losing his powers. We can take him away, but first, he must lick the bag. Huiyunjie recalled Yi Feng's admonition and stated, Lick the bag? Lin Yuyan blinked, intrigued by the term. Allow me. Long Tianqing promptly rolled up his sleeves and began to pat Zhang Dachao, who turned various shades of black, green, and white, shouting, Stop! I have no such inclination. Seeing this, Lin Yuyan trembled slightly, wondering if Huiyunjie and his companions shared a peculiar relationship. Smack! Huiyunjie slapped Zhang Dachao and said, What are you thinking? Do you really believe we are that kind of people? Found it. At that moment, Long Tianqing retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and an ancient tome from Zhang Dachao's hidden bag. So this is what licking the bag means. I understand now. Lin Yuyan murmured thoughtfully. Lin, this individual can be entrusted to you, Huiyunjie stated. Thank you, Lin Yuyan responded, stabbing down with her sword to sever Zhang Dachao's energy reservoir before dragging him by the collar towards her residence. After taking a few steps, she turned back and flashed Huiyunjie a dazzling smile, saying, Thank you for today. I would like to invite you for a meal. Another time, he replied. All right. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuyan, Huiyunjie and his companions gathered to examine the tome titled Soul Control Technique, discovering it to be merely a fragment, incomplete for proper cultivation. Though it is a fragment, our master surely can refine it, for he is a master of spells. Shirlei exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 83, The Soul Capture Sect's Dark Plot. Upon hearing this, Huiyunjie and Long Tianqing nodded in agreement, although they did not return with a companion. Acquiring a second-tier spell for free was quite satisfying. Indeed, and we also have spirit stones. Long Tianqing eagerly opened the pouch, revealing more than 20 low-grade spirit stones, glimmering like precious jade. We've earned our travel expenses. The three disciples exchanged glances, their smiles increasingly sinister. Huiyunjie suddenly recalled something and produced a silver talisman, stating, This appears to be a low-grade talisman of immobilization. Anyone below the Gathering Essence realm who has it affixed to their forehead will be rendered immobile. Zhang Dachao used it to control a maid to assassinate Lin Yuyan. He had kept it hidden since removing it from the talisman paper. An immobilization talisman. This is indeed a significant find. We must hasten to bring these treasures back to Piaomiao Peak and present them to our master. Shirlei could hardly contain his joy. Is the immobilization talisman truly that formidable? Long Tianqing asked, scratching his head in curiosity. Huiyunjie explained, Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, no one below the Gathering Essence realm can resist it. The drawback is that it must be used in close proximity, which limits its application. By the way, second senior brother, what is the Soul Capture Sect? Long Tianqing voiced his curiosity. Huiyunjie's expression shifted slightly, and he replied gravely. The Soul Capture Sect is a nefarious organization, unrecognized by orthodox sections. It is said to have powerful figures within the Gathering Essence realm, not inferior to higher-ranking sections. Its members commit heinous acts, killing and refining souls, making them utterly vile. Could such a malicious sect truly exist? Long Tianqing felt a chill run down his spine. Huiyunjie patted his shoulder, saying, You are still too young, junior brother Long. The cultivation world is rife with complex forces. It is not as straightforward as you might think. The outside world is indeed perilous. Long Tianqing felt a weight of pressure. Shirley, wearing a sincere smile, reassured him. Worry not, junior brother Long. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery becomes mere bubbles. Our task is to diligently cultivate, with strength. We can establish ourselves anywhere. Indeed, Long Tianqing nodded vigorously. He had long desired to learn of his origins, yet his uncle, Long Zhenchuan, and his mother forbade him from venturing far. Even upon arriving at Piaomiao Sect, Feng had cautioned him to remain within 300 miles of Baifu City until he reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Now that he had traversed Fenghua City, Long Tianqing understood the complexities and dangers of the outside world and felt compelled to heed the guidance of his master and elders. Once his strength became formidable enough, he could venture forth. Brother, are you all right? At that moment, Hui Yunhao rushed down from the tea house, accompanied by his mother, Hui Yunjia's mother, who bore a worried expression. We're fine. The instigator of the chaos has been apprehended and is now in Lin's custody, Hui Yunjia replied. Hui Yunjia's mother, Xue Shulan, quickly inquired, which Lin? Could it be the Lin family's eldest daughter, Lin Yuyan? By the way, where is she? Lin Yuyan has already returned home, Hui Yunjia informed her. Hui Yunhao immediately pried. Brother, how did your matchmaking go? Not successful. Hui Yunjia shook his head, delivering words that left Xue Shulan looking disappointed. However, the next moment, Long Tianqing chimed in. Miss Lin Yuyan invited our second senior brother to dinner, but he said another time. Really? Xue Shulan's eyes sparkled with excitement, already imagining her grandson's future. Mother, we will discuss the matchmaking later. We encountered an urgent matter and must return to Piaomiao Peak immediately. Here are 5 spirit stones for you. Your aptitude is lacking, so keep them for your cultivation. Stay healthy and cheerful every day. I shall return to see you once I have time. Hui Yunjia pressed 5 spirit stones into Xue Shulan's hands, patting Hui Yunhao on the shoulder before soaring into the sky on his sword. Goodbye, Aunt. Long Tianqing and Shirley waved as they leaped onto their spiritual swords, soaring into the heavens and swiftly disappearing from view. You little rascal, come back here. Xue Shulan suddenly realized her eldest son had run off again, infuriated as she hurled the spirit stones she held. Mother, those are spirit stones. Don't throw them, Hui Yunhao exclaimed, his eyelids twitching as he rushed to catch the stones carefully. Ah, those are spirit stones. I thought your brother was trying to fool me with jade. Upon realizing the truth, Xue Shulan felt a wave of regret wash over her. At Piaomiao Peak, Feng lounged on the rooftop, resting his head on his hand, crossing his legs, while wielding his spiritual power to control a dagger, akin to employing sword control, allowing it to swiftly stab through the air at his command. On another rooftop, Mo Ying gestured with one hand, commanding a flying sword to clash with Yi Feng's dagger, creating a dazzling display of sparks. On the ground, other disciples looked up, intently observing the duel. The Master's sword control technique is extraordinary. In just half a day, he can completely suppress senior sister Mo. Ouyang Feng clenched his fists, filled with admiration. That's not sword control. Our master is currently utilizing a formless power called spiritual force, a type of celestial energy. It can manipulate not only swords and daggers, but also all things, Jia Yulan explained. Upon concluding her statement, she unleashed the technique known as falling petals, causing a multitude of petals to coalesce into a sharp blade that struck upward, exclaiming, Master, Sister Mo, allow me to be your sparring partner. Very well. Yi Feng nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom that day. Thus, he began to familiarize himself with the power of the heroic spirits. With Mo Ying's guidance, he gradually mastered the usage of this force, even acquiring swordsmanship that startled Mo Ying, who silently marveled at Yi Feng's terrifying aptitude, deeming him a prodigy. Yi Feng mused that should he encounter the black-patterned serpent demon and the little wolf general again, these two creatures would undoubtedly find no chance of escape. In the skies above floating cloud forest, 3 companions soared on their swords. Unbeknownst to them, 2 icy gazes were fixated on them from the depths of a nearby forest. The little wolf general seems to believe they are the only 3. Why am I not permitted to make a move? The black-patterned serpent demon expressed its dissatisfaction. Foolish. The ethereal Yi Feng is surely lurking nearby. These 3 are most likely bait. If you go out, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The little wolf general replied darkly, gazing down at its severed arm and gritting its teeth, vowing, Yi Feng, for the grievance of my severed limb, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Upon hearing Yi Feng's name, the black-patterned serpent demon too wore a mask of resentment, glancing at its truncated tail, its fury intensifying. Yi Feng is too powerful. We must rely on the demon general to take action personally. The little wolf general contemplated and said, last night. The demon general sent word to me, claiming to have emerged from seclusion, intending to discuss significant matters with the soul-capturing master today. We shall await favorable news. Speaking of which, where is the shape-shifting beast? The black-patterned serpent demon inquired. That untrainable mutt, realizing I was no match for Yi Feng, betrayed me on the spot. I have no idea where it has run off to now. The little wolf general seethed, wishing to mete out punishment to the shape-shifting beast. That scoundrel. The black-patterned serpent demon ground its teeth in anger. At Floating Cloud Peak, Master, we have returned. Long Tianxing and his companions, flying back on their swords, were startled to see a small formation of earth element killing array, mistakenly believing that the demon tribe had attacked. Upon closer inspection, they realized all seemed well and shouted out, "You're back so soon?" Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback. Shouldn't there have been immediate nuptials after the matchmaking? Has this matchmaking session also fallen through? I thought someone from the Floating Cloud sect had finally found a partner. It turns out we are still a congregation of single dogs. How pitiful. Upon seeing Hui Yunjie and the others return, Moing swiftly waved the core formation flag to grant them passage. Master, we have brought you a surprise. Hui Yunjie exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Oh, what surprise? Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In Yi Feng's estimation, if Hui Yunjie was this thrilled, could it be that the matchmaking had succeeded? If a wedding banquet were to be held at Floating Cloud Peak, all the major sects would come to congratulate, and merely collecting gift money could yield a substantial profit. We are going to be rich. Yi Feng's smile grew increasingly comical. Noticing Yi Feng's expression, Hui Yunjie paused for a moment before saying, Master, the items aren't many, nor do they constitute wealth. Let us open them in the Master's hall. Open them. Yi Feng blinked, realizing he may have misinterpreted the situation. The surprise Hui Yunjie referred to likely had little to do with matchmaking, causing his smile to gradually stiffen. Moments later, in the Master's hall, 3 items lay upon the table: a small pouch of spirit stones, an ancient tome, and a talisman. Master, this is 20 spirit stones. This is a fragment of the second-tier spell soul control, and this is a low-grade immobilization talisman. These 3 items are our surprise for you, Hui Yunjie said, gesturing to the items with a beaming smile. Long Tianxing chimed in, Master, do you not find it astonishing? Seated at the head of the table, Yi Feng found himself momentarily speechless. They had promised matchmaking, and yet, where was the prospective partner? Astonishment indeed. It was most unexpected. With this thought, Yi Feng buried his face in his hands and asked, This is certainly a surprise. By the way, how did your matchmaking go, Yunjie? Master, of course. My matchmaking has also fallen through, Hui Yunjie replied matter-of-factly. Yi Feng felt tears welling up. 9 failed matchmaking attempts. Was he truly a matchmaking pariah? Hui Yunjie scratched his head. What is a pariah? Does it mean to be cut off from all opportunities? I don't believe I've heard of it. Neither have I. Even Moing, well-read, furrowed her brow, finding the term unfamiliar. Observing his disciples engaged in a serious discussion about pariahs, Yi Feng felt exasperated but chose not to explain. Steering the conversation instead, how did you come by these 3 items? I am well versed in this process. Allow me to elaborate, Long Tianxing interjected, animatedly recounting every detail from their journey, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Yi Feng quickly urged him to take a seat and refrain from further showcasing his storytelling prowess. At last, everyone understood the trio's experiences that day. Yi Feng picked up the soul control fragment and remarked, So it is thus. The soul-capturing sect must be a formidable force. Having traversed the Nanlu mountain range, he had officially entered the realm of gathering essence, albeit merely possessing the strength for self-protection, especially with numerous others at the same level nearby. The emergence of the soul-capturing sect, which specialized in targeting the geniuses of various sects, filled Yi Feng with a sense of foreboding, prompting him to ask, Moing, do you possess knowledge of the soul-capturing sect? Moing nodded, stating, The soul-capturing sect belongs to the heretical faction. It is said that in the past, several star-level sects attempted to encircle and annihilate them. Yet the soul-capturing master managed to escape, disappearing for a time. Who would have thought they would resurface? This revelation cast a grave expression across the faces of all present. With recent disturbances from the demon tribes, and now the emergence of the soul-capturing sect, the situation was increasingly perilous. However, they found solace in their protective formation and proximity to Baifu City, ensuring temporary safety. Yi Feng glanced at the small earth element killing array, feeling a slight sense of relief. Master, while this soul control fragment is incomplete, its power is formidable. It resembles the talent of Fox Dahong. Might you be able to perfect it? Stone Lei inquired. Certainly, Yi Feng replied, eliciting admiration from the others. He felt fortunate that the system had a reputation point exchange feature, allowing him to comprehend spells without the need to coax his disciples into practicing until they could unlock them. System, display the reputation point data, Feng thought. In the next moment, the following text appeared before his eyes. Sect reputation points, 2001. Remaining exchange points, 1851. Exchange explanation. Consuming sect reputation points allows one to instantly master a spell to perfection. First-tier spells cost 50 points. Second-tier spells cost 100 points. Noticing that his reputation points had soared to over 2,000, a significant increase from before, Feng was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? He pondered, realizing that it must be due to his heroic actions in saving those from various sects in the Nanlu mountain range, which had spread the news and resulted in a surge of reputation points within a single day. It appeared that engaging in good deeds or making a significant impact was indeed a wise choice. System. I wish to exchange 100 reputation points to comprehend the fragment of soul control, Feng mentally commanded. Ding. Consuming 100 reputation points. Remaining exchange points, 1751. The system chimed, signaling the completion of the transaction. Soon, Feng experienced an epiphany. As he gazed upon the fragmented scroll of soul control technique, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to that of a true master of sorcery. In truth, this soul control technique was rather simplistic, and the current sect leader was prepared to impart its cultivation methods to you all. Firstly, this spell belongs to the auxiliary category. Once mastered, it allows one to emit a strand of consciousness to control any soul or spirit weaker than oneself, compelling them to act according to one's directives, proving exceptionally effective in reconnaissance, assassination, and infiltration. Its drawback lies in the limited range of control, which is contingent upon one's cultivation level and the strength of their soul. Generally, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement can reach a maximum distance of 300 zhang. Feng produced a charcoal pen and sketched the meridian flow diagram on a specially provided upright white stone slab, commencing his teachings. The disciples observed the diagram and annotations on the whiteboard, attempting to cultivate, and soon discovered they could coalesce a strand of consciousness for external exploration. The most accomplished among them, Mo Ying, found that her consciousness could extend over a significant portion of the misty peak. Though her field of vision remained limited to a radius of merely 1 zhang, she could attach her consciousness to passing insects, birds, and small creatures, manipulating their movements to gain insight. What a marvelous spell! Mo Ying opened her eyes, first marveling at the wonders of the technique, then gazing at Feng as if he were a revered master. Indeed, this sect leader is extraordinary. In just the span of a tea break, he deduced the complete version of a second-tier spell. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of a powerful being. Yet, I wonder if he will uncover the secrets I harbor. Despite a hint of concern, Mo Ying firmly believed that joining the Misty Sect was a prudent decision. Over 100 miles away from Firebeacon City, a range of mountains extended for dozens of miles. Within the vicinity of the main peak, Cloud Hua Peak, resided a cultivation sect, Cloud Hua Sect. At this moment, within the grand hall of the sect, Sect Master Yun Hua listened intently as Lin Yuyan concluded her report on the events transpiring in Firebeacon City. In the main seat, Sect Master Yun Hua, adorned in resplendent attire, furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with several elders present, each reflecting the concern in their eyes. The resurgence of the soul control sect is indeed a grave omen. The Grand Elder spoke in a grave tone. Indeed. Moreover, relying solely on our Cloud Hua sect, we are no match for the soul control master. We must take precautions. The second elder concurred. Yun Hua nodded, stating, the soul control master has already attained the 4th level of gathering essence. His strength cannot be underestimated. After a period of dormancy, none can ascertain his current realm. It is imperative that we relay this information to other sects to heighten their vigilance. Turning his gaze towards Jiang Dechao, who knelt beside Lin Yuyan, Yun Hua shifted the conversation, saying, Yuyan has performed commendably and deserves a reward. Furthermore, is it true that Jiang Dechao, the personal disciple of the Soul Control Master, hails from the Misty Sect of Baifu City? At this revelation, all present turned their attention to Lin Yuyan. Chapter 85. Lu Shanyu and the Vice City Master S. Decision Sect Master. Esteemed elders, every word spoken by Yuyan is indeed factual. One of the culprits was a disciple of the Misty Sect, specifically the suitor Yuyan mentioned. As she finished, Lin Yuyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, the elders could hardly contain themselves. If Lin Yuyan's claims are true, then the Misty Sect is undoubtedly extraordinary, far from being a mere lower-tier sect. This arrangement could easily elevate them to a mid-tier sect. More significantly, Her suitor possesses peak cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, which could indeed forge a promising match. Naturally, the truth must be witnessed firsthand. With this in mind, Sect Master Yuanhua waved his sleeve. Let it be so. Tomorrow, the 4th elder shall personally lead a team of disciples to visit the Misty Sect, presenting it as a casual visit, and afterward proceed to Baifu City to inform the Vice City Master of the Soul Control Sect's emergence. A woman clad in a graceful gown stood and bowed. I shall obey. At the Misty Sect, Yi Feng surveyed the diligent disciples, his heart filled with pride. He then picked up a low-grade immobilization talisman, examining it for a moment before realizing he lacked the spiritual energy to activate it, and thus set it aside. Approaching the cliff's edge, he gazed towards Fire Beacon City. Tomorrow marks the 7th day. It is time to trade at the Wu Xian Pavilion. In the City Lord's mansion of Baifu City, the 3rd elder of the Flowing Cloud Sect, Lu Shanyu, sat across from the Vice City Master. A low tea table between them. Yesterday, the Misty Sect had indeed made quite the impression in the southern foothills. The Vice City Master remarked with an impassive expression. Lu Shanyu chuckled. Sect Master Yi is the chosen one, now capable of exhibiting strength at the 1st level of gathering essence. It is commendable for the Misty Sect to garner recognition. The Vice City Master replied. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Excessive notoriety is not necessarily advantageous. Lu Shanyu shook his head. Generally, it is prudent to remain discreet, but as the chosen one, Sect Master Yi possesses the hearts of the people, thereby amplifying his power. Being high profile is, in fact, advantageous. That said, with Sect Master Yi at the helm, the Misty Sect is poised for elevation to a high-tier sect. Would you not agree? The Vice City Master faltered momentarily, then conceded. Very well. Tomorrow I shall send some of my subordinates to assess the situation. Suddenly, both ceased their conversation as Xian Guangxian entered the room. Lu Shanyu set down his teacup. What brings you here? 3rd elder. I have a message from the Sect Master conveyed via flying sword. Xian Guangxian respectfully presented a flying sword of about a foot in length. Lu Shanyu accepted the flying sword, forming a hand seal and lightly tapping it several times. Instantly, radiant light erupted, transforming in midair into the ethereal visage of an elder who delivered a stern warning. 3rd elder, take heed. The Soul Control Sect has resurfaced, and several talented disciples from various sects have been attacked. We must exercise utmost caution. With that, the radiant light dissipated, and all that remained was an ephemeral illusion. The Soul Control Sect. The Vice City Master and Lu Shanyu's expressions darkened. Although the Soul Control Sect is universally reviled, its leader, the Soul Control Master, is notorious. Previously, both Baifu City and the Flowing Cloud Sect participated in a siege against him, only for him to escape. The resurgence of the Soul Control Sect indicates that the Soul Control Master has largely restored his strength, rendering the situation perilous. Lu Shanyu declared, we must bolster our ranks and enhance our defenses. What of the demon-slaying conference? The Vice City Master inquired. Lu Shanyu stroked his long beard. Naturally, it must proceed. We can introduce a new regulation. Slaying disciples of the Soul Control Sect will yield double points compared to defeating beasts of the same level. Discovering the whereabouts of the Soul Control Master shall also grant substantial points. The Vice City Master smiled. Excellent suggestion. Soon, this news spread throughout the city. Xian Guangxian departed the City Lord's mansion and swiftly took flight towards Misty Peak. Moments later, he beheld the immense protective barrier. Utilizing a small-grade earth element killing formation as a safeguard, what extravagance! A smirk crept across Xian Guangxian's lips. He had heard of the Misty Sect's exploits in the southern foothills and knew that Yi Feng had single-handedly repelled 2 semi-transformed beasts while also acquiring a semi-finished small-grade earth element killing formation. However, he was witnessing the use of a killing formation as a protective barrier for the first time, and it was activated at all times. One word, opulent. Shortly, Xian Guangxian arrived at the outer boundary of the protective barrier, as Yi Feng had left an entrance on the mountain path. Xian Guangxian walked directly in and bowed toward Yi Feng, who stood atop the roof. Sect Master Yi, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Oh, it is you, Taoist Xian. What is the matter? Yi Feng leaped down from the roof and inquired. I have just received word that members of the Soul Control Sect have appeared. You must exercise caution. Xian Guangxian promptly conveyed his message. The Soul Capture Sect. We are aware of it, Yi Feng remarked, causing Xian Guangxian to be momentarily taken aback. Observing his expression, Yi Feng quickly recounted the disciples' experiences in the Beacon Fire City. Upon hearing that Hui Yunjie and his companions had captured Jiang Dachao, a direct disciple of the Soul Capture Master, Xian Guangshuan gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the soul capture master learns of this, the Miao Miao sect could become a target as well. Yifeng pondered for a moment and acknowledged the validity of this concern, yet he reassured, "No worries. I have a minor earth elemental killing formation to protect us." Xian Guangshuan covered his face with his hand. This formation is merely a half-finished product and cannot withstand the might of a gathering element realm practitioner. I heard that the deputy city lord will send someone tomorrow to assess your sect for the status of a higher-tier sect. Is that so? Yifeng recalled that the criteria for elevating to a higher-tier sect required the sect leader to reach the first level of the gathering element realm, possess at least 1 second-tier spell, 10 first-tier spells, and more than 3 spiritual artifacts. Presently, it seemed that the Miao Miao sect met all these requirements. Xian Guangshuan chuckled. "It appears that the Miao Miao sect qualifies. Allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending promotion. When the time comes, you must remember to treat me to a drink and perhaps visit those establishments for some inspiration." With that, Xian Guangshuan winked at Yifeng. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. What kind of establishments? Those kinds of places. Xian Guangshuan gestured in the air. Yifeng quickly understood and looked at Xian Guangshuan with an expression of disbelief at his boldness. In the time that followed, after Xian Guangshuan mentioned that slaying disciples of the Soul Capture sect would earn double points, he enjoyed a cup of tea in the main hall before swiftly departing on his sword. The news of the Soul Capture sect's emergence spread remarkably fast, even reaching Baifu City. Yifeng mused as he gazed towards Baifu City. That day, Yifeng began inspecting the sect. Initially, he intended to conceal the purification Qinglian and the Jadestone shoots, but upon reflection, he realized that the Miao Miao sect was on the brink of becoming a higher-tier sect, making it inconsequential if others learned of them. After all, any force that achieved the status of a higher-tier sect would likely possess similar treasures, which was not uncommon. Subsequently, Yifeng gathered the disciples and informed them about the upcoming assessment, urging them to prepare. Upon hearing that their sect had a chance to ascend, the disciples erupted with excitement, jumping in place. To ensure the assessment proceeded smoothly, Yifeng sought out Mo Ying to inquire about the specifics of the evaluation and any necessary preparations, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. The following morning, after breakfast, Yifeng donned a pristine white robe and summoned a spiritual sword into the air with a flick of his finger. He stepped onto the sword, ascending slowly, reminiscent of soaring through the skies. The white robe fluttered, exuding an air of an esteemed figure. This was not due to his mastery of sword control. Rather, he utilized the power of his heroic spirit to levitate the sword, enabling him to ride upon it. However, Yifeng discovered a rather subtle issue. The heroic spirit's power could not directly elevate him into the air. No matter how many attempts he made, he could not levitate unaided. He could only manage a precarious lift from the ground, and his current speed of flight was rather slow. Yifeng felt that perhaps he was approaching this in the wrong manner. At that moment, Mo Ying interjected, "Master, someone is approaching." Yifeng felt a surge of joy and turned in the direction Mo Ying indicated, only to be taken aback. Oh, why are they coming from the direction of Beaconfire City? Chapter 86. The higher-tier sect assessment. It seemed that it was not the evaluation team from Baifu City. Mo Ying grew wary, gripping the core formation flag tightly, ready to activate the formation at a moment's notice. Just then, Hua Yunjie glanced at the approaching figures and recognized a familiar silhouette. It was Lin Yuyan. Upon hearing this, Yifeng and the others were filled with confusion. Lin Yuyan? Isn't she a prodigious disciple from the Yinhua sect? What brings her here unexpectedly? Could it be that after a failed matchmaking attempt, she has come to vent her frustrations? High above in the sky, Lu Yuji, the fourth elder of the Yinhua sect, stood with his hands clasped behind him on a massive banana leaf, accompanied by 3 disciples, each possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Upon catching sight of the protective formation shielding Miao Miao Peak, Lu Yuji was taken aback. "Yin, are you certain this is the Miao Miao sect? How could a low-tier sect possibly possess a protective formation?" Respectfully reporting to Master, "The address I obtained from the Hua family is indeed this location," Lin Yuyan replied respectfully. After entering the Yinhua sect, Lin Yuyan had become a disciple of the esteemed 4th elder Lu Yuji and was treated with considerable regard. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuji nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us proceed and investigate." Moments later, the massive banana leaf hovered above Miao Miao Peak. Lu Yuji and Lin Yuyan, along with the Yinhua sect members, observed Yifeng soaring gracefully on his sword, noting his elegant demeanor and striking appearance. Although he displayed no visible spiritual energy fluctuations, his ability to ride the sword aloft was indeed remarkable. What a unique presence. Lu Yuji felt a jolt of surprise. Even he could not discern Yi Feng's cultivation level. Could it be that he was a practitioner of the second or third level of Gathering Element realm? Contemplating this, Lu Yuji immediately bowed and introduced himself. I am Lu Yuji, the fourth elder of the Yunhua sect, accompanied by 3 disciples to pay respects to the Miao Miao sect. Ah, a distinguished elder from the Yunhua sect. I am Yi Feng, the sect leader of the Miao Miao sect. Please come in. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yi Feng gestured for them to enter. Moing understood and promptly deactivated the protective shield, allowing Lu Yuji and his entourage to step through and stand in the open space before the entrance. Hui Daoyu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Yuyan greeted Hui Yunjie. Likewise, Hui Yunjie nodded. The others exchanged glances, scrutinizing one another. The highest-ranked Lu Yuji possessed spiritual perception, even without exerting it deliberately. He could sense the cultivation levels of the Miao Miao sect's top 10 disciples. Although the sect had few disciples, each was at least at the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement, with 3 individuals above the 7th level, clearly not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the presence of a protective formation, albeit modest, indicated that the overall quality was at least that of a higher-tier sect, Lu Yuji assessed inwardly. Suddenly, a booming roar erupted from the back courtyard, the voice of the energetic flat-headed brother echoing with excitement. In the next moment, flat-headed brother, accompanied by 7 mountain spirit beasts, charged forth with great vigor, causing the Yunhua sect disciples' expressions to change dramatically. These are guests, not here for a fight. Yi Feng hastily waved his hand towards flat-headed brother. Upon hearing that fighting was off the table, flat-headed brother's exuberance waned, standing upright and flailing his claws as if to say, "No fighting? What are you here for?" After this outburst, he scurried back to the back courtyard. These are your sect's guardian spirit beasts? They appear quite formidable and are truly enviable, Lu Yuji remarked. A hint of surprise in her voice. She could tell that these 8 spirit beasts were not ordinary, and the Miao Miao sect's ability to tame such creatures indicated that they were far from simple themselves. Merely some ordinary spirit beasts, Elder Yuji is too kind. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to say something further, he spotted Steward Zhou Jiechi approaching Miao Miao Peak with a team, instantly lighting up with joy. Everyone, the assessment team has arrived. Upon hearing this, the Yunhua sect members lifted their gazes towards the entrance. Noticing that the Miao Miao sect bore only a single leaf insignia, confirming its status as a low-tier sect, as rumored. Yet, a low-tier sect with the foundation of a higher-tier sect, coupled with an enigmatic leader whose cultivation level even Lu Yuji could not discern, was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yuji mused, pondering why such a powerful sect had not yet received recognition as a higher-tier sect. Before long, Zhou Jiechi reached the peak, accompanied by 5 stewards, each at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Master Yi, Zhou Jiaqin inquired, his face aglow. We have come at the behest of the Deputy City Lord to conduct a high-ranking sect assessment for the Piaomiao sect. Might it be convenient for your esteemed sect today? Upon finishing, he noticed Lu Yuji beside him and clasped his hands, saying, Ah, it is the 4th elder of Yunhua sect. A pleasure to meet you, Zhou Steward. It has been a long time. Lu Yuji nodded in acknowledgement. The disciples of Yunhua sect were taken aback, witnessing the courteous demeanor of even the city lord's officials towards Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng spoke. No inconvenience at all. We can proceed with the sect assessment and certification today. Should we attain the status of a high-ranking sect, let alone anything else, the establishment of a small protective formation will undoubtedly serve as an invaluable asset for the Piaomiao sect. Thus, Yi Feng remained unfazed by the presence of outsiders. In a word, let us proceed. Very well, we shall prepare for the assessment of the Piaomiao sect, Zhou Steward replied with a broad smile. Noticing that Lu Yuji seemed hesitant to speak, Yi Feng added, I kindly ask our guests from Yunhua sect to wait a moment. Rest assured, Master Yi. We are merely here to observe and shall not intrude. Lu Yuji gracefully waved her hand, leading the Yunhua disciples a short distance back to prepare for observation. Zhou Steward then produced a document, declaring, Today, we are assessing the Piaomiao sect, a lower-ranking sect established 30 years ago, with its founding master now deceased. The current leader is the senior disciple of the late master, Yi Feng, who presently oversees 10 disciples and 8 mountain-guarding spirit beasts. This information had been delivered to Zhou Steward by Hui Yunjie the previous day, serving as preliminary review material for the assessment. Zhou Steward continued, The sect assessment consists of 3 components, the leader's strength, the grade and quantity of spells, and the number of spirit artifacts. Early this morning, the Deputy City Lord stated that Master Yi of the Piaomiao sect is a chosen one, and thus the strength requirement is automatically passed. Upon hearing this, The Piao Miao disciples were initially taken aback, then erupted into jubilant cheers. The Chosen One, exclaimed the disciples of Yunhua sect, their eyes wide with astonishment. No wonder they could not discern Yi Feng's cultivation level. He was, in fact, a rare Chosen One, surpassing even the gathering Yuan realm. Lu Yuji's heart churned. She recalled that it had been millennia since a Chosen One had emerged in the southern river region. If Yi Feng truly was such a figure, the significance of this was akin to the resurgence of the soul-capturing sect. Zhou Steward continued, for the second component, we will assess spells. The Piao Miao sect must possess 10 complete first-grade spell scrolls or a similar number and grade of spells to pass this evaluation. Yi Feng immediately extended his arms, commanding, disciples of Piao Miao sect, display your skills. Yes, the 10 disciples spread out, and in the next moment, they began to cast their spells. Fire Cloud Palm, Iron Shield Technique. Wind Spirit Step, Backstab, Flowing Light Sword Chi, Spirit Disc Flying Blade, Binding Spirit Rope, Mysterious Armor Shield, Earth Escape, and Vital Energy Bomb. With the exception of the all-around spiritual awareness, all first-grade spells were executed, each at a remarkable level of proficiency. Such high levels of mastery. Could this truly be a lower-ranking sect? Lu Yuji and the 3 Yunhua disciples gasped in astonishment, having witnessed the disciples of star-rated sects. They noted that while some were prodigies, others were mediocre. On average, the Piao Miao sect standard could easily outshine others by a considerable margin. Master Yi is truly a master of spells. The number of spells his disciples have mastered is astounding, all at a consummate level. Truly impressive. Zhou Steward praised. The other 5 stewards nodded in agreement, having never encountered such an extraordinary lower-ranking sect. Such a sect, even without the Deputy City Lord's special consideration, would find it effortless to rise to a higher rank. The disciples of the Piao Miao sect are remarkable. Their ascension to a higher-ranking sect is undoubtedly assured, remarked one steward from the city lord's residence. Indeed, our visit is merely a formality. After all, which sect would dare deny promotion to one led by a Chosen One? Another steward murmured. At this moment, Zhou Steward nodded, stating, the Piao Miao sect has mastered 10 first-grade spells, so we shall now proceed to assess the second-grade spells. Please begin. I shall take the lead. Jia Yulan stepped forward, forming hand seals as spiritual light radiated from her, transforming into countless pink petals. Amidst the awe of the onlookers, the petals intertwined to form a flying bird, lifting Jia Yulan into the air, skillfully soaring and giving the impression of being able to cleave mountains with its wings. Isn't this the second-grade spell, Falling Petals? Lu Yuji rubbed her eyes, confirming with disbelief that Jia Yulan was indeed executing the perfected second-grade spell, Falling Petals, sending shockwaves through her heart. She had heard of this spell, rumored to be a fragment created by a celestial being, with a note stating that only those fated could fully master Falling Petals. Could it be that this female disciple is the fated one? Lu Yuji speculated, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. With a swoosh, Jia Yulan descended, showering petals and presenting herself like an ethereal fairy, asking, Zhou Steward, what is your verdict? Second assessment passed. Zhou Steward promptly announced the results, moving on to the third assessment regarding the number of spirit artifacts, which the Piao Miao sect was exempted from. Upon hearing this, both Yi Feng and the Piao Miao disciples were taken aback, while the members of Yunhua sect gaped in astonishment. Exempt from assessment? Why? Seeing the puzzled expressions, Zhou Steward explained. The Piao Miao sect possesses a small-scale earth element killing formation, albeit an incomplete version, but its value far exceeds that of 3 lower-grade spirit artifacts. Thus, there is no need to waste time on an assessment. After a pause, Zhou Steward announced loudly, as a result of this assessment, the Piao Miao sect shall directly advance from a lower-ranking sect to a higher-ranking sect, effective tomorrow. Congratulations to the Piao Miao sect for becoming the 4th high-ranking sect in Beifuqing. As his words echoed, the hall fell into a hush. We have ascended to a higher-ranking sect? The disciples of the Piao Miao sect found it hard to believe, as if caught in a dream. The criteria for ascending to a high-ranking sect are not simple. Gathering Yuan realm, 11 types of spells, 3 lower-grade spirit artifacts. While the latter 2 are manageable for most mid-ranking sects, even some long-established lower-ranking sects can accumulate what is needed. Only the requirement of having a gathering Yuan realm cultivator has barred 99% of sects, representing the most challenging hurdle. It was only due to the existence of Yi Feng, a prodigy, that the Piao Miao sect could complete this ascension so swiftly. The disciples soon realized this and quickly suppressed their smiles, refraining from arrogance. At this moment, Yi Feng stood in a daze. For at the very moment Zhou Steward announced the Piao Miao sect's success in the assessment, the system also delivered a notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master. for completing the first stage of your task. Rewards include a one-time microcosmic world transformation, a small protective formation, a second Qi scroll, 10 condensing yuan pills, and a special small gift pack. Please continue your efforts to become the strongest master in history. With that, the system fell silent. As for the rewards, they were automatically deposited into the system space, awaiting Yi Feng's retrieval. Lu Yuji, Lin Yuyan, and others nearby bore witness to the Piaomiao sect's leap, transforming into a newly elevated high-ranking sect. Master, it seems that the Piaomiao sect is the first to achieve such an elevation in the entire Southern River region? Lin Yuyan quietly inquired. Lu Yuji nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, in the South River Basin, sect promotions typically follow a systematic approach. Only the Misty sect ascends directly from the lower ranks to the higher. Though it is termed a high-ranking sect, it is merely the beginning of a religious order. Lin Yuyan and the two other disciples from the Yunhua sect expressed their agreement. Once they reach the higher-ranking sects, the disparities in overall standards are significant. For instance, when comparing the current Misty sect to the Yunhua sect, the latter boasts a far greater number of disciples, a higher count of practitioners in the gathering essence realm, and superior foundational infrastructure, leaving the Misty sect far behind. Even among high-ranking sects, the differences can be vast. After announcing the Misty sect's elevation to a high-ranking sect, Elder Zhou noticed that Yi Feng appeared momentarily stunned. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Sect Master Yi, we have removed the plaque of the Misty sect, and we will deliver a brand new one to you tomorrow. Furthermore, we will announce this matter throughout the city. What are your thoughts?" Regaining his composure, Yi Feng replied, "That will suffice. Thank you for your efforts. We shall take our leave now." Elder Zhou promptly removed the Misty sect's plaque, exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Yuji, and departed with the other 5 elders using the lightness technique. Atop the Misty Peak, only the disciples of the Misty sect and Lu Yuji's party remained. "Congratulations on your sect's elevation. When the official ceremony takes place tomorrow, I shall personally come to offer my congratulations. However, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Lu Yuji's words were somewhat abrupt, leaving the 3 disciples perplexed. Although Yi Feng found it a bit strange, he did not press the issue. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuji flew towards Baifu City with her disciples. Along the way, Lin Yuyan curiously asked, "Master, why do we not stay longer at the Misty sect?" Lu Yuji shook her head, stating, "We must first relay the news of the Soul Capture sect's emergence to the Deputy City Lord of Baifu City. Moreover, since the Misty sect is to be elevated to a high-ranking sect tomorrow, we must return to the sect today to inform the sect leader." Understanding the implications, Lin Yuyan replied, "Indeed, it is customary for neighboring sects to send representatives to congratulate each newly established high-ranking sect. This is because each high-ranking sect typically has at least one powerful practitioner in the gathering essence realm. And the purpose of these congratulations is to foster relations with that formidable individual. My disciples, do you comprehend the rationale behind this?" Lu Yuji imparted this wisdom with a meaningful tone. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Lin Yuyan and the other disciples quickly expressed their gratitude. At the city lord's residence in Baifu City, Lu Yuji seated herself in the guest area and articulated her intentions. The deputy city lord, upon hearing her words, chuckled. "We are grateful for Elder Yuji's personal visit. Just yesterday, the sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect sent a message via flying sword, urging us to remain vigilant. Even the venerable sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect has been alarmed?" Lu Yuji felt a chill in her heart, realizing the gravity of the situation was more severe than anticipated. Indeed, this matter is graver than ever. Unfortunately, the city lord is still in seclusion, and we can only rely on him to confront the Soul Capture Master. The deputy city lord replied solemnly. Lu Yuji recognized the seriousness of the circumstances. "There is no need for alarm. We will devise a strategy," she reassured him. At this moment, Elder Lu Shangyue of the Flowing Cloud sect emerged from behind a screen, wearing a broad smile. Upon seeing him, Lu Yuji stood in surprise. "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" "I was sent on an important mission and could not make a detour to visit you at the Yunhua sect," Lu Shangyue replied, stroking his long beard with a smile. "Cousin, do you know each other?" the deputy city lord inquired, puzzled. Lu Shangyue nodded. "Decades ago, I was injured while training in the outside world, and it was Yuji who came to my aid." The deputy city lord's expression shifted to one of realization. Atop Misty Peak, Yi Feng washed his hands with spiritual water, isolating himself within the sect master's hall, and began to tally the rewards from this mission. Chapter 88. Reward Activation, Transformation of Heaven and Earth. System. Open the sect's storage space, Yi Feng commanded inwardly. In the next moment, 5 beams of light materialized upon the table. There were a total of 5 rewards. 1 instance of micro-terrain transformation, 1 small protective formation, the second Chi scroll, 10 gathering essence pills, and 1 special small gift package. Let us commence with the first, Feng murmured to himself. He extended his hand and tapped on one of the luminous orbs, which immediately revealed several lines of descriptive text. Terrain transformation, micro, usage count. 1. Function, transforms the topography of a designated area, capable of nurturing a micro-spiritual vein, ensuring that the surrounding 100-meter radius becomes a cultivation paradise. After perusing the description, Feng's mouth fell agape, exclaiming, "So it is a topographical transformation that can also cultivate a micro-spiritual vein. This seems far superior to purifying blue lotuses and jadestone shoots." Spiritual treasures often accompany spiritual veins. With a spiritual vein, one can continuously nurture spiritual treasures, and once Feng transforms Misty Peak, the growth rate of blue lotuses and jadestone shoots will also accelerate. Next, he examined the small protective formation. Feng touched the second luminous orb, and immediately information materialized before him. Name, 5 elements interlocking formation, grade, small, function, a composite formation composed of the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which constantly shifts and is difficult to decipher. It can only be cracked through brute force and possesses various functions including illusions, shields, and elemental confinement. Note, this formation has been modified by the system. It only requires 5 medium-grade spirit stones to activate upon first use. Once the formation is activated, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, storing it within the formation's core without the need to replace the spirit stones. As Feng concluded his review of the 5 elements interlocking formation's introduction, he marveled at its excellence, only to notice the orb in his hand expanding until it transformed into a 5-colored disc corresponding to the 5 elements, each featuring a recess for embedding medium-grade spirit stones. Rather than hastily utilizing it, he touched the 3rd luminous orb, which morphed into an ancient tome inscribed with the title Second Chi Scroll. Finally, he had acquired the scroll. Once his disciples cultivated it, their Chi capacity would increase by 2/3 compared to their peers of the same rank. Next, Feng touched the 4th luminous orb, which transformed into a jade vial containing 10 gathering essence pills, all of inferior quality. With these pills, the success rate for his disciples to break through to the gathering essence realm would significantly improve, and a smile crept onto Feng's face. His hand then moved to the final luminous orb. Let us see what treasures lie within this special small gift package, Feng thought, filled with anticipation. The last orb trembled and released several items. Ding! Special small gift package opened, yielding 1 inferior quality spiritual weapon, the cold light sword, 3 inferior quality storage rings, 100 seeds of the eternally viable jade spirit grass, and 1 special cooking utensil. Hearing the notification in his mind and witnessing the newfound items on the table, Feng inhaled sharply. "System, is this what you call a small gift package?" He retorted. "The sect master has completed the first phase of the task ahead of schedule, thus doubling the rewards of the small gift package," the system responded. Feng mused to himself, realizing this was indeed the case, and asked, "By the way, are there no new tasks available?" The system remained silent. It seemed that the only remaining task was related to the prestige value of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Once his prestige exceeded 10,000, the 3rd phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion would unlock, introducing new functions. Feng murmured to himself. Subsequently, he began to tally the gains from the small gift package. Who should receive the inferior quality cold light sword? Yunjia also wields a sword. I shall gift it to him. The 3 inferior quality storage rings each possessed a storage space of 3 cubic meters, which was quite decent. He decided to give one to Shirlei, another to Mo Ying, and the last to Long Tianxing, as he recalled that Jia Yulan already had a storage belt. The seeds of the precious jade spirit herb, possessing a remarkable survival rate, may be nurtured with a special elixir to hasten their growth, making them ideally suited for cultivation in the backyard. Thus, let Jia Yulan, accompanied by Xiaohe, Xiaoju, Ouyang Feng, and Ouyang Yu, tend to them, perhaps even laying the groundwork for a nascent herbal garden. A set of specialized culinary utensils appears to be tailor-made for Li Jiao, so let them be bestowed upon her. Feng promptly organized these rewards with clarity. Half an hour later, Mo Ying stood alone on the grassy expanse, effortlessly confronting the combined assault of Jia Yulan and Hui Yunjia. Jia Yulan unleashed falling petals in abundance, as countless petals transformed into a pink sword. Yet Mo Ying cleaved through them with her sword aura. Hui Yunjia wielded the spirit sword lent to him by Feng, executing repeated slashes with flowing light sword aura, but still found his strikes thwarted by Moing. Clang. The flying sword suddenly accelerated, hovering 3 inches before Jia Yulan's brow. A single thrust would suffice to extinguish her life. Jia Yulan patted her chest, filled with trepidation. No more. Senior sister Mo is too formidable. Even with my second senior brother's assistance, we are no match. Hui Yunjie sheathed his spirit sword, conceding, indeed, senior sister Mo's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Mere numbers cannot suffice against her prowess. Boom.